Chapter 1. A Spider Spirit or a Lowly Trap? In City C, on North Lake Street, the summer sun blazed down relentlessly, scorching the earth as if indifferent to the lives of those below. Even the gentle breeze carried with it a sweltering heat that left one drenched in sweat. The road bustled with a myriad of vehicles, their movement unceasing. On either side of the street stood a variety of clothing boutiques, dessert shops, and snack stalls. The throngs of pedestrians, accompanied by the music and calls emanating from the stores, created an atmosphere that, despite the sweltering heat, remained vibrant and lively. In stark contrast to this lively scene was the far end of the street, where the foot traffic dwindled to a pitiful few. There, a solitary young man stood at the entrance of a shop. He wore a black baseball cap and a simple white t-shirt devoid of any embellishment, paired with jeans and white sneakers. Tall and lean, even from behind, he exuded an aura of charisma that suggested he was the quintessential heartthrob. Upon closer inspection, he indeed warranted such a title. Beneath the black cap lay a youthful and handsome visage, characterized by sharp, flowing contours. His arched eyebrows framed a pair of almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with a hint of mirth, even when his lips were pressed into a thin line. His gaze was fixed upon the shop, before him the adorable Sprite pet store. Yes, a pet shop, albeit one on the verge of closing its doors. Shen Qing retrieved a key from his pocket, preparing to unlock the door. The sound of the key turning echoed softly as he pushed open the glass door and located the power switch on the wall, flicking it on. The lights instantly illuminated the space, banishing the shadows that lingered. Shen Qing reflected on the events of half an hour prior. He had been napping at his office desk, only to awaken in this familiar yet foreign world, assuming the identity of another Shen Qing. Fortunately, the memories of the original owner remained intact. From his recollections, he learned of the circumstances. Half a month ago, his parents had perished in a car accident. After resigning from his job to return home, he endured the heart-wrenching task of arranging their affairs while grappling with profound grief. In his despair, he succumbed to alcohol, and thus he found himself here. This pet shop was the legacy left by his parents, spanning 2 floors, however. He recalled that after the tragedy, friends and relatives had assisted in finding homes for the pets. Now, the shop stood empty. As for the compensation for his parents' untimely demise, it had yet to arrive. Currently, his only assets were this pet shop and a mere 1,000 yuan in his account, alongside a debt exceeding 10,000 yuan owed to relatives. While others embarked on their journeys to success, he was burdened with financial obligations. Nevertheless, once the compensation arrived, he could surely settle those debts. Since I am here now, freed from the constraints of a 9-to-5 job, and with a pet shop at my disposal, I shall make the most of it. Who would prefer to be a mere cog in the machine when one could be a proprietor? Shen Qing was certainly inclined towards this new path. Being a pet store owner promised a life of leisure and freedom. With his intentions clarified, he set about tidying up. The store was devoid of any pets, leaving only empty shelves and a few cages, prompting him to embark on a thorough cleaning. Without hesitation, Shen Qing retrieved a broom and began to sweep the floor, subsequently pulling out the vacant iron cages for cleaning. He was determined not to overlook a single corner. However, midway through his task, a peculiar acrylic breeding box caught his eye. Measuring approximately 30 millimeters in length, it was evident that this box was not intended for common pets like cats or dogs, and it was oddly positioned on a solitary, empty shelf. What is this box for? He had no knowledge of the animals or matters pertaining to the pet shop. His memories were predominantly filled with images of cats and dogs, and he had never encountered other types of pets. At the moment Shen Qing lifted the breeding box, a chilling electronic voice abruptly resonated in his mind. Ding! Toxic Pet Live Streaming System Binding in Progress. 100 Binding Successful. Wait, a system? The Toxic Pet Live Streaming System? What on earth is this? The smile that had just graced Shen Qing's lips instantly froze. Each word he recognized, yet together they formed a concept he was reluctant to accept. Suppressing a twitch of his lips, he couldn't help but inquire, System, what do you mean by Toxic Pet Live Streaming? Please elucidate. Initially, upon his transmigration, he had not awakened any system, and he had accepted this with grace, as he considered the portrayals in novels to be mere fiction. Yet, when the system truly manifested, he felt a flicker of joy, albeit one still tinged with skepticism. To the host, the meaning is literal. As long as the host live streams the interactions with the toxic pets and garners emotional value from the live stream, reward from the system will ensue. Please note, the rewards may include, but are not limited to cash. Further details will become available once the host accumulates sufficient emotional value. A novice gift pack has been bestowed. Please check your inventory. 3 lines of text appeared before him, akin to a stream of bullet comments materializing from thin air. Coupled with the voice in his mind, their meanings became abundantly clear. The Toxic Pet live streaming system offered rewards for the host's interactions with toxic pets, including cash and other items. Initially indifferent, Shen Qing found this notion suddenly more palatable. Then there was the mention of the novice gift pack. So it's right here. Indeed, a high-dimensional product. Impressive. Shen Qing located a small red dot in the upper right corner of the virtual screen. With a mere thought, he touched the red dot, and the scene swiftly transformed, reminiscent of a gaming interface, quite user-friendly. He then clicked the open button, and the gift pack exploded like a firework before him. Moments later, a stream of light coursed through, revealing the contents within. Ding! You have acquired the skill to eavesdrop on Animal Thoughts 1 and a Toxic Pet Care Manual 1. Note, as long as you wish, you can hear the thoughts of all animals, and this ability can be turned off at will. Wow! The skill to eavesdrop on animal thoughts is indeed remarkable. This ability is simply perfect for toxic pets. Shen Qing grinned, his eyes bright with acceptance. Wait a moment, he had awakened the system while holding this breeding box, and it was a toxic pet system. This implies that there must be a toxic pet within the box. Peering down at the box in his hands, he scrutinized its contents with curiosity. Inside the container, there exists a quarter of coconut soil, alongside a few small pebbles resembling a miniature rockery. Nearby, several pieces of tree bark are scattered, one of which even resembles a tree hollow. In another corner lies a white bottle cap, containing a small amount of water. Yet, the contents of the box remain a mystery to him, as the other party seems to have vanished without a trace. Since that's the case, it seems an opportune moment to test the effectiveness of this eavesdropping skill, Shen Qing remarked, silently invoking the ability within his mind. Soon, a faint and pitiful tremor of sound reached his ears, reminiscent of an adorable little girl's voice. Woo-woo, how frightening, how frightening. A stranger has come, I must hide, lest he find me. Shen Qing. A lowly voice. Chapter 2. The little lowly claims she is hungry, and naturally, one must satisfy her. The voice was exceptionally soft and sticky, akin to that of a 2- or 3-year-old girl. Upon hearing it, an image involuntarily formed in his mind. A cherubic face with a hint of baby fat and sparkling grape-like eyes blinking curiously, reminiscent of an endearing kitten. Incredibly adorable, it made one yearn to have a daughter of their own. Yet, this voice emanated from the rearing box in his hands. Shen Qing placed the box upon a central table, the overhead light illuminating its contents clearly. The items remained unchanged, yet the direction of the sound was traced back to that tree hollow. It appeared that the creature was hiding within, shielded by a moderately sized gray tile that obstructed much of the opening. He surmised that the poisonous pet lay concealed within. Just as Shen Qing confirmed the creature's location, the voice echoed once more in his ears. Woo-woo, I'm so hungry. Am I going to die? Why hasn't that previous human shown up for so long? I'm on the brink of starvation. How disheartening. Will this person outside capture me? If only they could provide me with something to eat first, I must at least die as a satiated ghost. Good heavens, such a rich inner monologue. However, the mention of hunger and the previous human must refer to the original owner's father. Reflecting on the past month and a half, Shen Qing recalled that the pets in the shop had been sold off one after another, leaving only this little creature behind. Perhaps it was overlooked due to its poisonous nature. From memory, he understood that the market for poisonous pets was still in its nascent stage domestically. The community surrounding them was neither vast nor minuscule, yet a segment of individuals pursued the thrill and danger of keeping such creatures. He had gleaned this knowledge from his father's conversations, which he had previously dismissed. Now, it seemed that the current poisonous pet was indeed one acquired after that time. His parents, likely seeking a breakthrough in a saturated market for cute pets, had turned to poisonous ones. On this very street, numerous shops thrived, all selling cats and dogs, immensely popular among the youth of today. The competition for pets in their store had become fierce, making sales increasingly challenging. However, the trend of keeping exotic pets has only recently emerged, and the average person is unlikely to invest in such creatures. Thus, Shen Qing firmly believes that pursuing a career in live streaming holds the greatest potential. With the support of a systematic approach, everything is bound to improve. Having decided to care for an exotic pet, one is hardly sufficient. It is essential to discover the breed of this adorable little creature. Subsequently, he plans to take it shopping for food while also exploring the market to see if he can procure other exotic pets. Naturally, the more expensive ones are beyond his current means, as he only possesses a mere 1,000 yuan. Nevertheless, he is open to considering the more affordable options. Shen Qing prepares to ascertain the identity of the little creature nestled within the box. He retrieves a pair of tweezers from a shelf in the corner, mindful that the contents are toxic. Opening the habitat, he purposefully uses the tweezers to shift aside a small tile next to the hollow. The illumination finally dispels the gloom of the corner, revealing what lies within. It is a furry leg, about the thickness of a straw, with the base being gray, transitioning to a slightly grayish white, and then to a vibrant orangey, appearing rather attractive. However, it appears that there is more than just one leg. For what he can observe, there are at least 4. The sight of so many fuzzy legs evokes only one thought in his mind: spider. The thought of a spider conjures images of its 8 hairy legs, which is quite unfathomable. He does not feel fear, rather, he simply has never encountered one before and needs to acclimatize. Ah, the human has arrived. He has noticed me. What should I do? Originally needing time to adjust, Shen Qing's resolve falters upon hearing the adorable, childlike voice. What need is there for adjustment? Such a charming little creature deserves to be treated with utmost care. If anyone were to learn that he finds a spider, especially a venomous one, to be cute, would they not consider him to be quite mad? Ah, little darling, do not hide, I've already discovered you, Shen Qing declares, removing the final obscuring object, the so-called hollow, to reveal the true form of the exotic pet. Indeed, it is a spider, and a rather sizable one at that, measuring at least a foot in length. Its 8 fuzzy legs display distinct colors. Each leg consists of 5 segments, with the 2 lowest being gray, followed by grayish-white, and then the most striking orangey segment. The final segment is black, connecting to its body, while the head and thorax are adorned with a fringe of orangey fur. Atop, there are a pair of large eyes and several smaller ones. In this moment, he perceives that the spider seems startled, gazing back at him. At the front, there are a pair of robust chelicerae, accompanied by a set of smaller appendages. It is at this instant that a transparent, virtual screen materializes above the spider's head, displaying its fundamental information and care guidelines. Beep. Mexican red-knee tarantula, newly matured. Characteristics: appearance. Body length can reach 12 to 16 centimeters, covered in fine hairs, with red or orange-yellow fur on the head and legs, robust chelicerae adorned with fur. Lifespan. Their life cycle extends from 10 to 25 years, with females typically living longer. Habits. Habitat. They favor dry, cool, and shaded environments, often found within burrows. Activity. Nocturnal. They remain in their nest during the day and venture out to forage at night. Diet. They feed on insects and small vertebrates. Reproduction. Mating is relatively straightforward, but acquiring eggs can pose a challenge. A single breeding may yield a substantial number of offspring. Safety. They possess a gentle temperament, exhibit low toxicity, and move at a slow pace. Although they may engage in defensive hair-kicking behavior, instances of self-inflicted harm are rare. In addition to these details, there are extensive descriptions of their anatomy, complete with an image detailing the names of each part. At this moment, the Mexican red-knee tarantula in the enclosure began to kick its hairs. Human, do not approach. I warn you. Come any closer and I shall bite. It will hurt terribly. Ah, little one, fret not. Uncle is a good person. Aren't you hungry? I shall procure some food for you shortly. The words sounded rather like those of a dubious character luring a child, a rather peculiar figure indeed. The tarantula intensified its hair-kicking motions. Ah, this human smile is quite terrifying. However, he did say he would buy me food. Could it be true? The delightful voice echoed again, though the words were somewhat stilted. What did it mean by his smile being frightening? Surely not. Never mind. As it was just the beginning and they were yet unfamiliar with one another, it would be best to refrain from any direct contact for now. Shen Qing chuckled helplessly and reaffixed the lid on the enclosure. He found himself utterly defenseless against such an adorable sound, even though its appearance was rather unusual. He could accept it under the charm of its lovely voice. Having perused the information, he was aware that the hair-kicking was a natural instinctive response to perceived threats. When they feel threatened or startled, they kick tiny hairs from their abdomens with their hind legs. These hairs can become airborne, potentially causing discomfort to would-be predators, especially when they enter the eyes or respiratory tract, leading to irritation and pain. This behavior serves to aid the tarantula in evading predatory attacks. The Mexican red-knee tarantula quickly burrowed into a nearby tree hollow. This human is quite frightening. But oh dear, I am so very hungry. For the sake of food, I shall momentarily forgive his scare tactics. If he fails to provide me with sustenance, then I shall bite him instead. Yes, that shall be my plan. I am indeed formidable. Chapter 3. The delicate sounds of life penetrated into Shen Qing's ears, and with the arrival of this little creature, he no longer felt solitary. After completing the last bits of tidying up in the shop, he locked the door, preparing to procure some sustenance for his new companion, lest it truly face starvation. The Mexican red-knee tarantula primarily feasts on insects and small vertebrates. In captivity, it is typically nourished with live food, such as crickets and cockroaches. Shen Qing needed to ascertain where he could purchase these insects. He recalled that across another street, there was a flower and bird market which seemed to offer food for pet birds, including insects. Of course, sometimes that place also showcased a variety of peculiar little pets, including some that were venomous, captured by locals, and sold to a nearby pet shop. The proprietor of that shop was relatively knowledgeable in the realm of exotic pets. This adorable little creature might have been acquired by his father from that very establishment. With a destination in mind, everything fell into place. The distance was manageable, and Shen Qing arrived on foot in just over 10 minutes. Indeed, it was the flower and bird market. Before even stepping inside, he was greeted by a bouquet of floral fragrances, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. As he parted the thermal curtain, he was enveloped by a gentle, refreshing humidity that alleviated the sweltering heat outside, creating a stark contrast with the warmth beyond. Before him lay an array of flourishing flowers, blossoming in a riot of colors. Utterly enchanting. The central pathway was clean and orderly, with various potted plants and flowers displayed outside each shop, where several bird cages hung, filled with chirping birds, radiating joyful exuberance. The once hurried pedestrians transformed into leisurely strollers upon entering this ethereal realm. Even those who intended not to purchase anything found themselves pausing to admire the picturesque scene. Shen Qing was among them. However, his purpose lay deeper within, at a rather unremarkable pet shop situated at the far end of the path. Why did he deem it unremarkable? Because this pet shop lacked cats and dogs, instead brimming with birds, insects, flora, fauna, snakes, and more. Upon witnessing this scene, he momentarily questioned whether he had strayed into the wrong establishment. From the outside, it appeared to be a typical flower shop, adorned with blossoms and birds. Yet, the interior housed an assortment of the unconventional, insects, snakes, ants, an eclectic collection indeed. Despite his initial hesitation, Shen Qing ventured inside, finding a spacious interior that likely combined two storefronts. At that moment, the shopkeeper reclined in a rocking chair, lazily enjoying the gentle breeze from a small fan. Eyes closed in slumber. As he entered, Shen Qing activated his animal voice skill, which allowed him to hear the thoughts of any sentient creatures. He sought not only to procure food for his little spider, but also to explore the possibility of acquiring other exotic pets to enrich his own collection. As for the creatures he could not hear, that remained a mystery to him. Consequently, several voices filled his ears. "Master, we have a visitor. Let's welcome them," chirped a canary from the golden cage located at the entrance. The chirping sound in his ears resembled the playful and charming voice of a young girl. As he took a few more steps forward, several voices emerged again. "Xiaojin, you are so noisy. Just come if you're coming. Do you wish to be sold? Isn't it nice to stay here? There's food and drink, and the old man is quite good. At least you won't be mistreated." This was the languid and alluring voice of a mature woman, sending shivers down his spine, making it hard to fathom that such a voice emanated from a little bird. Shen Qing glanced over and saw a somewhat lazy lark. "Human, do you want to buy a pet? Take me away." Listening to these women chatter all day is utterly annoying. One voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, intruded abruptly into Shen Qing's ears, shattering the enchanting reverie of youthful and alluring voices he had been immersed in. His mind was suddenly filled with the image of a rugged, scruffy middle-aged man. While he appreciated the sounds of youthful innocence, mature femininity, and the charm of young girls, the presence of a middle-aged man was somewhat overwhelming. Shen Qing's lips twitched as he finally discerned the source of the middle-aged voice within the shop. It was a centipede contained within a glass vessel, its lengthy body measuring over 10 centimeters, with numerous legs that would surely unsettle anyone afflicted with a phobia of clusters. Truly a 100-legged creature. The voice of that middle-aged man belonged to it. The shop was home to more than just these creatures. He also spotted several snakes, lizards, and more. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! Poisonous pet detected. Golden-headed centipede. Is recommended for you to purchase. Subsequently, detailed information about the golden-headed centipede appeared, including breeding methods. This was something Shen Qing had not anticipated. He was pleasantly surprised that the system could help him identify which animals fell within the category of poisonous pets. It seemed that his little spider would soon have its first companion. "Boss, do you sell food for tarantulas?" Shen Qing inquired, noting the abundance of animals in the shop, which suggested a variety of available pet food. "You actually keep a tarantula?" The shopkeeper, who had been dozing with eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide and stood up, scrutinizing Shen Qing from head to toe. "What breed is your tarantula?" "I sold one a few months ago." His demeanor shifted as he became animated at the mention of poisonous pets. "The Mexican red knee, perhaps the one I sold a few months ago, is the same as yours." Shen Qing then revealed the breed of his own spider. Moreover, if his father had purchased the tarantula from this shop, it would imply that the shopkeeper had a reliable source of supply, rather than merely displaying snakes, insects, and birds. "Your father wouldn't happen to be the owner of that charming little fairy pet shop across the street, would he?" The disheveled uncle suddenly had a moment of realization and, upon seeing Shen Qing nod, remarked, "No wonder." The recent tragic news of his parents' sudden car accident had made headlines in the city, and he was naturally aware of it. "My dear boy, please accept my condolences. When I first encountered your father, he incessantly praised you as his wonderful son." After a moment of reflection, the boss inquired about the spider. "Are you planning to keep that tarantula?" "I must tell you, tarantulas are not particularly easy to care for, and they can be venomous. If you truly intend to keep one, it is imperative that you familiarize yourself with the necessary knowledge." He had previously shared this sentiment with Shen Qing's father. However, the market for exotic pets is just beginning to bloom, and initial results may not be as promising as one hopes. This was a sentiment he had also conveyed to Shen Qing's father. The market for adorable pets has reached saturation, and without innovation, pet stores may be forced to close their doors. Much like himself, who had also ventured into the realm of exotic pets, albeit discreetly, in a room hidden from view. Of course, he had been cultivating his collection for some time now, establishing a loyal clientele, making his situation relatively more manageable than that of Shen Qing. Upon hearing the boss's words, Shen Qing instantly grasped the underlying implication. Indeed, just as he suspected, this boss was also an enthusiast of exotic pets. This visit had proven to be quite worthwhile. "Sir, I wish to continue my parents' legacy by keeping their pet store alive. Currently, there is but a single tarantula in the shop, so I thought it prudent to transform it into an exotic pet shop. Do you have other exotic pets for sale? Or perhaps connections through which I could procure them?" This was not a fleeting whim. He had given it considerable thought. The first reason was due to the system. With the system's support, he possessed the ability to hear the thoughts of animals, and through live streaming with exotic pets, he could garner emotional value for viewers, which translated into rewards from the system, including but not limited to cash. This effectively laid the groundwork for his future endeavors, freeing him from the struggles of daily survival. The second reason was the wishes of his parents. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to carry on the pet store, as it represented their sole legacy and the change they had yearned for during their lifetimes. Having accepted this duty, he naturally felt compelled to persevere. Transforming it into an exotic pet shop seemed a splendid idea, complementing the functionalities of the system. Thus, he was resolutely clear in his intentions. Chapter 4. Truly. It is said that the more beautiful the thing, the more venomous it can be. Upon hearing Shen Qing's words, the shopkeeper, an older gentleman, regarded him with a serious gaze, his demeanor softening considerably. Observing this young man in his early 20s, who had recently lost his parents and was now taking over the pet shop, he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. The shopkeeper's mind conjured an elaborate narrative, and his eyes, once stern, now glimmered with warmth. "What's your name, young man? From now on, you may call me Uncle Sue. I shall assist you in any way I can," he said, patting Shen Qing on the shoulder as one would with a friend as child. Though not particularly close to Shen Qing's father, they had shared a rapport. With this newfound lens of compassion, the shopkeeper viewed Shen Qing with an elder's affection for a younger relative, evoking a sense of kindness that deeply moved Shen Qing. In a world so ordinary, it is often the good-hearted individuals who stand out. "Uncle Sue, my name is Shen Qing," he replied. "Ah, little Qing, come with me. Did you not mention your desire to care for exotic pets? I shall introduce you to some truly remarkable specimens," Su Gue said with a smile, beckoning him to follow. They navigated past several glass containers until they arrived at a door at the rear. Upon entering, Shen Qing was taken aback by the sheer number of creatures within. The room was filled with an array of exotic animals, all of which were venomous. He knew this because the system had not ceased its incessant notifications, continually suggesting various purchases. Additionally, the sounds of the venomous creatures filled the air. "That old man has brought someone again. Does he intend to take us away?" A voice, belonging to a young man in his 30s, spoke in a tone that suggested he had seen it all. Shen Qing's gaze lingered on the first glass container, which housed a red-clawed scorpion. The system's prompt hovered above, brief yet explicit. Red-clawed scorpion, similar to the emperor scorpion. Its venom is relatively mild. True to its name, the scorpion's pincers were a deep crimson. The young man's description of Uncle Sue as an old man was somewhat fitting. After all, Sue was likely only as old as Shen Qing's father. However, his unkempt appearance, with hair untrimmed and a beard that nearly matched the length of his hair, made him appear much older. Even without gray hair, he seemed to resemble an elderly man. Beyond the scorpion was the largest transparent enclosure containing a serpent, meticulously designed to mimic a small forest, complete with mountains, water, and trees. A vibrant green snake coiled around a branch, its length impressive. At the slightest sound, it raised its head warily, flicking its tongue in their direction. "How noisy! This old man is disturbing my slumber. When I am enraged, even I fear my own wrath." This was a bamboo viper, embodying the temperament of a spoiled princess. Listening to the slightly irate voice of the young girl, Shen Qing's gaze instantly softened. What if she had a bit of temper? It was only right to scold them for disturbing the young lady's slumber. Well, he heard the voice through a filter of his own making, and could only find a bamboo leaf-green snake quite endearing. Aside from these two creatures, there was also a transparent aquarium. Inside, a simulated marine environment was on display, where three pink, umbrella-shaped beings floated gracefully, their movements languidly creating ripples in the water. The delicate tendrils beneath their umbrellas resembled the flowing hem of a young girl's dress, swaying beautifully with the current. Shen Qing also noticed the label above, moon jellyfish. Moon jellyfish. The tentacles can secrete toxic substances. Contact with them results in poisoning. Goodness, truly a venomous pet. It seems to hold true that the more beautiful the creature, the more dangerous it is. "Oh dear, sister, another person has arrived. Is he going to separate us again?" Sigh. "Several of our sisters were taken away not long ago. I wonder how they are faring now. Wow, I don't want to be apart from my sisters. If we are captured again, let us use our tentacles to poison him together." The sister's voice was that of a refined young lady, warm and gentle, instantly softening the hearts of those who listened. The other two voices belonged to a lowly and a young girl, both seemingly quite young, but possessing sweet tones. No wonder they were so lovely. Their boldness was unexpected, with the little lowly even contemplating poisoning him. However, the system indicated that the toxicity of the moon jellyfish was not severe, even though their aesthetic appeal was remarkable. Who could resist the sight of pink moons in the water? He, a mere man, was captivated. How much more so would it enchant a girl? Moreover, he observed that the color of the jellyfish altered according to the food they consumed, the current pink hue likely a result of their diet of shellfish. He had already formulated a general plan in his mind. He must bring these jellyfish home. The effect during his live stream would undoubtedly be spectacular. Of course, the bamboo leaf green snake and the red-clawed scorpion were also splendid. He just wondered how much they would cost. Little Qing, these are the last 3 types of venomous pets remaining in my shop. Their toxicity is manageable, and they are not difficult to care for. You might consider these first. Uncle Sue suggested with a smile, his words quite reasonable. Originally, he had other venomous pets in his shop, but they had all been sold recently. Who would have thought that some people have a penchant for poisonous pets, preferring those with greater toxicity and fiercer temperaments? He was cautious to avoid trouble, only stocking goods with moderate toxicity, ensuring that any incidents could be promptly treated. Yet he had several friends within the industry who sold highly toxic varieties. He, too, felt a twinge of longing. Having sold these venomous pets, he wondered if he might acquire one with slightly greater toxicity for himself. Uncle, how much for these 3 venomous pets? If the price is right, I'll take them all. As long as the price was reasonable, he would purchase them all. Rest assured, my dear uncle would never deceive you. The bamboo leaf green is an adult snake, weighing over 3 pounds, with the market's lowest price at 100 yuan per pound. The price for pets tends to be higher, yet for you, I shall offer it at a mere cost of 200 yuan, as I do not seek to profit from you. The red-clawed scorpion is singular and quite affordable, priced around 20 to 30 yuan. For 3 jellyfish, you may settle with me for 260 yuan. Initially, I contemplated a price of 250, but once uttered, that figure became a reality. Upon hearing this, Shen Qing recognized that Uncle Sue was extending a favor, and naturally, he was not one to overlook kindness. With a smile, he responded, "Thank you for your consideration, Uncle Sue. I coincidentally need to purchase some food for my venomous pets. I trust you have some in stock. Please prepare a selection for me." "Ha ha ha, splendid. I shall gather it for you." Uncle Sue, charmed by Shen Qing's straightforwardness, patted his shoulder and led him to select the food for his exotic pets. He took great care to advise him on the proper care and feeding of such creatures, treating him genuinely as a younger kin. In the end, Shen Qing spent 500 yuan, returning to the shop with his venomous pets and their sustenance. He placed these new additions on the shelf in the adjacent room. The once desolate pet shop now boasted several new members, alleviating its previous emptiness. "Oomph, human, you finally returned. Did you not promise to procure me some food? Do you not realize that if this continues, I shall truly starve?" Just as he arranged the items, he was met with an adorable, plaintive inquiry. Chapter 5. The Annoying Little Bug. How dare you escape? Shen Qing then turned his attention to the tarantula resting on the table in the center, offering a gentle smile. "Have you been waiting long, my little darling? Allow me to provide you with some nourishment." With that, he retrieved the box of crickets he had brought back. These crickets were still alive. According to Uncle Sue, he and several other bird shops procured crickets and insects for their feathered friends. Some birds have a fondness for such delicacies. Uncle Sue received a greater supply, with deliveries arriving daily, and in the future, Shen Qing could collect them from his shop without any markup. Grabbing a pair of tweezers, he carefully extracted a cricket, which still squirmed with life. As it was lifted, it instinctively attempted to escape, its powerful hind legs flailing as if performing a dance. But alas, it lacked a solid foothold. Otherwise, it might have truly made its getaway. Shen Qing opened the lid of the feeding box and tossed the cricket inside, swiftly closing the lid to prevent any chance of flight. The moment the cricket hit the ground, it sprang up immediately, emitting a series of urgent chirps. Shen Qing, unable to hear the cricket's inner thoughts, perhaps due to its position at the bottom of the food chain, observed intently. At that instant, the red-kneed tarantula, alerted by the commotion, emerged from its burrow and spotted the cricket darting about in the box. Its excitement was palpable. "Ah, delicious! A splendid morsel has arrived. Such a large bug!" It squealed in delight, rushing towards the cricket with an eager fervor, the sound of its salivating palpable, utterly endearing. "Chirp, chirp!" The cricket, sensing the imminent threat to its existence, demonstrated a marked increase in its desperate leaps. "Humph, pesky little bug. How dare you try to escape? Just watch as I catch you." The tarantula's voice, though tinged with irritation, was undeniably adorable, prompting Shen Qing to gaze upon it with soft affection. "Hee, what a charming little creature. Go on, capture your meal, so you needn't go hungry." He continued to observe the tarantula's predatory prowess. Indeed, even though the tarantula possessed a heart akin to that of a little girl, it did not forget its instincts. Seizing the moment, it anticipated the cricket's landing point the instant it touched the ground, swiftly pinning it down and dragging it into its mouth. With its prize secured, the tarantula retreated back into its tree hollow, beginning to relish its feast in the dim confines of its lair. Exquisite. Such fresh insects, simply delightful. Shen Qing could almost envision a food blogger indulging in the moment. However, knowing it would take a while for the tarantula to finish, he turned his attention back to the newly acquired creatures, placing them in their designated habitats. The largest enclosure belonged to the bamboo viper, a well-appointed glass terrarium measuring 5 meters long, 50 centimeters wide, and approximately 5 meters high. It was quite spacious, and it was Uncle Sue who had assisted in transporting this substantial box. It fit perfectly against the wall, eliminating the need for additional shelving. In order to avoid startling others, each enclosure was draped with a layer of black cloth upon their arrival, effectively shielding the venomous creatures inside from light and concealing their presence from curious onlookers. The enclosure for the red claw scorpion was modest in size, positioned adjacent to the tarantula's habitat, while a golden-headed centipede was also acquired and placed in the same row. All these were arranged on a shelf along the wall near the entrance, easily visible upon entry, directly opposite the bamboo leaf viper. Once everything was properly set, Shen Qing removed the black cloth. Many venomous creatures are averse to intense sunlight, thus the curtains by the glass window were drawn, keeping harsh rays at bay. The light that filtered through was gentle, complemented by a row of small spotlights installed on the ceiling, creating an ambience that was just right. The moon jellyfish, however, was prominently displayed on the outer shelf facing the cash register. Shen Qing planned to acquire several more glass enclosures, intending to specifically house aquatic venomous creatures, particularly those with striking appearances, ensuring that visitors would be captivated by their beauty upon entering. The interior would then reveal a variety of other venomous species. The first floor boasted several rooms, ample enough for his collection of venomous pets. The second floor, spacious as well, had previously served as a resting area, fully equipped with all necessary amenities, and he intended to reside there. The pet shop was nearing completion, with vacant shelves relocated to the back 3 rooms. The first floor comprised a total of 4 rooms, plus a small half room at the entrance, resulting in a generous amount of space. As for the newly arrived venomous creatures, upon witnessing their new surroundings, they instantly became lively. Sister, have we all been taken together?" inquired the second moon jellyfish, her voice sweet and gentle with a hint of timidity. "It's merely a change of venue. As long as we remain together, that is what truly matters," replied the eldest sister, her tone as soothing as her demeanor. "Don't worry, elder sisters, I will protect you. Anyone who dares to harm you shall face my venom," declared the third sibling, exuding a spirited bravado, though her personality contrasted sharply with that of the tarantula, bearing a more boyish charm. Shen Qing pondered how to orchestrate his live stream the following day. To engage the online audience, he realized he must employ stark contrasts, perhaps employing a narrative arc of tension followed by relief. Fortunately, his shop boasted 2 such contrasting spectacles: the stunning moon jellyfish, whose beauty was immediately appealing, and he planned to purchase some decorative items to enhance the display on the wall shelves. The stream would commence with the moon jellyfish, allowing viewers to acclimate before transitioning to the smaller inhabitants within. The first day could feature 2 types of venomous creatures, catching the audience off guard. It promised to be an exhilarating experience. After all, while many stream adorable pets, he believed there were few who dare to showcase venomous ones. With a clearer vision of his forthcoming endeavors, Shen Qing felt a surge of confidence. At that moment, a notification from his system abruptly chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 5 types of venomous creatures. Reward: Animal Affinity Skill 1. I did not anticipate such benefits. It appears that this poisonous pet system harbors numerous functions yet to be explored. Moreover, the affinity with animals certainly aids in fortifying his relationship with the toxic creatures, which is truly remarkable. This effectively endows all animals with an inherent fondness for him. I wonder if, as the number of poisonous pets increases, there will be additional rewards. My anticipation grows ever more fervent. Chapter 6. Jellyfish like pink peach blossoms. On that very day, Shen Qing procured all the necessary items for the store's decoration, significantly depleting his remaining balance. The funds, already meager, were further diminished, leaving him with a mere 100 yuan, which filled him with embarrassment. Fortunately, he would soon earn money, alleviating his concerns about affording meals. He transformed the once barren pet shop into a vibrant space. Opposite the counter, a transparent glass aquarium now housed 3 moon jellyfish, resembling delicate umbrellas floating gracefully in the water. At the bottom of the tank lay a bed of fine, milky pebbles adorned with artificial corals and seaweed. Viewed from outside, it resembled a miniature underwater world. The exterior of the aquarium was complemented by several pots of lush green plants and a few soft glow spotlights that added a gentle warmth to the atmosphere. The white wall behind the tank was embellished with an array of cartoonish marine animal stickers, varying in size, which enhanced the shop's charm. It was certainly a sight that would captivate anyone upon entering. Additionally, a conch shell wind chime hung at the entrance, producing a crisp sound whenever a customer arrived. The front desk was adorned with flowers and a beckoning cat figurine, bringing life to what was once merely a computer station. There were also cute cartoon animal plushies displayed atop the storage cabinet behind the counter, all exuding an adorable charm. Anyone stepping inside would hardly believe they were in a pet shop specializing in exotic creatures. This was precisely the effect Shen Qing desired. Hence, he chose decorations that were endearing and cozy, intentionally contrasting with the exotic nature of the pets. After a busy day, he had a simple dinner and began preparing for his live stream. He chose to broadcast at 8 in the evening, coinciding with peak traffic, especially on a Saturday when viewership would be even higher. Using his Douyin account, which had just enough followers to meet the live streaming requirement, he was ready to engage. Although he had never streamed before, he had shared numerous short videos of his adorable pets at home, garnering a modest following. Given his current circumstances, professional broadcasting equipment was beyond his means, so he resolved to make do with his smartphone for the time being. As long as he interacted with the exotic pets during the stream, eliciting emotional responses from viewers, he would naturally receive rewards. The system had indicated that these rewards included, but were not limited to, cash. The amount would depend on the effectiveness of this live stream, with the system providing little further clarification. In essence, the higher the emotional engagement, the greater the rewards he could anticipate. Tonight served as an experiment to gauge the outcome, allowing for adjustments in future sessions. Shen Qing was resolute. Everything was prepared. He opened his phone to commence his inaugural live stream, aptly renaming the live room after his pet shop, Cute Little Spirits Pet Shop. Thus, the 1,000 followers of Shen Qing all received a notification about a live broadcast. In a quaint bubble tea shop, a girl of 18 or 19 sat with a friend, both cradling their drinks as they took a moment to rest. It happened to be the weekend, a rare opportunity for them to venture out to the cinema. After their film had concluded, they emerged from the theater, content and ready to finish their bubble tea before return to school. As they scrolled through their phones, a message popped up. Ding. The streamer you follow, Shen Qing, has gone live. Come and take a look. What? Shen Qing is actually streaming? The round-faced girl set down her bubble tea and looked up at her friend across the table. This Shen Qing was an account they had followed for over a year, sharing delightful videos of adorable animals. The two of them adored pets, yet as students, they were unable to keep any. But that did not prevent them from enjoying the content. Previously, they had been accustomed to weekly updates, but for the past month and a half, the account had been silent, leaving them puzzled. They had both sent private messages, but their inquiries had vanished into the void, receiving no response. As time passed, they nearly forgot about it. Now, seeing the notification of the live stream, they were taken aback. Shen Qing was streaming? What a marvel! They had never witnessed a live session before, and it was indeed the first time. What had he been doing during the long absence? The girl with long hair echoed her friend's astonishment. They exchanged glances, each reflecting curiosity in their eyes, and without further discussion, they decisively entered Shen Qing's live room. Upon entering, the main title of the stream caught their attention: Adorable Little Spirit's Pet Shop. They were not alone. Many longtime fans had gathered, all coincidentally free at that moment, flocking to the stream via the link. Initially, their eyes were drawn to a glass tank containing 3 moon jellyfish gliding gracefully within. Soft light radiated from either side of the transparent tank, dispelling the surrounding darkness, as if a constellation of stars encircled the tank in reverence. The moon jellyfish, adorned in delicate shades of pink, resembled blossoms afloat in water, swaying beautifully. Their 8 tentacles danced with the currents, becoming even more enchanting under the refracted light. Uncertain whether it was the effect of the lighting or the inherent allure of the jellyfish, the fans who entered the live room were momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, they began to engage. The number of viewers steadily increased. Comments flowed in, "Ah, so beautiful. Are those jellyfish? Pink jellyfish, how lovely. I'm in love." Has the streamer started showcasing new marine creatures? Is he changing careers? Can jellyfish even be kept as pets? Where has our dear Shen Qing been all this time? Indeed, it's been so long since we last saw updates from him. I've missed him dearly. The chat became increasingly lively, with viewers speculating about Shen Qing's lengthy absence. Furthermore, what is the current situation regarding the jellyfish we observe today? Naturally, the majority of the fans who have come in are predominantly female, and they're instantly captivated by the sight of the pink jellyfish. Curiosity arises about the origins of these creatures. Could they possibly be kept as pets? In an instant, the excitement within the live stream begins to surge. With this newfound enthusiasm, traffic naturally follows, and soon, passers-by are drawn in. The number of viewers steadily increases. Shen Qing, witnessing the influx of visitors into the live stream, breathes a sigh of relief. Of course, she also seizes the opportunity to address the audience's inquiries. Good evening, everyone. I am your host, Shen Qing. Today, I would like to introduce you to a few new friends, the delightful companions that have recently joined my store. Shen Qing's voice possesses a deep, resonant quality, transmitted through the headset into the live stream, instantly creating a tingling sensation in the listener's ears, as if someone were whispering directly beside them. The volume is perfectly calibrated, not jarring, yet remarkably alluring. It is nearly impossible for any woman to resist such a rich and deep voice. A simple opening statement rapidly multiplies the barrage of comments in the chat. Chapter 7. Have you ever heard of training jellyfish? Oh my goodness. The voice of this young man is unexpectedly melodious. Upon hearing it for the first time, my ears instantly flushed with warmth. Who can comprehend that sensation? This voice is simply enchanting. It embodies the quintessential charm of a charismatic leader. Why has he remained silent all this time? It feels as though the past days have been devoid of much joy. Are you, dear young man, contemplating a career change to open an aquarium? But that wouldn't be quite right. 3 jellyfish is rather a scant number. Where is your shop? I wish to serendipitously encounter you there. To my astonishment, the moment Shen Qing opened his mouth, he had already captivated a significant portion of his audience, predominantly female, as one could easily surmise. Shen Qing, witnessing their fervent comments, could only sigh in resignation, yet he patiently elaborated on his circumstances, effectively addressing the queries of netizens. I sincerely apologize for my prolonged absence of over half a month. A family matter arose that required my attention, hence the delay in updates. Moving forward, I shall endeavor to host live streams regularly. Barring any significant commitments, I plan to broadcast daily. If you enjoy my content, please feel free to join me. He refrained from disclosing that his parents had been involved in an accident, merely skimming over the topic. His voice steady and soothing, rendering it particularly pleasant to the ear. Even without a glimpse of his visage, one could easily envision him as an exceptionally handsome individual. As Shen Qing observed the viewer count climbing beyond 100, indeed, it had only been 5 minutes, he deemed this a commendable start. This was his inaugural live stream, and, naturally, It cannot be compared to those of established streamers. Moreover, he noted that despite the enthusiasm and high spirits of the viewers, the system remained unresponsive. It appeared that the emotional engagement derived from the interactive experience with the jellyfish was beyond the system's detection. Listeners in the live stream readily accepted Shen Qing's words, quickly forgetting any previous discontent. Newcomers, too, were drawn in by his enchanting voice, displaying a rare patience to stay engaged. Allow me to introduce you to the trio of receptionists at our establishment. They are the first sight to greet you upon entering. As Shen Qing spoke, he gradually tilted his phone's camera closer to the glass aquarium, allowing the audience to see with greater clarity. His fingers came into view, mere centimeters from the water's surface. His long, slender fingers, distinctly defined at the joints, appeared even more captivating under the soft glow of the lighting. Particularly when cast against the wall, they exuded an indescribable ambience, more alluring than any hand model featured in advertisements. Instantly, the female viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. The once ordinary broadcast was suddenly infused with a hint of sensuality. What divine hands are these? So elegantly defined, so fair and long. One can hardly resist the desire to entwine fingers. Goodness, is that truly how captivating your hands are, dear young man? Under this interplay of light and shadow, they are utterly seductive. I found myself captivated not by the jellyfish, but rather by the hand of a man. How peculiar indeed. The host must be doing this on purpose. And just like that, the number of viewers in the live stream surged dramatically, skyrocketing from a mere couple of hundred to over 1,000 in an instant. This unexpected turn of events left Shen Qing utterly astonished. Naturally, he felt a sense of helplessness regarding the barrage of comments. It seemed the focus of these female fans was rather eccentric. Alas, these emotional points were not earned through interaction with the beloved creatures, which he lamented. Coughing lightly, Shen Qing attempted to redirect the conversation, posing the question of why the jellyfish were tinted in shades of pink. As his hand drew closer, the animal affinity skill he had acquired from the system was passively triggered and activated. The 3 jellyfish before him were adorned with small green bubble tags above their heads, indicating their respective affinity or favorability scores. The glaring numeral 1 illuminated their low affinity toward Shen Qing. At that moment, it seemed the animal affinity skill began to take effect, as the scores swiftly transformed from 1 to 2. I sense a delightful aura. It smells so good. A gentle voice whispered in his ear, soft and delicate, evoking warmth within. Shen Qing's gaze softened in response. Who could resist such a sweet voice? Indeed, it is quite fragrant, making me unconsciously want to draw closer, followed a tender, mature voice. The slightly larger jellyfish in the tank instinctively glided toward Shen Qing's outstretched finger, irresistibly drawn to the alluring scent. It must be that human. Only when he approaches does this delightful aroma appear. But how does he achieve this? A lively, youthful voice chimed in, filled with energy and intuition. The smallest jellyfish, initially the furthest away, now swam vigorously towards him. The scene resembled a moving pink cloud gliding gracefully towards the water surface, its tentacles trailing like charming little tails. However, Shen Qing's focus remained fixed on the numbers above the jellyfish. As they approached, their affinity scores rose from 1 to 3, while the score above the little one's head surged to 10, prompting Shen Qing to raise an eyebrow in realization. His fingers did not plunge into the water, but instead waved casually across the surface. The 3 jellyfish had now ascended to the top, their scores climbing to 50, just a mere centimeter from Shen Qing's hand. Whatever direction he moved his fingers, they obediently followed beneath the water, displaying an extraordinary compliance. The audience in the live stream found this spectacle utterly fascinating. Comments flooded in. What on earth is happening? Why are these jellyfish so clingy? It feels as if they are intentionally following the host's hand. Oh my, are these pink jellyfish truly so captivating? Especially when they glide through the water, their tentacles trailing behind them in a mesmerizing dance. Why do these jellyfish seem to heed the host's every command, following the movements of their hand? What species of jellyfish are these? Is it not commonly known that jellyfish are typically white? How have they transformed in such a delightful shade of pink? The audience in the live stream was utterly astonished by this spectacle, finding it almost unbelievable. They clamored to understand how Shen Qing achieved this feat. While the taming of beasts is a familiar concept, the thought of taming jellyfish is quite unprecedented. After all, jellyfish are invertebrates, categorized as a lower form of life, lacking a brain structure, yet possessing a nervous system. The notion that they would suddenly respond to a single individual's commands feels remarkably enchanting. Shen Qing also noted the reactions of the viewers in the live stream. It was at this moment that the system within her mind finally emitted a notification. Ding! It has been detected that fans have experienced intense emotions due to the interaction between the host and the poisonous pet, resulting in the acquisition of 60 emotional points. Chapter 8. Who would bring such a toxic pet home? 60 points. Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, a charming smile curling at the corner of his lips. The number of viewers in the live stream had surpassed 1,000 and was on the verge of reaching 2,000. However, following his recent interactions with the moon jellyfish, it was evident that only 60 individuals had exhibited a strong emotional response, hence the meager score of 60 points. It was at this moment that he learned that each person's emotional value could only yield 1 point at a time, and that only 3 intense emotional responses could be captured within a day. Any excess beyond 3 would not be counted. Moreover, the system sent a reminder that emotional values could be directly exchanged for cash in the system marketplace. The exchange rate stood at a 1-to-1 ratio, but access to the marketplace would require accumulating 1,000 points of emotional value. In other words, he needed to gather a total of 1,000 emotional points before he could unlock the system marketplace and redeem cash. It was neither an easy feat nor an insurmountable challenge. The key lay in whether his live stream content possessed moments of excitement or showcased a more pronounced contrast. If even half of the viewers experienced emotional reactions, repeating this process a few times, with each person contributing 3 instances, he could easily surpass the 1,000-point threshold. In its natural state, the jellyfish was devoid of color, or rather, it was transparent. The transformation to a pink hue had its reasons. Who among the viewers could fathom this? Shen Qing casually held his phone, directing the livestream camera towards the moon jellyfish in the tank. With his other hand, he moved back and forth across the surface of the water, occasionally drawing circles or hearts. The jellyfish obediently followed the movements of his finger, its pink umbrella undulating in the water as if caressed by a gentle breeze, creating ripples. The water itself, being transparent, rendered the scene as though 3 pink clouds were floating in midair. The trailing tentacles resembled a kite string, controlled by an unseen hand, guiding their movement. Meanwhile, the affection value hovering above their heads had risen to 90, a testament to their growing fondness for Shen Qing. Oh, what a delightful presence. Human, come closer a bit more. The second sister among the jellyfish, with a delicate yet bolder voice, seemed to follow the direction of Shen Qing's finger, despite lacking eyes. This human is indeed far superior to that old man. If he were to place his hand in the water, my affection would deepen even more. The gentle elder sister's tone remained consistent, yet her affection score, too, stood at over 90, indicating her satisfaction with Shen Qing as their caretaker. The exuberant younger sister, though silent, displayed a slight increase in her affection score compared to her 2 elder sisters, inching closer to the water's surface as if on the verge of breaking through. However, such subtle changes went unnoticed by the majority, with only a handful of viewers in a live stream catching a glimpse of the unfolding spectacle. Lo and behold, the host claims not to have tamed these creatures. Yet observe how these jellyfish obediently sway in response to their owner's hand. Were these jellyfish originally transparent? Why are they transformed into a shade of pink? Is there anyone knowledgeable among us? I have heard that certain jellyfish can emit light at night. Does the host jellyfish possess this ability? Could it be that their pink hue is a result of bioluminescence? Goodness, I have been observing for quite some time. Could it be that the host jellyfish are indeed moon jellyfish? Moon jellyfish? Pray, elaborate. Indeed, someone has identified the moon jellyfish. It seems this individual is quite informed. Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, having no intention of concealing the truth, for he had planned to introduce the moon jellyfish in the next segment. Once someone recognizes them, it is certain they will be aware of the jellyfish's inherent toxicity. Such a revelation would undoubtedly astonish the viewers in the live stream. With shock comes emotional engagement, precisely the effect he sought to achieve. Since someone had already brought it to light, he merely needed to follow their lead in his explanation. Indeed, these 3 jellyfish are moon jellyfish. They do not glow at night. Their coloration arises from consuming crustaceans, which can lead to a transformation into shades of pink or lavender. Coincidentally, today they have been fed crustaceans. Furthermore, after consuming brine shrimp, they may even appear orange. Of course, lighting plays a role as well, given their transparent nature. Placing a colorful spotlight nearby can reveal a spectrum of hues among the jellyfish. Shen Qing articulated the reasons for their color change with clarity, providing an educational moment for the audience in the live stream. Yet, the most crucial point remains that moon jellyfish are indeed toxic. Before he could elaborate further, an informed viewer in the chat had already begun to enlighten others. The host is not mistaken. However, the most vital point is that these moon jellyfish are toxic. Good heavens! Toxic? Are we serious? If they're indeed toxic, why would the host keep them? Merely for aesthetic appeal? I too find this perplexing. Isn't the host a pet shop owner? Surely he wouldn't keep toxic jellyfish merely to sell them? Is this true? Keeping toxic pets? Isn't that rather unconventional? Who would purchase such hazardous creatures for their home? I just looked it up. Moon jellyfish are toxic, and their tentacles can secrete poisonous substances. Thus, a mere touch from their tentacles can lead to envenomation. There was no need for Shen Qing to continue. The viewers had already begun to educate one another. Upon this revelation, the atmosphere in the live stream shifted dramatically. Everyone was taken aback by the newfound knowledge. Who could have anticipated that a seemingly charming pet shop would offer such visually appealing creatures that are, in fact, toxic? This revelation would surely be hard for many to accept. In an instant, Shen Qing's live stream surged in popularity, and the term toxic pet began to proliferate across the platform. Many netizens, drawn by curiosity, flocked to witness the audacity of the individual who dared to harbor a venomous pet. Consequently, the original audience of over 2,000 in the live stream surged to 7,000 or 8,000 within a mere 5 minutes, and the numbers continued to climb. It was evident that it would not be long before the count exceeded 10,000. However, what truly captivated Shen Qing was not the numbers themselves, but rather the emotional resonance these viewers brought with them. Whether it was astonishment, confusion, fear, or skepticism, each represented a distinct emotional spectrum. And as long as the intensity was sufficient, the system would capture it. Without needing to delve into analytics, he could discern the depth of the audience's astonishment merely by observing the barrage of comments on his mobile screen. Both favorable and unfavorable remarks, in his eyes, were undeniably beneficial. Their significance was not a matter of concern. Indeed, the moon jellyfish possesses venom that can inflict considerable harm on humans. A careless brush against its tentacles could result in dermatological issues, although its toxicity is not overwhelmingly lethal to humans. The degree to which its venom affects different groups can vary. Due to their striking appearance, they can be kept as pets in domestic settings. Unperturbed by the commentary in the chat, Shen Qing generously took the time to elucidate the situation. Yet, during his explanation, his finger inadvertently edged closer to the water surface. Seizing the opportunity, a particular jellyfish swiftly raised its tentacles, sweeping toward Shen Qing's finger. Ah, host, look underwater, be careful. Oh my, host, quickly lift your hand. That jellyfish is about to strike. My goodness, just after warning against touching the tentacles of the moon jellyfish, you went and did it. It feels like the sky is about to fall. Young man, please share your location, so I can call an ambulance for you. Chapter 9. A major turn of events the viewers in the live stream began to stir restlessly. Just moments ago, they had mentioned the toxicity of the moon jellyfish. And now, they watched in suspense as Shen Qing's hand was perilously close to being ensnared by the jellyfish's venomous tentacles. It was nothing short of a dramatic incident. Nevertheless, the priority remained the preservation of life. Should he truly succumb to poisoning, they would be ready to call for help. At that moment, the collective anxiety surged, their hearts racing as they fixated on the screen, unwilling to divert their gaze despite knowing that Shen Qing was on the brink of danger. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Shen Qing's fingers became entangled with the jellyfish's tentacles. However, the scenario deviated from their expectations. Shen Qing gazed down at the additional tentacles wrapped around his fingers. They were slick and appeared as if fine threads were entwined around him, adorned with a delicate pink hue. Accompanying this visual was a series of sweet, childlike exclamations. Ah, I'm so clever. I can finally get close to this human. Such a delightful scent. But why can't I pull him down? If only I could hold this human's hand every day. At this point, Shen Qing felt a faint tug on his fingers, as if the jellyfish were attempting to draw him into the water. However, the force was so minimal that it was ineffectual. As for the viewer's concerns about potential poisoning, they were unfounded. Typically, the tentacles of the moon jellyfish harbor a plethora of stinging cells containing venom, utilized for capturing prey and defending against threats. Under normal circumstances, Shen Qing would have already been envenomed by the jellyfish's grasp. Yet, remarkably, he felt no adverse effects at all. It seemed as though the jellyfish had transformed into a docile creature, appearing entirely harmless. As one moon jellyfish approached, two more followed suit, wrapping around Shen Qing's other fingers. Human, your scent is truly delightful. I adore you. Indeed, you are quite appealing. Human, why not live with us? The elder and younger jellyfish expressed their satisfaction with Shen Qing, cozily leaning against his hand. The air was filled with the sweet sounds of the three sisters, devoid of any hint of aggression. No one would suspect that these seemingly innocent creatures were, in fact, venomous. Only Shen Qing could perceive that the affection levels of the three jellyfish had reached a perfect 100, ensuring that they would not harm him. Rest assured, though they're toxic moon jellyfish, they are quite fond of me and pose no threat, Shen Qing reassured, smiling as he showcased his hand on camera. His long, well-defined fingers were fully submerged in the water, and the jellyfish wrapped around them remained perfectly still tightly coiled. Laughter echoed in his ears. A harmonious trio of joyful sounds. Ha ha, how delightful. So much fun. Let us do it again. The little girl's laughter was unceasing. It seemed her earlier movements were akin to swinging, bringing her immense joy. La la la. This is indeed entertaining. It's much easier than swimming by myself. Indeed, how can we ensure that this human remains with us for some delightful company? The two voices were equally filled with mirth, both contemplating how to keep Shen Qing by their side. The audience in the live broadcast room was once again astounded by the scene before them. The initial tension transformed into astonishment. Goodness, I was ready to call for an ambulance, and yet, nothing has happened. This cannot be a moon jellyfish. Otherwise, the host would have been poisoned long ago. How could they interact so leisurely with a jellyfish? Those who understand know that the tentacles of a moon jellyfish can release toxins. Given the current entanglement, the host could not possibly be unharmed. The absence of any incident indicates it is not a moon jellyfish. I actually think the host has no reason to deceive us. Perhaps these jellyfish are simply fond of him and have chosen not to attack. I just want to ask, where's your shop, host? I wish to purchase a pet from you. The barrage of comments in the live stream was incessant, drawing an ever-growing crowd of captivated viewers. Initially, they were envious and delighted by Shen Qing's interaction with the jellyfish. However, upon learning that this particular jellyfish was toxic, their astonishment at the interaction skyrocketed. Many declared Shen Qing to be exceptional. While some believed these jellyfish were indeed toxic moon jellyfish, others were skeptical, thinking Shen Qing was merely constructing a persona to carve out a niche in the competitive realm of live streaming. After all, he was a newcomer, and such doubts were not unwarranted. In this era where viewership reigns supreme, a sufficiently captivating gimmick can effortlessly attract a multitude of fans. To them, Shen Qing embodied such an allure. Consequently, an increasing number of viewers doubted the toxicity of the jellyfish surrounding Shen Qing. As opinions swayed, the topic gained momentum, and Shen Qing's live stream quickly surpassed the 10,000 viewer mark, with numbers continuing to rise. The volume of comments far exceeded that of other streams. Thus, his broadcast ascended into the top 10 of newcomer streams, gaining even more visibility. It also drew the attention of a prominent figure, a well-known marine biology streamer, who fortuitously entered Shen Qing's live stream. The reason for this individual's presence was due to a major fan who had stumbled upon Shen Qing's stream and recognized the moon jellyfish. Indeed, the viewer who provided insights about the moon jellyfish in Shen Qing's stream was the #1 fan of this prominent streamer. Their familiarity with the moon jellyfish stemmed from learning about it through this established host. The unusual interaction between Shen Qing and the jellyfish led him to question his own perception. Was he perhaps mistaken about the type of jellyfish? Thus, he reached out to this major streamer for verification. With such intriguing developments, let's delve deeper into this matter together. The streamer, known as Brother Xiong, was a stout middle-aged man with glasses, exuding an air of intellectualism. During a live broadcast, he was engaging with his fans when he noticed a comment from one of them. Curious, he retrieved another phone to search the platform. To his surprise, he discovered a new streamer and entered Shen Qing's live room under a pseudonym. Meanwhile, his own fans were witnessing the same synchronized footage. Is this streamer really keeping moon jellies? Is it true? Are people actually keeping toxic jellyfish as pets? It certainly looks like a moon jelly. But why are they entwined around the streamer's hand without causing harm? Something feels off. Brother Xiong, please analyze this situation. What is going on? To his astonishment, viewers in Brother Xiong's stream also caught sight of Shen Qing, whose fingers were entwined with 3 moon jellies. Based on both appearance and characteristics, there was no doubt that they were indeed toxic moon jellies. How can anyone be so oblivious? He had just recently educated his audience about moon jellies, making him more knowledgeable than most. It was precisely this knowledge that left him perplexed. Indeed, they were moon jellies. But why had the streamer not been affected by the toxins from their tentacles? This remained a mystery. Chapter 10. This fellow is also venomous. There is no need for Brother Bear to deceive everyone. He too is perplexed as to why the evidently venomous moon jellyfish appears so affectionate in Shen Qing's hands. It seems entirely harmless, not at all resembling a creature of poison. This is a mystery to him, as well as to the online viewers, leading them to doubt whether it is indeed a moon jellyfish. Brother Bear, a prominent streamer with over 500,000 followers, regularly attracts tens of thousands of viewers to his live broadcasts. Upon hearing his confirmation that it is a venomous moon jellyfish, the audience was immediately stirred. They found Shen Qing, the new streamer, to be astonishing. The fact that he could touch the tentacles of a moon jellyfish without succumbing to its venom was akin to Lu Lao Lao entering a bridal sedan for the first time. Consequently, more than half of the viewers from Brother Bear's stream migrated to Shen Qing's. Observing the dwindling numbers, Brother Bear felt no resentment. He too was intrigued and decided to remain in Shen Qing's stream, eager to witness how he would explain the situation. He suddenly developed an interest in Shen Qing's pet and even contemplated inquiring about the local shop's location, pondering a visit to acquire a moon jellyfish for himself. Should be nearby. Unbeknownst to Shen Qing, a sudden influx of viewers, all genuine fans, surged into his live stream. They were lively in the comments, excitedly questioning the veteran fans about why the moon jellyfish did not harm him. The barrage of discussions flooded his chat, with scores of messages appearing in mere seconds, rendering it impossible for him to keep track. Nevertheless, the number of viewers in his stream exceeded 100,000 and continued to rise, placing him at the forefront of new live broadcasts and attracting even more attention to his stream. As Shen Qing watched the growing audience, he felt a surge of excitement, his heart racing, though he remained unaware of their origin. The increase in numbers meant a greater accumulation of emotional value for him. Now was the perfect moment to proceed to the next act. After showcasing the moon jellyfish, it was time to introduce his first venomous pet, the Mexican red-knee tarantula. "Fear not," he assured, "though my pet is venomous. It is quite gentle and will not attack without provocation. As you have just witnessed, even when its tentacles brushed against me, it did not inject any toxin into my hand." Calmly, Shen Qing separated the 3 moon jellyfish and displayed his fingers before the camera. Aside from some water droplets, there were no injuries, neither cuts nor even the faintest red dots. Just as Shen Qing had stated, the moon jellyfish posed no threat to him. This scenario left the audience in a state of bewilderment. Sensing the opportune moment, Shen Qing raised his phone and began to walk toward the room. In addition to the moon jellyfish, our shop harbors other pets. allow me to introduce another new companion. With a sudden shift in topic, he successfully piqued the curiosity of the viewers in his live stream. Just a moment ago, I was astonished that the venomous jellyfish had become so docile. What pet will the host present to us now? Surely it cannot be another toxic creature, can it? Suddenly, I find myself anticipating what is to come, as I suspect this host is far from ordinary. I am eager to inquire whether there are any kittens or puppies left in the pet shop, as I have not heard their delightful sounds. It is evident that this speaker is a devoted fan, and at that moment, Shen Qing happened to notice the comment. A slight smile tugged at her lips as she remarked, "All the kittens and puppies in the shop have been sold. The store has undergone a complete transformation. As for what pets we have now, you will soon discover." With this, Shen Qing left a hint of mystery, captivating the audience's interest. Few chose to leave. Most remained in eager anticipation of what pet Shen Qing would showcase next. Meanwhile, she had already moved to a room further back. For the evening's broadcast, Shen Qing positioned the tarantula on the central table. When the door swung open, the camera did not immediately focus ahead, but rather panned to the floor, preventing viewers from instantly grasping the room's situation. Only Shen Qing was privy to it. Accompanying her were the voices in her ears. The temperamental bamboo, leaf green, exclaimed, "Why has this human entered again, and without a food container? Clearly, they're not here to deliver a meal. HMPF. I shan't acknowledge them." The bamboo leaf green, residing in a cage against the wall, raised its head, and upon seeing Shen Qing empty-handed, let out a haughty snort, turning away and resting on a faux tree trunk in silence. Its demeanor epitomized pride, oddly endearing in its own right, softening Shen Qing's gaze. Over time, this bamboo leaf green had emerged as the leader among the other animals, perhaps due to its domineering and fiery temperament that few dared to provoke. After all, in the eyes of the other creatures, the bamboo leaf green was the most formidable in size. The young red-claw scorpion chimed in with a sycophantic tone. Little Qing is absolutely right. This human is quite ungrateful, entering without even bringing a gift. How inappropriate." The obsequious nature of the scorpion made Shen Qing acutely aware of its character. The elder golden centipede remained silent, yet its head instinctively lifted towards Shen Qing, only to quickly retreat back into its new abode. Shen Qing had arranged the enclosures according to each animal's habits, a significant improvement over the previous setup with the old man. Although the room was not particularly well lit, Shen Qing turned on the spotlight upon entering, dispelling much of the darkness. This caused the golden centipede, which had planned to venture out for fresh air, to retreat once more. Fortunately, Shen Qing's intention was straightforward, to focus on the enclosure atop the central table. A gentle beam of light illuminated the table, revealing the contents of the enclosure. Approaching the table, Shen Qing allowed the camera to gradually rise, finally unveiling the transparent small enclosure, which she had prepared as a new home for the tarantula that evening. It was fully equipped with all necessary amenities: bark, tree holes, tiles, a miniature rocky hideaway, a small bottle cap for water, and a few artificial green plants. Upon closer inspection, one is greeted by the pristine embrace of nature. The viewers in the live streaming room were utterly bewildered. What in the world is this? A breeding box? What kind of pet is housed within? A reptile, perhaps? Why can I not see any creatures? Has the host changed their focus? Are they no longer caring for kittens and puppies? Could it be that the pet store has undergone a complete transformation? Something feels amiss. This environment seems rather peculiar. While there are indeed reptiles today, has the host perhaps shifted professions? Everyone was left speculating about the creature concealed within the diminutive breeding box. Meanwhile, Shen Qing remained remarkably composed. Leaning closer to the box, he gently addressed its occupant. "Little one, come out and greet everyone." His long fingers slid open the side door of the breeding box, and the camera zoomed in for a clear view. Who is making such a racket? How can one disturb someone else's slumber? That is simply unethical. Let me see which scoundrel it is. A charmingly sweet voice, reminiscent of a little girl just awakened, chimed in, causing hearts to soften at its melody. The voice was adorably sweet, yet it was incongruous with the creature's appearance. Suddenly, a flurry of rustling emerged from within the tree hollow, followed by a fluffy leg cautiously protruding, soon followed by another. Before long, 4 furry legs were visibly present. Just as the audience was processing this, a dark head emerged, nearly filling the camera frame. Particularly striking were the 4 legs and the distinctive ring of red fur surrounding its head, which would allow any knowledgeable observer to identify its species with ease. My goodness, this is a Mexican red-knee tarantula. It is undoubtedly an adult, and, indeed, this creature is venomous. Chapter 11. Is it a delightful little girl? Oh my! It truly is a reptilian creature, an enormous spider with 8 legs. Goodness, I just heard from upstairs that this type of spider is venomous. Is the host planning to open a shop for venomous pets? Jellyfish are toxic, and now spiders are as well. I recognize this type of spider. One can tell by the ring of orange-red bristles on its body. However, this particular spider is relatively gentle and would make a fine pet. Of course, these comments were made by the braver boys, while the girls, though curious, would not consider bringing one home to care for, unless they were particularly unconventional. This is the shop's Mexican red-knee tarantula, recently matured, yet still possesses the heart of an adorable little girl, with a somewhat lively temperament. You are sure to grow fond of her with time. Shen Qing maintained a gentle tone. Every word he uttered was understood by the listeners. Yet together, they formed an unusual narrative. What did he mean by calling it a delightful little girl? How could he perceive the tarantula as cute, or even distinguish a boy from a girl? As he spoke, Shen Qing's hand slowly reached towards the tarantula. This scene caused a wave of tension among the viewers in the live stream. Oh my, the host is so brave, daring to grasp the tarantula with bare hands. Isn't he afraid of being attacked? Although its venom isn't particularly potent, it is said to be excruciating. This is the first time I've heard someone praise a venomous spider as cute. Could you possibly be a transformed Elder of the Stars? We're doomed. I see the tarantula is kicking its hairs. Is it preparing to attack the host? Are we about to witness a major incident? Indeed, the crowd's insight was sharp. The tarantula had revealed its entire body. Its front legs began to rustle, brushing against the hairs on its legs, while several vigilant eyes on its head fixed their gaze on Shen Qing, as if poised to strike at any moment. Only Shen Qing understood the current situation of the tarantula. Previously, its favorability rating was a mere 20, likely due to the feeding he had provided. However, at that very moment, that favorability had surged to 50. It was evident that the creature sensed his amiable aura. How peculiar. This human didn't smell as delightful before. What has changed? It was the enticing scent that prevented the tarantula from retreating into its burrow. Instead, it began to ponder while brushing its legs. Indeed, its kicking of hairs was not an indication of an impending attack, but rather a moment of contemplation. Yet, it could not fathom why, in such a short span of time, the essence of this human had transformed. Oh dear, what to do when I cannot comprehend. But the scent is so delightful. I wish to be close to him at this point. The tarantula's legs began to sway from side to side, reminiscent of a young girl who becomes excited upon encountering her idol. Otherwise, why would it be accompanied by a tilde, reflecting such an adorable demeanor? Shen Qing couldn't help but smile as he noted, "It seems the little darling is quite fond of me," swaying back and forth in excitement. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were left in a state of astonishment and confusion. Amidst the lively barrage of comments, a stream of reactions flooded the chat as viewers grappled with the perplexing actions of the host, Shen Qing. Despite the evident danger posed by the venomous tarantula, the host continued to lavish praise upon the creature, prompting some to question his sanity. Is this truly a wise decision? One might wonder. Others speculated that the host's antics were merely a ploy to capture attention, a desperate bid for success by a fledgling streamer. Dear sir, some caution. That bird-eating spider is venomous. Do refrain from extending your hand, for its bite can be quite painful. As the tension mounted, viewers expressed their apprehension, declaring, "Heavens, I cannot bear to watch." Yet amidst the trepidation, a few dared to find the tarantula somewhat endearing, pondering whether it might not be inclined to bite after all. The chat was soon inundated with rapid-fire comments, revealing the audience's bewilderment at Shen Qing's reckless behavior. Despite the overwhelming response, Shen Qing remained unfazed, patiently assuring his viewers, Little Red is quite adorable. Do not let her appearance frighten you. She is merely a young lady. Do you like the name I have given you, Little Red? With that, his fingers grazed the back of the tarantula, and the audience held their breath, anxious not to miss the unfolding drama. In their eyes, the tarantula was no benign creature. It was a venomous beast, one that most would dare not approach. Yet, Shen Qing embodied the spirit of a true adventurer. Many viewers swallowed hard, admiring his audacity. To their astonishment, the tarantula did not react with aggression as anticipated. Instead, it seemed to draw closer to Shen Qing's hand. As if intrigued, this human hand is indeed enticing. He has approached me. How exhilarating. Could he be intending to caress me? It mused. However, a dilemma arose within the creature's thoughts. But he is a boy, and is it truly appropriate for a girl like me to be touched by him? Yet, the delightful scent emanating from him was irresistible. Perhaps I shall allow him a gentle touch. After all, I might just become attached to him. The tarantula's movements quickened, though its previously erratic pacing ceased, as if anticipating a significant moment. The scene appeared peculiar, yet to the viewers, it signaled an imminent attack. Only Shen Qing heard the tarantula's musings about wanting to be touched and forming an attachment, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. How could such a tiny creature possess such lively thoughts? It seemed absurd, yet, in the realm of the extraordinary, all things appeared plausible. After all, he could comprehend the innermost sentiments of animals. As viewers observed, Shen Qing's hand hesitated just before making contact with the tarantula. It has stopped. Has the host been attacked? They speculated. Surely, he has been bitten. That spider is venomous. Shouldn't he call for help? Another chimed in. These young people are drawn to thrill-seeking. It appears they have met their match. A classic case of knowingly venturing into danger. Are you naive? Why would one choose to raise a venomous pet when there are delightful cats and dogs to care for? I recall from his previous videos that those little kittens and puppies were simply adorable. The audience in the live stream erupted once more, though the majority directed their criticisms at Shen Qing. They accused him of fostering dangerous pets merely to craft an image, seeking to attract attention and fame, disregarding his own safety. Yet, despite the fervor of their comments, no one chose to leave the stream. All were eager to witness how the situation would unfold. Shen Qing was taken aback, caught off guard for a brief moment by the spider's presence, only to find himself the subject of excessive interpretation by netizens. Unsure of how to respond, he ultimately said nothing, instead resting his hand gently on the back of the tarantula. In a soft whisper, he addressed it, Xiao Hong. I'm currently live streaming for you. Would you like to greet everyone? Chapter 12. To pet a cat or to pet a spider. Shen Qing continued his gentle motions, akin to caressing a cat, as he delicately stroked the fur of the tarantula in his hands. The much-discussed tarantula responded astonishingly, with its 8 legs collapsing and its entire body resting flat against the ground. This feels delightful. This human truly knows how to please me. Yes, just there. A bit more pressure, and slightly to the left, the tarantula seemed to convey. Shen Qing chuckled inwardly at the adorable commands, shifting slightly to the left as instructed, continuing to tickle this charming creature. Is my massage satisfactory? He inquired. Indeed, splendid. How remarkable that you, a human, understand me so well and know just the right spots to scratch. It seems I feel much better, and you appear more agreeable. The tarantula appeared to respond, lifting its front 2 legs to wave them in Shen Qing's direction. This lively display left the viewers in the live stream utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? When did the tarantula become so docile? Is this a case of treating a spider like a cat? I could have sworn I saw the tarantula being affectionate. It must have nuzzled against the host's hand. Has the world suddenly turned fantastical? Or is my perception askew? Why is a spider acting like a pet? This host possesses some extraordinary quality. The previously venomous jellyfish became remarkably tame under his care, and now this venomous tarantula seeks affection, behaving even more docile than a cat. If these toxic creatures are this gentle, perhaps having one at home isn't such a bad idea. Viewers observing the interaction between Shen Qing and the tarantula transitioned from initial trepidation to a state of profound disbelief. Eventually, They found themselves contemplating the notion of housing one of these creatures, moving from outright rejection to a reluctant acceptance, as if it were entirely reasonable. It was quite peculiar. Meanwhile, the tarantula, reveling in its comfort under Shen Qing's ministrations, completely forgot its former demeanor. In full view of the audience, it flipped onto its back, revealing its equally fluffy belly, and said, "Human, could you please scratch my belly? It feels quite itchy. Do indulge me." The adorable voice was irresistible. Yet scratching its belly seemed unnecessary. Shen Qing's lips twitched, and he cleared his throat, calmly withdrawing his hand. "Little Red, during our live broadcasts, you must take this seriously. We cannot indulge in mere pleasure. Now, greet the brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts in the live stream." He grasped the tarantula by its back, lifting what had intended to lounge into view of the camera. "Tarantula? What is happening? Wasn't I supposed to be pampered? Why am I being held and forced to greet? I'm all alone at home. There are no relatives left." The tarantula's 8 legs began to flail in excitement, yet being held by the back rendered it immobile. In the eyes of the viewers in the live broadcast room, this scene was nothing short of a furious tarantula. "Goodness, you scared me. It feels as if this enormous spider is about to leap out of the screen at any moment," one exclaimed. "I was so startled that I dropped the instant noodles I had just taken a bite of," another lamented. "You should be thankful it didn't come out through your nose. That image is too vivid for me to even contemplate," someone else chimed in. "Goodness, host, please release it. The tarantula is agitated. Be careful not to get bitten." Yet another viewer expressed their concern. "Wow, the host is truly fearless. I'm on edge with every moment," said another. The audience in the live stream continued to generate a significant amount of engagement for Shen Qing. After more than half an hour of streaming, the viewer count remained robust and was even on the rise, reaching over 100,000, making him the standout among his peers. Others simply could not compare. As Shen Qing interacted with the tarantula, he kept glancing at the barrage of comments, a smile never leaving his lips. Just when everyone anticipated the spider would bite him, he gently released it into the palm of his hand, the camera capturing the moment unreservedly. "Don't be upset. After tonight, you will be our little star," he reassured it. "Maintain your composure. Don't always be itching for a scratch, all right?" Shen Qing continued his light-hearted banter with the tarantula, treating it as if it were human, much to the amusement of the viewers. They found it comical, believing it impossible for a spider to comprehend human speech. If it could understand, surely the world would be a fantastical place. Yet, remarkably, the tarantula seemed to grasp his words. "No, please don't stop. That feels wonderful. Please scratch me some more. I beg you, human," it appeared to convey. The spider rolled around in the palm of his hand like an unruly child. Indeed, it was rolling. The viewers were at a loss for words to express their astonishment. "Goodness, this is unprecedented. The tarantula is actually rolling around like a petulant child," exclaimed one. "The host's beloved pet seems to be confused about its identity. It's increasingly resembling a human, even displaying emotions," another observed. "The atmosphere in this live stream is uniquely peculiar. Where can I find the address to witness this?" someone inquired. "I'm beginning to believe the host's earlier claim that this little creature has the heart of a young girl. Look at its rotund, rolling demeanor. It's just like the mischievous child next door." Indeed, the tone of the comments in the live stream grew increasingly whimsical. Yet, this spectacle had undeniably shocked many. In an instant, Shen Qing's live stream had transcended the ordinary. Numerous streamers became aware of the unconventional newcomer, whose content revolved around his affectionate interactions with creatures typically deemed sinister, such as spiders and jellyfish. In his hands, these once feared beings transformed into affectionate companions, even rolling about in playful antics for a bit of comfort. The drama of it all was simply extraordinary. All right, no more pouting. You're quite the handful. I'll give you just 3 scratches," he concluded. Shen Qing had always been somewhat impervious to sweet voices, yet the adorable, lively tone of the little girl before him was an irresistible charm. The moment she pouted, his heart softened, and principles seemed to waver. He resolved to offer a gentle comfort to the cute creature. Upon uttering his thoughts, he indeed began to scratch the back of the tarantula, a gesture reminiscent of stroking fur. The movement appeared remarkably adept. "Ah, This feels delightful, human. If only you could continue scratching my back. The tarantula relished the attention, stretching its legs in utter contentment, its blissful demeanor fully captured on camera. Suddenly, viewers were enchanted by its endearing traits. The red-kneed tarantula, adorned with a ring of orange-red hairs and ample in size, presented an undeniably charming sight, especially as it basked in Shen Qing's amiable aura and relished the gentle scratching on its heart. The myriad of circumstances led to the tarantula's portrayal on camera as a silly, lovable child, undeniably endearing. Wow, I suddenly find this tarantula quite adorable. I wish to stroke its fur, one viewer exclaimed. I must admit, I share the same sentiment. I was terrified when I heard it was venomous. Yet now it seems rather manageable, another replied. Setting aside its venomous nature, the previous moon jellyfish had considerable aesthetic appeal and seemed well suited for homekeeping. And now this tarantula appears quite silly and charming. Having it nearby would surely be entertaining. Young man, does your shop specialize in selling venomous pets? Are there other varieties available? Another inquired. Please share the address. I wish to visit and select one. Chapter 13. The first live broadcast. A bountiful harvest. Shen Qing gazed at the barrage of comments, observing how the audience had transitioned from initial reluctance to an overwhelming acceptance, with a significant portion now embracing his concept. His spirits were quite buoyant. As long as the audience accepted the notion of toxic pets, he could proceed with his subsequent plans for future broadcasts. Today's live stream served as a litmus test to gauge the viewers' receptivity. If they were willing to accept these unconventional pets, then the path ahead would be much clearer. His pet shop had transformed into a haven for toxic pets. Yet this did not necessarily dictate that he had to sell them outright. The idea of a cat CAF was particularly appealing. Interested patrons could visit the shop to interact with these unique creatures. However, the current space constraints necessitated consideration of renting additional neighboring establishments. Furthermore, he envisioned establishing a boarding facility for customers who might need to leave their pets behind while traveling, which further justified his intention to acquire the adjacent shops. While Shen Qing's plans were meticulously crafted, he faced a significant hurdle: finances. Without sufficient funds, he found it impossible to rent and renovate the properties. Thus, the project would require a gradual approach, beginning with the live broadcasts. He expressed gratitude to his audience for their affection towards his little companions, noting that the shop was still in its trial phase, with interactions occurring exclusively through the live streaming platform. The establishment was in the process of expansion, with future plans to create a cat CAF-like environment for enthusiasts of toxic pets to enjoy. The boarding service would also be developed, and he eagerly anticipated welcoming everyone for a visit once everything was in place. Shen Qing did not shy away from sharing the current state of his shop with his fans, his sincerity resonating deeply and endearing him further to the audience. The warmth of his authenticity significantly elevated their fondness for him. People tend to gravitate towards genuine individuals, and, as a result, his follower count surged from a mere 1,000 to nearly 50 or 60,000 during this live session. His heartfelt remarks captured the attention of even more viewers still present in the broadcast, culminating in an impressive increase of nearly 100,000 followers in just an hour. This remarkable success ensured that his account would remain etched in their memories. After all, he was a pioneer in the realm of toxic pet live streaming. As he concluded the broadcast, expressing gratitude for the support received and announcing a follow-up session at the same time the next day to introduce new friends, Shen Qing logged off. Little did he know that rumors about him would continue to proliferate online, particularly regarding his interactions with the moon jellyfish and the tarantula. A fan, who happened to be a skilled video editor, took it upon themselves to create a compilation of Shen Qing's interactions with the toxic pets, skillfully pairing it with his deep, commanding voice. The affectionate tone he displayed while engaging with the creatures sent shivers of delight through the listeners. Even without visuals, his voice alone was enough to captivate many, drawing them into his world. The editor's talent shone through as they enhanced the clips with delightful expressions and phrases to accompany the toxic pets. As soon as the final product was revealed, it was remarkably well suited. The moment this video was released, it was instantly overrun by netizens. Oh my. This young man's voice is incredibly melodious, truly reminiscent of a domineering CEO, and his tone is so endearing. Oh no, my ears are about to be overwhelmed. If only this charming voice were directed at me instead of a spider, that would be perfection. Did the uploader find a voice actor from somewhere? The voice is so exquisite that even someone like me, who fears spiders, feels at ease. I must say, the uploader's editing skills are quite impressive. Listening to the voice while observing the tarantula, one would never guess it is venomous. It simply appears adorable, unlike anything I've ever seen. One comment after another swiftly inundated the comment section. However, everyone's focus remained on the voice in the video and the tarantula. Many inquired about the identity of the video's creator and the voice behind it. Subsequently, a link was discovered in the comments, leading directly to a playback of Shen Qing's livestream. Among these individuals were Shen Qing's fans, who eagerly promoted it. The number of discussions grew, and the video's view count soared. Likes, comments, and shares skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. Within a brief span, it amassed over 1 million likes, with the numbers continuing to rise, showcasing the immense interest it garnered. For videos that attract such attention, the platform naturally channels traffic based on data. Thus, due to this video, both the uploader and Shen Qing emerged as the ultimate beneficiaries, with their follower counts surging. Shen Qing, who had already reached over 100,000 followers, experienced another significant increase due to this video. The speed of growth was astonishing, with several 100,000 new followers gained in no time. Yet, unbeknownst to Shen Qing, he had become quite famous, now a streamer with hundreds of thousands of followers. After the broadcast, he ceased to monitor online happenings and instead focused on reviewing the evening's earnings. Ding. Livestream concluded. Compiling audience emotion points. Ding. Compilation complete. Tonight's livestream generated a total of 68,410 emotion points, including the previous 60 points. Total emotion points score, 68,410 ding. Emotion points have reached 1,000. The system mall is now open. Ding. Achieved the initial milestone of surpassing 10,000, rewarded with 10,000 in cash and a basic veterinary skill upgradable. Note, veterinary skill, 10,000 points per level, with a total of 10 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are basic, treating standard veterinary skills and detoxification methods. Levels 4 to 6 are intermediate. Based on the original, can choose 3 detoxification methods for rare poisons. Levels 7 to 9 are advanced. Can choose 9 detoxification methods for rare poisons based on the original. Level 10 is elite, unlocking healing skills that can treat all poisons and injuries, regardless of species. Shen Qing gazed at the information displayed on the virtual pop-up, feeling a sigh of relief wash over him. He initially believed that the emotional value he garnered this time would be considerable, yet he never anticipated it would exceed 60,000. Compared to the mere 60 points he had previously obtained, this was an astounding increase. Even more surprising were the rewards bestowed by the system. In addition to the over 60,000 points redeemable for cash in the system store, he also received a cash bonus of 10,000, culminating in a total exceeding 70,000. Furthermore, he acquired a veterinary skill, which arrived at a most opportune moment, given that he was tending to poisonous creatures. A moment's carelessness could lead to his own poisoning. Moreover, he intended to nurture more than just the few varieties available in the shop. It was entirely possible that he would one day care for creatures of even greater toxicity. Possessing a veterinary skill would prove invaluable for both him and his toxic pets. Particularly noteworthy was the level 10 skill, which unlocked healing abilities capable of curing all injuries and poisons, irrespective of species. This was undoubtedly his most cherished skill. Subsequently, the virtual screen shifted once more, revealing Shen Qing's personal panel before his eyes. Name, Shen Qing. Age, 23. System, Poisonous Pet Live Broadcast System. Cash, 10,000 yuan. Total emotional value points, 68,410. Items, Eavesdrop on Animal Thoughts. Poisonous Creature Care Manual. Animal Affinity Skill. Level 1 Veterinary Skill. Chapter 14. Acquiring Toxic Pets. Upon observing the displayed content, Shen Qing realized the extent of skills he currently possessed. A closer inspection revealed that they were predominantly related to toxic pets. However, Upon further reflection, he acknowledged that his system was inherently a toxic pet system. Thus, possessing these skills would undoubtedly be advantageous. He started to anticipate what subsequent rewards might entail. The following day, the sun shone brightly as ever, and even in the early hours, the temperature remained pleasantly warm. The cacophony of traffic had already commenced, its sounds distinctly audible from a considerable distance away from the pet shop. A gentle breeze wafted through the open window of the shop's second floor, ushering in rays of glaring sunlight that dispelled the gloom within the room. Ding-ling! At that moment, a more piercing sound rang out. Shen Qing, buried under the covers in deep slumber, was abruptly awakened, though his eyes remained tightly shut. One large hand fumbled on the bedside table until it finally grasped the phone that had disrupted his peaceful dreams. Raising it to his face, he squinted to read the words on the screen. The caller was none other than Uncle Sue from the previous day. Instinctively, Shen Qing answered the call, his voice hoarse as he greeted, "Hello, Uncle Sue, good morning. Xiao Qing, have you risen yet? Yesterday, you mentioned wanting to procure some toxic pets, and today, I happen to have stock. Would you like to come and take a look?" Uncle Sue briefly explained his purpose. Upon hearing this, Shen Qing instantly sat up in bed, a surge of energy coursing through him. "Sure, I'll be there right away." After quickly getting out of bed, he washed up and ensured that the toxic pets had ample food before locking the shop door and heading toward Uncle Sue's store. The two shops were not far apart, merely a 10-minute stroll. When Shen Qing arrived at Uncle Sue's location, everything was already prepared. Uncle Sue was simply awaiting his arrival. "Xiao Qing is here. Hop in. I bought breakfast for us to eat on the way." Uncle Sue's head popped out a small truck, waving at Shen Qing. Inside, he was the sole occupant, with a spread of buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk laid out in the passenger seat, evidently prepared for Shen Qing. "Thank you, Uncle Sue." Shen Qing felt a warmth in his heart at this gesture of kindness. He appreciated it and expressed his gratitude without hesitation. Once aboard, he took the buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk, beginning to eat as the small truck rolled along. "Uncle, where are we headed today?" After finishing his breakfast, Shen Qing watched as the vehicle made its way out of the city. Curiosity piqued about their destination. He had previously informed Uncle Sue that if he needed to stock up, he would definitely want him to accompany him, as he sought to enrich the offerings of his pet shop. Aware of Shen Qing's intention to establish a toxic pet shop and understanding his circumstances, Uncle Sue was eager to assist. Thus, the morning call had transpired. "Today, I am taking you to meet a significant client. He has numerous toxic pets. Although he is not a shop owner, it is merely a personal passion. However, that individual possesses a somewhat capricious nature, frequently growing weary of his exotic pets after a brief period. The tarantula you hold was indeed one of his acquisitions, among many others. Today, a prominent client reached out to me, expressing an intention to part with several exotic pets at a bargain price." Uncle Sue, while driving, elucidated the situation to Shen Qing. In essence, Uncle Sue has a significant client, though perhaps it is more accurate to refer to him as a personal supplier. This individual evidently has ample financial resources and a penchant for keeping exotic pets, yet his interests are fleeting. Each pet is seldom retained for long, as he eagerly seeks to experiment with various species. Consequently, the accumulation of pets leads to a desire to sell them at reduced prices. Given that he is not constrained by financial limitations, it is no wonder that Uncle Sue is treating this matter with such seriousness. Early this morning, preparations were underway to embark on this venture, primarily because this individual resides in a neighboring city. A drive on the expressway would require approximately 2 hours to reach his residence. It is currently 7:30, implying they would arrive by 9:30. Upon grasping the details, Shen Qing felt a surge of anticipation. Presently, the shop contains merely 5 types of exotic pets, a rather modest collection. The cash reward from the system the previous night should suffice for acquiring additional specimens. Moreover, should the points be redeemed, it could facilitate the purchase of 2 neighboring stores. With renovations, the collection of exotic pets would gradually expand, paving the way for a formal opening. It is imperative to procure a substantial number of exotic pets today. However, the exact quantity available for sale remains uncertain. 2 hours is neither too long nor too short. After exiting the expressway, The small truck traveled for another 10 minutes before halting in a suburban area near the city center, where a villa district has been established. Majestic villas stand elegantly in this locale. Uncle Sue maneuvered the small truck to a grand iron gate, where a security booth was already staffed. "Hello, I am here to see the owner of Villa 8888. Uncle Sue informed the security guard, confirming the details with a phone call to the owner before being granted entry. Such diligence speaks to the meticulous nature of the arrangements. Moments later, the small truck finally came to a stop in front of Villa 8888. Besides their vehicle, several others of similar make were parked nearby, likely belonging to individuals with similar intentions. A woman resembling a housekeeper greeted them and promptly ushered them inside. Upon entering the living room, they were met with a gathering of several individuals. "Ah, old Sue, you've come. I thought you wouldn't make it this time," exclaimed a jovial, portly middle-aged man, his tone suggesting familiarity. "If you can attend, why shouldn't others?" Before Uncle Sue could respond, another woman, exuding grace and poise, interjected, directly challenging the portly man. She then approached Uncle Sue, adding this time, "You're not alone. Is that your son?" The final words elicited an unmistakable tension in the air, and Shen Qing's instincts hinted at an underlying connection between this woman and Uncle Sue. "Hello, my name is Shen Qing, and I am Uncle Sue's nephew." Shen Qing offered a polite smile and introduced himself, ensuring that there would be no misunderstandings. Indeed, as soon as the words left his lips, the inexplicable tension in the air dissipated entirely. "Ah, since you are old Sue's nephew, you are one of us. You may call me Aunt Lien." Aunt Lien beamed with a radiant smile, indicating her pleasant mood. "Ahem, Lianhua, do not bully young Qing. Lord Lei has arrived." Uncle Sue cleared his throat awkwardly, avoiding direct eye contact, and, having noticed a commotion at the spiral staircase, promptly shifted the topic. Everyone present instinctively turned to look. An elderly gentleman with hair as white as snow descended the spiral staircase slowly, supported by a servant. Notably, a snake, neither too large nor too small, was draped around his neck. Indeed, it was a snake. Chapter 15. A grayish-black snake hanging from the neck. Hiss, hiss, hiss. To my surprise, so many humans have come this time. Surely, they intend to take away those bothersome creatures. They should have taken them long ago. If they linger, I fear I might succumb to the temptation to devour them myself. Were it not for the old man's incessant whimpering, I would have relished the opportunity to consume them all. Suddenly, a chilling voice, youthful yet arrogant, echoed in Shen Qing's ears. An image of a haughty young boy, known for his sharp tongue, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. It was evident that this voice emanated from the snake draped around Lord Lei's neck. As Lord Lei descended the stairs, Shen Qing caught a clearer glimpse of the serpent. It was a grayish-black snake, its body glimmering with a hint of green under the light. Moreover, a virtual panel materialized above the snake's head in Shen Qing's vision. Name: Black Mamba, toxicity, neurotoxin, symptoms of poisoning, rapid paralysis and difficulty in breathing following a bite. Anti-venom available. Behavior: timid, preferring to avoid humans and not prone to attack unless threatened. What a revelation! A scanning result appeared before him, a first in such circumstances. System: why is there a venomous snake scan result this time? It was absent yesterday. Shen Qing, still unfamiliar with the system's functionalities, was filled with curiosity. Response to host: certain functions unlock only upon reaching specific points. You have surpassed 10,000 points last night, thus activating some features automatically. Why didn't you mention this earlier? The host did not inquire. Very well, I suppose I can blame him. With that monotonous tone, what else could he say? Never mind. The system's features unlock at certain thresholds, so he decided against further questioning. At that moment, Lord Lei approached the group. You all have arrived, as per usual. The prices are negotiable. You may take those venomous pets yourselves, and I will guide you. Despite his gray hair, Lord Lei appeared in good spirits. After speaking, he settled onto a nearby sofa, gently caressing the black mamba that had slithered down from his neck. The sight unnerved the others, causing them to instinctively retreat a few steps. Even Uncle Sue stepped in front of Shen Qing protectively. The expressions of the others were tense, reflecting their apprehension. Shen Qing observed the black mamba, Noting its sensitivity to human gazes, it immediately locked eyes with him. The snake, initially languid with its head resting, abruptly lifted itself, flicking its tongue and producing a series of hisses. This startled everyone except for Lord Lei and Shen Qing, prompting the others to retreat yet again, including the servants attending to Lord Lei. It is evident that what everyone fears is that black mamba. Why are these humans not afraid of me? Am I not fierce enough? I am indeed quite fearsome now. Anyone who dares to bully me will surely regret it. That plump man is a case in point. After being bitten by me last time, he no longer dares to approach me. You see, although I used to be timid, my venom is quite potent. The sound of hissing echoed once more, and Shen Qing discerned numerous questions from the creature's words. That rotund uncle had indeed been bitten by a snake. It is no wonder he is so afraid of it now. Presumably, there is an anti-venom at Old Lei's residence. However, he found it perplexing, given the snake's nature. It should be more inclined to avoid humans and not initiate an attack unless threatened. Yet, the black mamba at Old Lei's seemed rather bold, showing no fear of humans. Could it be that being raised by Old Lei from a young age has altered its behavior? That was the only conclusion he could draw. Little man, do not be mischievous. Look at how terrified they are. Old Lei spoke gently, stroking the snake's body, which showed no sign of resistance, indicating a harmonious bond between them. Hisses, old man, I did not frighten them. These humans are simply too cowardly, even more so than I. The proud voice softened slightly, revealing its fondness for Old Lei as it nuzzled against his arm, showcasing their affectionate relationship. Unfortunately, this tender moment was only felt by Shen Qing, while the others trembled in fear. Old Lei, let's first go and observe some other venomous pets. The plump uncle, having spoken, pulled the leading servant away. He feared being bitten again. Every visit to Old Lei's, he instinctively sought to avoid encountering that snake, yet he had never succeeded. In the eyes of others, Old Lei was merely a fickle enthusiast of venomous creatures. However, he harbored a particular fondness for that snake, always keeping it close. After all, how else could a timid snake be transformed into a bold one? We should also take a look, Uncle Su urged, pulling Shen Qing and Aunt Lien away, resolutely refusing to linger in the living room for even a moment longer, fearful of being targeted by that little ancestor. He certainly did not wish to endure the old torment again, especially with Shen Qing, who was visiting for the first time. He hoped not to frighten him. Old Lei had no objections to their words. It was commendable that they could assist in managing those venomous pets. After all, little man had no interest in those companions. Since she did not like them, it was best to replace them. Indeed, those venomous creatures were gathered by Old Lei to serve as playmates for little man. Having raised her from such a young age to her current size filled Old Lei with a sense of accomplishment. Although the breed of little man was inherently timid, he had managed to train her to be considerably bolder, which brought him immense satisfaction as he regarded the little creature as family, to the point of sharing meals and sleep together. After all, he was affluent and anti-venom was always stocked at home, so there was no need to worry about injuries. Perhaps due to the bond forged since childhood, Xiaoman had never once bitten him, which only deepened his affection and contentment. Lord Lei cherished Xiaoman as if he were his own son, naturally wishing for his happiness. However, Shen Qing and the others remained oblivious to Lord Lei's sentiments. Occupied as they were with the enigmatic black mamba, they followed the servant into a spacious room on the first floor. The area was vast, designed to resemble a primordial forest, complete with artificial mountains and trees, while the sandy ground, stones, and withered leaves appeared remarkably lifelike. At the entrance stood a shelf laden with numerous empty enclosures of varying sizes, all currently vacant. As for the contents that once resided within, it was clear to everyone but Shen Qing where they had gone. You may search for yourselves. As per tradition, whoever finds it can take it away, the servant declared before exiting the room and closing the door behind them. Just before it shut, he added, I will be right outside. Should you encounter any poisoning, do remember to inform me. The antidote is readily available here. Chapter 16. The bustling large breeding room as Shen Qing listened, his brows arched in curiosity, surveying the vibrant surroundings before him. The lively sounds that reached his ears added to the atmosphere. Those irritating humans are here again. Last time was the same. But fortunately, I concealed myself well and went undetected. This voice was sweet, yet carried a tone of disdain, clearly displeased with the intruders. Wah! I was bullied by that stinky snake, and now I have to endure these humans too? How pitiful I am, sob sob. Following closely was a fragile, youthful voice, soft, and seemingly always on the verge of tears. Its weak tones suggested a history of victimization, making it hard to resist the urge to tease. Shen Qing shook his head inwardly, envisioning a frail boy, shadowed and crying in a corner after being tormented. Stop crying. Your incessant whimpering is annoying. It's no wonder that stinky snake picks on you. Honestly, you should just run out and let those humans take you away, came a commanding voice, filled with authority. The moment this regal tone emerged, the cacophony of voices fell silent. At this, Shen Qing couldn't help but smile silently. He was reminded of the bamboo viper in his shop, whose voice, though feminine, exuded a powerful presence, embodying the essence of a fiery young lady. He wondered who would yield first if this domineering queen were to face off with the viper. From these brief exchanges, Shen Qing garnered a rough understanding of the hidden toxic creatures within this place. It was said that whoever found the toxic creatures could take them away. Thus, he felt no hesitation in pursuing this opportunity, especially since his shop was in dire need of fresh additions. With a playful smile, he turned to Uncle Sue and said, Uncle Sue, since the rule is that whoever finds one can take it, let us split up to increase our chances. All right, there are breeding boxes over there. You take a large one and a few smaller ones. Uncle Sue nodded, gesturing toward the tools and breeding boxes on the shelf. The space was quite expansive, likely formed by connecting 2 or 3 rooms together, allowing for ample placement of artificial hills and other items. Most of the toxic creatures were small, and with so many hiding spots, finding them would require considerable effort. Hence, splitting up was indeed a wise choice. The others shared the same sentiment, each taking a large breeding box filled with smaller compartments resembling jewelry boxes, each with a lid. Additionally, everyone was equipped with a pair of specialized gloves and a pair of tweezers as tools. Shen Qing, clutching his tools and breeding box, began to choose a direction for his search, his goal clear, to locate the source of that commanding voice. Naturally, he prioritized this sound, regardless of the creature it belonged to. Its allure was simply irresistible. In the store, there are currently the sounds of lowly voices, youthful voices, and gentle mature voices. Yet there is a conspicuous absence of a commanding queen's voice. Little ones, your new master has come to take you home, Shen Qing said softly with a cheerful smile, radiating an undeniable sense of joy. He wandered towards the 2 artificial trees on the left, where a pebble path meandered, flanked by brown coconut soil and faux grass. Scattered about were numerous twigs, fallen leaves, small stones, and shards of tiles. From a macro perspective, the scene might not appear strikingly realistic. However, upon closer inspection, the environment exuded an astonishing authenticity. Sunlight streamed through specially designed windows, delicate rays trickling in through the gaps. They first kissed the leaves before filtering through the branches and landing on the ground, casting dappled spots of light. To ensure ample humidity, Lord Lei had even employed a humidifier, with a misty haze lingering in the air. This not only tempered the intensity of the sunlight, but also enhanced the moisture's integration into the surroundings. Everything harmoniously complemented each other, creating an environment remarkably suitable for nurturing exotic pets, with a perfect balance of temperature and humidity. As Shen Qing stepped onto the narrow path between the trees, he suddenly crouched down, lowering his gaze closer to the ground. He remained perfectly still, observing the scene ahead, when a momentary pause in the sound around him was followed by their resurgence. Why has this human suddenly stopped moving? Could he discover my hiding place? Impossible. I am concealed splendidly. There is no way he could find me. The voice belonged to the queen, now tinged with a hint of confusion and disbelief. No one could possibly uncover my location. He will not succeed. Not even that wretched serpent could locate me, let alone these humans. At last, Shen Qing discerned the source of the sound. It emanated from the vicinity of the artificial tree beside him. However, the voice arose from the ground, which was merely strewn with stones, fallen leaves, and twigs, along with some fake grass. setting aside what he held. Shen Qing picked up a twig and began to poke at the area from whence the sound originated. The dry, yellow leaves were parted, and the small stones and shards were shifted aside. Even the grass that could conceal something was pushed away, yet nothing was revealed. "Ha! I told you no one could find me. Human, you too retreat swiftly." The voice grew more exuberant, clearly relishing the situation. However, it misjudged Shen Qing's intent to depart. "Oh, little one, I've already discovered your hiding place. Come forth, I shall take you home." From the earlier sound, Shen Qing had pinpointed the creature's location, right by the artificial tree before him. The trunk bore no obstructions, nor were there any hollows to conceal a voice. Yet the sound emanated from there. It was evident that the creature was hidden within the tree trunk for reasons unknown. No wonder it boasted that even the serpent could not find it. "No, it's impossible. There is no way this human could discover me. He must be deceiving me. Umph. I am not foolish. I will not reveal myself." Shen Qing had long been aware of the other's location. However, extracting it posed considerable difficulty. It was hardly feasible to sever the faux tree. After all, the entity in question was undoubtedly a diminutive creature, not easily subdued. The sole approach was to coax it into revealing itself. Fortunately, he possessed the requisite ability. His affinity for animals could be harnessed at will. As long as he refrained from interacting with them, he could deactivate it. This moment presented an opportune occasion to employ this skill. Perhaps he would not even need to search, as those little beings might willingly present themselves. With this thought, he proceeded accordingly. From the ground at Shen Qing's feet, an imperceptible aura gradually emanated from him. The first to register this subtle fragrance was the commanding queen voice concealed within the tree trunk. What is this delightful scent? Oh, how fragrant. Chapter 17. Beneath the majestic queen's voice lies. How delightful. What could this be? Cough. I should be cautious. I hope I won't be discovered. I'm merely curious about the source of this uniquely enchanting fragrance. The commanding voice of the queen was suddenly captivated by this aroma, losing some of its earlier assertiveness, taking on a somewhat gentle and proud tone. In Shen Qing's mind, the image of the voice deepened further. A charming smile graced his lips as he chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the other party to approach him. However, before the regal voice could emerge, it was the previously weeping boy's voice that first made its way over. "Oh wow, this scent is delightful. I truly adore it. It's emanating from this human before me. With such a pleasant aroma, he surely wouldn't bully me. Then, I'll go with him. His presence gives me a sense of security." Shen Qing. He feels secure. I must thank this young lad for his affirmation. Yet, since he has come to me, I certainly cannot let the opportunity slip away. Turning towards the direction of the voice, he spotted the source nestled in the grass behind him. At that moment, a small lizard, adorned in a striking pattern of black and orange, emerged. It appeared no larger than a palm. Its coloration, akin to the surrounding earth, had initially rendered it nearly invisible among the foliage. Shen Qing, momentarily distracted by the enchanting queen's voice, had not noticed it until now. Its sudden appearance was indeed eye-catching. Above its head, essential information displayed itself. Name: beaded poison lizard, juvenile lizard. Toxicity: neurotoxic venom. Symptoms of poisoning: severe pain, swelling, and edema after a bite, with swollen lymph nodes. No antivenom. The venom is relatively low in lethality and typically does not result in death. Habits: the beaded poison lizard will exhibit bravery when necessary, particularly in self-defense and predation. It is not an inherently aggressive creature, preferring to rely on defensive mechanisms for protection. Goodness, I did not expect this little creature to be venomous. Yet as a juvenile, it is no wonder it is so diminutive. Judging by its appearance, it should possess considerable prowess. Yet why does its voice sound so fragile? Its propensity for weeping is such a stark contrast. Little one, it seems you are fond of me. Why don't you come closer? I shall take you home shortly. Shen Qing, not wishing to miss this chance, opened a slightly larger enclosure and placed it before the beaded poison lizard, speaking gently. His aura and voice were equally soothing, ensuring the creature felt no alarm. Indeed, it eagerly scurried inside. This human's voice is so gentle, just like the aura he exudes. I like him. As the beaded poison lizard nestled within the enclosure, it emitted a feeble yet clearer voice than before, a testament to its growing fondness for Shen Qing. It instinctively leaned closer to the hand that supported the box. It gently nudged Shen Qing's hand with its head, exhibiting no semblance of aggression. Moreover, it had accumulated a favorable impression, now reaching an impressive 100 points, a testament to the undeniable charm animals possess. Come on, step inside. Shortly, I shall take you back, Shen Qing said, lifting his hand to tenderly stroke the creature's head, his mood equally buoyant. At that moment, the commanding voice of the queen echoed once more. Damn it! What is that human doing? Has the crybaby been captured? Why does it seem so content? Wait, the delightful scent is intensifying. Is it emanating from that human? A flurry of questions left it momentarily bewildered. However, Shen Qing, following the direction of the sound, finally discerned the identity of the source of the imperious voice. It was a black caterpillar adorned with white spots. Indeed, it was a caterpillar measuring approximately 5 to 6 centimeters in length, with a cylindrical, slightly flattened body. Its head was relatively small, closely resembling its body color and marked with dark spots. It boasted 2 pairs of antennae, one set located at the front of the head and another at the rear of the body, along with 3 pairs of thoracic legs and 5 pairs of abdominal prolegs. The surface of its body was lined with delicate white stripes. Name: long-winged swallowtail butterfly larva, also known as the eastern white-banded swallowtail. Toxicity: strong cardiac glycosides. Symptoms of poisoning: ingestion may lead to symptoms such as vomiting, diarrhea, lethargy, loss of appetite, and difficulty breathing. The toxins within an adult swallowtail butterfly are lethal to 6 domesticated cats. Antidote treatment: corresponding antitoxin or detoxifying agent. Habits: adults are typically diurnal, favoring sunny environments for flight. Larvae, i.e., caterpillars, feed on the leaves of host plants post-hatching. It was astounding that this dark, slightly striped caterpillar was, in fact, a long-winged swallowtail butterfly, still in its larval stage, and yet to metamorphose into a butterfly. Yet, its voice was already regal. Indeed, its size bore a striking resemblance to the lizard encountered earlier, creating a pronounced contrast, especially in its adorably naive demeanor. It was difficult to reconcile the notion of such a commanding voice emanating from it. Little one, would you care to accompany me? A change of scenery could be quite delightful, he proposed, though his actions betrayed no hesitation as he opened the rearing box. Even if the creature were reluctant, it mattered not. It could not escape once it emerged. Is this human speaking to me? Umph. Do not presume that just because your scent is pleasant, I will follow you. I must inform you, following you comes at a different cost. Yet his scent is undeniably enticing. Initially, it had proclaimed that following him would incur an additional price, but within mere seconds, it found itself captivated by the unique aroma. Although its round head turned away, it could not resist casting a glance towards Shen Qing. The conflict of emotions was almost palpable on its face as several legs began to inch forward, betraying a sincerity more profound than its words. Meanwhile, Shen Qing observed the favorable impression above its head steadily rising, soon to surpass 100 points. Cool me. Let's return home together. Without granting it a chance to refuse, Shen Qing promptly reached out, gently grasped the creature, and placed it into a small box. Throughout this process, the long-winged butterfly caterpillar exhibited no signs of resistance. Instead, akin to the lizard from before, it nuzzled its head against Shen Qing's hand. Although separated by the barrier of gloves, the caterpillar's affection was unmistakably conveyed. Ahem, human, my compliance in following you stems solely from your appearance as a good person, not from any pleasant scent you possess. All right, it's not because of my scent. You are absolutely right, Shen Qing instinctively replied, momentarily rendering the creature speechless as it rigidly turned its dark head. With a hint of foolishness, it stammered, "Why, you can actually understand my words." Chapter 18. Peril. Targeted by a venomous serpent, Shen Qing gently prodded its dark, unassuming body, then smiled quietly before decisively closing the box with a sharp clap. He resumed his quest for other delightful creatures, leaving the serpent in a state of disarray within the terrarium. Remarkably, it was as if he were endowed with extraordinary luck. As he advanced, venomous pets seemed to present themselves effortlessly. The hidden creatures in this area were all discovered by him, perhaps due to his innate affinity for animals, compelling the venomous beings from other locales to reveal their locations, thereby benefiting his companions greatly. When everyone exited the room, the terrarium was brimming with an assortment of creatures. Ah, Shen Qing, it appears fortune smiles upon you. You've amassed quite a collection of venomous pets, commented Uncle Su, astonished as he observed the diverse array of creatures in Shen Qing's box. Each pet was distinct: lizards, caterpillars, ants, and wasps among them, many of which he recognized due to their notorious toxins. Most would hesitate to keep such creatures, yet Shen Qing had managed to find the most venomous of them all within the confines of the room. In comparison, the pets in the hands of the others were considerably less toxic. Shen Qing, the toxins of these creatures are quite potent. Perhaps you might consider trading a few with the others? Uncle Su suggested, unable to restrain his concern. In his view, it would be prudent for Shen Qing, having just begun his journey with venomous pets, to start with those of lesser toxicity. Diving straight into the most dangerous ones could lead to unforeseen accidents, and he would bear the weight of any consequences that might arise. Indeed, Shen Qing, Aunt Lien has several types of venomous pets available for exchange, chimed in Aunt Lien, who stood beside Uncle Su. However, Shen Qing discerned that her offer was influenced by her regard for Uncle Su. He could easily perceive her interest in him, though he remained uncertain as to why Uncle Su had not reciprocated. Coughing discreetly, he redirected the conversation. Uncle Su, Aunt Lien, there is no need for concern. I assure you I am capable. You may not be aware, but I have studied veterinary medicine and possess a solid understanding of various toxins and their treatments. Shen Qing replied with a calm smile, revealing his background in veterinary science. This would allow others to approach him regarding their venomous pets or to consider boarding them in his establishment. Business ventures often unfold unexpectedly, he mused. He was currently in the process of expanding his market. I have recently opened a shop specializing in venomous pets, and my veterinary skills will undoubtedly enhance the trust of those who wish to board their pets with me. See, the word is out, he added with a confident flair. You're quite impressive, young man. I have high hopes for you. Should any issues arise with the venomous pets here, we shall rely on you. Shen Qing, Aunt Lien responded, her quick engagement in the conversation significantly boosting her appeal. The others followed suit, shifting the conversation toward Shen Qing's pet shop, all enthusiastically expressing their intent to seek his assistance in the future. Observing this, Uncle Su decided to remain silent. However, amidst the lively chatter of the crowd, no one noticed a dark gray snake hanging from the chandelier above, fixated on Shen Qing and his companions, poised to strike. Himph! It was this human who dared to show no fear, a grave affront to my pride. I must make him pay. My venom is ready, and soon I shall leap forth to sink my fangs into his arm. It was the height of summer, with temperatures soaring outside, and everyone was dressed similarly, short-sleeve shirts paired with long pants or shorts. Shen Qing donned a loose-fitting white t-shirt and black athletic shorts that reached just above his knees, complemented by a simple pair of white sneakers, presenting an appearance as fresh as a high school student. The exposed arms outside were indeed an easy target. Shen Qing raised an eyebrow and turned his head slightly, lifting his gaze towards the chandelier above. There it was, the very black mamba from before. It's discovered. What is it? Uncle Su, noticing Shen Qing's shift in focus, followed his gaze and was met with a terrifying sight. The black mamba had lifted its head, flicking its tongue, poised to strike, still aimed in their direction. The sight sent shivers down their spines. This is bad. Everyone, step back. The snake is about to attack. Hiss, human. Since you have spotted me, I shall not hold back. Prepare to witness my might. Uncle Su's voice coincided with that of the snake, prompting others to turn and see the black mamba unhinging its jaw. They quickly scrambled backward. Goodness, run. Quickly, find cover. Shen Qing, get away. Several voices cried out in unison, the events unfolding too rapidly for comprehension. Yet, Shen Qing remained remarkably calm, unfazed by the venomous creature advancing towards him. Just when everyone believed Shen Qing would be bitten, a surprising turn of events unfolded. Instead of recoiling, He extended his arm and firmly grasped the rushing serpent. This position was not even near the snake's most vulnerable spot. If the black mamba intended to attack, it still could. However, its gaping mouth did not descend. Its venomous fangs were retracted, and once captured by Shen Qing, it exhibited no signs of struggle. Instead, it affectionately coiled around his arm, rubbing its head against him. Ah, what a delightful scent! Human, have you applied something fragrant? So pleasant. How did I not notice it before? Quite strange. Hiss! The snake occasionally licked Shen Qing's arm, as if to savor the enticing aroma it emanated. Despite being a creature of venom, its demeanor resembled that of a loyal dog, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. Only Shen Qing understood that the stark contrast in behavior stemmed from the affinity he possessed for animals. Aside from the confines of the room, he restrained that peculiar aura. The animals could only perceive it when they drew near. The black mamba that had just attempted to bite him was compelled by this very essence, which instantaneously elevated its fondness for him to a remarkable level. With its affinity soaring to a perfect score of 100, it naturally refrained from striking. Fear not, it poses no threat to me. Shen Qing gently caressed the snake's back with one hand. His unloved palm was acutely aware of its frigid touch. He felt no trepidation whatsoever. Bolstered by the resonance of the sound around him, his capacity for acceptance was greatly enhanced. In his eyes, this venomous serpent was merely an arrogant youth, not much older, and of rather limited intellect. Indeed, how could I, being so splendid, ever harm anyone? Alas, human, do not cease your hand. Continue to caress me. Chapter 19. Grasped at his vulnerable point witnessing this scene, Uncle Sue and the others were left speechless, their mouths agape for an extended period. Even Aunt Lien, the sole female present, appeared utterly astonished. Even if, as Shen Qing had asserted, the venomous snake posed no threat to humans, they dared not approach it. They had just seen the servant flee swiftly when the incident unfolded. Now, he was hurriedly returning with a medical kit in hand. The intent behind his actions was all too apparent. Yet, at this moment, it seemed entirely unnecessary. Upon receiving the news, Lord Lei entered from outside. What transpired? He had merely stepped out to take a phone call, neglecting the black mamba, only to find that in such a brief interlude, trouble had arisen. Old Li, have you brought the serum? Administer a dose to that young man. No one answered his inquiry, yet he observed that all eyes were fixed upon Shen Qing in the center. Naturally, he noticed the venomous snake coiled around Shen Qing's arm. Wasn't that his cherished pet? As the owner of this toxic creature, he was well aware of its temperament. Thus it was imperative to ensure that Shen Qing received the serum without delay. Xiaoman, come here. Lord Lei approached Shen Qing, extending his hand. In the past, Xiaoman would obediently relinquish its hold and return to Lord Lei's side. However, it now found Shen Qing's aura far too enticing to leave. Hiss, hiss, hiss. No, I refuse to abandon this human. I wish to remain with him. Xiaoman glanced back at its owner, flicking its tongue as if to communicate something, then turned back to nuzzle against Shen Qing's arm. Human, continue as you are. Rest assured, I will not depart from you. I grant you this opportunity to serve me, so do not linger idly. What a remarkable turn of events. It truly regarded him as a personal masseuse. Shen Qing's hand, which had been stroking the snake's back, came to a halt. Ignoring the creature's intentions, he looked up at Lord Lei and calmly stated, Do not worry, Lord Lei. I have not been bitten. Xiaoman's affinity for me has reached a perfect score of 100. It will not harm me. With that, he deftly uncoiled the snake from his wrist and tossed it to Lord Lei. The onlookers gasped at his nonchalant gesture. After all, it was a venomous snake, and a careless move could lead to a bite. How could he treat it so casually, as if it were a mere plaything? Even its owner, Lord Lei, had to carefully appease this little tyrant. Yet Shen Qing remained utterly unfazed. Xiao Qing, your bravery is truly remarkable. Perhaps it's best to avoid such risks in the future. If you were to be bitten, having the serum is fortunate, but without it, the consequences could be dire. Uncle Sue finally regained his voice, urgently admonishing him. After all, Shen Qing was under his care. He could not allow harm to come to him. Rest assured, I shall not act recklessly. Un so su diblit. Ha ha. You won't act recklessly, but I might. It was you who was so audacious just moments ago. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Human, how could you cast me aside? This is simply unacceptable. Another protagonist, having garnered attention, found himself spinning through the air before landing in his owner's embrace. However, now he sensed a more suitable destination, and instinctively struggled free from Lord Lei's grasp, swiftly making his way towards Shen Qing. In the blink of an eye, he had crawled to Shen Qing's side, climbing up his leg without a moment's hesitation. The predicament was that Shen Qing was clad in loose athletic shorts, exposing his knees and below. As the creature ascended his leg, the inevitable conclusion was all too apparent. Shen Qing's expression darkened. When the little creature reached his knee, he seized it firmly by its vulnerable spot, yanking it down from his leg. Gritting his teeth, he held the little creature before him, glaring, "You little rascal. You think you're clever? Keep crawling like that, and I swear I'll teach you a lesson." This scene unfolded so swiftly that the onlookers had barely comprehended it before it concluded. Nonetheless, the appropriate reactions followed. A burst of laughter erupted. "Huh, don't take it too seriously, it's just a snake." The once fearful rotund uncle found himself laughing the hardest, momentarily forgetting that his object of ridicule was, indeed, the source of his terror. Ah, the youth is quick in action, but what a pity. Aunt Lien chuckled charmingly. As for her final remark, the underlying sentiment was clear to all present. Even Uncle Sue and Lord Lei felt an awkwardness that no one had anticipated. Thus, Shen Qing's brusque treatment of his beloved pet did not elicit much anger. After all, it was evident that the creature had a rather mischievous demeanor. The mere thought of what had just transpired was too embarrassing to contemplate further. "Hiss, human, are you playing with me? I do not appreciate this. Please stroke my back. It feels delightful. Alternatively, you may touch the front. Your technique is impeccable, so attuned to my needs, though the pressure could be increased. The back, the front." Shen Qing was utterly speechless at the audacity of this venomous serpent. He had encountered shamelessness before, but this was an entirely new level. He was neither a masseuse, and, turning to Lord Lei, he quipped, "Does your venomous pet have a designated cage? I should secure it before I depart. I fear it will continue to harass me." It was indeed a peculiar situation for Shen Qing to calmly inform the serpent's owner about being tormented by a snake. Yet, the truth remained. To prevent further awkwardness, it was best to confine the creature. "Old Li, go upstairs and fetch the cage for Xiaoman." Lord Lei took the snake from Shen Qing's hands and instructed the servant to retrieve the cage. He then turned to discuss another matter concerning the venomous pet, avoiding any further complications. Once the cage was brought down, he placed the snake inside and secured it. Although Xiaoman had not attacked his owner, it had clearly shown a tendency to cling to Shen Qing. He feared that the little creature would ultimately follow Shen Qing away, which would be unfortunate. In the end, they allowed each other to part ways with a casual exchange of money, particularly with Shen Qing. "Hiss, hiss, hiss. Human, do not leave me. If you must go, take me with you. I cannot bear to be without you, human." At the moment the door closed, Shen Qing was still haunted by a heart-wrenching voice, leaving him utterly speechless. Fortunately, he had retracted his affinity skill. Otherwise, the creature would have truly clung to him. Had it not been the cherished pet of Lord Lei, he would have naturally brought it back. Alas, that was not feasible. It seemed he would need to exercise greater control over his animal affinity skills in the future, ensuring they remained within a certain limit, lest he inadvertently attract a troublesome beast. Thankfully, today, this excursion was not in vain, as he had acquired 5 or 6 poisonous pets. While not an abundant haul, it sufficed. Aware of your need for poisonous creatures to bolster your shop's presence, I shall provide you with a few from my collection, and I will keep you informed of any further news. Once in the car, Uncle Sue handed over his share of the poisonous pets to Shen Qing. Chapter 20. A fatal risk awaits. Uncle Sue procured several exotic venomous creatures, each quite extraordinary, including a spider among them. He recognized this as Uncle Sue's kindness and felt a warm glow in his heart. Gratefully, he accepted the gifts without hesitation, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Sue. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Your devoted nephew will undoubtedly oblige." His sentiment was indeed accurate, given the genuine goodwill extended towards him. He felt an obligation to reciprocate. Encountering someone willing to assist him during challenging times was a stroke of fortune for him. In his heart, Shen Qing had already acknowledged this uncle. Character speaks volumes, and Uncle Su's integrity was beyond reproach. Ha ha, splendid. In the future, I shall certainly seek your help whenever necessary. Uncle Su remarked, pleased with Shen Qing's straightforwardness, elevating his regard for him even further. Thus, the duo spent over 2 hours traveling back to their original city. However, after dropping Shen Qing at his doorstep, Uncle Su received a phone call and hastily departed. Shen Qing inadvertently caught sight of the caller's name, which contained the character for Lotus, prompting him to involuntarily think of Aunt Lotus. Nevertheless, he decided to remain uninvolved in Uncle Su's affairs. Upon entering his home, he carried several breeding tanks inside. This outing had been remarkably fruitful, costing him less than 1,000 yuan, which underscored the relative affordability of his acquisitions. However, the venomous creatures he obtained were relatively small, with only the lizard being of considerable size. Yet with proper care, that jeweled venom lizard could grow over a meter long, its size increasing several-fold. He placed the breeding tanks on the counter, pondering how to arrange these venomous creatures. As soon as he identified each creature's name, the corresponding care manual would automatically emerge, alleviating any concerns he might have had. Presently, he opened the tanks to inspect the types of venomous creatures within and ultimately gathered all necessary information. The venomous creatures he had found exhibited significant toxicity, such as the jeweled venom lizard, the long-winged butterfly, the panda ant, the hornet, and the black widow. The venom from these creatures could indeed pose a lethal threat if mishandled. However, Shen Qing felt no apprehension in this regard. Once his veterinary skills reached level 4, he would acquire 3 methods for antidotes to rare toxins, which allowed for some flexibility. When the need arose to counteract the Black Widow's venom, he could simply report to the system to obtain the antidote method, adapting it as necessary rather than adhering to a rigid protocol. Of course, each level offered only 3 methods, and to gain more, he would need to strive for level 10. From Uncle Su, he also obtained 5 additional venomous creatures: the lantern bug, the centipede, the venomous centipede, the desert hairy scorpion, and the jumping spider. Thus, with the 5 species already in his store, he now had a total of 15. Each species required distinct breeding techniques and living habits, necessitating a thorough reorganization. Although he envisioned creating a large breeding facility akin to that of Lord Lei, such an arrangement would not facilitate easy observation. The essence of this endeavor differed fundamentally from the pet shop he intended to establish. Therefore, it was imperative to create individual small enclosures for each venomous creature. Moreover, the 2 neighboring shops are available for acquisition, and once secured, they can be readily remodeled. Fortunately, neither of these establishments has been leased out. They remain vacant. Shen Qing scrolled through his phone to retrieve the contact number listed in the sublease information next door. The location of these shops is rather unfavorable. Situated at the far end of the street, the foot traffic is inherently sparse, resulting in a dearth of successful businesses in this area. Only Shen Qing's pet store has managed to sustain itself, albeit barely. However, following the tragic accident involving his parents, the other pets have long since disappeared, necessitating a complete restart. He believes that acquiring the 2 shops poses no significant challenge. Thus, Shen Qing proceeded to contact the landlords of both establishments, finalizing the contracts in under 2 hours. The lease spans 5 years at a reasonable rate of 3,000 per month, which includes the 2nd floor, a considerable bargain. This is largely due to the poor location, where previous entrepreneurs have incurred losses. Over time, few have been willing to rent these shops. Now, with Shen Qing expressing interest, and given that the 2 landlords had acquaintances among his parents, negotiations were effortlessly concluded. With a monthly rental of 6,000 for both shops, he paid 6 months' rent up front, totaling 36,000 yuan. Currently, aside from the 10,000 yuan reward from the system, he has just over 8,000 remaining, which is insufficient. However, his points can be converted into cash at a 1-to-1 exchange rate, meaning 30,000 points equate to 30,000 yuan. Consequently, Shen Qing redeemed 30,000 in cash to pay the landlords. After settling this, he had 2,000 yuan left. with his point balance standing at 38,410. Next, he must renovate both shop fronts, as both the first and second floors of the three establishments require refurbishment, while the second floor where he resides will remain unchanged, albeit spacious enough. The remaining points may not suffice, especially since he also needs to upgrade his veterinary skills. Thus, he realizes that he must generate emotional value from his audience through live streaming to upgrade his skills and renovate the shops. Aware of his priorities, Shen Qing promptly contacted a renovation contractor after feeding the exotic pets. He conveyed his desired outcomes, leaving the rest to the renovation company. He paid a deposit of 2,000, with the remainder to be settled upon completion. Everything in place, Shen Qing redeemed his leftover points, ventured to the supermarket to procure ingredients, and prepared dinner at home. As night descended and the city was bathed in lights, his live streaming session quietly commenced. Once activated, his subscribers received notifications. Coincidentally, it was prime time in the evening, and most viewers were online. Consequently, the influx of visitors exceeded Shen Qing's expectations. "Good evening, everyone. I am thrilled to see so many fans in my live stream," he remarked, eyebrows raised as he observed the rapidly increasing viewer count. To his astonishment, within 5 minutes of going live, the numbers surpassed 10,000. Had he not been aware of his previous day's streaming session, he might have believed he had become a prominent broadcaster. Since his last broadcast yesterday, he has not appeared on Douyin again. It was only when I opened his homepage just now that I realized his current follower count has become extraordinary. After a night and an additional day of fermentation, his followers have now reached an impressive 300,000. It seems that many netizens are indeed quite interested in him. Oh my, the host has finally started streaming. Will he be live at this time every day from now on? Goodness, I came here solely for the host's voice. And it turns out to be that charismatic CEO tone. I'm utterly enchanted. When will the charming young man reveal his face? We are eager to see him. I heard that this live stream room is dedicated to interactions with the poisonous pet. Where is the pet? Chapter 21. The persona crumbles before it even takes shape in the live stream. Fans comprised both males and females. The female viewers were drawn in by Shen Qing's voice, which they deemed to possess an innate commanding allure. Particularly captivating was the depth he adopted when speaking, which resonated profoundly. Even without witnessing his physical form, they could conjure an image of a striking figure solely based on his voice. This was precisely why they yearned to see Shen Qing in person. However, a faction of the audience maintained that a pleasing voice does not necessarily correlate with physical attractiveness. After all, the internet is rife with males masquerading their voices as females, who could ascertain whether the individual behind the screen was a handsome gentleman or a burly man. Conversely, the male viewers found Shen Qing's interactions with the toxic pets exhilarating. The way these creatures behaved so obediently in his presence was utterly captivating. It was a point of intrigue for them. Thus, the fan demographic within the live stream was evenly split. Shen Qing had no qualms about revealing his face, as he intended to foster emotional engagement with his audience through his interactions with the pets. If his appearance could enhance the experience, he would gladly oblige. Another motive was to promote his pet shop, which, once fully renovated, would cater to the public. He believed that the first wave of interested customers would likely be his live stream fans. This evening, he had activated local search capabilities, ensuring that nearby viewers could easily find him. He would not miss out on free promotion. The online and physical realms were complementary. Upon hearing that Shen Qing would reveal himself, the fans in the live stream erupted with excitement. They eagerly shared the news, leading to a significant surge in viewership numbers. Nearing the 10,000 mark. Is the host really going to show his face? Oh my, I'm so thrilled. I wonder if he'll be a handsome man. The commanding voice surely can't belong to a burly man, right? If that's the case, will my dreams be shattered? No. Brother Qing Kong must be a handsome guy. I trust my instincts. Whether the host is good-looking or not doesn't concern me as much as which toxic pet will make an appearance tonight. The interactions between yesterday's moon jellyfish and the tarantula were so heartwarming, not at all reminiscent of a toxic pet. How does the host manage that? The barrage of comments was evidently more vibrant than before, sweeping through at an astonishing pace. Shen Qing grasped the general sentiment but paid it little heed. Instead, he positioned his phone at the entrance of the shop, first showcasing the moon jellyfish for the evening. Here at our establishment, you all recognize the moon jellyfish trio, right? Tonight, they are adorned in lavender dresses. Aren't they lovely? Shen Qing directed the camera towards the tank, allowing viewers to observe the ethereal dance of the moon jellyfish beneath the water surface. As if three dancing blossoms, the scene was truly captivating. It is widely known that the original hue of the moon jellyfish is transparent. Any coloration it possesses is derived from its consumption of shellfish and other food sources. These colors are ephemeral. However, for the sake of aesthetic appeal, Shen Qing purchased a set of colored lights to place at the bottom of the aquarium. This evening, the purple lights illuminated the transparent moon jellyfish, which appeared as though it had donned a new gown, gracefully dancing through the water. It was an exquisite sight indeed. Additionally, Shen Qing adorned the back wall of the aquarium with a piece of black wallpaper, enhancing the ambience under the light effects. Thus, the visuals in tonight's live stream were undeniably more refined than those of the previous night. Oh wow, how beautiful! The host pays such attention to detail. This was not present during last night's stream. This young man is so dedicated. He will surely succeed in whatever he does. Indeed, the allure of the moon jellyfish is remarkable. I suggest he keep more. The visuals would be even more stunning. Wow, impressive. It's evident that he has put in effort. From now on, let the live streams follow this style. Let us witness the harmonious coexistence of poisonous pets and humans. Hurry, let us see tonight's new poisonous pet. Of course, I am most eager to see the host's face. In a moment, fans in the live stream began to comment, predominantly the female viewers, while the male audience remained silent, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the new poisonous pet, curious if it would astonish them once more. In a gentle, refined tone, a voice echoed, "Human, why have you only now come see us? You did not return all day." "Yes, indeed. Without seeing you, our meals lacked flavor," chimed a delicate voice. Human, is it because you found other little creatures that you no longer favor us?" queried a straightforward, feisty tone. These three distinct female voices belonged to the now purple-hued moon jellyfish. Their affection for Shen Qing had long reached its maximum level of 100. Even without the release of any animal affinity, it made no difference. Once the affection level is filled, it remains unchanged. Faced with the three endearing poisonous pets, Shen Qing could not ignore them. Moreover, each voice possessed its own character and temperament. Who could resist such charm? Certainly, he could not. As I mentioned earlier, I stepped out today to draw more attention to the shop. Rest assured, you are the stars of the establishment. The viewers in the live stream adore you. So, come. Greet everyone. Shen Qing directed the camera toward the three moon jellyfish, ensuring they all fit within the frame. His voice, gentle and deep, laced with a hint of affection, sent the female fans in the live stream into a frenzy. Even some male viewers were unable to contain their excitement. "Ah," I said, "the young man's voice is heavenly. Can I truly listen to such a tender tone? Wow, even as a man, my ears are tingling. No wonder the girls are swooning." As soon as the voice of the young gentleman emerged, even my mother instinctively inquired, "Who is this?" She mistakenly thought it was my boyfriend. Alas, I find myself utterly captivated by his voice, ensnared in an inescapable enchantment. I must transform that very sound into my alarm tone, allowing it to awaken me each morning. Dear infatuated souls, do restrain your drool. Has the host truly begun to treat the cherished creatures as if they were human? They are incapable of comprehending. So how could they possibly greet everyone? The host persona has yet to be firmly established, and already it seems to be in jeopardy. The barrage of comments is filled with excitement and admiration, yet there are also those who harbor disapproval. Some perceive Shen Qing as merely crafting an image. It is undeniable that within a single day of streaming, Shen Qing has amassed hundreds of thousands of followers, inciting considerable envy among many. Chapter 22, we were about to witness the spectacle of inverted shampooing and upside-down noodle eating. But in the blink of an eye, a sharp slap resounded. Those who had claimed that the moon jellyfish could not comprehend human speech and would not respond to Shen Qing were left utterly bewildered. Indeed, it was not just them. One could say that everyone in the live stream was equally astonished. The reason was rather simple. After Shen Qing finished speaking, the moon jellyfish on camera actually greeted the audience in a live stream. Just moments ago, all 3 October jellyfish had drifted close to the glass nearest the camera, waving several of their tentacles in unison towards the lens. Their gestures bore an uncanny resemblance to a friendly wave. The only distinction, perhaps, was that they were marine creatures. Only Shen Qing could hear the 3 sisters chattering softly nearby. Is greeting humans merely a mimicry? Do you think I'm doing it right? The eldest sister gently inquired of her younger siblings, raising several of her tentacles and swaying them in the water. Absolutely. I've seen guests wave at that old man. And he even called him boss. The straightforward youngest sister chimed in with an adorable, childlike voice, articulating a statement that felt somewhat out of touch with reality. The old man she referred to was presumably Uncle Sue. In truth, with his unkempt beard, long hair obscuring his face, and casual attire, he did resemble a rather disheveled elder. Will this human be our master henceforth? He just complimented our beauty, and I like him very much. The second sister remarked in a soft, feminine tone, exuding the essence of a well-behaved girl, although her actions contrasted with her words. Her earnest attempts to fit in elicited a sense of tenderness in those who watched. The fans in a live stream felt the same way, even though they could not hear the jellyfish's words. Just witnessing their movements was enough to leave them in astonishment. Wow, the moon jellyfish actually greeted us? Can they truly understand human language? Oh my gosh, they are so adorable. Their appeal is off the charts. They can understand human speech. I want to take one home. After watching the streamer S broadcast yesterday, I already ordered a batch of moon jellyfish online. I just don't know when they will arrive. I want to see if they really can comprehend human speech. Don't be naive. Once you receive your order, you'll find that only the streamer S special pets can understand human language. We're those who were boasting earlier. Come forward and take your punishment. The barrage of comments from the fans in the live stream grew increasingly fervent, fueled by the interaction between the special pets and Shen Qing. There was no need for Shen Qing to inquire. It was evident that among the tens of thousands in the live stream, at least 1,000 had been stirred emotionally. Of course, the exact number would only be revealed after the broadcast, once the system conducted its tally. There was still time left in the live stream. This was merely the beginning, and the main event was yet to unfold. Having observed the 3 sisters, Shen Qing decided to venture to the other side to check on the other delightful creatures. With his phone in hand, he took deliberate steps towards the nearby room. This time, there was no intention to obscure anything. However, it was nighttime, and without any lights on, only a few scattered glimmers from outside penetrated the curtains. This merely prevented the room from being completely shrouded in darkness, yet it remained dimly lit. Thus, when Shen Qing opened the door, the camera indeed struggled to capture clarity. Fortunately, within a brief moment, the scene materialized within the lens. It was the same table from yesterday, positioned centrally in the room. Upon it rested several breeding boxes, still concealed beneath black cloths, leaving their contents a mystery. The surrounding walls clearly exhibited shelves, yet they too were obscured by black drapes, leaving only Shen Qing privy to what lay behind them. The room's illumination was gentle and soft, not at all blinding. A larger round lamp was placed on the table, currently unlit. These items, of course, were arranged by Shen Qing later on. The previous day's appearance felt too sparse, lacking visual appeal. He had gleaned insights from the streaming experience, believing it was all in service of enhancing the broadcast. Once the shop was fully prepared, he planned to create a dedicated streaming room, promising an even better visual experience. Shen Qing moved over, switched on the lamp, and the bright light swiftly illuminated the space. To his surprise, there was a chair on the opposite side of the table, perfectly complementing it. Please wait a moment. I'll set up a phone stand for the live stream, he announced. Shen Qing then circled the table, seated himself, placed his phone on the surface, and retrieved a mobile holder from the front of the breeding box, beginning to adjust it. After fine-tuning the height, he positioned the phone accordingly. But the camera still needed to be rotated. Finally, we're going to see him. The handsome guy is about to reveal himself. I must take a screenshot. Oh no, I'm both excited and anxious. I hope the host is an incredibly handsome fellow, but I'm nervous that it's all just my imagination. Don't worry, the lower your expectations, the less you'll be disappointed, even if the result is unsatisfactory. Just like me, I envision the host as a rather unkempt man. Impossible. The hostess' voice is so melodious. How could he possibly be unkempt? I'll bet $5 he is handsome. $5? If he is a handsome guy, I'll eat instant noodles upside down. If he is a handsome guy, I'll wash my hair while doing a one-handed handstand. The barrage of comments in the live stream grew increasingly lively, as everyone anticipated the moment Shen Qing would reveal his face. Fans clustered into various camps, some rooting for Shen Qing as a dashing gentleman, others asserting he was an unkempt man, while some boldly proclaimed their predictions. It remained uncertain how these declarations would hold once Shen Qing truly unveiled himself. Clearly, Shen Qing caught sight of these remarks. He raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. "I've seen all of you who made bold predictions earlier. You'd better follow through," he quipped. With that, Shen Qing tapped the camera, switching from the rear to the front lens. A clean and handsome visage, characterized by sharp contours, graced the lens. Beneath the inky brows lay a pair of charming, smiling phoenix eyes, complemented by a high nose bridge that cast a subtle shadow. A small, light brown mole nestled perfectly between the brows and eyes, hardly noticeable from a distance, yet upon closer inspection, it resembled a beauty mark, enhancing the allure of those enchanting eyes. Moreover, his lips, reminiscent of rose petals, exuded both elegance and sensuality. The pronounced jawline and fair complexion further accentuated his unique features. Each element stood out in its own right, and when combined, they created an even more striking impression. The slight smile playing at the corners of his lips, paired with that commanding voice, rendered the female viewers in the live stream utterly entranced. Wow, the deep voice I imagined has finally materialized. I unilaterally declare that this young man embodies the essence of a domineering CEO. I told you he was a stunning figure. A voice so melodious could not possibly belong to a rugged man. Snap! I've already taken a screenshot. I shall set his photo as my phone wallpaper to admire daily. We're those who made bold promises. We wish to see you perform headstands while washing your hair and while enjoying instant noodles. Chapter 23. This streamer is quite fresh to me, however. Those who previously labeled Shen Qing as a clumsy oaf fell silent. When questioned, not a word was uttered. Who genuinely desires to wash their hair upside down or eat instant noodles in that position? It was merely a jest, after all. No one truly believed it. Shen Qing was well aware of this. He simply aimed to enliven the atmosphere. Hadn't he, the moment he revealed his face, seen a significant surge in audience numbers? From a mere 100,000, it had now surpassed 200,000. Moreover, judging by the engagement levels, the majority were loyal fans. A feat not easily achieved by the average individual. Yet, Shen Qing had accomplished it. His streaming room had long since claimed the top spot among novice streamers, with the second-place contender trailing by a staggering number of followers. This success incited envy among both prominent and lesser-known streamers alike. With a finite amount of traffic available, Shen Qing had seized a considerable portion, naturally leaving less for others. Less traffic equated to diminished earnings. Consequently, discontented individuals began to don disguises and stir up trouble in Shen Qing's streaming room. Is it just me, or are people so blind these days? With beauty filters activated, even the most unattractive can be dubbed handsome. Indeed, who knows what they truly look like in reality? While he may not be a clumsy oaf, one must weigh the term handsome carefully. The technology in today's streaming world is remarkable. It can slim faces, smooth skin, and elongate heights. Is there anyone real left? Though these comments were not from a singular source, their intent was unmistakable, implying that Shen Qing's handsomeness was solely due to beauty filters. Such a rhythm of provocation instantly rendered the other fans in the streaming room unable to contain themselves, as they fervently expressed their support for Shen Qing. The subject of these remarks remained unfazed by the negativity. He was quite aware of whether or not he employed beauty filters. Clearly, there were individuals behind these attacks who were dissatisfied with him. After all, who would intentionally seek to provoke an obscure personality? Coincidentally, he had recently gained some notoriety, which was undoubtedly reliant on the goodwill of online users. Please remain calm. The matter of whether I use beauty filters is quite simple. Allow me to demonstrate, and you shall see. Shen Qing decisively countered the critics with tangible evidence. He showcased the so-called large eyes, slimmed face, and smooth skin, which left the fans in the streaming room astounded. Wow, this is astonishing. I thought I looked fabulous with filters, but seeing the young man, I now understand what true natural beauty is. Absolutely, the streamer is undeniably handsome. Any additional enhancements would detract from his allure, so let us disable those large eye filters. I finally comprehend that saying. Only those who are unattractive require filters to enhance their appeal. Those who are naturally handsome have no need for such external aids. Shen Qing's demonstration caught his detractors off guard, leaving them with no opportunity to respond as the fans rallied in his defense. Let those who hide behind their computers turn pale. As for Shen Qing, he is utterly indifferent. Well, let us entertain ourselves. It is indeed my honor. Now, let us transition to tonight's theme. Shen Qing redirected the conversation, retrieving a box from the side, the very breeding box resting on the table. However, it was neither covered with a black cloth nor captured by the camera. Did I not mention yesterday that I would introduce you to other little pets in the shop? Here they are. Additionally, I have procured a new batch of exotic pets today. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall be live streaming every night at 8, presenting 2 new species to you each evening. Shen Qing explained to his fans in the live chat with a gentle demeanor and a warm smile. Gazing at his handsome face and listening to his soothing, authoritative tone was a feast for both the eyes and ears. At that moment, whatever Shen Qing said, the fans were eager to hear. The young man is so gentle. I feel his gaze through the screen is filled with deep affection. I wish to meet him in person. Host, where's your shop? We would love to support you when we have the time. Indeed, even if you raise exotic pets. With looks like yours, there's nothing to object to. The female fans were utterly captivated, their reason lost in admiration. Meanwhile, the male fans focused on the exotic pets themselves. Host, what pet will you be introducing tonight? Is it also an exotic one? By the way, I want to raise tarantula. Do you have any suggestions? Host, I'm in the same city. Where is your shop? I'd like to bring friends to support your business next time. Hurry and open the box. We want to see who tonight's star is. The barrage of comments flew by swiftly, and Shen Qing managed to address a few key questions. One phone was insufficient. It seemed that additional streaming equipment was in order. Please be patient. Our shop is still under construction, and it will take some time before the grand opening. For now, let me introduce today's new companion. After finishing his words, Shen Qing presented a breeding box, lifting it before the camera for all to see. The transparent enclosure was quite spacious, measuring approximately the length of a keyboard, with a height of around 30 centimeters. Notably, it was adorned with various decorations, a small artificial mountain, branches, stones, and sand, along with some faux plants. It resembled a miniature outdoor space. Worth mentioning was a palm-sized, gray-brown lizard resting behind the artificial mountain. Some grass partially obscured its view, giving it a timid appearance. Wah, is this human here to see me? I want to snuggle with him, but I'm scared. What should I do? Boo-hoo. The fearful voice of a young boy echoed in Shen Qing's ears, lacking in resonance and prone to whimpering, which seemed incongruous with its size and species. If it had been a high-pitched, cute voice, the whimpering might have evoked tenderness and sympathy. However, this little creature had a boyish voice, making the crying seem rather difficult to assess. Nevertheless, it was still a pet from a shop, and it would undoubtedly have to face the world eventually. One must not continue in such a timid manner. Ahem. This is the newly acquired pet of the day, the venomous beaded lizard, a juvenile specimen. The venom of this particular lizard contains a multitude of toxins, and it is ill-advised to keep one without prior experience. Do not let its diminutive size deceive you. Once fully grown, it can exceed a meter in length, becoming quite a formidable creature. As Shen Qing spoke, he lifted the lid with no trace of trepidation. He boldly extended his hand into the enclosure, reaching directly toward the beaded lizard. Just moments ago, he was cautioning about the lizard's venom, yet now, without even wearing gloves, he plunged his hand inside. Should he be bitten, it would undoubtedly result in envenomation. The viewers in the live stream were consumed with anxiety. Whoa, host, please be careful. We're just here to watch. You needn't provoke it. Indeed, don't agitate the creature. How can a host play with a venomous pet without any tools? This is making us quite uneasy. Be cautious, young man. Oh no, please don't let anything happen. I've only just started to admire this host, and it hasn't even been 2 days. I'm still intrigued. Don't let it end in tragedy. Rest assured, I reside in the same city as the host. I have already retrieved my phone, and the emergency number is at the ready. Should the host be bitten, I shall call for help immediately. Chapter 24. Run. The venomous lizard is about to strike. Everyone observed with bated breath as Shen Qing's hand approached the terrarium situated before him, the camera capturing every moment, particularly his outstretched arm. His short sleeves offered no concealment, and his hands were devoid of any protective gloves. As the audience held their breath in anxious anticipation, Shen Qing's large hand was nearly brushing against the back of the jeweled venomous lizard. This scene sent shivers down the spines of all onlookers, especially as the lizard remained motionless, fixated on Shen Qing, as if poised to attack at any moment. The tension was palpable, rendering them unable to exhale. Those with a modicum of expertise immediately began to voice their concerns in the comments. Whoa, streamer, don't move. You're encroaching on its territory and could provoke an attack. This type of lizard has a strong sense of territory. Approaching carelessly is seen as a challenge. If the lizard is foraging or feeding, a sudden disturbance from a human could trigger an attack out of fear or anger. The prudent course of action when facing a venomous lizard is to maintain distance and avoid attempts to capture or harm it, as this will only incite aggression. As this knowledgeable user flooded the comments with warnings, the atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly tense. Shen Qing had not adhered to a single piece of advice they had offered. Was this not an indication that he was on the verge of being attacked? The fans frantically urged him in the comments. No, retract your hand quickly. It's dangerous. Yet, Shen Qing remained oblivious to the flurry of messages, his gaze captivated solely by the lizard in the terrarium. He appeared to be in high spirits as he boldly placed his hand on the lizard's back. Ah! The viewers collectively gasped in silence, with those timid souls behind their screens shielding their eyes, dreading the potential horror that might unfold. Even the user who had previously issued a series of warnings was left dumbfounded. Wow, this streamer is incredibly reckless. He is practically courting danger. At his computer, a young man erupted in expletives, deeming Shen Qing utterly amateurish. How could someone so inexperienced think to care for a venomous pet? It was akin to a centenarian attempting to hang themselves. However, despite his criticisms, his eyes remained glued to the screen. In the next moment, he was left astonished. Contrary to his predictions that Shen Qing would be attacked by the lizard, nothing of the sort occurred. The lizard behaved quite docilely. Amidst this unfolding drama, Shen Qing's calm voice resonated through the computer. Come here, little jewel. Greet everyone so that the brothers and sisters in the live stream can get to know you. It won't be unfamiliar next time they see you. At that moment, Shen Qing confidently held the jeweled lizard in his hand, with no hint of aggression from the creature. Not only was there no attack, but the lizard seemed to revel in the interaction, tilting its head to nuzzle against Shen Qing's hand. Human is touching me. He truly likes me. I adore the scent of humans. The jeweled lizard, though timid, appeared emboldened in Shen Qing's presence, demonstrating affection rather than aggression. Subsequently, Shen Qing raised it before the camera, placing it gently on the back of his other hand, allowing the beaded lizard to crawl upon it. He lightly patted its back, encouraging, don't be timid, be brave. Cool, look at the camera. As Shen Qing spoke, he gestured towards the lens, and a moment of mutual understanding passed between man and pet, as if they could decipher each other's thoughts. Humans are indeed aware of my timidity. They have been watching over me all along, and I still carry that delightful scent. In light of such an exquisite aroma, I suppose I shall muster a greeting, albeit I don't fully comprehend. The little creature, once prone to tears, now lay comfortably on his arm, shedding its fear. However, despite this newfound courage, its habitual nature remained unchanged. Thus, the viewers in the live stream beheld the venomous lizard, motionless upon Shen Qing's arm. At the sound of his voice, it reluctantly lifted its head, actually turning to gaze toward the camera and nodding slightly. Wow, this lizard absolutely understands human speech, and it doesn't pose a threat at all. Goodness, when the host reached out, I thought I was about to be bitten. I nearly called for help. Incredible. One moment I was filled with dread, and the next, the situation flipped entirely. It's the same familiar formula. The same delightful scent. I was mistaken. I should not have judged the host's venomous pet by conventional standards. Why is this happening? Shouldn't it be acting like a beaded lizard? The fans in the live stream were left in stunned silence, soon erupting into excitement. The barrage of comments flooded in like a tidal wave. The number of viewers surged to a staggering figure, surpassing his current fan count. Just moments ago, everyone believed Shen Qing was on the verge of being bitten by his venomous pet. The topic quickly escalated. Some individuals even rushed out to post about it. And they were not alone. The discussion gained traction. Moreover, they shared links to Shen Qing's live stream. Consequently, the viewership skyrocketed as everyone was eager to witness which audacious individual dared to handle a beaded lizard barehanded. What they witnessed was an unexpectedly harmonious scene, one that felt almost surreal. The little lizard, though somewhat timid, possessed a pure heart and was obedient, albeit occasionally prone to tears, an inner child that wept. Shen Qing raised his arm closer to the camera for a more intimate observation, while his other hand gently caressed its back. If the beaded lizard had fur, it would appear as though he were grooming it. Oomph. Humans dare to say I am weepy. While it is true, could he not speak of me in my absence? If he can't hear me, I feel compelled to cry, sob. Ah, that feels delightful. A bit more pressure, yes, right there. I sensed some itchiness earlier. The beaded lizard, on the verge of tears once more, suddenly felt the comforting pressure on its back, as Shen Qing's fingers found the right spots. Instantly, it ceased its weeping. Instead, it squinted its eyes and began to revel in the moment, turning its head to glance at Shen Qing, articulating its request. A little further to the right and down. And my hands need a scratch too. To Shen Qing's surprise, the beaded lizard, under the gentle caress, seemed to gain courage, even raising its claws and vocalizing towards him. However, this scene appeared quite different to the viewers in the live stream. What the heck? They said the lizard wouldn't attack humans, yet it's raising its hand and calling out to the host. It must have been the previous approach that was incorrect. How could the lizard possibly become docile? This is much more plausible. Dear host, please put it down quickly. We are so worried for your safety. But I can't shake the feeling that the lizard doesn't actually intend to attack. If it truly meant harm, it could have simply bitten the host's arm. It seems to be trying to convey something instead. Chapter 25. Humanity, you have disturbed my slumber in the bustling live stream. A multitude of perspectives emerged, each distinct and varied. During the preceding interaction between Shen Qing and the venomous lizard, no indication of aggression from the creature was observed. Shen Qing maintained an air of calm. Any sensible individual would refrain from placing themselves in jeopardy. Many speculated that Shen Qing's composure stemmed from his confidence that the venomous creature would not assail him. Alternatively, should an attack occur, he was adept enough to manage the ensuing consequences. Indeed, Shen Qing soon noticed several comments in the live chat. Given his ongoing engagement with the venomous lizard, he had anticipated the questions that would arise. The inquiries were straightforward. First, would the venomous creature pose a threat? After all, it was venomous, and a misstep could result in poisoning. Second, if poisoning were to occur, would he be capable of handling it? This latter concern was undoubtedly paramount. I apologize if I startled anyone earlier. Allow me to clarify. My venomous creature holds a high affinity for me and will not initiate an attack, he explained. Moreover, I possess veterinary skills, so should poisoning occur, there is no need for alarm. I can manage it myself. Shen Qing was indeed correct. As long as the toxin was not lethal, he could address it. Even in the case of a deadly toxin, he had a system to assist him, rendering a hospital visit unnecessary. Regarding antidotes, he had perused the system's marketplace and found ample supplies. Human, who are you chatting with? Aren't you going to scratch my itch? Woe is me. You truly do not love me anymore. At this, Shen Qing paused his explanation, only to have the little creature resume its plaintive whimpering. In mere moments, the venomous lizard had climbed up his arm, perching itself upon his shoulder, nuzzling its not-so-bright head against Shen Qing's cheek and licking his face in a clear display of affection. Human, hurry and scratch my back. You cannot abandon me halfway. Before Shen Qing could respond, The viewers in the live chat were unable to contain themselves. Observing the lizard's somewhat unsightly skin juxtaposed against Shen Qing's strikingly handsome visage created a striking contrast reminiscent of a wild beast alongside a handsome man. Wow, this scene is an astonishing contrast. It feels utterly bizarre. Silence. Quickly release that handsome fellow. Let me take over. At this moment, I find myself thinking not of whether the handsome young man might be bitten by the lizard, but rather how such a striking face could be so casually brushed against by a lizard. I wish to experience that for just a second, to feel it up close. To the commenter above, you are not alone in your sentiments. The atmosphere in the live stream shifted. The initial fear had dissipated, replaced by amusement. Apologies for the spectacle. Little Zhu, go off and play, Shen Qing remarked with a gentle smile, his tone imbued with tender affection. Nonetheless, he acquiesced and scratched the lizard's back before returning it to its enclosure. However, what he remained oblivious to was that his recent exasperated yet affectionate smile had rendered the female viewers in the live stream utterly captivated. His handsome visage, coupled with that gentle yet indulgent tone reminiscent of a domineering figure, along with those deeply affectionate eyes, could overshadow even the simplest attire worn by Shen Qing, such as a plain short-sleeve shirt. His natural charisma was undeniably alluring. Oh no, I have succumbed to my brother's mesmerizing looks and enchanting voice. That tender tone was not directed at the pet, but was entirely meant for me, especially that word obedient. I felt as if countless arrows from Cupid were aimed at me. Having been single since birth, the only time my heart raced was due to this man before me. Dear live-streaming brother, you must take responsibility. My goodness, even as a man, my ears are tingling. If I possessed such looks and voice, would I ever face rejection? How do you manage to make the pet so obedient? Dear host, is it true that you can treat animals? May I message you privately? Almost half of the viewers were shrieking, entranced by Shen Qing's beauty and voice. Only a small fraction remained composed, yet they were keenly interested in how Shen Qing achieved such obedience from the pet. Some even sent him private messages, including one who had previously informed everyone about the venomous lizard's aggressive behavior. Su Lu observed the live stream on his computer, eagerly awaiting Shen Qing's response after sending his message. He was willing to try anything as long as there was hope. Had Shen Qing's interaction with the pet not been so extraordinary, he would not have considered messaging him, even with his claims of veterinary knowledge. His childhood friend owned a golden python, which had recently been ailing, and despite his efforts to seek veterinary help, he had consulted multiple veterinarians, including those from esteemed institutions. There had been no improvement. Shen Qing represented a last-ditch effort. Perhaps, by some stroke of luck, he might succeed where others had failed. Meanwhile, Shen Qing addressed several questions from fans before not immediately checking his private messages, seemingly waiting until after the broadcast. Su Lu was patient and continued to watch the live stream. After returning the venomous lizard to its enclosure, Shen Qing produced another rearing box. This time, he revealed another pet acquired that very day, albeit one whose appearance was somewhat less appealing. Ahem! The next creature in question was the renowned long-winged phoenix butterfly. The enclosure was relatively small, and Shen Qing shielded it briefly with his hand, preventing the viewers from getting a glimpse. Yet upon hearing the name, they instinctively understood it was a butterfly. Long-winged phoenix butterfly? Does anyone know what kind of butterfly this is? Could it be poisonous as well? Indeed, you guessed correctly. I just looked it up, and the long-winged phoenix butterfly is toxic, reportedly capable of killing 6 cats. My goodness, such potency. Host, is every single one of your pets more poisonous than the last? Is your pet shop truly filled with hazardous creatures? Indeed, as soon as the viewers learned of its toxicity, their hearts raced with anticipation, fearing Shen Qing might unveil yet another shocking revelation. Never has there been such a heart-pounding experience in someone else's live stream. Only here with Shen Qing do they find themselves perpetually astonished. Little butterfly, please greet everyone, Shen Qing said, as he lowered his hand, revealing the contents of the rearing box he held. Initially, the audience assumed it contained butterflies, but when a black, caterpillar-like creature came into view, all were left in bewilderment. What on earth is this? Just this? A caterpillar? A commanding voice reminiscent of a queen, resonated in Shen Qing's ear. "Human, you have disturbed my slumber. Are you not aware? It is quite ungracious to make a lady work at such a late hour. What do you intend to offer as compensation?" Chapter 26. Who would raise a caterpillar? Within a transparent rearing box, a black caterpillar, adorned with antennae, proudly elevated its rounded head, casting a disdainful gaze upon Shen Qing. This was, of course, Shen Qing's perception. After all, the queenly voice it emitted carried an inherent majesty. And yet, the reality of its form, a mere caterpillar, struck a discordant note. Meanwhile, the viewers in a live stream beheld a black caterpillar marked with delicate white stripes. Its appearance a curious blend of ugliness and cuteness as it raised its dark head in bewilderment. Initially, they had anticipated the presence of a butterfly within, but instead, they were met with this creature, just a caterpillar. Some timid girls were horrified by the sight of the dark, fuzzy insect trembling in fear. "Ah, a bug. Weren't we promised a butterfly? How could it be this creepy caterpillar? Goodness, you startled me. I'm not afraid of lizards, but these caterpillars terrify me. My eyes can't take it." Indeed, our host always has surprises in store for us. He truly doesn't treat us as outsiders. Even a caterpillar is now part of the live stream. How impressive. Technically, calling a caterpillar a butterfly isn't incorrect. It will naturally transform into one once it cocoons. In that moment, the fans' engagement was reignited as discussions flourished around this newly introduced quirky caterpillar. The previous calm had been disrupted, and the excitement surged once more. Shen Qing's stream remained steadfastly at the pinnacle of the newcomer live streams, showing no signs of waning. The viewer count and the fervor of discussions far surpassed those of concurrent streamers, inciting envy among aspiring hosts who yearn for viral success. Many rushed to the platform's support center to lodge complaints, arguing that Shen Qing's stream, thriving as it was, should not be categorized as a newcomer's. If he continued to dominate, their chances of survival were bleak. The flow of traffic was monopolized by Shen Qing alone. Even though Shen Qing had yet to depart the novice zone, seasoned streamers remained apprehensive, fearing that such a formidable host might transition into their territory and seize their audience. It was only the second day, and already, Shen Qing's stream had amassed an impressive following, with tens of thousands of new fans daily. Who wouldn't be intimidated by that? Moreover, his live stream was unparalleled on the platform. The curiosity surrounding exotic creatures, despite their frightening nature, drew viewers in. They need not engage directly. Simply observing Shen Qing's interactions with these exotic pets satisfied their inquisitiveness while enlightening them about these creatures. As long as the traffic flowed, regardless of its permanence, it was a boon. Consequently, numerous prominent streamers donned aliases to infiltrate Shen Qing's live stream, seeking to glean insights or stir the pot. However, these efforts appeared futile. Meanwhile, the increasing volume of complaints received by the platform could not be ignored. In just 2 days, Shen Qing had single-handedly overturned the newcomer live stream area. After careful consideration, I have resolved to send a private message directly to Shen Qing, inviting him to sign with the platform ahead of time. This signifies a departure from the novice zone, indicating a transition to a more expansive pool of traffic. Naturally, Shen Qing retains the right to decline. However, at present, Shen Qing is engrossed in his live broadcast and has no time to check his messages. Undoubtedly, you have already surmised that the little butterfly is still in its caterpillar stage, but once it metamorphoses, it will undoubtedly transform into a magnificent butterfly. Shen Qing calmly explains to his fans in the live stream, showing no signs of the impact his previous actions may have had on them. Indeed, this is the effect Shen Qing desires. Though the little butterfly currently appears as a mere caterpillar, it possesses the heart of a true queen with a rather formidable temperament. Shen Qing opens the rearing box and extends his hand to playfully tease the caterpillar within. "Human, who permitted you to speak ill of me? Do not presume I am oblivious. You disturb my slumber without offering recompense, and now you tarnish my reputation. Are you not afraid of my wrath?" The caterpillar's commanding voice brimmed with inquiry as it skillfully evaded Shen Qing's outstretched hand. However, the threat it uttered did not carry the weight it believed it possessed. Yet, the fans in the live stream remained blissfully unaware of this. Isn't the host afraid of being bitten when he reaches out to touch the toxic creature? By the way, can caterpillars even be toxic in this form? Is it through touch that one becomes poisoned, or must one be bitten? Is the host truly planning to catch the caterpillar barehanded? What if he accidentally crushes it? Just imagining that explosion is utterly thrilling. Ha ha, the person above is a genius. It instantly reminded me of a similar explosive experience from my childhood. The green, pungent smell is truly unbearable, though mine was non-toxic. The comments in the barrage were peculiarly amusing, with even references to explosions being casually mentioned, as if treating everyone as familiar company. This was a bit too much for some of the ladies. Just imagine, a handsome young man gripping a black caterpillar, and a careless squeeze leads to an explosion. That imagery is simply too beautiful to behold. At that moment, Shen Qing's hand had already made contact with the caterpillar and was poised to lift it. Human, let me remind you, even if your scent is delightful, it does not grant you the right to enslave me. Moreover, my compensation must not be lacking. This space is too cramped. I require a larger abode. You shall arrange it. The caterpillar's commanding voice remained robust, although it still sounded rather unapproachable, laced with dissatisfaction. It showed no signs of resistance. Contrary to expectations of aggression, it appeared quite docile. All right, I understand today has been a bit of a trial for you. Tomorrow, I shall procure a larger house for you, and you may decorate it as you wish. Now, it is your turn to greet the friends in the live stream. Come now, though you lack hands to wave, the antennae atop your head will suffice. I trust everyone will not mind. Shen Qing smiled affectionately, speaking softly to the caterpillar in his hands. Subsequently, with utmost care, he cradled the creature in the palm of his other hand and raised it before the camera, inviting it to greet the audience. This sequence of actions left the viewers in the live stream momentarily stunned. What did he utter? The tone of his speech bore no resemblance to that of one conversing with a mere pet. It was evident that he regarded the little creature as if it were a human being. Moreover, this was not an isolated incident. It appeared that Shen Qing consistently employed an equal tone when addressing the exotic pets in his shop, as though they were capable of human-like communication. It was utterly surreal. Wow, the host is incredible. He truly converses with the exotic pets. But can they really comprehend him? He even allows it to choose its own decorative style. How could a mere caterpillar possibly grasp such concepts? You're all so naive. Look, the host's earlier words have already exposed him. He is clearly crafting a persona. Indeed, who in their right mind speaks so deliberately to animals, especially to insects? True, if you were to converse with a kitten or a puppy, at least they might respond with a sound. But can insects reciprocate? They cannot. Thus, it is all a fade. Hold your horses, detractors. Take a look at the camera before making such claims. Chapter 27. Perhaps the most venomous butterfly in the world initially. The comments section was abuzz with discussions about why Shen Qing chose to communicate with the venomous creatures. This immediately provided an opportunity for some detractors, who began to flood the chat with their fervent remarks. They were adept at seizing such moments, exploiting any chance to undermine and sow discord. Historically, this tactic had proven effective, but tonight it backfired spectacularly. Just as they declared that venomous creatures were merely insects and incapable of understanding human speech, they were swiftly proven wrong. In a remarkable turn of events, the dark, fuzzy caterpillar actually responded. After Shen Qing spoke, the caterpillar raised its rounded black head and swayed its two antennae back and forth towards the camera, mimicking Shen Qing's gesture of waving. Was this not a clear sign of comprehension? The chat erupted with astonishment. What? How can a caterpillar actually greet a person? Is this really just a caterpillar? Its intelligence is remarkable. Haha, those detractors should take a look. The caterpillar is waving at you. Oh no, it's waving its antennae. Incredible. I ask those detractors, does it hurt to have your faces slapped like that? Indeed, exceptional individuals incite jealousy wherever they go. This young man has already attracted haters after just 2 days of streaming. When will the young man's shop open? I'm in the same city and would love to support him. The atmosphere in the live stream room grew increasingly vibrant, and even with detractors stirring the pot, most viewers remained unfazed. After all, the majority of Shen Qing's audience consisted of adults, who possessed mature minds and comprehensive critical thinking skills, making them less susceptible to emotional manipulation. Even the younger viewers were merely driven by curiosity. They didn't care whether the creatures could interact. As long as they were indeed venomous pets, that sufficed. Owning such creatures was inherently a bold endeavor, and to them, Shen Qing was undoubtedly the coolest. Moreover, the venomous creatures often engaged with Shen Qing in subtle ways, a feat that many adorable pet streams could not replicate. Remarkably, Shen Qing had yet to falter. Consequently, the detractors fell silent, no longer voicing their criticisms. Shen Qing noticed this and chose not to explain himself. After all, who would believe that he could truly understand the thoughts of animals? Even if he claimed so, it would be met with skepticism. Thank you all for your support. The physical store is expected to open in about half a month, so when it does, I welcome you all to come and visit. You'll have the chance to take photos with the venomous pets you're interested in. Rest assured, to prevent any mishaps, the store will be equipped with a first aid kit for detoxification and anti-inflammatory treatment. As he spoke, Shen Qing produced a small cotton swab from an unknown source, playfully teasing the caterpillar in his hand. The cotton swab gently prodded the caterpillar's head as if it were poking its cheek. Awakens. Who gave you the audacity to prod this esteemed queen? Are you weary of life? Don't think for a moment that a trifling favor will sway me. Such notions are utterly absurd. If you continue to poke, I shall truly bite. My venom is indeed formidable. The regal tone of the queen was initially composed, but the playful teasing from Shen Qing had incited a flicker of irritation within her. Her voice rose several notches, laden with threats. Yet she remained unmoving atop Shen Qing's hand. The thought of biting him was far from her mind. Only Shen Qing understood that these creatures, having amassed a perfect score of 100 in favorability, posed no threat to him, unless their lives were in peril. The reality was that he had no intention of harming them, ensuring their safety and fostering a sense of camaraderie. Oh, you still possess a bit of temper, do you? Are you not concerned that I might deny you a new abode, confining you to this cramped space indefinitely? Shen Qing poked the round little head of the caterpillar once more, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. His hands never ceased their motion, reminiscent of a mischievous little boy delighting in teasing a young girl. The current scenario bore striking resemblance to that innocent playfulness. Now that you find yourself in my grasp, should you not endeavor to please me? Come, little butterfly, show me a bit of charm. Shen Qing spoke freely, disregarding the audience in the live stream, his words flowing with practiced flirtation. It was amusing. His target was not a girl, but rather a dark and venomous caterpillar. If one were to merely listen to his voice, it was rich and velvety, each phrase imbued with an intimate allure, rendering listeners utterly enraptured. Especially with his teasing tone that rose slightly, it was akin to an ear-tingling symphony. The female viewers in the live stream were already in a frenzy. At this moment, thoughts of the fearsome caterpillar had completely slipped their minds. Oh, my ears are definitely pregnant. Is this voice truly something I can possess? Oh my goodness. With such looks and this voice, my ideal type has been perfectly manifested. Why speak to a venomous caterpillar when you could address us? Please, say more. We adore listening. Wow, even as a man, my ears are tingling. No wonder these girls are so excited. The host has already captivated us with his looks and voice. Whoa, enough of this chatter. Everyone look. Isn't that cotton swab turning black from the caterpillar's bite? The moment those words escaped, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the cotton swab in Shen Qing's hand. Just in time to witness the disgruntled caterpillar, displeased by Shen Qing's prodding, take a decisive bite out of the cotton swab's tip. Although they could not discern whether the caterpillar possessed teeth, the sudden transformation of the swab's white tip to a deep black hue was nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, the cotton swab had transitioned from white to black, with a third of it firmly grasped in the caterpillar's mouth. Humanity, behold, though I may not have fully matured, I possess remarkable prowess. I must caution you, do not provoke me further. Furthermore, should you dare to deny me a change of residence, I assure you, I will resort to biting. Such is your fate. Well, enough of the jest. Shen Qing removed the cotton swab, but did not relinquish it. A queen remains a queen, even when residing within the body of a caterpillar. Her disdainful tone towards the world remains undeterred. Despite a hint of petulance, she is undeniably endearing. This delightful contrast is irresistibly charming. As Shen Qing gazed at the caterpillar in her hand, a smile graced her lips, her affection nearly overflowing from the live stream. However, the audience was still anxious about the cotton swab turning black. Observing the swab, now completely darkened, one could fathom the toxicity of that caterpillar. Wow, the cotton swab has turned black. Did it merely take a single bite from that caterpillar to cause such a transformation? That is exceedingly venomous. Oh dear, I almost choked on my own saliva. I initially believed that no matter how poisonous the caterpillar was, it couldn't be that severe. How naive of me. The darker the color, the more potent the toxin. Look at that swab. It is nearly as dark as ink. It is truly highly toxic. I researched it online. Even the larvae of the long-winged swallowtail butterfly possess an extraordinarily high level of toxicity. This may very well be the most venomous butterfly in existence. One should not underestimate it, even in its caterpillar stage. The host is impressive. The establishment is filled with either venomous creatures or toxic pets, and yet there is no fear of mishaps. Chapter 28. What if I'm poisoned? The fans in the live stream were inundating the chat with messages, all urging Shen Qing to exercise caution and inquiring about the toxicity of the caterpillar. The primary concern for everyone was the possibility of poisoning. Shen Qing placed the caterpillar back into its container and noted the comments in the chat regarding these matters. He glanced down at the pitch-black color of the cotton swab, a smirk playing on his lips. He did not perceive the discussion as inappropriate. Rather, he found it quite timely. He had previously mentioned his veterinary training, and mere words without demonstration held little impact. Thus, he decided to conduct an experiment utilizing the venom of a small butterfly. System, he contemplated, there must be an antidote for the long-winged butterfly's toxin available in the marketplace. Although upgrading his veterinary skills would grant him access to the necessary knowledge and antidote skills, it did not preclude the possibility of purchasing such remedies. From his perspective, the cost of a single antidote should be less than the points required for an upgrade. However, the efficacy would likely be one-sided. Indeed, the next moment, the system provided a response. To the host, the marketplace does sell antidotes, with prices varying for specific detoxification methods. The antidote for the long-winged butterfly is priced at 5,000 points. Would you like to make a purchase? 5,000 points was indeed a substantial sum. Leveling up once required 10,000 points, and the number of available antidotes for levels 1 to 3 was not fixed, presumably akin to the common detoxification methods found in real life. To address more complex or challenging medical issues, one would inevitably need to advance in levels. Rare antidotes could only be acquired at level 4 or above, with each level unlocking a unique antidote, either specified or randomized. It was reasonable to assume that the prices for these rare antidotes would be even steeper. Thus, in this context, the cost of 5,000 points appeared quite reasonable. Of course, obtaining this antidote would serve additional purposes. Purchase. Deducting 5,000 points, remaining total points, 25,000. Soon after, a comprehensive set of detoxification materials appeared in Shen Qing's mind, detailing everything required, including precise measurements. It was akin to a meticulous tutorial, ensuring complete understanding. Coincidentally, all the necessary items were already present in his medical kit. Once prepared, he would be able to utilize them. One could easily imagine the concerns of the viewers regarding the numerous poisonous creatures in the shop. What if, by some misfortune, someone were to be poisoned? What if timely medical assistance was unavailable? Shen Qing smiled at his audience. I have studied veterinary medicine, so I hope it alleviates some of your doubts. Please wait a moment while I retrieve something. He placed the cotton swab on the table, within reach for the viewers, and then stood up to leave. His brief communication with the system had taken mere seconds, so no one noticed anything amiss. However, Shen Qing's departure sparked curiosity among the viewers. What is the host up to? Could he possibly be planning to demonstrate the detoxification process live? Of course, I jest. We are understandably concerned. Who isn't afraid of poison? The young man running the poison pet shop must exercise caution. However, if the streamer can truly address the issue of toxic pets, then safety is assured. Once his shop opens, I will certainly show my support. Indeed, While I pursue excitement and admire the streamer-esque venture into the poison pet business, my health remains paramount. Even Su Lu, who had been waiting on the other side of the live stream, gazed curiously at the screen, wondering what Shen Qing would do next. He pondered whether the speculation from netizens was accurate, questioning if Shen Qing was seeking a remedy for the poison. His curiosity was soon satisfied as Shen Qing entered holding a disposable cup filled halfway with a light blue liquid, the contents a mystery. Streamer, what do you have in your hand? Surely it isn't a beverage? If it isn't a drink, could it be an antidote? Just moments ago, the young man asked us to wait, indicating he has a purpose. You're right, I suspect that too. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. I'm back, and I'm sure you're all curious about what I'm holding. After taking a seat, Shen Qing calmly waved to his fans in the live stream, raising the other cup in his hand and shaking it under the camera's gaze. He then placed the cup on the table and lifted the blackened cotton swab, arching an eyebrow with a smile. As you may already know, this is a cotton swab bitten by a little phoenix butterfly containing venom. The toxin from the long-winged phoenix butterfly poses a significant threat to human health. If poisoned, one should seek professional medical assistance immediately. But what if timely medical care is unavailable? Fortunately, I possess some knowledge of detoxification methods. Please watch closely. Shen Qing spoke at length, his demeanor reminiscent of a professor delivering a lecture. Were he to don spectacles, he would undoubtedly resemble a teacher more closely. Nevertheless, the focus of the audience remained on Shen Qing's hand, grasping the toxic cotton swab in his right hand. Amidst the spectators' confusion, he thrust the poisoned end directly into the light blue liquid in the disposable cup. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. As the black cotton swab submerged into the light blue liquid, the originally dark color began to seep into the liquid. Yet, when the blue substance made contact with the black liquid, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The blue liquid appeared to consume the black liquid, as if engaged in a one-sided plunder. With the light blue engulfing the dark hue, the two visibly canceling each other out. Ultimately, the once pitch-black cotton swab returned to its original white, while the light blue liquid faded to transparency. This transformation transpired in mere seconds, with all colors vanishing as though the preceding scene had never occurred, leaving everyone in shock. What in the world? The young man simply brought a cup of colored water, and now that toxic cotton swab has completely transformed? Has it been detoxified or not? I can't quite comprehend. Could it possibly be a result of some chemical substance? Unlikely, for the cotton swab remained under our very eyes, never having been replaced. Thus, the issue lies with that pale blue liquid. Did not the host mention a detoxification method? Precisely that pale blue liquid? After all, the host is trained in veterinary medicine and possesses knowledge of antidotes. If that is indeed the case, the host is truly remarkable. With such impressive medical skills, success in any venture is assured. Indeed, possessing such expertise would guarantee success in establishing a veterinary clinic. As conjectured, the problem originated from the water we previously encountered. It is not mere water, but rather a detoxifying solution I concocted using medication. The effects have been witnessed, yet it is said that hearing is deceiving, and seeing may not guarantee truth. I shall visit a relevant testing facility tomorrow for verification, and I will share the results with everyone thereafter. This way, future visitors to my establishment can feel assured. With a smile, Shen Qing elucidated this matter, effectively countering the malicious speculations of detractors. His calm demeanor resembled that of one who holds a winning hand, further solidifying his standing in the hearts of his fans, who now harbor greater trust in him. Many eagerly anticipate the opening of Shen Qing's shop, planning to visit when time permits. After all, it would not only be worthwhile to observe the exotic pets, but also to admire the handsome proprietor. Chapter 29. Bewildered and enchanted after concluding his stream, Shen Qing glanced at the elapsed time. It had been a while since he had begun. He simply bid farewell to his audience before signing off. Ding! Live broadcast concluded. Compiling audience emotional value. Ding! Compilation complete. Tonight's broadcast generated a total emotional value of 163,250 points. Total emotional value points, 188,250 ding. Achieve a record surpassing 100,000 for the first time. Rewarded with cash of 100,000, a car, and a growth potion. Ding. Surpassing 15 poisonous pets, rewarded with a luxury breeding box package. Subsequently, his personal panel refreshed once more. Name: Shen Qing. Age: 23. System: Poisonous Pet Live Broadcast System. Cash: 108, 410 yuan. Total emotional value points: 188. 250. Skills: Eavesdrop on Animal Thoughts. Poisonous Creature Care Manual. Animal Affinity Skill. Level 1 Veterinary Skill. Items: Car X1. Growth Potion X1. Luxury Breeding Box Package X1. Shen Qing gazed at the transformed data on his personal panel, a deeper smile gracing his lips. The results of tonight's broadcast exceeded his expectations, yielding several times more than the previous day. The current generation of netizens was truly impressive, generously bestowing emotional value. The number of viewers had surged past 300,000 at its peak, a figure he had never anticipated. Retaining over 100,000 emotional points was already commendable, especially considering each individual could only capture 3 times. Any excess would be in vain. The rewards, aside from the monetary compensation, included a car, precisely what he needed at this juncture. Fortuitously, he had learned to drive in his previous life, and the original owner had already obtained a license, sparing him from the necessity of retaking the test. Moreover, the vehicle provided by the system was road-ready, with all documentation and license plates arranged. Another unexpected reward was the growth potion. Upon reviewing the detailed description, he discovered that each bottle contained 3 capsules, effective not only for human hair loss, but also for treating fur loss in animals. In essence, any living creature with fur would benefit from its use, boasting remarkable efficacy. Lastly, there was the luxury breeding box package. Upon inspection, Shen Qing was dazzled. True to its name, it comprised a staggering 108 breeding boxes, varying in size. The largest ones were several rooms in scale, while the smallest were merely palm-sized. Each box was crafted from genuine glass, significantly sturdier than typical glass in reality, resistant to damage. Notably, the interiors of these breeding boxes were extravagantly decorated. Each box bore a label detailing the simulated environment within, specifying the type of poisonous pet it was suited for. Remarkably, these were not mere illusions, but authentic scenes and tangible items. For instance, the enclosure designed for serpentine poisonous pets featured a miniature forest, complete with underbrush, artificial hills, and even flowing water. It is unclear from whence the source of water originates. Yet it is evident that this place boasts mountains and rivers, trees and grasses, as well as blossoms. It is nothing short of a wild paradise. Environments reminiscent of tropical rainforests coexist with desert landscapes, all deserving of the epithet luxurious. Almost all the habitats required by Shen Qing's venomous pets are encompassed within this extraordinary package, perfectly aligning with the opulent chambers previously described by the little phoenix butterfly. When not in use, these habitats can be conveniently stored within the system's inherent backpack, ready to be utilized at a moment's notice. This reward is undoubtedly the most practical at present. Once the storefront is fully renovated, he will be able to organize these rearing boxes into designated areas, effectively saving him the effort of purchasing them later. The quality of the system's rewards far surpasses that of any self-purchased items. Upon reviewing his progress, Shen Qing observed that his points had reached an impressive total of 180,000, just sufficient for upgrading his veterinary skills. Advancing by 1 level requires 10,000 points, accumulating to 100,000 points for reaching level 10. Currently, his veterinary skill stands at level 1, thus requiring 90,000 points to attain level 10. With ample points available, he decided to upgrade all at once, elevating his veterinary skill to level 10. Ding! Deducting 90,000 points. Remaining points: 98,250. Ding! Veterinary skill upgrade complete. Unlocking healing ability. All toxins and injuries can be treated, regardless of species. With this enhancement, the final vestige of danger associated with raising venomous pets has been alleviated, uplifting Shen Qing's spirits immensely. After closing his personal panel, he picked up his phone to check for private messages, coincidentally discovering 2 key pieces of information. One from the official source, and the other from a fan. The message suggested an early conclusion to the novice period, which was indeed feasible. It contained extensive explanations along with some preferential policies post-contract. The contract was also included. After reviewing the details, Shen Qing deemed it acceptable and affixed his electronic signature. His fanbase had swiftly approached 500,000 within a mere 2 days, an impressive feat. Most interested netizens had already followed him, indicating that attracting new followers in the novice zone would likely become a rarity, as suggested by the official commentary on the size of the traffic pool. Thus, he readily signed the contract. The other private message was equally intriguing. The sender had reached out during his live broadcast, followed by several messages after it concluded, expressing a desire for his assistance in treating a golden python. This marked the first individual willing to trust in his ability to heal animals, particularly a golden python. It was worth investigating. Who knows? This could lead to further insights into the venomous pet market. His shop could not solely rely on insect-type venomous pets. There was a need for other varieties as well. Consequently, Shen Qing responded to the individual's message. Meanwhile, Su Lu, during the latter part of Shen Qing's live stream, began to believe in his medical prowess, especially after witnessing the straightforward and decisive manner in which he administered the antidote. Although he did not disclose the specific potion used, the mere fact that he could produce such a remedy was impressive. Furthermore, his willingness to undergo testing by relevant institutions served as sufficient proof of his capability. Thus, the private message he subsequently sent conveyed a measure of sincerity, addressing several pertinent issues. He expressed a hope that Shen Qing might extend her assistance. Fortunately, after a few minutes of anticipation, Shen Qing's reply arrived, granting her consent. Su Lu felt an unanticipated sense of relief wash over her. And soon the two confirmed their meeting time and location, exchanging contact numbers. The remaining details would be discussed in person the following day. Meanwhile, Shen Qing's livestream video once again ignited fervor online. It was the same editor, yet this time the edited footage garnered exceptional popularity as the voice's owner made an appearance. Dressed in a simple yet elegant manner, his features appeared even more striking and profound. Coupled with his unique, commanding voice, he seemed effortlessly captivating. Each time he spoke, he infused his words with a distinct tenderness, his intonation subtly rising at the end, accompanied by a faint smile. This charm utterly bewitched the viewers, leaving them disoriented and unable to discern their bearings. Chapter 30. Even holding a lizard is enchanting. Ah, how strikingly handsome he is, precisely the embodiment of my dream idol. Please, share his details with me. I yearn to bear his children. His voice is melodious, and his visage is irresistibly captivating, akin to a face that could effortlessly debut in the entertainment industry. From this moment forth, he shall be my new obsession. Goodness, a handsome face paired with a charismatic voice. It's as if a fictional character has stepped into reality. Such remarkable charm, even while holding a lizard, is utterly intoxicating. Even if he were to cradle a caterpillar, my affection for him would remain boundless. I wish to transcend into that realm, even if it means becoming a mere caterpillar myself. Countless comments of this nature have inundated the video's comment section. Undoubtedly, these accolades are bestowed by female admirers, many of whom are not dedicated fans of Shen Qing, but rather enchanted onlookers drawn in by his allure, alongside the original fanbase of the uploader. It is evident that the uploader has mastered the art of attracting attention. Since Shen Qing's voice became widely recognized, his initial appearance did not disappoint, paving the way for his current rise to prominence. Furthermore, astute individuals quickly sensed the burgeoning excitement and immediately took action. After watching Shen Qing's live broadcast replay, they hastily edited a solo version. Every fragment of his voice and every moment from the live stream, even a single phrase, was meticulously extracted, accompanied by music that heightened the ambience to perfection. The resulting compilation was a dazzling array of creativity, each piece harmoniously aligned with the others. Consequently, Shen Qing's voice and video continued to flourish across the platform's short video segments, captivating every viewer who entered that evening. Even a solitary utterance, devoid of embellishments, resonated profoundly, transcending the ordinary and rivaling the work of professional voice actors. Each word was articulated with clarity, enchanting all who listened, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of many. The comments section was swiftly claimed by netizens, all fervently seeking the owner of that enchanting voice. Upon discovering the video, they confirmed it was indeed the same individual. As they juxtaposed his voice with his visage, Shen Qing's popularity surged to unprecedented heights. His fan base swelled, surpassing the remarkable milestone of 500,000 and continuing to grow. Meanwhile, the subject of this newfound fame had already retreated from the online world, blissfully asleep. The following day dawned, with the summer sun shining as brilliantly as ever. The morning sun ascended the sky early, as if eager to begin its daily shift. Though its rays were not overly intense, they remained bright enough to overshadow the waning moon. The bustling streets commenced their daily rhythm, with an increasing number of pedestrians. At the end of the street, a young figure emerged from a pet shop, the door swung open by a pair of distinctly knuckled hands. Shen Qing, having enjoyed a restful slumber, was determined to honor the invitation extended by a fan the previous night. The designated address happened to be in the neighboring city of H, a mere 2-hour drive away. Having recently received a vehicle as a reward, he was eager to set off on his own. Prior to his departure, Shen Qing ensured that his beloved pets were well fed and securely locked up his shop before indulging in a hearty breakfast. Afterward, he drove from the parking lot behind his store to meet with the craftsman responsible for the renovations of the adjacent shops. He reiterated his requirements, confident that the system-rewarded breeding box would facilitate the workers in executing his newly envisioned layout. Today, they would measure the premises and strategize the design. Upon his return from H-City, he planned to relocate his existing pets to the second floor and have the 3 shops interconnected. Having entrusted the key to the foreman, Shen Qing ascended the highway in his vehicle. Meanwhile, Su Lu awoke early, promptly contacting her childhood friend to inform her of a potential solution to her golden python dilemma. Though her friend had lost hope, she was willing to entertain this last-ditch effort, acknowledging Su Lu's unwavering support during this trying time. Despite her sorrow for her beloved pet, she found solace in her friend's proactive approach. "Wait at home with Xiaojin. I will fetch someone and return shortly," Su Lu assured her before ending the call and driving toward their agreed rendezvous. She had arranged to meet Shen Qing at 10 o'clock in the city center, near a delightful restaurant, where she intended to reserve a private room and place an order in advance. Regardless of the outcome, she felt it was only proper to treat him to a meal, especially given the lengths he had traveled without hesitation. Su Lu found herself touched by Shen Qing's kindness, recalling their conversation from the previous evening when he expressed his admiration for her. His willingness to assist without a second thought solidified her appreciation for him. Even if he could not provide the help she sought, she felt compelled to offer him appropriate remuneration, as was only just. Yet, her admiration for his character remained unblemished. Upon arriving at the restaurant, she promptly reserved a private dining room and ordered the most exquisite dishes, including the house specialties, determined to extend a warm welcome to Shen Qing. As time slipped by, Su Lu arrived at the designated location, having already exited her vehicle to await his arrival. Although she recognized Shen Qing from previous encounters, he would not be familiar with her appearance, so she opted to remain visibly present for his arrival. Before long, a compact car came to a halt nearby, and a figure both familiar and unfamiliar emerged. With tousled, dark hair casually resting atop his head, he donned a white short-sleeve t-shirt paired with black athletic pants and sneakers. His fresh and youthful appearance could easily pass for that of a recent high school graduate. As he turned his head, the sunlight cascaded down perfectly. Filtering through the layers of leaves, it fell upon his crown, creating tiny patches of light that adorned him with a touch of gold. Coincidentally, a gentle breeze seemed eager to caress his brow and eyelids, causing the bangs on his forehead to flutter momentarily. The golden sunlight infiltrated the depths of his eyes, imbuing his originally profound and dark pupils with an enigmatic glimmer of gold. When his gaze shifted, it precisely locked onto a single individual. Ultimately, as if reaching a conclusion, the corners of his lips curled into a subtle arc, and his previously indifferent eyes softened slightly. In that fleeting gesture, Su Lu felt as though she had witnessed a divine masterpiece. This, as described online, was the essence of a true idol. Shen Qing, over here. Chapter 31. The hungry golden python. Su Lu waved at Shen Qing, her smile radiant, as if she were greeting an old friend. In truth, Shen Qing had already spotted Su Lu. Their agreed meeting place was nearby. Although he had never met her before, he was quite sensitive to the gaze of others. The moment he stepped out of the car, he sensed her presence. In this locale, there was no one who knew him, except for Su Lu, who had invited him. As expected, she quickly called out his name. The two vehicles were parked closely, occupying adjacent spaces along the roadside. With just a few steps, they reached one another. "Hello, I am Shen Qing," he greeted politely, extending his hand for a handshake, as it was their first meeting and familiarity was not to be rushed. Hello. I did not expect you to be so tall and looking even younger than on camera. I thought you were just a fresh graduate from high school." Su Lu, with no trace of reserve, exhibited her social adeptness. In mere moments, she had bridged the gap between them. Shen Qing was pleasantly surprised by Su Lu's vivacity, which surpassed her online persona. Despite her formal attire and slicked-back hair, her youthfulness was undeniable. With her doll-like features, she might easily be mistaken for a student herself. However, the watch adorning her wrist suggested she was not lacking in means. Both stood at a similar height, with rosy lips and bright smiles, creating a striking tableau together. "Let us go see Xiao Jin first, and then we shall dine. The reservation is already made, so do not worry, even if treatment is not feasible. Your presence alone is a great honor for me. You are a friend I intend to keep," Su Lu stated, her charm evident as she quickly regarded Shen Qing as a companion. With an open demeanor, Shen Qing appreciated her straightforward nature. Although he had other motivations for agreeing to meet, Su Lu appeared genuine and uncomplicated, making her an ideal friend. Thus, he was determined to ensure that the so-called Xiao Jin would receive the care she needed. "All right, let us proceed," Shen Qing replied, embracing the title of friend without hesitation. Su Lu's bright eyes sparkled with delight at his eager acceptance, further endearing him to her. Consequently, the two vehicles departed in tandem towards the suburban area. After a brief journey of several minutes, they arrived at a villa complex. A beautiful young woman with long, flowing hair awaited them at the entrance. Upon seeing them alight from their cars, she immediately approached. Shan, this is my friend I mentioned, Shen Qing." Su Lu introduced them with warmth in her eyes. And Shen Qing quickly realized that Su Lu harbored feelings for the girl before them, a revelation that explained her enthusiasm. "Hello, I am Shan, Su Lu's childhood friend." Upon meeting Shen Qing, Shan Shan's initial disappointment was undeniable. He appeared much younger than she had anticipated. The notion that he could treat Xiao Jin was hard to believe. Yet, as he was a friend of her close companion, she felt compelled to extend her courtesy, albeit with a tempered enthusiasm. The transformation in Shan's gaze did not escape Shen Qing's notice. He observed not only her reaction towards him, but also the clarity with which she regarded Su Lu. Initially, there was indeed a glimmer of surprise, yet upon seeing him, the disbelief in her eyes was unmistakable. Furthermore, her gaze towards Su Lu lacked any romantic inclination. Clearly, Su Lu harbored unreciprocated feelings. However, such nuances were of little consequence. What truly mattered was the mention of her little Jean. "Hello, Miss Yun. I am Shen Qing. If you would permit me, I would like to see the little Jean you mentioned." Shen Qing did not indulge in unnecessary pleasantries, aware that further small talk would merely squander everyone's time, and thus he directly addressed the matter at hand. "Certainly, this way, please." Evidently, Shan shared his sentiment. Wishing to allow Shen Qing a brief examination before sending him on his way, as she had other guests to attend to shortly. In fact, her search extended beyond Shen Qing. She had engaged several others who were expected to arrive soon. These individuals were esteemed veterinary experts, of whom she had no doubt would be capable of restoring her little Jean to health. With this thought, her anticipation for Shen Qing to conclude his visit swiftly intensified. As for her childhood friend Su Lu, she felt no qualms regarding his actions. If he harbored affection for her, it was only natural that he should demonstrate it, even if she did not reciprocate those feelings. Indeed, Shan was aware of Su Lu's affection, yet she chose to feign ignorance, offering nothing in return while relishing his attentive gestures. Such hypocrisy was glaringly apparent to Shen Qing, though he refrained from making any comments, opting instead to proceed with professionalism. The trio entered the house, and it was evident that Yun Shanshan's living conditions were quite favorable. Residing alone in such a spacious abode, she employed several housekeepers who were presently occupied in the kitchen, washing fruits and brewing tea, yet no refreshments had been served. It was clear that these preparations were not intended for their benefit. Perhaps they had initially been meant for them, but upon seeing Shen Qing, that intention had changed. Shen Qing keenly observed the subtle exchanges between Yun Shanshan and the housekeepers, while the naive Su Lu remained oblivious. Or perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to such dynamics. Little Jean was located in a room on the second floor, designated as its exclusive chamber. However, it had not consumed food or drink for several months, and the cause remained undetermined. You may take a look. Rest assured, little Jean is not poisoned, Yun Shanshan stated with a detached tone, leading the two to the door of a room on the second floor. Gently pushing the door open, a large iron cage came into view. Little Jean, I have come to see you. Do you still not wish to eat today? You appear to have lost weight. Upon entering the room, Yun Shanshan shed her earlier indifference, revealing a profound concern for the creature. Little Jean, a golden python, was confined within the large cage. Even curled up, its size was impressive, suggesting that if it were to stretch, it would be considerably lengthy. Upon their entrance, the python did not shift in the slightest, merely casting a glance in their direction before closing its eyes. Meanwhile, as Shen Qing stepped inside, he could distinctly perceive the thoughts of the golden python. This woman has brought others in, but what purpose does it serve? It is nothing to alleviate the troubles afflicting me. She is nothing but a quack, unworthy of my exertion. Alas, to think that I, a majestic golden python, have been reduced to a mere pet under the dominion of a woman. And now my very existence hangs by a thread. To perish would be one thing, yet to do so in such a pitiful manner is utterly disgraceful. I am destined to be the only serpent of my kind to succumb to starvation. How tragic, how lamentable. This time, the voice that emerged was one of particularly flamboyant charm. However, when paired with its pitiable yet amusing tone, the allure of its melodious quality diminished significantly. Yet, from its words, Shen Qing gleaned a crucial insight. This golden python did not wish to refuse sustenance, but rather, something within its body was preventing it from consuming food. In truth, it was already on the brink of starvation, contemplating the manner of its demise, perhaps destined to perish in the most literal sense of hunger. Chapter 32. Continuing comes at a price. Moreover, the individuals previously sought by Yun Shanshan had all examined the golden python without discerning anything unusual. This was indeed intriguing. Just as Shen Qing was preparing to investigate further, Yun Shanshan's phone rang. Hello, really? All right, I shall be there shortly. As she hung up the call, she disregarded both Shen Qing and Su Lu, hastily dashing downstairs, leaving Shen Qing and Su Lu exchanging bewildered glances. Cough, cough, Shen Qing. Please take a look at little Jean. Its condition is rather peculiar. I have consulted several veterinarians before, yet none could identify the issue. Moreover, do not be deceived by little Jin's lack of venom. It possesses quite a temper. If anyone attempts to approach for an examination, it becomes aggressive. However, it remains calm as long as it is left undisturbed. Su Lu awkwardly cleared his throat and proceeded to explain everything he knew. Shen Qing was well aware that Su Lu's observations were accurate. At that moment, he was inquiring about the system. System? I recall that the veterinarian skill includes a built-in scanning function, correct? He had merely glanced over it previously, missing many intricate details. Yet, he had grasped the essential points and seemed to remember the scanning feature. With this automatic scanning capability, he could gain a clearer understanding of the golden python's condition. He surmised that the reason those individuals had failed to diagnose the golden python was twofold. Firstly, the creature was uncooperative, and secondly, movement could cause it discomfort or pain, which delayed proper treatment. The third reason was that those so-called veterinarians were only superficially knowledgeable. They could address commonplace issues, yet faltered when true expertise was required. Host. It is available. The system promptly provided a practical guide. and upon reading it, Shen Qing comprehended instantly. Essentially, when his hand made contact with the creature's body, if he silently recited scan, a comprehensive examination would ensue. Very well, I shall refrain from moving it and simply observe. As Shen Qing approached to experiment with the scanning function, the golden python regarded him with rare curiosity, lifting its head momentarily before dismissing him with a slight roll of its eyes. As long as you do not disturb me, feel free to look, after all. I shan't be around much longer. I'm so hungry. Am I to perish? A faint, weak voice echoed, the same alluring tone, yet devoid of strength, evoking an image of impending faintness from hunger. Shen Qing scrutinized the serpent's body closely, yet could discern no apparent issues, save for the areas obscured by the python's coils. Sulu had mentioned that the golden python would lash out if moved, leading Shen Qing to believe that the problem lay where it was coiled. Having deduced this, he boldly reached out toward the python's abdomen, which it had tightly wound around itself. At that moment, Sulu's pupils dilated in alarm, and he exclaimed, "Shen Qing, be careful." Accompanying his warning was the sudden, gaping mouth of the golden python, its head raised as if poised to strike at Shen Qing's hand. Although its fangs bore no venom, being bitten would still entail considerable suffering. "Hiss, human, do you wish to touch my body? I'll warn you to refrain, or we shall perish together." The previously languid and feeble voice of the creature suddenly turned icily cold. Under the gaze of such slitted eyes, any ordinary person would feel a chill run down their spine. Yet, Shen Qing remained utterly unperturbed. His hand did not falter, continuing its approach towards the creature's abdomen. In a rush, Sulu dashed over, attempting to prevent Shen Qing's advance, but alas, he was a step too late. The golden python's head lunged swiftly towards Shen Qing, ready to strike. It was too late. Soon, they would be seeking treatment for tetanus. Sulu, having failed to stop Shen Qing from touching the golden python, could only contemplate an escape route. Meanwhile, the confrontation between the human and the serpent was tense and rigid. Just as Shen Qing's hand grazed the serpent's abdomen, its head prepared to bite down, but suddenly halted, its sharp fangs hovering a mere millimeter from his hand. Yet, it refrained from striking. Why does this human emanate such a pleasant aura? It seems this human bears no malice. In that case, considering the delightful scent, I shall spare him. As long as he remains still, a gentle touch shall suffice. The creature's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, shifting from hostility to a surprising gentleness. The once menacing python lowered its raised head slowly. This scent is truly delightful. The areas touched by the human's hand feel remarkably alleviated. Human, do indulge a little longer. It would be even better if you could touch my entire body. The golden python, now devoid of any pretense, seemed to have discovered a new realm of comfort. The spots where Shen Qing had caressed felt exceptionally soothing, alleviating the discomfort that had tormented it for months. Its tone softened, becoming more beguiling. However, as Shen Qing was a male, no matter how melodious the voice, it evoked no particular feelings in him. Thus, he did not acquiesce to the golden python's request, merely touching it once before withdrawing his hand, calmly stating, "If you wish for more, that comes at a different price." He then retreated a few steps, standing aside. Deprived of the comforting presence, the golden python writhed in discomfort, unwilling to relent. Having tasted comfort only to lose it, it now understood the pang of longing. "Human, tell me, how much do you desire? That old woman is wealthy. You could ask her. She treats me well. If you mention it is for my sake, she will surely grant you a substantial sum. Please, touch me again. My body is truly unwell, both hungry and pained. Have mercy on me." Human, the once lethargic golden python, despite its unwillingness to move its body, now raised its head, hissing earnestly at Shen Qing. It was evident that it was genuinely anxious. Shen Qing, listening to the creature's pleas, couldn't help but chuckle. This individual audaciously referred to Yun Shanshan as an old woman, despite being fully aware of her benevolence towards him. He even encouraged others to approach Yun Shanshan, showcasing a remarkable level of intelligence. The reason he refrained from biting him earlier may lie in the fact that he has managed to compress his affinity for animals within a certain limit. Only when he makes contact can the creature truly sense it. This was evident moments ago. Presently, the golden python's affection for him has soared to a perfect score of 100, rendering it unlikely to attack him, and it appears to take pleasure in his scent. The comfort it experiences is attributed to Shen Qing's subtle application of healing abilities, alleviating some of its pain. Furthermore, through their recent interaction, Shen Qing obtained the scanning results. Indeed, the golden python is unwell, and its condition is rather severe. The root cause, however, is merely a simple parasitic infection. Unfortunately, the golden python possesses a fierce temperament, and despite numerous attempts by various individuals, none have been able to approach the sensitive area of its abdomen. Chapter 33. Parasites drain the blood of pythons. The golden python may exhibit drastic changes in temperament upon infection with parasites. This is attributed to the parasite's consumption of the python's blood and the subsequent release of toxins into its flesh, evoking sensations akin to the itch and pain following a mosquito bite. Prolonged parasitic bloodsucking can render the golden python increasingly irritable. If the parasites wriggle within the intestines, they may induce abdominal pain and cramping, particularly noticeable upon palpation. This explains the reports by Su Lu of the golden python, sometimes experiencing unbearable cramping. Moreover, the movement of parasites in the intestines can adversely affect the anal tissues, leading to symptoms such as anal itching and localized dampness. If left untreated, the parasites may proliferate significantly within the body, disrupting the normal functions of the temperature regulation center and resulting in sensations of fever and chills. Following parasitic infection, one may also experience a decline in appetite, accompanied by nausea and vomiting. The emergence of small red spots or flaking scales on the skin signifies an external parasitic infection, a detail noted by Shen Qing in the scanning results, providing clarity on the situation. The remedy is straightforward. Eliminate the parasites or expel them from the body. For mite infections, applying nettle oil or olive oil on the snake's body suffocates the mites, leading to their demise and subsequent shedding with the snake's skin. Linear parasites, however, necessitate surgical removal. During surgery, it is advisable to incise only the snake's skin to minimize harm to the golden python. This infection is crucial during the procedure, with hydrogen peroxide solution recommended, while alcohol should be avoided. For internal parasites, specialized medications can be dissolved in water for the golden python to consume, though these should be administered under veterinary guidance. The scanning results also reflect these methods. As for the golden python's reluctance to eat despite a clear desire for food, Shen Qing deduced that it is undoubtedly a consequence of the parasites. They siphon off the golden python's nutrients, leading to discomfort and subsequently diminishing its appetite. Additionally, the presence of parasites may impair the digestive system, further affecting the python's ability to digest and absorb food, thus exacerbating its lack of appetite. With the problem identified, the solution is to address these issues. Shen Qing has already formulated a plan. Having obtained the scanning results indicating the parasites reside in the golden python's abdomen and the coiled section of its body. By uncoiling it, he can commence treatment. The parasites beneath the skin can be extracted with ease by separating the skin, while internal parasites require medicinal assistance. Naturally, he knows which medications to use, yet the golden python must cooperate in consuming them. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that the golden python is not a compliant and obedient pet. Shen Qing, are you all right? Su Lu, noticing Shen Qing's retreat, immediately expressed concern, her worried expression genuine. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine, and I have already discerned the ailment afflicting the golden python. Shen Qing maintained a calm demeanor, offering a reassuring smile that revealed no hint of fear from the earlier incident, instead extending kindness to Su Lu. However, upon hearing that he was already aware of the python-esque condition, Su Lu felt a sense of relief. Just as he began to relax, Yin Shan entered with several companions, two of whom were clad in white coats, each carrying a medical kit, unmistakably indicating their profession. Dr. Li, Dr. Wang, I would appreciate it if you could examine it. Yin Shan addressed the two doctors without acknowledging Su Lu and Shen Qing, her tone gentle yet authoritative. Among them, Dr. Li stood out with his striking looks and an aura of restraint, accentuated by his white coat and metallic-framed glasses, rendering him undeniably charming in the eyes of women, including Yun Shan, who was particularly forward in inviting them to the cage, completely disregarding Su Lu and Shen Qing. Shen Qing remained unperturbed, while Su Lu found the situation tinged with irony. The girl he had long admired was now lavishing attention upon a stranger. The sight of her he had never witnessed before seemed to shatter his heart in that moment, plunging him into silence. Shen Qing chose not to speak, instead observing the two so-called professional veterinarians to see how they would address the issue with the golden python. Miss Yun, there is no need for formality. Since we have accepted your invitation, we shall assist you thoroughly, Dr. Li remarked with an air of detachment, placing the medical kit on the ground. He continued, I need to examine the entire python. As its owner, can you control it? His words were clearly directed at Yun Shan, imbued with a sense of professionalism devoid of any personal sentiments, indicating that Yun Shan's intentions were perhaps unilaterally motivated. Oh well, my little Jean has been quite irritable since falling ill. It doesn't allow anyone to touch it and bites when provoked. I dare not, nor can I control it. Yun Shan responded, her expression marked by embarrassment, having encountered such statements before from other veterinarians. Yet, she felt powerless, while Jean was usually manageable in moments like this. It was indifferent to her status as its owner and would bite regardless. Although aware that it was non-venomous, she had no desire to be bitten by a snake, fearing the pain. Thus, she had been cycling through veterinarians, fortunate that those had been sourced by Su Lu. After all, free labor should not be wasted. However, progress remained elusive. She had silently cursed Su Lu countless times for failing to find a competent veterinarian, and today he had brought along an obviously unqualified individual, nearly driving her to exasperation. Fortunately, she had contacted a university classmate the previous night who had recommended the two veterinarians present today, with Dr. Li being the cousin of her classmate, coincidentally fitting her preferences, thus receiving preferential treatment. Indeed, in light of the current demands, she finds herself utterly incapable. However, while she may falter, others possess the ability to rise to the occasion. Su Lu, given your familiarity with Xiao Jin, I entrust this task to you, for I am certain that Dr. Li would never allow you to come to harm. Even should you incur some minor injuries, it matters little. After all, Xiao Jin is not venomous. And as a robust man, you surely have no cause for fear, do you? As you well know, I have a profound aversion to pain, dear Lu. So I implore you to lend your assistance. It is quite remarkable how Yun Shan skillfully wields her words like a cup of green tea, coupled with an air of moral coercion. With her innocent demeanor, she leaves Su Lu at a loss for words. Although he has discerned the true nature of the young girl, he is not yet prepared to extricate himself from the predicament. Reluctant to become further ensnared, he finds himself at a loss for a response, overwhelmed by her barrage of words. He desires to decline, yet he struggles to formulate a suitable excuse. Chapter 34. Controlling the python to prevent it from moving. Allow me. For just a moment ago, little Jean seemed rather fond of me, and having studied veterinary medicine, I might be of assistance shortly. Shen Qing, witnessing this, shook his head helplessly and slowly stepped forward to stand in front of Su Lu. He calmly regarded Yun Shan before turning to Dr. Li and nodding in acknowledgement. Shen Qing's emergence was unexpected for everyone. Moreover, his claim of having studied veterinary medicine and arriving earlier than the others hinted at his intention to examine the golden python. Only then did Dr. Li direct his attention to Shen Qing, devoid of any bias. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked, I would appreciate your assistance, sir. When we open the iron cage, it is paramount that you control the python to prevent any erratic movements while I conduct my examination. It will be best for those who are fearful, such as Su Lu and Yun Shan, to step outside. Dr. Wang, like him, was also a veterinarian and with Shen Qing's background in veterinary studies. There was no cause for concern. Should any issues arise, they could manage them independently. However, Su Lu and Yun Shan were different. One could only hope they would not be frightened. Shen Qing nodded. I am entirely capable. We shall remain. Yun Shan outright refused to leave, and Su Lu, too, was reluctant, opting not to argue. Yet, The warmth in Su Lu's gaze towards Yun Shanshan had faded, replaced by a sense of guilt directed at Shen Qing. Had it not been for his earlier hesitation, Shen Qing would not have found himself in this predicament. In truth, he had intended to take Shen Qing away, to withdraw from the situation entirely. Alas, escape was not an option now. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call. I will be here to observe, he assured Shen Qing. Shen Qing smiled. Very well. With that, he calmly approached the golden python, the key that Yun Shanshan had given him in hand. The previously still python became visibly agitated as Shen Qing drew near. Hiss, human, have you agreed? Have you promised to caress my body? Fear not. I shall compensate you handsomely. My master is not lacking in funds. Ah, how amusing it is that when in need, one calls upon an old woman, yet when useful, refers to her as a master. One wonders if Yun Shanshan would still be resolute in her desire to rescue it upon hearing this. Be quiet, Shen Qing said, extending his hand to gently pat the python's head while deftly unlocking the cage. Everything unfolded so naturally that it astonished all present. Remarkably, upon hearing Shen Qing's command for silence, the golden python actually ceased its movements, remaining coiled yet still, its head raised and fixed upon Shen Qing. Doctor. Li raised an eyebrow, adjusting his glasses once more. Just as everyone remained on high alert, Shen Qing opened the iron door, fully revealing the golden python within. The iron cage, already quite spacious, had a correspondingly large door, and this room contained but this single cage. No other items were present, suggesting it was not the original habitat of the golden python. Upon the door's opening, the area expanded significantly, accommodating 3 adults standing side by side. Thus, Shen Qing found himself standing next to the golden python, lifting his hand to rest upon its back, gently stroking it, evoking a sensation akin to petting a small dog. Be good and obedient. Shortly, the bespectacled gentleman will attend to you. Endure the pain, for otherwise, you shall become a wretched spirit of starvation, Shen Qing remarked, his voice barely above a whisper. Yet the room was so silent that his words echoed clearly. The assembly was perplexed, wondering why Shen Qing was addressing a serpent. It could not comprehend his speech, and his choice of words, brother, wretched spirit, seemed utterly bizarre. Who would consider a snake as kin? Who could possibly be a wretched spirit? Human, your touch is remarkably soothing. I feel much relief from my pain in your presence. Who would wish to be brothers with that bespectacled man? If anyone, it would be you I would call brother. Dear brother, please take me with you. This place is unbearably dull, and I frequently fall ill. That woman cannot care for me at all. But can you truly heal me? I am famished and yearn for sustenance. The melodic voice of the serpent grew increasingly animated, seemingly chattering away, almost becoming loquacious. However, its expression was rather conflicted, for Shen Qing's caresses brought it immense comfort, and its head leaned ever closer to his embrace. Had it not been coiled up, it might have already snuggled into Shen Qing's arms. The image of a python embracing a human was indeed quite an unusual sight. Do not fidget. Relax your body. Your affliction lies in your abdomen. We merely need to extract the parasites, Shen Qing calmly reassured, gently stroking the serpent's head while indicating the coiled section of its body, the very area he had previously caressed. That was where the parasites were most prevalent, as both the skin and the interior harbored them. It was no wonder this magnificent creature was in such ill health. But my belly aches terribly. If I curl up, it alleviates some pain, but if I loosen, those parasites will bite me again. I feel as though my intestines and flesh are being devoured by those parasites, and they feast so heartily that it dampens my appetite. I am most unfortunate, dear brother. Can you genuinely heal me? Remarkably, the serpent seemed to regard him as one of its own, climbing up the pole with ease, and calling him brother with surprising fluidity. Nevertheless, it remained obedient and still. Dr. Li, please come over and examine it, particularly the abdomen. There are clear signs of parasites, as I noted previously, Shen Qing instructed, turning to Dr. Li, who was standing nearby. Yet, his hand continued to caress the serpent's head, for he understood that only in his presence would the python find solace and refrain from becoming agitated. As for the parasites he mentioned, they existed indeed, and any experienced individual could identify them upon inspection. The previous veterinarians had failed to discover them simply because they could not approach the golden python. "All right, I will take a look," Dr. Li replied, not inquiring how Shen Qing had come to this knowledge. After all, the causes of the golden python's ailment were limited, and parasites were the most common culprits. He shared the same thoughts as Shen Qing. Those individuals had not failed to conduct inspections earlier, but they were utterly incapable of approaching the python itself. However, Shen Qing's emergence has significantly altered the situation. Who could have imagined that the golden python would heed Shen Qing's commands? This revelation filled even the original owner with a sense of surrealism. "Sulu, where did you find this friend of yours? Why does my little gold obey him so readily? It has never shown such compliance towards me, its actual owner." Yun Shanshan watched the interaction between Shen Qing and the golden python, consumed by envy. She had nurtured the golden python for several years, to the extent that they nearly shared the same living space. Were it not for its illness, it would have frequently resided with her. Yet, despite this, the golden python had always been rather indifferent towards her, often exhibiting a cold demeanor. In stark contrast, it seemed almost eager to cling to Shen Qing. Chapter 35. It feels as though insects are gnawing at my flesh. Perhaps it was due to Shen Qing's charisma that Su Lu, in a fit of impulsive thought, uttered a remark that left Yun Shanshan utterly speechless. What did it mean to possess charisma? Was she implying that Yun Shanshan lacked such allure, hence her beloved pet's indifference towards her? In that moment, she realized that the childhood friend, who harbored affections for her, seemed to have changed, exuding a sensation of slipping from her grasp. Yet, the time was not ripe for conversation. She could only remain silent and continue observing Shen Qing and the others. "Please manage it carefully. I fear that if the examination causes too much pain, it might retaliate," Dr. Li, seasoned in his profession, advised Shen Qing. He had already donned a pair of gloves from the medical kit he had brought along. The kit contained an array of instruments, scalpels, tweezers, alcohol, medications, and more. Another doctor similarly equipped himself, indicating that the two were prepared to examine the golden python together. Shen Qing, however, felt capable of handling the task alone, believing it unnecessary to complicate matters. Nevertheless, respecting the trust the owner placed in the two doctors, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. "Very well, proceed with the examination." Shen Qing firmly embraced the serpent's head, unperturbed, and gently patted it. "Do not fear. Once the examination is complete, we shall treat you, and then you may indulge in as much as you desire. Dear brother, I harbor no aversion towards you, but it is beyond my control to extend the same courtesy to others. My body's instinctive reactions are not to be blamed." The python's voice resonated, tinged with a hint of mischief. It nudged its head against Shen Qing, akin to a mischievous rogue. Its message was clear. When others approached it, particularly in its ailing state, it would naturally remain guarded. "This was merely instinct. Unless you personally administer my treatment, I sense a certain energy emanating from you that alleviates the pain within my body," the golden python articulated, demonstrating its intelligence. Having been in close proximity to Shen Qing for some time, it not only detected his pleasant aroma, but also sensed an essence that brought comfort to its ailing form. Its instincts had always been keen. If healing were to be pursued, it would prefer Shen Qing's assistance over that of any other. Clever as it was, it decided to let the doctors attempt their examination first. If their efforts proved futile, it would then allow Shen Qing to intervene. Shen Qing, scratching the python's back, responded calmly, their exchange appearing almost like a dialogue between man and beast, leaving the onlookers in awe. Dr. Li's curiosity deepened further. With preparations complete, the two advanced towards the opened iron cage. Dr. Wang took charge of the snake's tail, while Dr. Li focused on its abdomen, with Shen Qing maintaining control over the serpent's head. Everyone was poised for the task ahead. As Dr. Li's hand made contact with the python's abdomen, the entire length of its body tensed. Had Shen Qing not been soothing it with gentle strokes, it would have surely lashed out. Given its coiled position, only the head and tail were free to move, while the central portion remained tightly wound. Although the doctors aspired to straighten the serpent's body, the execution of their plan proved far more challenging than anticipated. As his hand made contact with the serpent's abdomen, he distinctly felt the scales become rigid. This rendered him incapable of examining the creature for parasites. After considerable effort, he noticed a prominent black spot and raised his hand to press it, only to be immediately met with a swift attack from the python, not from its head, but from its tail. The tail lashed towards Dr. Li's arm with remarkable force and speed. Simultaneously, a voice filled with indignation echoed in Shen Qing's ears. That hurts. Damn human. Are you here to save the snake or to kill it? If I weren't ill, I would have bitten you to death by now, quack. Shen Qing thought to himself, judging by your tone, you sound quite vigorous, not at all like one who is unwell. Nevertheless, to prevent the python from truly harming anyone, he discreetly employed a modicum of his healing abilities to alleviate its pain. However, this was merely a temporary measure. Only by extracting the parasites and combining it with his healing powers could the serpent achieve complete recovery. His primary healing ability was detoxification, followed by rejuvenation. Addressing the parasites would necessitate surgical intervention. Dr. Li demonstrated commendable agility, easily evading the attack, and confirmed Shen Qing's assertion regarding the presence of parasites. However, he recognized that the situation would not be easily remedied. Observing Shen Qing's unwavering composure, Dr. Li smirked slightly. I wonder if this doctor has a method to deal with the parasites? The current predicament is that the python is uncooperative, no matter how skilled one may be. It is of little consequence. Unless we can sedate the python, its scales may close up, leaving us uncertain of our next steps. Yet, Shen Qing must have his reasons for approaching the serpent, and given his veterinary skills, he surely possesses a solution. Perhaps if they had arrived a little later, the parasites might have already been resolved. This was his firm belief. However, Yun Shanshan remained unconvinced. Dr. Li, he is not a qualified veterinarian. The treatment of Xiao Jin must rely on you. The moment those words were uttered, an uneasy silence enveloped the scene, especially for Su Lu, whose expression darkened significantly. Yun Shanshan, if you do not require Shen Qing's assistance, then we shall take our leave. After saying this, he turned to Shen Qing with an apologetic glance. I'm sorry, Shen Qing, we should be going. He at least afforded Yun Shanshan a semblance of dignity, yet his disappointment in her had reached its zenith. Su Lu maintained a semblance of cheerfulness in front of Shen Qing. It's nearly noon. Our table is ready. Let's go for a meal. Very well, Shen Qing replied, casting a glance at Yun Shanshan without revealing any emotion. After speaking, he gently patted the python's head. Undergo your treatment well. I shall take my leave now. His big brother, where are you going? Don't leave. If you go, what will I do? What if they decide to harm me? You and T get to see your sworn brother again. Do you truly have a heart? Brother, please don't go. I implore you to save your little brother. The pitiable yet whimsical tone of the creature was utterly exasperating. What does it mean to be sworn brothers with someone who has allied themselves with a serpent? The species are entirely different, after all. Just moments ago, one was eager to engage in a brawl, and now they are on the brink of being ruthlessly attacked. A rare twitch appeared at the corner of Shen Qing's mouth. He suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to silence the other's inner voice. Resolutely releasing the snake's head, he followed Su Lu, preparing to depart from this place. However, after merely taking 2 steps, his leg was ensnared by a massive tail. The scene unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving the onlookers momentarily bewildered. In the next instant, an enormous python began to writhe on the ground, yet the tail remained steadfastly clenched. Meanwhile, Shen Qing's ears were filled with anguished cries. It hurts so much. It hurts. Big brother, save me. My stomach is in agony again. It feels as though something is gnawing at my flesh. Woe is me. I fear I shall perish from this pain. Chapter 36. The tray was crawling with parasites. Shen Qing had not anticipated such a dire turn of events. The condition of the golden python seemed to be deteriorating rapidly. With no time to ponder further, he urgently addressed Dr. Li. Quickly, hand me the scalpel. Dr. Li promptly sterilized the instrument and passed it to him. Shen Qing accepted it, crouching down to place one hand into the already gaping belly of the snake. An invisible energy surged into the creature's body, alleviating its agony. Upon glancing at the abdomen, several red dots appeared, a manifestation of the scanning function that indicated the locations of the parasites, visible only to Shen Qing. In a flash, He did not need to press or search. With deft movements, he swiftly wielded the scalpel, making incisions in the snake's belly. Yun Shan, who initially intended to intervene, was silenced by Su Lu, who covered her mouth, fearing she would disrupt Shen Qing's efforts. Turning back, they witnessed Shen Qing create a small incision from which he promptly extracted several live parasites. Blood and flesh accompanied them, emitting a nauseating stench as they writhed upon the tray, eliciting a visceral reaction from Su Lu and Yun Shan, their stomachs churning. As Shen Qing continued to cut into the other red dots, he repeated the procedure, extracting even more parasites. The number of wriggling creatures on the tray increased, provoking further physical revulsion. When the last parasite was removed from the final red dot, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Though the sight of the tray, now teeming with parasites, left everyone feeling unnerved. It was no wonder the golden python had suffered so greatly. Shen Qing had made at least a dozen incisions in the snake's abdomen, yet the bleeding was minimal. Only the golden python was aware that its wounds were on the verge of healing. Aside from minor superficial injuries, it could be said that it was recovering quite well, all thanks to its big brother. "Oh, my dear brother, from this day forth, you shall be my closest kin. Were it not for you, I fear I would have met my end here. You shall be my rebirth, and I would gladly lay down my life for you." The seemingly recovered golden python now exhibited a newfound vigor, its demeanor radiating an almost whimsical charm. Yet, Shen Qing found the notion of being brothers with a python rather disillusioning. He still harbored aspirations of remaining human. "Dr. Li, just apply some medication to the wounds. However, the parasites in its belly will require treatment. I trust you know how to handle that. I must take my leave now," Shen Qing stated succinctly as he returned the scalpel to Dr. Li. In Dr. Li's eyes, Shen Qing was an expert. Coincidentally, he had encountered a rather tricky situation and had a hunch that Shen Qing might be able to assist. "Dr. Shen, let us connect as friends. We can discuss any issues via our phones," Dr. Li suggested as he pulled out his phone to add Shen Qing as a contact. Shen Qing, assuming it was regarding the golden python, did not decline. Before departing, I waved goodbye to the golden python, saying, "Farewell, little Jean. Take good care of yourself and refrain from consuming rodents. They harbor numerous parasites." "Brother, are you truly leaving? Can I not accompany you home?" "Yes, you. I shall not consume any more mice. I will miss you, dear brother." This time, the golden python refrained from lunging to obstruct Shen Qing, for it comprehended that its true master was not Shen Qing. There was no distressing pain this time. The application of medicine proceeded smoothly. Thus, this matter came to a close. Su Lu escorted Shen Qing to the private room they had initially reserved for lunch. Not long after they sat down, the dishes began to arrive. The atmosphere between the two was markedly improved compared to before. Perhaps Su Lu had genuinely accepted Shen Qing as a friend, as he began to speak more openly. Naturally, in times of sorrow, one yearns for a drink, prompting a discussion of heart-wrenching matters, specifically those concerning his relationship with Yun Shan. Shen Qing remained composed, eating in silence, content to be a suitable listener. Initially expecting to delve into a deeper realm of the venomous creatures, he was instead met with a Na'vi young woman. The inquiries he had intended to make dissipated without resolution. Nonetheless, forming a good friendship was a silver lining. It was just that his friend possessed a certain innocence, perhaps a consequence of an overly blissful family life that obscured his ability to discern genuine from feigned sentiments. As they were nearing the end of their meal, Su Lu's phone suddenly rang. Hello. Su Lu, already somewhat inebriated, was jolted awake by the words from the other end of the line. He abruptly stood up from his chair, gripping the table's edge. "What? All right, I shall head over immediately." His tone was grave, and his countenance darkened, indicating that something was amiss. "What happened? Do you need assistance?" Shen Qing rose to support the unsteady Su Lu. Perhaps it was the calm steadiness of his voice, as if nothing could unnerve him, that allowed Su Lu's taut nerves to relax slightly. "Xiao Shun, I've had some alcohol. I cannot drive. My cousin seems to be in trouble. Please take me to Wuyue Community." Minutes later, a small vehicle halted in the underground garage of Wuyue Community. Shen Qing accompanied Su Lu in the elevator to the 26th floor. Su Lu discreetly opened the door to 2601 using his fingerprint. Upon entering, they discovered a young man lying unconscious on the floor, his face already displaying a tinge of purple, a clear indication of poisoning. "Cousin, wake up! Don't frighten me!" Su Lu rushed over, panic-stricken and trembling. "Quickly call 120. I will support him." Shen Qing immediately instructed, already assisting the young man on the ground. In his eyes, a notification appeared. Ding! Poisoned individual detected, afflicted by red imported fire ant venom, moderate toxicity. Timely intervention poses no risk to life. However, prolonged retention of the toxin in the body may endanger life. Detoxification methods. Goodness. It turned out that the upgraded veterinary skills allowed for the detection of toxins in humans as well. Upon reflection, it is indeed logical. Humanity has evolved from animals. After coming to this realization, Shen Qing activated his healing abilities, channeling his powers through his skin into the body of his cousin, ensuring the preservation of his life. Given the duration of the poisoning, any misstep could prove fatal. "Oh, right, I need to call for help, dial 120. Su Lu, feeling stiff and awkward, commenced the call, fumbling several times before successfully connecting. At that moment, he felt completely sober. "Xiaoshen, what has happened to my cousin?" He was aware of Shen Qing's medical expertise. Although he was a veterinarian, the principles remained the same. After all, humans are considered higher-order animals. "Your cousin has been poisoned. There are evident signs of an animal bite on his arm. Please check if you have a first aid kit at home." Shen Qing observed the fading purplish hue of the boy's face and exhaled a slight sigh of relief. As long as the toxins were contained, given a bit more time, his body could cleanse itself. However, he needed to maintain a FAAD to make sense of the situation. "Yes, I'll go find it." Upon hearing his cousin had been poisoned, Su Lu hurried to retrieve the first aid kit. "Everything is here. Please see what can be utilized. It will take at least a dozen minutes for help to arrive. Do not worry. Although your cousin is poisoned, his life is not in jeopardy. Did I not mention that I could detoxify?" Shen Qing reassured him, then rummaged through the kit to extract several medicines that could be of use. He proceeded to concoct a rudimentary detoxification powder, a solution derived from the guidelines provided by the system prompt, crafted with the limited resources at hand. Its efficacy was assured, albeit inferior to his healing abilities. Chapter 37, Rogue. "What did you touch?" "I'm still carrying a child." Shen Qing applied the medicinal powder to the wound and then utilized his healing skill to purge the toxins from his body. By the time 120 arrived, Su Lu's cousin had already regained consciousness. "You take your cousin to the hospital. I will remain here to investigate. Perhaps the perpetrator of the poisoning is still at home." With that, Shen Qing decided to stay behind. The spot where his cousin had fainted was situated between the living room and the entrance, with the wound located on the right shoulder. Given there was only one wound, it was likely that the assailant was a flying creature or possibly a reptile, such as ants or spiders. Shen Qing was not in a hurry. Instead, he leisurely inspected the entire room, hoping to discern the sounds of any animals. If he could not hear anything, it would indicate that the culprit had already fled. If he could, then his shop would soon accommodate another venomous pet. A few minutes later, Shen Qing arrived at the balcony and finally caught a sound. "This will be my new home. I shall build a nest in the soil. Unfortunately, I am alone for now, but it will not be long before I have more companions." A cold, commanding voice resonated, reminiscent of an AI, devoid of overt emotion, yet distinctly frigid. The implication of its words indicated a desire to burrow in the earth. The only soil available was within the few potted plants on the balcony, and the window was ajar, suggesting that this creature had entered through it. The exact nature of the speaker would soon be revealed upon excavation. Shen Qing found a fruit knife in the living room and, intrigued, approached the edge of the balcony, observing the 3 potted plants below. One contained succulents, another a cactus, and the last appeared to house a plant that resembled garlic sprouts. He was unsure whether it was narcissus or garlic. Shen Qing began to probe the succulent soil with the fruit knife, but found nothing, not even a sound. Next, he turned to the cactus, which yielded no results either. That left him with the last pot of garlic. As the fruit knife disturbed the soil, a chilling voice emerged. "Who dares to destroy my nest?" A small, vibrant red head emerged from the earth, its antennae still flecked with soil. Before long, the entire creature came into view. To his surprise, it was an ant, a red ant, adorned with a pair of wings. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Red Fire Ant Queen detected one. It is advised that the host cultivate this specimen. A detailed introduction to the Red Fire Ant Queen appeared, including methods for its care. Upon reviewing the information, Shen Qing comprehended the extent of the red fire ant's toxicity. No wonder his cousin had fainted immediately after being bitten. Since he had encountered it, he naturally intended to take it back to his shop for proper care. Left outside, it could poison countless individuals. Little one, from this moment on, you belong to me. I will take you home shortly. First, I must find a small box to create a temporary dwelling for you. Shen Qing chuckled softly, playfully nudging the fiery red ant with a fruit knife. However, his touch landed perilously close to the ant's abdomen, which immediately elicited a sharp reprimand from a cool, authoritative voice. You scoundrel, what do you think you're touching? I am a child. Should anything happen to my offspring, I shall ensure your demise. The voice, though laced with fury, carried an unexpected chill that imbued it with an odd charm. Shen Qing found himself involuntarily clearing his throat, utterly bemused at being chastised by an ant. How absurd it was! He had merely prodded it with a knife. Who could possibly comprehend the intricacies of their anatomy? To inadvertently touch a sensitive area, no less. And from a pregnant ant at that. How utterly ridiculous. No wonder his favorability rating was at 0. Of course, this was also due to Shen Qing not fully exhibiting his affinity. Ahem, you stay put. I shall return shortly. He felt an almost comical urge to flee, relieved that no one was around to witness his humiliation. Before long, he scoured the kitchen for an unused disposable plastic container, contemplating it as a makeshift home for the queen ant. As for whether she would accompany him, Shen Qing thought, the weak have no right to refuse. In the presence of humans, she was undeniably the weaker party and would have to acquiesce to his arrangements. Just as he was about to scoop soil from a potted plant with the fruit knife, it suddenly struck him that he possessed a breeding box in his system backpack. He could simply utilize that instead of the container in his hand. Moreover, the breeding boxes provided as rewards from the system came in various sizes and were well equipped for all needs. He had completely overlooked that. Discarding the container, he accessed his system backpack through thought alone and retrieved a breeding box. This transparent box, measuring keyboard length and standing 20 centimeters tall, was markedly larger than the queen ant herself. The choice of such a spacious box was motivated by the fact that the queen was pregnant. With ample room, once she gave birth, it would suffice for an entire colony to thrive. Most importantly, the soil within was loose and well-drained, perfect for the queen to nest. In addition to the special soil, there were suitable small plants that could provide shade. Fire ants typically build their nests underground, where the interiors are rather dim. While they do venture out to forage during the day, direct exposure to intense sunlight can be quite uncomfortable for them. Hence, the vegetation chosen consisted of relatively larger leaves. It could be said that Shen Qing had put considerable thought into selecting this breeding box. Come now, see a new home. Do you like it? He placed the breeding box beside the potted plant and opened it to facilitate the queen's entry. Once more, he picked up the fruit knife, gently lifting the fiery red ant and transferring her into the breeding box. Stop right there, you scoundrel. What do you intend to do? Humph. I warn you, do not touch me, or you shall regret it. The cool, aloof voice of the mature woman remained unperturbed even when expressing anger. Even threats carried a striking contrast. Shen Qing found himself quite fond of this voice. Most of the voices in the shop were either lowly-like, youthful, or gentle mature tones, or even commanding queenly ones, each distinct in personality and clearly defined. Yet there was a lack of the cool, detached type. Now that void was filled. At times, Shen Qing felt as though he was collecting cards, particularly various voice cards. Rest assured, I merely wish to provide you with a more pleasant environment. You are now with child. Do not be upset. As the red fire ant queen landed, Shen Qing gently brushed against her antennae, speaking softly and affectionately, his gaze imbued with tenderness. Don't touch me. Why does this human scent smell so delightful? I long to draw nearer, to savor the aroma once more. Initially resistant to Shen Qing's touch, The red fire ant queen soon experienced a change of heart. Her antennae, the most sensitive to the scent, detected the pleasant fragrance emanating from this audacious human. Inhaling that aroma made her feel extraordinarily comfortable. And even the child within her seemed to relish it, yearning for more. She was an honest ant. Since she desired to inhale that scent again, she would approach and draw even closer. Thus, seeing that Shen Qing's hand did not withdraw, the red fire ant queen promptly crawled towards it, first brushing her antennae against his fingers. When a familiar scent wafted back to her, she couldn't help but sigh in contentment, her entire body relaxing. Subsequently, she clung to his finger with several legs, refusing to let go. Were it not for Shen Qing's awareness of her affection level soaring to 100, he might have thought she intended to bite him. This scent is beneficial for nurturing my offspring. Human, I forgive your previous frivolities. From now on, you shall serve as my warmth until I give birth. Shen Qing. What on earth? Surely, his ears were not deceiving him. A red fire ant queen was requesting him, a mere human, to serve as her warmth until she bore her young? This was utterly absurd. Indeed, a certain distance was necessary between humans and their venomous companions. Otherwise, one might find oneself ensnared. Oh please, you're overthinking it. Go build your nest. Your offspring await their introduction to this world. Gently, Shen Qing pushed the red fire ant queen away and calmly closed the breeding box. He then placed down the coffee table. Hey, human, why have you simply left? No longer serving as warmth? I must inform you, allowing a male to serve as my warmth is already an exception. Do not be ungrateful. Hey, human, are you truly not considering it? The cool, aloof voice of the mature woman lingered in his ears, especially when such a restrained and icy tone conveyed such suggestive declarations. It left him utterly flabbergasted. Had it been a strikingly beautiful woman uttering those words, the effect would undoubtedly have been different. Yet here was a tiny ant making such statements, rendering it utterly absurd. He directly disabled the voice function, and, at last, a serene silence enveloped him. It was only then that he took out his phone to check his messages. One was from Su Lu, informing him that his cousin was out of danger and would be back after a single injection. The other message was from Dr. Li, the one he had met earlier. Li, Mr. Shen, I have a matter I wish to seek your assistance with, related to a pet issue. I wonder if you would be willing to help. With a remuneration of 100,000. The crux of the message was the request for assistance and a generous compensation, with little else elaborated upon. Shen Qing was taken aback that the doctor, whom he had only recently encountered, would directly approach him for help, and even more so, candidly mention the reward. This straightforwardness aligned perfectly with Shen Qing's principles. After all, one ought to have standards in work, and labor should rightfully be compensated. Unlike the earlier encounter with Yun Shanshan, who seemed to expect Su Lu to bear the costs, Dr. Li's approach was refreshingly pragmatic. Regardless of his intentions, he was upfront about the price, inviting Shen Qing to participate if he wished. Given the offer, Shen Qing felt no obligation to decline, especially since he had nothing planned for the afternoon. He promptly sent a thumbs-up emoji to Dr. Li, who swiftly replied with an address, and they arranged a time to meet, concluding their conversation. After waiting for another half hour, Su Lu and his cousin finally returned from the hospital. Upon their reunion, Jiangmin immediately enveloped Shen Qing in an enthusiastic bear hug. My savior, if it weren't for you today, I fear my life would have been forfeit here. Shen Qing stood there, bewildered. Ha ha ha, Jiangmin, let go of Xiao Shan. You're scaring him. Su Lu interjected, hastily stepping forward to extricate Shen Qing from his cousin's grip. He then explained, the doctor discovered that he had been bitten by a fire ant. Had you not promptly administered the medication, he truly could have been in grave danger. Chapter 38. Invitation to the poisonous pet gathering. Subsequently, Su Lu recounted the situation at the hospital to Shen Qing. As he had mentioned, everything was remarkably coincidental. Had Su Lu not been in the city today, he would not have arrived at his cousin's house. Moreover, if he had not sought Shen Qing's assistance, extending a courteous invitation for a meal, Shen Qing would not have accompanied him. It was indeed fortuitous that Shen Qing was present, allowing him to timely rescue his cousin from poisoning. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to consider Shen Qing as the savior of his cousin. Fortunately, All is well. Your rescue was merely a stroke of luck, which can only be attributed to your fortunate circumstances, Shen Qing remarked, showing little surprise at this revelation. For he had long been aware of the creature responsible for his cousin's injury. As for the title of savior, he dismissed it as inconsequential. To him, it was merely a trivial matter, and he had only assisted when he could. Come, take a look. This is the little creature that bit you. Shen Qing gestured towards the terrarium on the coffee table, where the red fire ant queen was exploring her new abode, yet had not begun to build a nest. Thus, upon closer inspection, her presence was still discernible. Prompted by Shen Qing's indication, Su Lu and his cousin shifted their gaze towards the terrarium. It was an unfamiliar sight to them, presumably brought from Shen Qing's vehicle. The most captivating aspect within was undoubtedly the diminutive red ant. It was evident that this tiny creature was the very cause of his cousin's poisoning and subsequent fainting. Is this truly the red fire ant? I never imagined such a small creature could possess such potent venom. Jiang Min, Su Lu's cousin, mused, his face a mask of bewilderment. He was astonished to realize he had been incapacitated by such a minuscule ant. Xiao Shun, do you intend to keep as a pet? Su Lu inquit, de thou incolo. He was aware that Shen Qing operated a venomous pet shop, and it was likely that he had more than one toxic creature at home. Numerous varieties of venomous insects had appeared in his live broadcasts, and now that he had discovered this venomous red fire ant, it seemed apparent he was inclined to keep it. Indeed, as you might already know, I am in the process of establishing a venomous pet shop, currently undergoing renovations, and the inventory is rather limited. My visit today was also to expand my network and explore potential avenues for sourcing venomous pets, Shen Qing revealed, candidly sharing his intent as he regarded Su Lu as a friend. Both of them understood that their previous visit to Yunshanshan had yielded no fruitful results, serving merely to allow Su Lu to discern the true nature of a person. However, just then, Dr. Li had summoned him to examine a pet, as he appeared to be struggling with it, and he had already agreed to assist. Upon hearing this, Su Lu quickly grasped Shen Qing's plan, akin to his own initial approach. So, Brother Shen, are you currently in search of venomous pets? I happen to know of a potential source. At that moment, Jiang Min, having listened intently, raised his hand to express his knowledge of a channel through which venomous pets could be procured. You of all people, who usually shows little interest in such matters, how did you come to know? Su Lu turned to his cousin, finding the revelation rather intriguing. Even Shen Qing turned his gaze, appearing eager for further elaboration. Ahem, my cousin is unaware of many things. I have a university classmate whose father has a penchant for raising toxic pets, and my classmate indulges in this hobby as well. They often gather with others who share this interest, where attendees showcase their exotic creatures and engage in the sale or exchange of unwanted specimens. In essence, it is a gathering for the affluent seeking thrills in their leisure time, hence the rise of toxic pet ownership. As the trend caught on, the community expanded. Coincidentally, their families often engage in business collaborations or find opportunities to partner. Through a series of scheduled gatherings, they present their toxic pets, trading and gifting these creatures, before eventually discussing potential collaborations. My classmate once mentioned this to me, even extending an invitation to attend one of these gatherings, but at that time, I lacked interest and declined. If Shen Qing wishes to acquire a toxic pet or discover where they are sold, such gatherings would undoubtedly abound with opportunities. After all, searching for toxic pets in the wild is a time-consuming endeavor. Shen Qing had not anticipated that his cousin Jiang Min would bring such significant news. It was indeed far more advantageous than his own search. It seemed he had come at the right time. Could you procure an invitation to the gathering? Shen Qing inquired, aware that such elite gatherings were not accessible to just anyone. He wished to attend, hoping to acquire larger specimens. Rest assured, Brother Shen, such trivial matters are well within my capabilities. Let us exchange WeChat. I will contact you directly with any updates, Jiang Min replied, filled with admiration for Shen Qing, a young man of similar standing who had not only opened a toxic pet store, but also possessed medical knowledge and the ability to concoct antidotes at will. He found Shen Qing to be remarkable, an idol and savior, and felt compelled to assist with any endeavors he wished to pursue. Thus, they exchanged contact information. After a brief conversation, Shen Qing took his leave as his appointment with Dr. Li was approaching. Once I've finished my affairs, I shall visit you in City C. Su Lu waved farewell to Shen Qing. Brother Shun, stay in touch, Jiang Min called out, waving his hand. Certainly, we'll keep in touch. Shen Qing smiled as he bid farewell. He then drove away, leaving the two behind with reluctant expressions. Su Lu and Jiang Min genuinely wished to forge a deeper friendship with Shen Qing. As soon as he departed, they immediately reached out to other friends for information about toxic pets. Meanwhile, Shen Qing drove towards the appointed location with Dr. Li. Half an hour later, he arrived at a CAF. As soon as Shen Qing entered the room, he spotted Dr. Li, whom he had encountered earlier that morning. Mr. Shun, you've arrived, Dr. Li Yuza said, rising to his feet upon seeing Shen Qing. At this moment, Dr. Li had exchanged his white coat for casual attire, which diminished the previous air of aloofness. Mr. Li, Shen Qing responded calmly, formally shaking hands with him, marking their acquaintance. Waiter, Dr. Li summoned his server. What would you like to drink? A cup of warm water, please, Shen Qing replied with composure. While he could indulge in coffee, he did not particularly favor it. Moreover, having had a hearty lunch, he was not inclined towards food. Very well, please hold on, said the waiter as he departed. Doctor, Li Yuza then got straight to the point. You can simply call me by my name. It was inconvenient to discuss this over the phone, but now I would like to share some fundamental information with you. Chapter 39, It's not illness. Just the season of courtship. Li Yuza conveyed his situation to Shen Qing. Indeed, it aligned with Shen Qing's speculation. He had a client who owned a venomous pet. However, the creature had fallen ill, prompting the client to seek Li Yuza's expertise. Despite several visits, he had yet to discern any issues. The pet in question was a fish, and he was at a loss as to how to handle it. Moreover, the fish's venom was potent, posing a risk of poisoning with a single misstep. At times, he found it perplexing how affluent individuals sought thrills by keeping such dangerous pets at home, opting for venomous creatures over less hazardous ones. Nevertheless, the client offered a substantial reward, 200,000, as compensation for a successful resolution. Prior to encountering Shen Qing, Li Yuza had contemplated declining the client's request for diagnosis. However, after witnessing Shen Qing's capabilities, he felt encouraged to give it a try. Even if they failed, the reward would merely be slightly diminished, and he would still bear the costs. After all, the client had engaged him several times without any results. It had compensated him to some extent. Are you referring to a lionfish? Shen Qing inquired, not elaborating further. Indeed, it is a lionfish. My knowledge of terrestrial creatures is extensive, but my understanding of marine life is rather limited. Yet, my intuition is quite sharp. It tells me you possess insights into oceanic creatures, Li Yuza remarked playfully, adjusting his glasses to shield the wisdom in his eyes. Shen Qing merely raised an eyebrow in response, unfazed by any flattery. Both were astute individuals. The distinction lay in the meticulousness of their observations, leading to reasonable deductions. When shall we visit? I cannot linger here for long. There are several venomous pets at home awaiting my return, and I fear some may go hungry if I am delayed, Shen Qing stated after taking a sip of warm water. Then let us depart, Li Yuza replied, appreciating Shen Qing's work ethic, and with a faint smile. The two rose and exited the CF. Half an hour later, they arrived at a rural area on the outskirts. This particular village was newly developed, exuding the charm of a picturesque countryside. Their destination was situated on the hillside, where an expansive property belonged entirely to the family. The structure resembled a luxurious estate, nestled halfway up the slope. Indeed, it was their intended location. After parking, they noticed a middle-aged man awaiting them. Upon seeing Li Yuza, he approached with a broad smile. Little Li, you've come. My big girl is throwing another tantrum, and I simply cannot manage anymore. The man referred to his big girl as the lionfish. Uncle He, the situation with the big girl is somewhat intricate. I have brought along a more knowledgeable friend today to examine her. Perhaps we can uncover the cause. Li Yuza indicated, revealing his familiarity with Uncle He as he introduced Shen Qing to him. Uncle He, my name is Shen Qing. I have studied veterinary medicine and am an enthusiast of venomous pets. Shen Qing naturally greeted the other party and briefly introduced himself. Indeed, Upon learning that Shen Qing also shared his passion for venomous pets, Uncle He's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt a sense of validation in his interests, and his demeanor became even more amiable. Huh, splendid. It's rare to find young people who appreciate venomous pets. Who would have thought I would meet one today? Cool, me. Shun, let me show you my collection of venomous creatures. With a friendly arm draped over Shen Qing's shoulder, Uncle He continued to chat animatedly as he led him home to introduce his cherished pets. Meanwhile, Li Yuza, observing from behind, silently marveled at the scene. The estate was quite expansive, featuring not only the main house, but also additional structures flanking either side. In front lay a vast expanse of lawn, accompanied by a garden. To the side and rear of the main house stood another building, seemingly newly constructed. The three of them traversed the courtyard, making their way toward this side building, which was undeniably the venue for Uncle He's venomous pet collection. Upon opening the door, Uncle He ushered the two inside. The interior was markedly different from a typical home, spanning 2 levels yet devoid of conventional living spaces such as a lounge or kitchen. Instead, a central spiral staircase ascended to the second floor. However, the first floor was not barren. Apart from the staircase, it was lined with an array of shelving units, reminiscent of a display gallery. Upon these shelves rested numerous glass aquariums of varying sizes, each housing aquatic venomous pets. For instance, Uncle He had an entire tank dedicated to the stunning moon jellyfish, gracefully undulating in the water. Besides the moon jellyfish, there were various other aquatic venomous creatures, but not a single terrestrial animal in sight. As they entered, the system in Shen Qing's mind incessantly announced the names of all the venomous pets present on the first floor. The reason for this was clear. They were all venomous creatures, suggesting that they could be taken home for care. Shen Qing's internal voice function was activated, and it felt as though the atmosphere buzzed with excitement akin to a festive celebration, filled with lively chatter. It was evident that the moon jellyfish at the entrance was conversing. "Master, what is going on? Didn't you just visit us? That doctor was here a few days ago. Is he back today to treat that ugly fish? Do they not realize that the ugly fish is perfectly healthy?" The voices, predominantly female, chattered together, their tones varying yet harmonious when heard individually, though collectively they became somewhat cacophonous. As for the ugly fish they referred to, it was likely the lionfish. Yet how could they ascertain its health? Perhaps they were indeed correct. "These are the moon jellyfish. Aren't they lovely? I had a friend procure them for me. They are quite ornamental. But be cautious not to touch them, as their tentacles are venomous." Uncle He was effusive, guiding Shen Qing as he began to showcase his beloved venomous pets, his eyes brimming with pride. "What a coincidence! I also have a moon jellyfish at home, albeit only 3. I have been searching for a way to purchase more, as I wish to emulate Uncle He and acquire several to keep together. Their aesthetic appeal is simply exquisite." Shen Qing speaks the truth. He had previously mentioned similar sentiments to Uncle Su. However, there has been no news, which is why we are left with just those few jellyfish. Uncle will soon provide you with the contact details. It appears that Uncle He genuinely adores Shen Qing, as he has taken him to observe several exotic pets, all of which he recently procured. Eventually, they arrived before a tank across from them, housing a lionfish. "This is my family's big girl. Of late, she has been exhibiting an inexplicable temperament, becoming increasingly agitated and irritable. Yet, no other issues have been discerned, so please take a look and see what might be amiss." Uncle He gazed into the tank, and the lionfish, which had been hiding behind the coral, seemed to sense the commotion and promptly emerged, eyeing Shen Qing and the others with suspicion. Shen Qing remained silent, merely listening to the sounds that filled the air. A robust, gruff voice resonated, irritating. "Can't these humans be a bit more composed? Their noise is giving me a headache, especially that so-called owner. Haven't they noticed how active I have been for quite some time? At the very least, they should bring in a female fish. Do they not understand that I am currently in my mating season? How can I mate without a female? This is the only time I have to interact with my kind. I believe a single female is insufficient. At least 3 or 5 would be necessary." Chapter 40. 1 wife is insufficient. 5 wives are just manageable courtship? Mating. What on earth has he heard? The lionfish is not suffering from any ailment. It is merely in its mating season. Indeed, uttering such words in that rugged, youthful voice inevitably provokes a twitch at the corners of one's mouth. It is a colorful fish. One is insufficient. It requires 3 to 5 to suffice. Shen Qing, can you discern any issues with this lionfish? I have been observing it for several days and have found no signs of illness. Li Yuza expressed his frustration for the first time. Although he is merely a part-time veterinarian, his expertise is not lacking. Yet he encounters a problem he cannot identify. Just as his former teacher had asserted, many matters cannot be gleaned from textbooks, but must be learned through life experience. May I pose a question? Why do you refer to it as Big Girl? A name that sounds distinctly feminine? Shen Qing inquired, directing a seemingly unrelated question at Uncle He and Li Yuza. They were discussing the lionfish's health. Yet he chose to ask about the nickname. Why else? They assume I am a female fish. Clearly, I am a male fish. How can I be called Big Girl, such a crude and feminine name? It is an utter insult to my dignity. Surprisingly, the lionfish that had just emerged responded first. It was now darting back and forth in the tank, expressing its indignation. Even the colors on its body had darkened a few shades. The repetitive use of I in its speech had transformed it into a foul-mouthed, uncivilized lionfish. Yet, its rugged, deep voice complemented the tone, sounding akin to a man from the northeast, which amused Shen Qing, a smile unconsciously brightening his face. At that moment, Uncle He provided an explanation. Oh, I had previously compared the lionfish's colors online to determine that Big Girl is a female, which is how it acquired that name. However, it seems that its coloration has changed again. Uncle He scratched his head. This was his first experience with lionfish, and naturally, he had many uncertainties. Yet, the coloration of lionfish is typically distinguishable. He was simply puzzled as to why the lionfish's color appeared to have altered again. Upon hearing Uncle He's response, Li Yuza connected it with Shen Qing's earlier remarks and suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. Female fish, male fish. Therefore, it is plausible that they had made a mistake and the direction of their inquiry was misguided, leading them to the wrong conclusion. So, Big Girl is actually a male fish. Li Yuza looked at Shen Qing, his lips twitching, and upon meeting Shen Qing's amused gaze, he realized they had inadvertently become the subject of jest. Indeed, this lionfish is male, and the reason for its recent peculiar behavior is that its mating season has arrived. They merely need to find a few female counterparts for it, ideally 3 to 5, for one alone would likely be insufficient. Shen Qing calmly reiterated the lionfish's earlier sentiments, completely unaware of the profound shock his words had imparted upon Uncle He and Li Yuza. Find female fish, and it must be 3 to 5. Ahem, it is indeed somewhat peculiar. Ahem, well, you all take a look first, I'll be back shortly. Uncle He's face flushed slightly. He cleared his throat, uttered a greeting, and exited. It seemed he intended to call that friend of his to request a few female lionfish. Ah, this big brother truly understands me. He knows I desire a mate, and has just informed that oblivious owner. Reliable, exceedingly reliable. In truth, securing 3 to 5 would be a mere formality, and an additional 10 would be manageable. I recall when I was still in the sea, my record for mating was a staggering 20 wives. A paragon among my kind. Had I not been brought here, I would have long since sought out my 12 or so wives. The boisterous voice of the youth did not cease after Uncle He's departure, as he continued to regale his illustrious history, boasting of 20 wives. Not even the most skilled braggart could match his speed. His tone and demeanor were simply unbearable to witness. Shen Qing felt his lips twitch uncontrollably. It was his first encounter with the vibrant and multifaceted lives of fish. Shen Qing, what's wrong? Why do you seem so at a loss for words? Li Yuza, noticing Shen Qing's twitching lips, appeared puzzled. Could it be that they had misjudged the gender of the lionfish, leading to this awkwardness? Don't overthink it. I merely find this lionfish rather lustful, desiring not just one mate, but 3 or 5. Shen Qing rubbed his brow, then spoke in a manner that seemed ambiguous yet earnest. However, wasn't it you who suggested finding 3 to 5 wives for the lionfish? Li Yuza subtly twitched his lips, masking his embarrassment with a smile. Today, the intention was for Shen Qing to lend assistance, and while he indeed provided help, It was merely to rectify a significant misunderstanding. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Uncle He was not short of funds. He had constructed his house in the suburban countryside primarily to house these venomous pets. As time passed, the number of these exotic creatures grew. Previously, the veterinarian he employed was his senior, but since the senior had been reassigned, he took over the responsibility. The lionfish was a later acquisition, and any issues had always been directed to him. Yet, he failed to detect the problem until Shen Qing arrived and uncovered the truth. Haha, young Shen, I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, my darling would have remained single. Since you're also an enthusiast of venomous pets, feel free to select a few from my collection. Aside from my darling, as a token of my appreciation. Uncle He patted Shen Qing's shoulder, his smile warm and genuine, clearly indicating his sincerity. As for why the lionfish was off limits, it was because he intended to gift it next month. Naturally, it was not an option. After all, why would he spend so much on treatment for the lionfish? It was undoubtedly because the individual to whom he was gifting the fish could provide him with greater benefits. He was a businessman, and his passion for venomous pets was driven by purpose. Then I shall express my gratitude to Uncle He in advance. Shen Qing did not refuse. Given the overture, it was evident that Uncle He sought to foster goodwill, and to decline would be rather inappropriate. Moreover, he originally sought the resources behind Uncle He. Currently, he is in dire need of venomous creatures, the more, the better. Otherwise, what purpose does his expansive shop serve if not to accommodate these beings? The venomous creatures on the first floor consist of aquatic animals, including lionfish, moon jellyfish, stonefish, sea hares, box jellyfish, lioness mane jellyfish, sail jellyfish, golden jellyfish, Australian spotted jellyfish, lighthouse jellyfish, and several other species of jellyfish. All of them are venomous and possess significant ornamental value. This was the realization that Shen Qing came to after examining all the venomous creatures on the first floor. Jellyfish alone account for 2/3 of the collection, albeit of varying species. Shen Qing did not hesitate. Since Uncle He had spoken, he requested a few of each, filling the trunk of his car to capacity. Fortunately, the quantity was manageable, and a mere 2-hour journey would suffice to reach home, ensuring the venomous creatures would endure the trip. Naturally, even if Shen Qing were to offer payment, the other party would not accept it, as they were not in one of such trivial sums. Thus, upon departure, Shen Qing exchanged contact information with Uncle He, expressing a desire to discuss the care of venomous creatures in the future. He also mentioned that should new species emerge, he would reserve a share for him. Meanwhile, Liuza honorably transferred 100,000 to him as compensation for this endeavor, regardless of the circumstances. Shen Qing had resolved Uncle He's concerns. Chapter 41. The tearful second sister. During this outing, Shen Qing has indeed garnered substantial rewards. He has made friends, acquired resources related to venomous pets, and earned 100,000 yuan. This marks the swiftest financial gain he has experienced in reality. Who could have imagined that just 3 days ago he had merely 1,000 yuan in his pocket, and now, with the addition of today, as 100,000 yuan, his car balance has surged to 200,000 yuan. The transformation is remarkable. This figure does not even account for the monetary value of the gifts exchanged in the live streaming room. In summary, Shen Qing has successfully extricated himself from his previous financial struggles. However, to maintain the pet shop, he must procure more venomous pets. He is no longer solely focused on fulfilling his parents' wishes. He has gradually developed a fondness for nurturing these creatures. Listening to the heartfelt voices of the venomous pets each day, he senses that they possess emotions and a meaningful existence, transcending the simplistic notion of mere animals. Perhaps it is because he has genuinely delved into their inner worlds that he can perceive these truths, thereby gaining insight into their lives. He wishes to showcase to everyone that venomous pets can indeed be endearing. The toxins they harbor are merely a mechanism of self-defense. Upon returning to the pet shop, the night had already descended. The streets were increasingly congested as vehicles filled the main thoroughfares, with commuters rushing home after work. Street lights flickered to life, illuminating the city in a way that, while less vibrant than during the day, was nonetheless striking. Shen Qing parked his car and transferred all the newly acquired venomous pets into the shop. "I'm back," he exclaimed, greeting the moon jellyfish at the entrance. Immediately, he heard the response of the three sisters. "Master, you've finally returned. If you and T come back, we would have starved." The speaker was the third sister, the spirited little one. Her lowly voice was particularly enchanting, albeit tinged with a strong sense of grievance. However, he never expected to transition from being merely human to becoming a master, a notion that felt rather delightful. His nurturing efforts over the past few days seemed to have borne fruit. Although their affection levels were at maximum, he still needed to care for their daily habits with diligence. This was essential to ensure that their rapport was not merely reliant on charm. Certainly, all of this hinged upon the care manual he possessed. "Don't mind what the third sister says, Master. She is just being childish. We are not hungry at all." The eldest sister chimed in with a gentle, understanding voice, akin to a warm spring breeze that enveloped the heart with comfort. "It's my fault for returning late. Please wait a moment. After I settle on our new friends, I will prepare dinner for you," Shen Qing said, engaging with the venomous pets in a manner that felt remarkably egalitarian and casual. It felt as though he was conversing with fellow humans rather than mere animals. For the voices he heard were undeniably real. The three sisters watched as Shen Qing carefully transferred the jellyfish into the adjacent tanks. In an instant, the walls were adorned with filled aquariums, each housing a myriad of jellyfish drifting gracefully. These aquariums were the same as before. He intended to rearrange the opulent breeding tank package awarded by the system once the renovations were complete. Thus, for the time being, only the red fire ant queen enjoyed such privileges. "Dear sister, third sister, the master has brought back many of our kind. Does he no longer favor us? Are we not beautiful enough, prompting him to seek out so many new ladies?" A delicate, tremulous voice spoke softly to her two sisters. Fearful of being overheard by Shen Qing, she had remained silent until now, as her siblings had expressed all that she wished to convey. Observing intently, she felt as though the sky was collapsing when the various jellyfish were introduced next door, overwhelming her with an urge to weep. Her voice, tinged with fragility, revealed her distress. Shen Qing caught every word, his mind conjuring the image of a fragile girl gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, long lashes drooping as if on the verge of crying. The emotional impact was profound. Merely hearing her voice evoked such a vivid picture that it was nearly unbearable. He, for one, could not withstand it. Immediately, he tenderly reassured the poor girl, "Little sister, do not cry. You are incredibly beautiful. How could I possibly not like you? In our shop, you are the star. Have a little more confidence." He refrained from mentioning his feelings towards other poisonous pets, for if they had made it to his shop, they were all his cherished creatures, and favoritism was a quiet affair. A sudden realization struck him. Did he possess the qualities of a cad? Surely, it must be a mere illusion. Shen Qing awkwardly rubbed the tip of his nose and promptly began to feed the three sisters. As anticipated, the presence of food diverted their attention, and they ceased to ponder whether he favored them. Aside from a moon jellyfish, none of the other poisonous pets had dined yet. He had not eaten himself, prioritizing the feeding of these ancestral beings before attending to his own needs. After a modest meal, Shen Qing ventured next door to inspect the two adjacent shops, finding them half empty. The walls bore numerous lines and frames, with each area distinctly demarcated, all according to his specifications. Subsequently, he reached out to the workers, and they confirmed that construction would commence the following day. Some walls needed to be demolished and opened up. Connecting the three shops on both floors would undoubtedly create a considerable commotion. They estimated that, if all went smoothly, the entire undertaking would be completed in about a week. With ample manpower, progress would be swift. As for other essentials, he could simply purchase them: curtains, shelving units, counters, sofas, coffee tables, and so forth. His vision was to create a pet shop akin to a cat CAF. The space was sufficiently large, basic renovations would suffice. If thematic decor were also to be entrusted to the workers, it would prolong the timeline. Thus, he conceived a compromise: the system. While browsing the system's marketplace, he had come across a design card specifically tailored for home design. Should you wish to design in any particular style, simply input your requirements to achieve the desired effect. all at an exceedingly modest cost of merely 10 points, albeit limited to a span of 10 days. Should one desire to purchase outright or secure a longer duration, the price escalates several-fold. Presently, this design card is the most suitable option, free from any formaldehyde concerns, thus proving to be environmentally friendly. Additionally, he has persistently contemplated the issue of sound insulation. The system offers soundproof cards at equally reasonable prices, 200 points for the large variant and 50 points for the smaller one. During renovations, he relocated all the hazardous pets to the second floor of his residence, placing them in the room formerly inhabited by his parents, utilizing a small soundproof card to mitigate disturbances to the pets. Upon returning to the store, the clock read 7:55, leaving merely 5 minutes until the 8 o'clock live broadcast. Shen Qing opted not to utilize his previous streaming methods, but instead transported the 2 types of hazardous pets designated for the evening's broadcast to his study on the second floor. He had ventured out earlier in the day and purchased a new set of live streaming equipment on his way back, including a desktop computer, camera, and microphone. After managing the hazardous pets, he had set up the computer and related equipment, and now he merely needed to initiate the broadcast at the scheduled time. Before long, news of Shen Qing's live stream was promptly disseminated to his followers. Upon entering, the inquiring netizens were greeted by a strikingly handsome visage. A deep and resonant voice soon filled the space. Dear family and friends, good evening. Welcome to my live broadcast. I am your good friend, Qing. Chapter 42. The Panda Ant. Resembling a panda, the moment Shen Qing's voice resonated, the ambience of the live stream transformed into an electrifying fervor. Of course, his handsome visage contributed significantly to this excitement. At last, I get to see the charming young man live again. I've been waiting all day. His enchanting voice and striking face pierce right through my heart. What captivating creatures will the host present to us tonight? Will it be the same enchanting pets as last night, or is there something new? I see the host has changed his streaming location. I can spot the bookshelf behind him, clearly a study. It appears tonight's featured pet may not be too large. I'm so thrilled. Who would have thought that one day I would be enamored by a handsome gentleman tending to his exotic pets? Oh wow, this young man is incredibly handsome. Is he truly not just a pretty face? I've never encountered a pet host this striking. I wonder what his pet is? The barrage of comments flowed in abundance, and the viewer count surged dramatically. Shen Qing's stream had transcended the novice zone, landing directly in the pet category. The influx of viewers was palpably evident. Within a mere 5 minutes of broadcasting, new fans were already joining, propelling the numbers into the thousands and still climbing. This clearly validated the official claims regarding increased traffic. The newcomers, engrossed by Shen Qing's appearance, remained oblivious to the specifics of the pets he showcased, having missed the earlier conversations. Meanwhile, the veteran fans, mischievous as they were, refrained from providing any explanations, leading the new viewers to instinctively assume that Shen Qing's pets were merely cats and dogs. Today, many new friends have joined us. Thank you for your affection. I am excited to introduce this little creature, which is indeed small, yet possesses an equally adorable appearance, resembling the national treasure, the panda. With a gentle smile directed at the camera, the light above perfectly illuminated his dark, tousled hair, creating a halo effect that heightened the ambience. Particularly, the warmth in his eyes, filled with tender mirth, seemed to invite a profound gaze, evoking deep emotions among his fans. How could they possibly resist? His deep, resonant tone effortlessly enveloped the audience, rendering even the male viewers spellbound. The female fans in the live stream were utterly captivated. Everyone's attention was fixated on the handsome host, leaving them oblivious to the content of Shen Qing's words. Indeed, such a face must be paired with this voice. I am utterly entranced. Wow, the young man's voice is astonishingly melodious. It sounds so indulgent. I feel as though I have fallen into the river of love. Oh dear, such a heart-fluttering sensation. Each day, I await the host's live stream, solely to behold this face and indulge in this voice. The charismatic timbre is simply irresistible. I am utterly enamored. Ladies, let us pause our infatuation for a moment. We wish to see what the host's pet is tonight. Indeed, I am curious about what kind of pet resembles a national treasure. What could it be? Shen Qing picked up his phone to examine the barrage of messages from viewers. Aside from fans admiring his looks and figure, the majority were inquiring about the pet that would be revealed tonight. Please bear with me for a moment as I bring that little creature out, Shen Qing said with a smile, extending his hand. He retrieved a small breeding box, no larger than the palm of his hand, indicating that whatever was inside was indeed a tiny being. The new viewers were astonished. They couldn't fathom that the contents of the box could possibly be a pet. Only the seasoned fans, who had witnessed a couple of live streams, knew that the first little exotic pet of the evening was about to make its appearance. Little one, it's time for you to shine. As Shen Qing spoke, he opened the box and adjusted the camera to focus on the small enclosure on the table, ensuring that all viewers could see what lay within. Suddenly, a somewhat irate, youthful voice piped up, "Hey, could you keep it down a bit? You startled me. That really hurt." The camera captured the little creature inside. The soft coconut soil was adorned with tiny pebbles, while a few dried yellow leaves lay scattered across the ground. Nearby, there were a few small tiles and a couple of twigs, along with a patch of grass in the corners of the box. However, the focal point was a larger tile in the center, upon which a small creature was resting. Just then, the round little body tumbled dramatically off the tile and onto the grass. The viewers finally saw that it was a tiny animal the size of a peanut, covered in black and white fur, resembling the national treasure, the panda. Yet, this little creature was an insect. Wait, is this the host pet? It certainly looks like a panda, but isn't it an insect? Oh my goodness, how adorable. I never expected an insect to resemble a giant panda. But what kind of insect is it? It looks so fluffy and comical, especially when it just rolled off. What happened to the cats and dogs? Isn't this a pet live stream? So, this little one is the pet? Host, what is this little creature called? Is it easy to take care of? I want to get one too. The fans in a live stream were indeed taken aback upon seeing the little creature. Who would have thought that such a tiny insect could resemble a national treasure? It appeared utterly endearing. This evening's special guest was named the panda ant, owing to its resemblance to the beloved panda. Shen Qing's voice resonated at just the right moment as he picked up a slightly longer stick from the table. He gently prodded the panda ant in the box. Just as the panda ant had begun to crawl, it was promptly knocked down by Shen Qing, igniting its temper. Ah, how exasperating. Humanity, I shall not let this rest. I will use my venom to vanquish you for your torment. The panda ant, having rolled in frustration, was on the verge of madness. Its youthful voice echoed with indignation and fury. It clutched the source of its ire, a small stick, its rear end raised, exposing its sharp stinger. It seemed to wield the stick as if it were Shen Qing, jabbing it with fervor. At that moment, Shen Qing lifted the stick, presenting it to the camera for all to observe the little creature's antics. Behold, this little fellow is quite incensed, intends to use the stick to attack me, Shen Qing explained with a cheerful demeanor. Initially perplexed by Shen Qing's words, the audience's gaze remained fixed on the panda ant. Soon, a keen-eyed viewer noticed a tiny droplet of black liquid trickling down the stick. That liquid was none other than the venom seeping from the panda ant's tail. Chapter 43. Halt. Beware of its rear end. What was that dark liquid that just dripped? Could it possibly be venom? Oh dear, I noticed it too. The most immediate sensation is that every little pet in the host shop appears to be toxic. Oh my, I suddenly feel a bit hesitant about raising one. Goodness gracious. One moment, they seem adorably clumsy, and the next, that clumsiness transforms into a lethal menace. Wait, this host has taken insects as pets. But why do they seem to possess venom as well? Oh my goodness. The panda ant, I just stepped outside to check. And did you know that this little creature's venom can actually kill a cow? Upon hearing this, the live chat fell silent, as they had just witnessed how that lethal drop of venom came to be. Indeed, Shen Qing's live stream never disappoints. Initially, one might have thought tonight's stream would turn warm and cozy, featuring pets that didn't appear so terrifying. But alas, the reality is rather different. They may look endearingly clumsy, yet when it comes to venom, they're truly deadly. If a single drop can fell a cow, imagine the effects on a human. The size disparity speaks for itself. Shen Qing, having noticed these comments, sought to alleviate the audience's anxiety with a calm explanation. Please do not panic. The panda ant is indeed venomous, and its venom is quite potent. However, it is not an ant at all, but rather an insect known as the panda wasp. Though the name contains the word ant, the panda wasp is actually a member of the wasp family. Therefore, it possesses certain characteristics of wasps, including the ability to sting. The sting of the panda wasp contains toxins, resulting in intense pain at the site of the sting. The affected area may become red and swollen, and a few individuals might experience severe allergic reactions to the panda wasp's venom, leading to symptoms such as difficulty breathing and widespread rashes. At this point, Shen Qing paused, allowing the audience to absorb this information before continuing. If, unfortunately, one is stung by a panda wasp, the following measures can be taken. 1. Clean the wound. Wash the sting site with soap and water to prevent infection. 2. Cold compress. Apply ice or a cold pack to alleviate pain and swelling. 3. Pain relief. If the pain is unbearable, over-the-counter pain relievers, such as ibuprofen or acetaminophen, may be taken. 4. Monitor for allergic reactions. Should any allergic reactions occur, seek immediate medical attention. So, there is no need for excessive worry. With his veterinary skills, Shen Qing naturally knows how to handle such situations, making the explanations seem effortless. Longtime fans are well aware of his veterinary expertise, and with this reminder, the tension in the chat quickly dissipated. Oh my, I almost forgot. Our dear host is indeed a veterinarian, so of course he knows how to deal with these issues. We were indeed naive. The anxiety that once gripped their hearts was swiftly eased. Indeed, raising venomous pets is not a task for the faint-hearted. By the way, host, how did the testing for that antidote you mentioned last night turn out? Let's see the results. The audience, taken aback by the previous scene, recalled the events of last night. At that time, Shen Qing's antidote had astonished everyone, with some even mistakenly believing it had been pre-prepared to dispel any misunderstandings. Shen Qing agreed to undergo testing at the institution today. Having been well prepared, he announced he would share the results directly in the chat for everyone to see. He uploaded an image of the test results via his phone, and indeed, within moments, all viewers in the live stream witnessed the evidence that confirmed Shen Qing's honesty. He possessed genuine skills. At that moment, Shen Qing's actions once again captivated the audience. The camera captured a distinctly defined hand extending suddenly, while the other hand lifted a small stick along with the panda ant. He intended to place the panda ant and the stick in the palm of his open hand. Stop. What are you doing, host? Be careful of its backside. Its stinger is still out. Don't move. Such a beautiful hand must not come into contact with the venom. No, host, don't take risks. We want to see tomorrow's live stream. The chat exploded once more, the number of viewers having already surpassed 100,000 during this period. As Shen Qing reached out, the count surged dramatically, especially when the small stick was only a few centimeters away from his palm. The number of viewers soared past 200,000 and continued to rise. Little one, don't be angry. It's not good for your health. Come, greet everyone. Shen Qing disregarded the chat and instead focused on the adorably clumsy panda ant. Unfazed by its fierce expression, he calmly lifted his hand to prepare to nudge it off the branch. Brat, I'm still angry. You're such a bad human for bothering me. It would be an insult to my venom if I didn't sting you. The high-pitched voice of the little ant remained fierce, as it bared its tiny teeth at Shen Qing, resembling a child throwing a tantrum. However, it still appeared endearingly cute, and one would hardly suspect it of being a venomous creature. Those unaware would merely think it was a charming little bug. Its panda-like coloration only added to its charm. Yet, as Shen Qing's fingers drew nearer, the panda ant readied itself for an attack. Its tail was raised, and the tiny stinger glimmered a dark hue under the light, clearly indicating it was laced with venom. The camera remained focused on the rearing box, magnifying the scene. The moment the fans spotted the venomous stinger, they forgot to comment, their eyes glued to the live stream, even holding their breath in tension. Hee, soon you'll see what I'm capable of. You disturbed me while I was foraging and even frightened me. You deserve to taste my venom's might. The little ant wore a mischievous grin, as if plotting a scheme that was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Shen Qing's hand had already made contact with the panda ant's body. Indeed, under the anxious gazes of the crowd, The raised tail of the panda ant was poised to strike at Shen Qing's finger. I can't bear to watch. The host is about to be stung by the venomous needle. Ugh, just looking at it is terrifying. Oh my, it could have been avoided. Why does the host choose to touch it? The host is truly impressive. Knowing it is poisonous, he still dares to take on the challenge. Such admiration. I feel like the host is playing with fire, but his medical expertise is quite remarkable. Amidst the chatter regarding Shen Qing's predicament, an unexpected stillness enveloped the scene. Indeed, it seemed to freeze in time. The venomous needle, which was poised to strike, halted mere millimeters from Shen Qing's fingertip. The aura emanating from you feels remarkably pleasant, reminiscent of that scent I encountered earlier. The youthful voice resonated once more, though this time devoid of anger, filled instead with the initial curiosity that transformed into sudden enlightenment. Chapter 44. Life is a performance dependent on skill. As Shen Qing's fingers grazed the panda ant, its affection surged to an unprecedented high. The fury that had once consumed it vanished in an instant, and the venomous stinger retracted. The creature then embraced Shen Qing's finger, beginning to ascend. So this delightful scent emanates from you, human. In light of this aromatic allure, I shall forgive your previous transgressions against me. However, you must compensate me by accompanying me to my burrow, so I may bask in this pleasant fragrance daily. Itruliemagenius. The youthful voice transformed with unrestrained excitement. The earlier wrath entirely dissipated, leaving only joy. The fluffy head tilted back occasionally, as if in laughter. Shen Qing firmly declined. You are overreaching. It is utterly impossible for me to accompany you to your den. The creature appeared to comprehend his response, leaving the audience in the live stream perplexed. What on earth? Wasn't he the plan to attack the host? Is this it? And what does the host mean by that? What a twist. I knew this broadcast was full of surprises. Such reversals always catch one off guard. With the stinger poised, the venomous creature unexpectedly shifts allegiance, turning the tide. Remarkable. Oh dear, my anxious heart has once again settled. This situation reminds us that until the final moment, anything can happen. Life is but a play reliant on the art of performance. The little panda's act tonight was truly exceptional, splendid. In that moment, a collective sigh of relief swept through the audience. Initially filled with genuine concern, they now felt a wave of relaxation. Following this, an onslaught of enthusiastic comments flooded the screen, reflecting their recently lifted spirits. Shen Qing cradled the panda ant in his palm, calmly perusing the barrage of comments. He finally encountered the musings of his fans, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was the effect he sought. The contrast in emotions was essential for maximizing the audience's engagement, thus yielding greater emotional rewards. Yet, he felt compelled to reassure his viewers. Fear not, my venomous companions are quite obedient and pose no threat to me. However, for those considering the care of such creatures, caution is paramount. If you choose to keep them, opt for those with milder venoms, and ensure you have disinfectants and antidotes on hand. Shen Qing's words were sensible. After all, few could match his fortune. Even if one were to rear a highly toxic creature, he had the system to safeguard him. Others, however, should tread carefully to avoid regrettable mishaps. Upon hearing this, many fans could only chuckle internally. What did he mean by his pets being obedient and not attacking? Were the alarming encounters they witnessed mere fabrications? The stinger had glinted menacingly several times, and the dark venom still dripped onto the earth. Who would believe such reassurances now? Nonetheless, one truth resonated clearly. Without experience, it is unwise to rear venomous pets. If you wish to witness it, simply join Shen Qing's live broadcast. Cloud breeding is indeed quite remarkable. After introducing the panda ants, he now presents tonight's second guest. Can anyone guess who it might be? Shen Qing cheerfully interacts with his fans, alleviating the tension from earlier. It's obvious it's another venomous pet. I just arrived today and finally understand why the longtime fans don't explain things to newcomers. They want to see us get startled. Enough said. More new friends have arrived. Let us all be cheerful. You are experienced now. This host is incredibly handsome. Is he a visual streamer? Wow. Does this guy sing or dance? With looks like that, he is definitely a male god. Such comments flooded the screen, as new viewers expressed their excitement. Meanwhile, the seasoned fans who had already experienced the venomous pet incidents observed the newcomers with calm amusement, secretly chuckling. Just wait, dear little ones. Soon you will discover whether this charming host sings or dances. On the other side of the live room, Jiang Min, encouraged by his cousin's recommendation, also joined Shen Qing's broadcast. Initially, he missed the panda ants and now wore a puzzled expression. He had heard his cousin mention that Shen Qing was a venomous pet streamer, but he had yet to see any such thing. Driven by curiosity, he settled in to watch. He intended to share any insights he gathered with Shen Qing, but learned from his cousin that Shen Qing was currently live. It was best to wait until after the broadcast to reach out, so he remained in the room, even bringing along his classmate who adored venomous pets. At that moment, Shen Qing presented another breeding box, significantly larger than the previous one, akin to the size of a lunchbox. It was filled with soft coconut soil, adorned with branches, stones, and fallen leaves, along with a small bottle cap containing some water. Since Shen Qing had previously directed the camera towards himself, the audience had not seen what he was holding, only that it was a small box. When asked about it, the viewers expressed their ignorance. But Shen Qing did not press them further. He shifted the camera to the table, revealing the breeding box. This was the final guest for the night. As Shen Qing lifted the lid, allowing the camera a clearer view, a striking red scorpion emerged from its burrow, leaving everyone astounded. No way! It's a scorpion. A red one at that. It's obvious this must be venomous too. What species is this red scorpion? Is it also highly toxic, given its deep color? The host actually breeds scorpions. How utterly unique. Voices in the live room varied, with each person sharing their opinions. Yet one consensus emerged. Everyone had accepted Shen Qing's venture into breeding venomous pets. Indeed, subtle influence is powerful. In just 3 days, including tonight's broadcast, there have been only 3 sessions. However, the level of acceptance among everyone is exceedingly high. Otherwise, the current number of participants would not exist. Naturally, this is also due to the innate curiosity that people possess, coupled with the numerous surprises encountered in Shen Qing's live broadcasts, which have left a profound impression. This has led to a persistent desire to see what Shen Qing will do next each day. Human, what do you seek from me at this late hour? At this moment, a calm voice belonging to a youth of around 30 inquired of Shen Qing. He even lifted his head, no longer as boisterous as the previous panda ant. Indeed, those of greater age tend to exhibit a bit more maturity. Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, then earnestly lowered her head, leaning closer to the box with a smile as she said, "You have been with me for 3 days now, and you are aware that I broadcast tonight. Today, it is your turn. Please greet the friends in the live room. Do not falter, as supporting you requires the backing of our viewers, so you understand." Chapter 45. Are you asking a scorpion to shell sunflower seeds? Shen Qing remarked that you would understand. Whether the scorpion comprehended or not remained a mystery to all, yet the female fans were eager to grasp it. His voice was simply exquisite. Even the most mundane words transformed into something extraordinary when uttered by him. Ah, brother's voice is so melodious, so soothing. I want to clip it and play it on repeat. I've never seen anyone speak to a venomous pet in such a manner. The tone is so gentle. But the question remains, can I understand? Dear host, say a few more words. What is the point of addressing that scorpion? Speak to us. We relish your voice. Look, another group has gone wild. Host, ignore these crazy women. Hurry up and introduce that scorpion. What is its name? Is it poisonous? The barrage of comments in a live stream was exceedingly lively, with a myriad of voices, dozens of messages flying by every second. The surge in viewers and heightened interest brought an influx of traffic to Shen Qing's stream. Meanwhile, the veteran hosts in the same time slot gazed at their own dwindling numbers, their expressions heavy with dismay. Since Shen Qing's broadcast commenced, their viewer counts had significantly plummeted. Many comments echoed sentiments of discontent. I'm tired of watching these cats and dogs every day. The new handsome host next door is far more captivating. I'm leaving. Indeed, I didn't notice it before, but now, in comparison, I prefer a stream with a hint of intrigue. Of course, I adore adorable kittens. But please allow me to take a break. I'll return once the venomous pet stream concludes. Eventually, The other hosts ventured out with their alternate accounts and discovered that Shen Qing's stream had transcended the newcomer zone. His pet-themed broadcasts had drawn a substantial portion of traffic from their domain, accounting for nearly a third of the viewership in the pet streaming sector. Although it was merely a third, no other individual host had ever achieved such a figure. Only exceptionally large streamers or celebrities could boast such proportions, underscoring the immense draw of Shen Qing's broadcasts. This reality only intensified the resentment brewing among the established hosts, who began clandestine discussions about teaching Shen Qing a lesson. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Qing was presently engaged in an interaction with the red-tailed scorpion. "Human, what would you have me do? I am venomous. Are you not afraid of being stung?" The mature voice was calm and composed, distinctly different from that of the youthful chatterboxes. The logic and reasoning behind the words reflected an adult's mindset. Upon hearing such a tone and thought process, Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, sensing that he was conversing with an adult, albeit one who approached the dialogue with a certain seriousness. With a modest affinity score of only 50, the atmosphere between him and the scorpion resembled that of two strangers who had recently become acquainted, tinged with a hint of rapport. The fans in the live stream observed that right after Shen Qing spoke, the red scorpion remained perfectly still, fixated on him. The atmosphere, indeed, exudes a sense of vigilance. "Goodness, I have finally grasped what feels strange." Listen to the host's words. Asking a scorpion to perform? This is not a language of scorpions. Does it even comprehend? This young man seems to regard his pet as a human. How endearing. I perceive that the scorpion is filled with caution, as if it might sting. The host should exercise caution, as it could be venomous. For newcomers, you may not understand. Here, the pets that appear are all toxic, varying in severity. And interacting with poisonous creatures has become quite the norm. Who has ever seen the host get bitten? Indeed, from the past 3 days of live streaming, 6 types of venomous pets have already made their appearances in the broadcast. Each one possesses its own venom, with varying degrees of potency. Most importantly, Shen Qing interacts with every venomous creature. It is not merely a matter of poking them with a stick. He nearly always reaches out to touch them. Astonishingly, he has never been bitten by any of these poisonous pets. This fact is rather absurd and defies explanation. Coincidentally, it seems as though Shen Qing can understand the language of beasts, as his dialogues are quite similar to those of humans. Some netizens even jested. Could it be that the host possesses the long-lost skill of beast taming? While the skill of taming beasts may be a myth, he genuinely seems to comprehend the hearts of animals. As for how he perceives their sentiments, we shall see how the system determines that. His sole piece of good fortune is that he can undoubtedly hear the voices of toxic creatures. Rest assured, you will not sting me. Come forth and greet everyone. Shen Qing was not the least bit intimidated by the creature's words. Instead, he smiled and extended his hand towards the red-clawed scorpion, merely a centimeter away from it. This action caught the scorpion off guard, yet the fans in the live stream erupted in exclamations. The reason was simple. Someone had discerned the true nature of the red-clawed scorpion. "Goodness, host, wait a moment, do not reach out. That is a red-clawed scorpion. It has weak venom, but is particularly fierce. I have researched it as well. It is said that most scorpions can be cohabitated, but the red-clawed scorpion is quite a ferocious species and cannot be mixed. Do not worry, the young man is not afraid at all. See, the plot has twisted." The new fans in the live stream were anxious, while the seasoned fans remained remarkably calm. The contrast was striking, yet, as the old fans noted, their concerns were unfounded. For just as they anticipated the red-clawed scorpion to attack Shen Qing, it did initially intend to do so. However, upon contact with Shen Qing's finger, it immediately settled down. It obediently began to crawl up along Shen Qing's finger. "Human, your scent has become even more fragrant. If these scents serve as remuneration, I would gladly comply with your bidding." The calm youth's tone shifted to one of gentleness, as if its previously hidden ferocity had never existed. Were it not for Shen Qing having seen its tail raised ominously just moments before, he might have believed its words. "Nonetheless, since you have made such a request, it seems remiss not to indulge you." Shen Qing curled her lips into a sly smile, her eyes glinting with mischief. As the red-clawed scorpion crawled onto her hand, she extended it towards the camera allowing everyone to observe more clearly. It is likely that many have already deduced its identity. Indeed, this is the red-clawed scorpion, a species native to the tropical rainforests of West Africa. These creatures thrive in their wild habitats amidst the humid jungle, exhibiting a fierce temperament that renders them unsuitable for cohabitation with other scorpions. An adult red-clawed scorpion typically measures between 12 to 16 centimeters in length. And my beloved Dahong has reached adulthood. When Shen Qing spoke of Dahong, her tone was particularly gentle, and one could sense the affection in her voice. Without waiting for a response, she continued, "Dahong, why don't you perform a seed-peeling demonstration for everyone?" What on earth is a seed-peeling demonstration? Are you truly suggesting that a venomous scorpion peels seeds? You must be jesting. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, the god of wealth arrives. Upon opening the door, one encounters the deity with a smile. Auspicious clouds swirl around, and upon looking up, one sees the fortune star shining brightly. The god of longevity brings tidings of good fortune, and in the year of the snake, wealth is gathered without bending down, as ingots run freely within the home. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Chapter 46. Your claws are not meant for fighting, but for shelling seeds. Not only were the fans in the live stream stunned by Shen Qing's words, but even the red scorpion in his palm appeared bewildered, frozen in place. The scorpion's faceless head seemed to convey a profound sense of confusion, adorned with a multitude of question marks. "Human, are you quite certain that what you just uttered constitutes human speech?" Came a voice tinged with barely concealed annoyance. "You expect a scorpion to shell seeds? Have you lost your mind? My pincers are designed for battle, not for shelling seeds. Even if your scent is rather pleasant, I shall not acquiesce. Unless, of course, you sweeten the deal." Wait a moment, after all that, why did you suddenly agree? I thought you would be more irate than this. The fans in a live stream were equally taken aback by Shen Qing's remarks. What? Asking a scorpion to shell seeds? Only the host could conceive such a notion. I'm utterly impressed. Ahem, I nearly spat out my drink upon hearing that. A scorpion shelling seeds? It's as absurd as an old lady climbing into bed. It has me in stitches. My goodness, this is akin to a maiden riding in a flower-laden sedan, a sight to behold. I find myself at a loss for words. Ha ha, this is hilarious. The host has actually asked a venomous scorpion to shell seeds. What kind of absurdity is this? Come, bring forth the seeds. Let us witness the miraculous moment of its shelling. I must ask, if the venomous scorpion truly shells the seeds, will the host eat them? The barrage of comments in the live stream continued unabated, each one more amusing than the last. Some even urged Shen Qing to produce seeds for the scorpion, while others pondered whether he would truly eat them should it succeed. The conversation drifted further afield, yet the number of viewers surged, with some netizens even venturing out to proclaim that Shen Qing was inviting a venomous pet to shell seeds in the live stream. This topic left many viewers utterly flabbergasted. While it might be plausible to have a dog shell peanuts given their intelligence, asking a venomous creature to do the same was perhaps the most ludicrous joke they had encountered recently. Nevertheless, laughter aside, the spirit of participation was ever present, a trait inherent to the people. As a result, Shen Qing's live stream saw an exponential increase in viewers, surpassing 500,000, causing a surge in traffic that had the back-end maintenance team scrambling to keep up, fearing that the stream might crash. Meanwhile, Jiangmin sat side by side with Su Lu on the sofa, each engrossed in their phones while watching Shen Qing's live stream. Following the incident of poisoning, Su Lu had decided to stay at his cousin's house to prevent any further complications. After dinner, they settled in to enjoy the live broadcast together. Ahem, cousin. Is Shen so remarkable as to command a venomous scorpion to assist him in shelling seeds? Jiang Min's eyes sparkled with astonishment, feeling as though Shen Qing had unveiled a new world before him. Initially, he had been bitten by a venomous creature, succumbing to poisoning and fainting, leaving him with a slight psychological shadow. However, after experiencing the live streaming session with Shen Qing, it seemed that shadow had vanished entirely. Instead, he felt an exhilarating urge to try something new. He even contemplated raising a venomous pet, particularly a scorpion, to have it shell sunflower seeds for him. He wasn't alone in this desire. A fellow enthusiast of venomous creatures shared the same sentiment. Before Su Lu could voice his thoughts, his phone rang. And as soon as he answered, the voice on the other end came through clearly. Old Jiang, is this the streamer you mentioned? I can't believe he can actually train a scorpion to shell seeds. That's incredible. If he can truly achieve that, I must attend the venomous pet gathering to learn from him. The excitement in his tone was palpable, revealing just how much he admired Shen Qing at that moment. Coincidentally, at that very moment in the live stream, Shen Qing had indeed brought forth several sunflower seeds, casually tossing them into his palm, mere centimeters away from the red claw scorpion. All right, it's your turn to perform. I'm sure everyone is eager to see this. Don't worry. As long as you manage to shell these seeds, you one team need to come on stage for the next few days, and your rations will double. How does that sound? It was worth noting that with the venomous pet care manual in his possession, Shen Qing had become extraordinarily proficient. Besides the usual food, he had also prepared special concoctions tailored for the venomous pets, making it nearly impossible for any of them to refuse. Shen Qing was unfazed by the scorpion's earlier challenging tone. Instead, he chuckled and provided an explanation. He continued, as for whether your pincers are meant for fighting, it doesn't matter as long as they are sharp. I believe in you. If you're so skilled in combat, shelling a seed must be a trivial task. I have faith in you, big guy, go for it. In conclusion, Shen Qing lightly tapped the still stiff pincers of the scorpion with his other fist. The contrast between the two, one large and one small, was perfectly captured on camera, creating a rather unique visual. Wow, the streamer is amazing. You're actually trying to pua a scorpion. Impressive, that's truly you. I believe in you. If you're great at fighting, you must be even better at shelling seeds. Go for it, Big Red. Haha, this is simply hilarious. Is the streamer attempting to mentally control the scorpion? That would require it to have a brain, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have one to comprehend your pua. The red claw scorpion, however, was seriously contemplating Shen Qing's proposal. It raised its head, looking intently at Shen Qing, and asked, Human, is it true that my rations will double? Moreover, my living space is quite cramped, and there aren't many decorations. If you could upgrade my entire setup as I mentioned, I wouldn't mind shelling a seed or two. As the conversation drew to a close, the youthful voice adopted an unusually tranquil demeanor, exuding an air of leisurely confidence. It was convinced that the human before it would undoubtedly acquiesce to its request. After all, Shen Qing still required his live streaming. Very well, I consent. Shen Qing raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. Let us commence. The audience in the live stream is eagerly awaiting. As his words fell, the red-clawed scorpion in his palm, under the watchful gaze of many, began to deftly peel a plump sunflower seed with its pincers. Indeed, it was peeling a sunflower seed. Before the camera, onlookers witnessed the red-clawed scorpion skillfully manipulating the seed, its pincers diligently at work. The crisp sound of cracking was also captured in the live stream. In less than a minute, the sunflower seed was calmly stripped by the scorpion, leaving the pristine seed kernel resting quietly in Shen Qing's palm. A striking contrast to the scorpion itself. Upon completing the task, the youthful voice resonated once more. Human, the sunflower seed has been peeled. Remember your promise to me. Do not be a person of untrustworthiness. Otherwise, even a scorpion would look down upon you. Chapter 47. Has this scorpion attained enlightenment? After deftly peeling sunflower seeds, the crimson-clawed scorpion lay calmly in the palm of Shen Qing's hand, utterly unfazed and maintaining an air of nonchalance. However, the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream were far from composed. Reflecting on its recent actions, one could not help but question whether such a feat could truly be accomplished by a mere venomous pet. The scorpion's dexterity in peeling seeds rivaled that of a human. Goodness, a scorpion is actually peeling sunflower seeds with its pincers. Am I hallucinating, or has the host employed some special effects? Oh my heavens, this scorpion has surely attained enlightenment. It can genuinely peel seeds. This is utterly absurd. It's absurdity personified. One intelligent scorpion. It understands human speech and can peel seeds. I am so tempted to keep one. The host is impressive. He has managed to train a scorpion to be so obedient. If it peels seeds, what reward should it receive? The barrage of comments in the live stream ignited once more, with viewers fervently discussing the reasons behind the Scorpion's obedience and its remarkable ability to peel seeds. The most evident conclusion was that the Scorpion must indeed comprehend Shen Qing's words. Ultimately, the audience reached a tacit consensus that Shen Qing's venomous pet was extraordinary. Not only could it understand human language, but it also reacted accordingly, akin to the beloved cats and dogs that humans cherish for their interactive nature. Now, Shen Qing's venomous pet could interact with humans in a similarly captivating manner, and even more astonishingly, the Scorpion's sunflower seed peeling had become a phenomenon that Shen Qing had cleverly capitalized on. Almost immediately, content creators began to edit related videos. This was not an isolated incident. Anyone attuned to the current trends knew that Shen Qing had achieved a status of prominence on this short video platform. Recently, a significant portion of trending videos featured edited content from Shen Qing's live streams, particularly highlighting his charm and voice, with a venomous pet being a secondary focus. However, today was different. The spotlight was firmly on the venomous pet, especially the crimson-clawed scorpion that took center stage. Before the live stream concluded, videos showcasing the scorpion peeling sunflower seeds had quietly begun to gain traction. Both the titles and content were irresistibly captivating to netizens. Upon release, they garnered substantial views and likes, with the comment section overflowing with reactions, swiftly surpassing 99 comments. I was drawn in by the title, hoping to debunk it, but it utterly shocked my worldview. The scorpion really can peel seeds. Goodness gracious! This is the first time I've encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. I've heard of trained monkeys, but I've never heard of scorpion being trainable. Today it peels seeds. Tomorrow, will it be able to eat instant noodles? This clearly must be edited. I refuse to believe it's real. Indeed, this is clearly a blatant publicity stunt. How much did the content creator receive from the host to promote him like this? I have just returned from the live broadcast, where I personally witnessed the process of shelling sunflower seeds. It is impossible that it was a special effect. Detractors should remain silent and wait until the Qing host concludes the live stream before voicing their opinions. There are mixed reviews. Yet one thing is certain. It was an exhilarating spectacle. Moreover, the popularity of the sunflower seed shelling phenomenon continues to rise, undeniably igniting a fervor. The protagonists, Shen Qing and the main character, the Red Scorpion, have completed their interaction with the audience. I express my gratitude for your enthusiasm. This evening's broadcast concludes here, and we shall continue at the same time tomorrow, featuring 2 more guests. After Shen Qing addressed the viewers, he ended the broadcast. Ding. Live stream concluded. Compiling audience emotional values. Ding. Compilation complete. Tonight's live stream generated a total emotional value of 1,015,000 points. Total emotional value points, 1,013,250. Ding. Surpassing 1 million emotional points. You are awarded 1 million in cash, 100,000 points, and 3 wood spirit elixirs, 10 per bottle. Note, wood spirit elixir. Whether for animals, plants, or humans, the consumer of this elixir will enhance their affinity with nature, increasing the goodwill of all living beings by 50, lasting for 1 month. Ding. System total points have exceeded 1 million. Would you like to upgrade the system? What a surprise. Just after concluding the broadcast, the summary has arrived. The emotional value has directly surpassed 1 million, accompanied by rewards of cash, points, and elixirs. Most intriguing of all is the potential for system upgrades. Glancing at the yellow button hovering in mid-air, indicating the upgrade option, Shen Qing did not hesitate to select yes. Having reached this point, an upgrade was undoubtedly warranted. Perhaps the system's capabilities would expand thereafter. Sure enough, as he lightly pressed the button, a stream of light swept across his vision. All previous information faded, revealing only the upgrade countdown percentage. System upgrading 100. Ding. System upgrade complete. Subsequently, his personal panel materialized once more. Name, Shen Qing. Age, 23. System, Poisonous Pet Live, Streaming System LV1, Shop Level. LV1, Intelligence, 110, 0, 200 Normal Range, 90 to 110. Above 110, is considered genius. Physique, 20-100, normal range, 18 to 24. Mental strength, 120-0 to 1000. Note, normal mental strength ranges from 80 to 100. Cash, 1, 208. 410 yuan. Total emotional value points, 1, 113, 250. Skills, eavesdrop on animal thoughts, poison raising manual, animal affinity skill, level 10 veterinary healing skills. Items, sedan X1. Hair growth elixir X1, 3 per bottle. Luxury breeding box package X1. Wood spirit elixir X3, 10 per bottle. As Shen Qing gazed at the refreshed personal panel before him, a smile graced his lips. He had not anticipated that the upgraded system would differentiate into levels. This was not the case before, indicating that there remains much to explore within this system. Aside from this, the mall also assigns levels, and the details of his personal circumstances are more intricate. For instance, attributes such as intelligence, physique, and mental strength are taken into account. He is particularly focused on mental strength. While the maximum for an average person is merely 100, he possesses an impressive 120. Upon reflection, it becomes clear why this is the case. After all, his soul has traversed 2 worlds, endowing him with a superior state of being compared to others. Meanwhile, after the broadcast, Jiang Min barely had the chance to share his thoughts with his cousin before receiving a call from friend. Old Jiang, you must bring that streamer over tomorrow. I'll send you a few more invitations. I need to consult him. You won't believe it. I just sent that video of him shelling sunflower seeds to my dad, and you can guess how astonished he was. The caller spoke at length, but it was evident from his tone that he was clearly enamored with Shen Qing's recent live stream. As for the need to change the invitations, it was simply because the caller was eager to meet Shen Qing as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Min promptly sent a message to Shen Qing, accompanied by 2 invitations with varying timings. Jiang Min, Brother Shen, here are 2 invitations. The earliest is for tomorrow afternoon, located in G City. Let us go together. You can bring your pet or leave it behind. Do you want to bring it, Brother Shen? Chapter 48. The languid and enchanting voice of the mature woman after Shen Qing meticulously sorted through the information provided by the system. He finally picked up his phone and naturally noticed the messages sent by Jiang Min. Upon seeing the 2 electronic invitations, his brows slightly arched in surprise. He had not anticipated such prompt news, and even more so, 2 events. One was scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at a certain 5-star hotel on the 3rd floor in G City, while the other was set for J City, but a week later. It appeared that Jiang Min's classmate had become a regular in the circle of toxic pets. However, he wondered what intriguing occurrences might unfold tomorrow. Shen, I will drive over to meet you tomorrow. As for the toxic pets, I shall bring whatever I deem fit. Shen Qing promptly replied to Jiang Min. G City was conveniently adjacent to Jiang Min's location, making the drive just a few hours long. It was indeed convenient for them to travel by car. Thus, the arrangements were set. The following day, Shen Qing first moved all the toxic pets to the 2nd floor and purchased a small soundproofing card, which he directly utilized in the room designated for the toxic pets. This ensured that the shop's decor would not be compromised. After feeding the toxic pets, Shen Qing drove to Jiang Min's place. A few hours later, he met up with Jiang Min and Su Lu, then switched drivers for their journey to G City, which was their destination for the day. However, as the event was slated to commence at 2 in the afternoon, they arrived in G City with ample time to spare. Upon learning of their arrival, Jiang Min's old classmate promptly came to pick them up. Old Jiang, over here. A handsome young man, impeccably dressed in a suit, waved at Jiang Min as he stepped out of the car. Yuan, it's been a while. Jiang Min was clearly delighted to see his old classmate, immediately embracing him in a warm hug, indicating their strong bond. Shen Qing and Su Lu also alighted from the vehicle and walked toward the 2. This must be the Qing Kong streamer. Hello. I'm Yuan Zimo. I absolutely adore your streams, especially your interactions with the toxic pets. After releasing Jiang Min, Yuan Zimo's eyes gleamed as they darted towards Shen Qing, brimming with enthusiasm as he extended his hand to express his admiration. Hello, Shen Qing. Thank you for your support. Shen Qing maintained his composure, greeting the overly familiar individual with a calm smile. Fortunately, he was the only one among them who was less talkative, allowing others to engage in conversation naturally. The three socialites quickly warmed up to each other, dispelling any sense of awkwardness. Even the newly acquainted Yuan Zimo began calling Shen Qing Brother Shen in no time. Let's head inside. We've just finished lunch, and it's nearly time for a break. Yuan Zimo ushered the trio into the hotel. In fact, this five-star hotel belonged to his family. They operated in the catering and hospitality industry, boasting numerous branches across the nation. He was undoubtedly a well-off second-generation heir. However, unlike most of his peers who reveled in flashy cars, nightclubs, and beautiful women, his passion lay solely with venomous creatures. The more toxic, the better. Were it not for his father's disapproval of him raising highly toxic creatures independently, he would have long since begun. It is noteworthy that his father is also an aficionado of venomous pets and has been nurturing them for quite some time. Initially, he engaged in this endeavor to open up the market, feeling compelled to breed these exotic creatures to foster a sense of recognition among business partners. However, as time passed, he developed a genuine affection for them. His business flourished due to these venomous pets spreading across the nation, and they became his cherished mascot. Presently, gatherings such as these consist of prominent figures bringing their own venomous mascots to meet one another and to exchange them. Naturally, there are also some options for amusement and gambling, depending on whether the creature in their possession possesses the capability to assist in securing a favorable outcome. Their family has frequently been fortunate in this regard. Indeed, it bears a resemblance to cricket fighting for wagers, albeit here, the crickets have been replaced by venomous pets. Brother Shen, is this the venomous pet you brought? What is it? Can you divulge a few details? Yuan Zimo inquired curiously while observing the box that Shen Qing held. The box was of moderate size, perfectly cradled in Shen Qing's arms, yet it was completely shrouded by a black cloth, obscuring its contents entirely. The other two individuals shared the same curiosity, having previously inquired, but Shen Qing merely smiled mysteriously, refusing to disclose what lay within. Let us discuss it inside. The sunlight outside is too glaring, and the little one prefers dark corners. Its temperament is somewhat peculiar, and it can be easily provoked. Shen Qing calmly explained without lifting the black cloth. Fortunately, the group refrained from causing a ruckus. Yuan Zimo, genuinely intrigued, kept his gaze fixed on the box enveloped in black fabric. Let us go. The private room is ready. We can talk once we're inside. Yuan Zimo led the way toward the hotel's exclusive private room. A few minutes later, they were seated around the dining table, eagerly watching as Shen Qing placed the breeding box upon it, awaiting the unveiling of the venomous pet within. Shen Qing gently lifted a corner of the black cloth, pulling it back halfway to allow a portion of the box to remain in shadow, providing the little creature with a hiding place. Indeed, as the cloth was unveiled, several pairs of eyes remained fixated on the box. Inside, one half was illuminated by the room's light, revealing a layer of coconut soil adorned with small stones, shards of tile, and withered branches and leaves, evoking a sense of desolation reminiscent of autumn. In contrast, the shadowed half contained a slightly larger, arched piece of tile, accompanied by several larger stones. Notably, one of the stones had a hollowed-out cavity resembling a small cave. In front of the cave, a few other withered branches and leaves partially obscured the entrance. At that moment, it seemed the creature had sensed the commotion and quietly concealed itself. Thus, despite their thorough examination, none of them were able to discern the whereabouts of the venomous pet within the box. Brother Shen, what exactly is this poison pet? Has it hidden away? Yuan Zimo, filled with curiosity, leaned against the transparent breeding box, eager to discover the mysterious creature inside. My cousin and I had inquired incessantly, but Brother Shen remained tight-lipped. Now that the black cloth had been lifted, surely he could disclose its identity. Jiangmin gazed intently at Shen Qing, yearning to hear the answer he so desperately sought. The anticipation had gnawed at him throughout the journey, and his heart could find no peace until he beheld the poison pet. Though Su Lu remained silent, her gaze mirrored that of the other two. Ahem, do not rush. It simply prefers solitude. I shall summon it. Shen Qing coughed lightly, then took a small wooden stick he had prepared earlier to gently lift the lid. Leaning towards the cave and speaking softly, "Come out, dear one, awaken from your slumber." I understand you favor nocturnal escapades, but since you are here to experience the world, you must greet everyone. Human, it is quite discourteous to disturb a lady's rest. Be cautious. You may find it difficult to attract a partner in the future. A languid and enchanting voice, reminiscent of a sophisticated woman, drifted forth, its tone measured and imbued with a unique charm. Particularly, the lingering notes at the end carried an alluring quality that left one's heart tingling with delight. Chapter 49. Doubling the food and a change of luxurious villa? Shen Qing felt a delightful, tingling sensation in his ears, involuntarily stirring slightly. The smile upon his lips deepened. He had not anticipated that the sound of the creature within the box would still elicit such a response. Among all the alluring voices, the one he cherished most was that of this particular being, especially the subtle allure woven into its tone, as if it could ensnare one's heart. His mood softened unconsciously. Apologies, but I'm not seeking a partner at the moment. Come out, everyone is waiting for you, Shen Qing stated with a raised eyebrow, maintaining his smile as he focused on the small opening in the breeding box. Yuan Zimo, Jiangmin, and Su Lu were witnessing Shen Qing's interaction with his poisonous pet for the first time. Previously, they had only observed through a screen, and now it felt refreshingly novel. Brother Shen, I have always been curious about your interactions with the poisonous pets. It feels as though you can understand their speech, and they seem exceedingly obedient around you. What is the secret behind this? Jiang Min, having done his homework, had watched Shen Qing's live broadcasts and various edited videos multiple times, particularly those that featured the interactions between Shen Qing and his pets. Each time, he had expected the pets to act aggressively, yet that had never occurred. Instead, Shen Qing's exchanges with them resembled conversations with fellow humans. Consider the words Shen Qing just spoke to the pet within the breeding box, remarkably ordinary, almost mundane. Yet, it was this very normalcy that rendered it all the more peculiar. Perhaps I truly can comprehend their dialogue, Shen Qing mused, maintaining his composure as he addressed the trio. His tone light, though only he knew the truth behind his words. Unfortunately, they remained skeptical. Yuan Zimo, Su Lu, and Jiang Min exchanged glances, their expressions betraying disbelief. Human, last night, I overheard that wretched scorpion claiming you had tasked it with work, promising a reward of doubled food and a new luxurious villa. Is there nothing you wish to convey to me? If you expect me to work, you better have a suitable reward in mind. Anything less would not pique my interest. At that moment, the languid, captivating voice resonated once more, its tone particularly enticing, bringing a sense of comfort simply through sound. Shen Qing's smile remained unwavering. Should others be able to hear this enchanting voice alongside Shen Qing's commanding presence, it would create an undeniable sense of chemistry, like a powerful magnate and his enchanting, exquisite spouse. As long as the requests are reasonable, I am inclined to oblige. Come forth. Everyone is eagerly anticipating your arrival, my lady, Shen Qing remarked, turning his gaze from the doubtful trio back to the breeding box. With gentle movements, he cleared the obstructions near the opening. At that instant, a slender black leg emerged from the hole, soon followed by several more of the same. In a matter of moments, a new creature appeared before their eyes. Shen Qing's poisonous pet. By the heavens, it's a black widow. Yuan Zimo, known for his extensive encounters with venomous creatures, was utterly astonished when a spider emerged from the cave, particularly when he recognized it as the most lethal of all, the Black Widow. How could he be so certain of its identity? The spider's body was an inky black, approximately 5 centimeters in length, with legs measuring around 20 to 30 millimeters. Its abdomen gleamed a lustrous black, marked by a distinctive red hourglass-shaped spot. It is worth noting that this crimson hourglass mark is a hallmark characteristic of the Black Widow. Is it truly a Black Widow spider? My goodness, Shen, you are exceedingly bold, Jiang Min exclaimed, equally taken aback, yet without a shred of doubt regarding his friend's assessment. Unfamiliar with the appearance of a Black Widow, he trusted Yuan Zimo's expertise. Little Shen, the venom of a Black Widow is lethal. Is it truly wise to harbor such a toxic creature? It's perilous, Su Lu remarked, furrowing his brow in concern for Shen Qing. He held great affection for this friend and wished for his safety. Look, I anticipated such a reaction. Humans are invariably terrified upon encountering me, fearing they might meet their demise from my venom, the spider mused. However, if you do not provoke us, we shall not squander our precious venom. Wouldn't you agree, humans? With a languid, sultry voice, the spider articulated its thoughts, strolling leisurely within the shadows of the cave entrance, exuding an air of nonchalance. Have you forgotten my veterinary skills? As for the issue of its venom, I possess solutions, so there is no need for concern. Shen Qing reassured the three adults, then calmly addressed the Black Widow. I have the capacity to manage your venom. Thus, I am unafraid. Otherwise, I would not be nurturing you. As he spoke, Shen Qing deliberately extended his hand to stroke the back of the Black Widow. Wait, Shen, don't move. The other three were seized by anxiety, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. They reached out in an attempt to grasp Shen Qing's hand. But it was too late. He had already made contact. Human, you truly possess remarkable courage. The spider's languorous tone shifted to a chilling note as it lunged toward Shen Qing with astonishing speed. However, as Shen Qing's hand caressed its back, an enchanting aura enveloped the Black Widow completely, causing its venomous fangs to freeze in place. Why does this scent seem so delightful? The spider pondered. Human, come a bit closer. Allow me to savor it further. Ah, it is truly delightful. I never anticipated that you would possess such an exquisite fragrance. What is this aroma? Would you consider living with me? I shall treat you well, it proposed sweetly, wrapping its legs tightly around Shen Qing's fingers, retracting its fangs, and affectionately nuzzling its unseen head against his hand, appearing exceedingly intimate. The languid voice of the alluring woman suddenly shed its casual demeanor, transforming into one of exuberance. Soft and delicate, it emanated an enticing aura that rendered the listener's ears flushed with warmth. Particularly, the final endearing phrase struck a chord deep within the soul. One can hardly resist the charming coo of such a captivating figure. He, too, was no exception. Shen Qing could not help but cover his mouth with a light cough. Raising his hand to reveal the spider to everyone. Ahem, there is no need for fear. It is quite gentle, isn't it? The three individuals instinctively recoiled a few steps upon seeing Shen Qing's actions, their pupils constricting, words faltering at the corners of their mouths, their faces etched with astonishment. Yuan Zimo. Ha! Su Lu. Hee hee. Jiang Min. Hey hey hey. Chapter 50. Whose adorable little Lolita is dining on crickets? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the gathering of exotic pet enthusiasts commenced. The third floor of the hotel had been elegantly arranged for a banquet. Upon entering, one could see business elites clad in suits, each carrying a terrarium of varying sizes, weaving through the crowd. Their jovial conversations bore no relation to work. Instead, they revolved around the well-being of their beloved pets. Shen Qing carried a terrarium, accompanied by Yuan Zimo, with Jiang Min and Su Lu trailing behind. Come on, my father has been eager to meet you. He is particularly fond of you. Yuan Zimo cheerfully urged Shen Qing to proceed toward a group of distinguished gentlemen gathered in an exhibit-like area, laughing and chatting. This gathering was organized by Yuan Zimo's father, and such events were frequently held by capable individuals. While the gatherings were genuine, the underlying motives were equally authentic. Yet over time, a tacit understanding had developed among the attendees, and each brought impressive pets to showcase. Before long, the quartet arrived at Yuan Zimo's father's side. Dat, Unklali, Unklaliu. I brought a few friends for you to meet. This is Shen Qing, Su Lu, and Jiang Min. Yuan Zimo promptly exhibited his sociable nature, swiftly introducing Shen Qing and the others to the gentlemen, all of whom were familiar acquaintances of his father, thus facilitating a more relaxed conversation. Hello, uncles. Shen Qing and the others greeted politely. However, Shen Qing's gaze was inadvertently drawn to several terrariums in front of him as a chorus of voices reached his ears. Ugly bug, it's you again? Has your owner been overfeeding you? Just look at how plump you become. I'm much better off. My owner prepares exquisite meals for me and even builds charming castles. That delectable cricket feast is simply delightful. A sweet, childlike voice echoed, conjuring an image in Shen Qing's mind of a little girl dressed in Lolita fashion, twirling in place, reminiscent of a delicate figurine in a spinning music box, utterly adorable. However, the sweetness of her last remark shattered the image. Whose adorable little Lolita is dining on crickets. The whimsical vision in his mind disintegrated. Little one, are you expressing jealousy? My owner cherishes me enough to nurture me plump and shower me with kindness. How could that possibly be my fault? You should reflect on yourself. Perhaps your appearance is so unappealing that your owner only feeds you crickets. How pitiful it is to be satisfied with just a cricket feast. I can hardly bear to continue this conversation. Oh, and by the way, you ought to learn some manners, or you might become quite unpopular. Following this was a voice that was both cool and aristocratic. The image source has been deleted due to copyright infringement. The tone is unhurried, each word imbued with an antiquated charm. Merely listening to its voice conjures the image of a noble young gentleman, standing amidst a chaotic world. Clad in ethereal white garments that flutter in the wind, his gaze remains aloof, exuding a unique aura. However, the words he utters are rather difficult to assess. He undeniably possesses a sharp tongue, delivering the most piercing remarks in the coldest of tones, leaving one profoundly affected. Take, for instance, his assertion that a lavish feast of crickets would suffice. Of course, while such a repast may be unspeakable for humans, it is indeed a commendable source of sustenance for creatures of the wild. Yet his peculiar and acerbic voice is easily memorable for Shen Qing. Oh dear, how can you speak so to our little sister? If we find ourselves in battle later, we are comrades, after all. Should you two disdain each other and falter in competition, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Perhaps I shall simply consume you both. What are your thoughts on that? The final words emerge in a youthful tone, yet the sound is disarmingly fragile, reminiscent of a delicate white flower. Nevertheless, the content of her speech is ruthlessly fierce, akin to a seemingly cheerful conversation that turns sinister at the slightest provocation, reminiscent of a deranged little demon. Notably, the term battle she mentioned piqued Shen Qing's curiosity, amplifying his anticipation for what lay ahead. Ha ha ha, this must be Shen Qing. I watched your live stream replay. You are quite impressive, and I have high hopes for you. Yuan Shu beamed at Shen Qing before turning to introduce him to his companions. Old Lu, this is the streamer I mentioned earlier, Shen Qing. His poisonous pet is remarkably obedient, a rarity indeed. Is that so? The young man possesses a poisonous pet? Uncle Li's eyes sparkled at the sight of Shen Qing's hand, which held a box draped in black cloth, unmistakably concealing the creature. Is what old Yuan said true? Might we take a glimpse? If your poisonous pet is truly obedient, we may require your assistance shortly. Uncle Lu expressed his interest as several pairs of eyes fixated on Shen Qing. Assistance? Shen Qing immediately recalled the girlesque voice discussing the impending battle. Perhaps they were referring to the same event. However, Yuan Zimo refrained from elaborating, perhaps due to certain sensitivities. At that moment, the older gentleman gazed at him, seemingly eager to ascertain how he and his poisonous pet might assist them. Father, don't you have fixed teammates? Why do you need Brother Shen's help? And what of Aunt Hua? Yuan Zimo tugged at Yuan Shu, inquiring softly. Among the festivities, one segment involved competitions among the poisonous pets, both individual and team-based. His father had a quartet of longtime companions, 2 uncles present before him and an aunt who was unfortunately absent. They had joined forces on numerous occasions, triumphing in several contests that brought considerable profits to the family business. This time, he had assumed it would be the same group. However, one member was notably missing. Observing his father's demeanor, it seemed he wished for Shen to join their ranks. I find your friend rather admirable. Today, we may very well secure another victory, remarked Uncle Yuan, his eyes gleaming with sagacity. Meanwhile, the person in question, Shen Qing, merely raised an eyebrow, neither accepting nor declining, and placed the breeding box on the counter before him. With courtesy, he inquired, it appears that I, too, possess a formidable creature. However, I am curious as to what tasks you gentlemen require my assistance with. Shen Qing maintained a calm expression, yet inwardly he felt a sense of assurance. Nevertheless, he was intrigued by the ensuing words from the uncles. Chapter 51. My wife doesn't even help me find one. It's truly disappointing the gathering had yet to commence. Guests began to arrive around 2 o'clock, with the actual festivities not expected to unfold until at least 2:30 or 3. This interval serves as an opportunity for attendees to engage in conversation, much like the current atmosphere. Haha, the young man is quite straightforward. I appreciate that. Uncle has indeed encountered some difficulties. If your beloved pet is as obedient as old Yuan and his son have described, then we need not seek anyone else for this occasion. Uncle Lu chuckled heartily, patting Shen Qing on the shoulder, his face radiating joy reminiscent of a Mithra Buddha, reflecting his exceptionally good spirits. Without Shen Qing needing to inquire, Uncle Lu elaborated on their circumstances, as it was evident that this was Shen Qing's first visit to such an event. At this moment, Shen Qing gained a comprehensive understanding of the gathering's agenda. It was not that Yuan Zimo was unwilling to speak, but rather that the subject was delicate, akin to gambling in its essence, albeit with differing stakes. In essence, the prominent figures participating in the competition entered as representatives of their respective companies, regardless of whether it was an individual or team event. The criteria for participation were quite stringent, with a registration fee of 100,000. Notably, the victor of the individual competition would receive a cash prize of 5 million, generously provided by the host of the gathering, Yuan Zimo's father. This lucrative incentive attracted many young aspirants, while the seasoned professionals focused on the team competition. The requirements for the team competition were equally demanding, necessitating a minimum company shareholding of no less than 1. This stipulation ensured that only those with substantial capital dared to participate, reflecting a certain level of confidence. Teams must consist of a minimum of 4 members, and the victorious team would collectively reap the rewards of all participating companies' shares. The allure of such a reward was nearly irresistible. Few could turn down the temptation, as a single victory could yield immense profits. Naturally, participation in team competitions necessitated a signed contract to mitigate the risk of defaults. The competition's rules were straightforward. Only insect-type poisonous pets were permitted, ensuring that the contest hinged on their toxic abilities, essentially their survival instincts. There would be 3 rounds, the first being a free-for-all, where only 30 surviving teams would advance to the second round. The second round would see the remaining 10 teams compete for a final showdown. The climax of the event was a half-hour contest where the pets must eliminate all other competitors except their own teammates. Even if only one member of a team remained, it would still be deemed a victory. This competition was undeniably brutal and sanguinary for the pets involved, with unpredictable outcomes. Experience from previous gatherings indicated that those pets capable of comprehending their master's commands were most likely to emerge victorious. This was precisely why they inquired about Shen Qing's pet's obedience. Of course, when the stakes involved the lives of their pets, participants had the option to forfeit. However, very few regarded their pets merely as tools, leading to even fewer forfeitures. In their eyes, this was merely a means to pursue their own interests. However, Yuan Zimo and his father were among the rare few who cherished their poisonous companions, not merely viewing them as tools. For them, these creatures were partners, bringing not only profit but also earning their respect. One must not be excessively callous in life, and the same principle applies to business. This time, their other partner could not attend due to the illness of their poisonous companion, rendering them unable to compete. Thus, they thought of Shen Qing. It was a fortunate coincidence that Yuan Zimo had just sent Shen Qing's video to Uncle Yuan, leading to the current scenario. Upon hearing the explanation, Shen Qing realized the depth of the situation, while Yuan Zimo had only shared the most superficial layer of it, which was the imminent poisonous companion exchange and purchasing event set to commence in 10 minutes. At that moment, staff members had already begun organizing others for the flea market of poisonous companions. Anyone wishing to exchange or sell their creatures could obtain a number from the staff and locate their designated stalls to commence sales. Shen Qing and his companions were positioned somewhat towards the back, while the stalls were arranged around the periphery of the hall. When he glanced up again, he noticed many people had already begun setting up their stalls. Most of them appeared to be from the younger generation, presumably brought along by some prominent figure. I am naturally willing to assist, but if the lives of the poisonous companions are at stake, I hope to withdraw, Shen Qing stated up front, as he had no ulterior motives. Furthermore, He regarded the poisonous companions in his shop as partners, and once they were in his care, he felt responsible for their well-being. Therefore, he could agree, knowing he could save them even if they were injured. However, this did not imply that he considered their lives to be expendable, so it was best to clarify his stance. Ha ha ha, Shen Qing, you have truly not disappointed me. With your attitude, we trust you. Even if we lose, it matters not. If one fears losing, they should not partake in this game. Uncle Yuan chuckled heartily, increasingly pleased. Their approach to handling poisonous companions set them apart from others in their circle, which was indeed a distinctive aspect of their principles. Shen Qing's earlier words perfectly aligned with their values, making it impossible not to feel elated. Thus, the matter was settled. Nevertheless, before proceeding, Shen Qing did not forget his original purpose for being there, which was to purchase poisonous companions. Brother Shun, we will accompany you in your selection. I am well-versed in this phase, Yuan Zimo declared, eager to serve as his guide upon learning Shen Qing's intent. All right, Shen Qing nodded, then approached the nearest stall, which belonged to a young woman who seemed to be of similar age to him. At her stall, several small breeding boxes were displayed. As Shen Qing approached, he caught sight of the transparent enclosure at the center of the table, within which resided an ailing arachnid. It was a spider in distress. The declaration of its sickness was unmistakably its own. Ah, my body aches so painfully. Is there anyone to tend to me? I to perish? This weather is unbearable. The sun blazes outside, and the lights within are blindingly bright. Is this an attempt to incinerate me? And this human girl, not only has she captured me for no apparent reason, but she also neglects to provide me with a more suitable abode. She hasn't even found me a mate. This is truly disappointing. Alas, I feel so wounded. Is there anyone capable of taking charge? A sudden youthful voice pierced Shen Qing's ears. The tone and timbre were strikingly vivid, rendering the voice almost tangible in his mind. This despondent, yet distinctly youthful voice surely belonged to a strikingly handsome face. A spirited young lad, now rendered irritable by his affliction, exuded a sense of grievance. Yet his tone bore a certain fragility, lacking in vigor. There was an unmistakable sense of helplessness and fragmentation. The quintessential spirited youth had transformed into a heart-wrenchingly vulnerable little pup. However, this boy's gaze retained a glimmer of stubbornness. Chapter 52, Beautiful Boss, How Much for this Spider? The Sydney funnel web spider? Shen Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. His previous ignorance of insects had transformed since the advent of the Venomous Creature Care Manual. Upon identifying a venomous creature, pertinent information would immediately materialize in his mind. It is noteworthy that most spiders are venomous, albeit with varying degrees of toxicity. Among the more notorious venomous spiders are the black widow and the brown recluse of the United States, as well as the hobo spider found along the Pacific Northwest coast. However, none of these spiders rival the lethality and peril posed by the Sydney funnel web spider, a species that even experts in venomous creatures regard with trepidation. The Sydney funnel web spider is an irritable being, renowned for being the most aggressive spider in the world. A single bite can result in the death of an adult within less than an hour. Its fangs, exceeding 1 centimeter in length, are capable of penetrating human fingernails or leather boots. Adult specimens can reach lengths of 6 to 8 centimeters, with fangs measuring up to half an inch, approximately 3 centimeters. When it strikes, its fangs plunge downwards like a dagger. Thus, the funnel web spider must rear up to expose its fangs for a vicious bite. The effects of its potent venom can be felt within minutes, as the toxin rapidly spreads, causing severe spasms and paralysis. Victims may experience intense muscle contractions, ultimately leading to a state of unconsciousness. The toxin invades the respiratory center, resulting in suffocation and death. Interestingly, male funnel web spiders are smaller than females, and during mating, the males may be consumed. Remarkably, the venom of the male is approximately 4 times more potent than that of the female. Furthermore, the males must roam in search of mates, which poses a significant concern for humans. If this spider before him is indeed a Sydney funnel web, it would be quite fortuitous. Why, you may wonder. It is because the girl in front of him likely does not recognize the Sydney funnel web spider, or perhaps she has misidentified it, leading her to underestimate its threat. It is also possible that this spider is injured and shrouded in an unusual layer of black, rendering it unrecognizable. Regardless, this presents a golden opportunity for him. Boss, how much for this spider? I'll take it, Shen Qing said calmly, gazing at the stall's female proprietor, Yuan Zimo, and the others. Noticing Shen Qing's interest in the dark spider, promptly inquired, Yes, beautiful boss, how much for this spider? Is it for sale or for trade? Jiang Min and Su Lu also looked curiously at the venomous creature on display, asking about its price. They had previously heard that the venomous creatures at this stall were sold either for cash or exchange. Shen Qing, however, was unaware of the pricing, having only recently entered this realm. The venomous creatures he had purchased were from acquaintances at a lower cost, and even those from the notorious Lei Yi were priced affordably due to their need for elimination. Indeed, today marks the first occasion on which he has encountered the pricing of venomous pets. Do you fancy this spider? The alluring proprietress, upon noticing several handsome gentlemen gathered before her stall, particularly the strikingly handsome Shen Qing at the forefront, was captivated. His demeanor exuded a cool detachment, yet the sparkle in his eyes, imbued with warmth, presented a delightful contrast. The proprietress, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, spoke softly. This spider was captured by my uncle. While I am aware of its species, since you are interested, how does 1,000 yuan sound? This is the lowest price I can offer. It is worth noting that the other venomous creatures start at a minimum of 5,000 yuan. This price was determined by her uncle. She was merely here to gain experience, as her uncle would soon return and no longer require her assistance. Very well. Can you sell me the others as well? You set the price. Shen Qing was uncertain if this price was reasonable, but he could afford 1,000 yuan. He found the other venomous pets quite appealing as well. Just moments ago, they had been greeted by a few more voices. Little spider, no one is buying you, so you might as well wait for your demise. This came from a melodious young voice, its sweet tone enchanting to hear, evoking a blend of charm and gentleness. Indeed, my fate is evident. Even if someone wishes to purchase me, who knows how much longer I can endure? This came from a raspy, somewhat unpleasant older voice, resonating with a calm born of hardship, as if they had long since come to terms with the cycle of life and death. It was then that Shen Qing noticed that one of the speakers was a sapphire spider with 2 legs missing, previously hidden beneath the foliage. The other was a money-trap spider, emerging from behind a cover, yet it too bore its own imperfections, its characteristic tail marred by a significant bite, as if a third of it had been gnawed away. Just the sight of it was painful, yet its voice remained sweet and clear. Ding! Detected 1 money-trap spider and 1 sapphire spider. It is recommended that the host consider fostering them. This revelation struck a chord with Shen Qing. He furrowed his brow in contemplation and inquired, Why are these 2 spiders in such a state? One is missing several legs, and the other has suffered a grievous injury to its tail. In stark contrast, the previous Sydney funnel web spider appeared remarkably intact. It is not us, nor I, the beautiful proprietress responded, noticing Shen Qing's furrowed brow. She glanced at the other 2 spiders on the table and promptly explained, They were also purchased by my uncle. Their previous owner had them participate in competitions, and upon losing, they were discarded as inferior venomous pets. It was my uncle who, feeling compassion for them, decided to purchase and treat them, yet their wounds remained unhealed. Today, I came here with the intention of finding them new owners, individuals who would genuinely care for them. The beautiful proprietress offered a brief explanation before her gaze settled upon Shen Qing. With a gentler tone, she remarked, My uncle said that anyone wishing to buy them must sincerely accept them. I can sense your concern for their well-being. Thus I will sell these 2 exotic pets to you as well. A total of 8,000 will suffice. After all, my uncle did not spend much when he acquired them. The subsequent treatments incurred only a modest expense. However, that amount is trivial to them, as they are not financially constrained. With 8,000 exchanged, the lovely proprietress sold the 3 creatures to Shen Qing, concluding her business early. Shen Qing carried a larger breeding box, which contained 3 smaller enclosures, housing a sapphire spider with 2 legs missing, a money door spider with a third of its tail bitten off, and a defiant Sydney funnel web spider. Chapter 53, Humanity. Just kick me into your pocket. The sapphire spider is an arboreal creature, adorned in a mesmerizing blend of blue and white. Its 8 elongated legs, adorned with bristly setae, boast joints encircled by golden rings, while its abdomen features faint gray patterns, and its back is embellished with eye-like markings. Typically, it resides within the hollows of towering trees. Unlike its web-spinning counterparts, the sapphire spider actively hunts, preying upon various flying insects and even nestlings. Any unfortunate creature bitten by this arachnid succumbs to rapid paralysis, enduring excruciating torment while utterly immobilized. They suffer not only from the onslaught of neurotoxins, but also from the agonizing physical agony of being devoured, ultimately facing a humiliating demise. Their extraordinary aggression extends even to larger animals, including humans, marking them as formidable adversaries. However, the severity of its injuries suggests that it has encountered an even more formidable foe. This realization imbues Shen Qing with a more vivid understanding of the impending competition. In contrast, the golden money spider lacks venom and possesses a gentle disposition, making it an ideal candidate for domestication. Its rounded abdomen, adorned with patterns reminiscent of ancient coins, earns it its name. Rare and highly coveted, the golden money spider is an omnivorous species that thrives in specific environments, exhibiting unique behavioral traits and anatomy. Though timid and quick to retreat into its burrow when startled, one must ponder why such a meek and innocuous creature found itself in this predicament, seemingly abandoned by its previous owner for the sake of competition. Surviving under these circumstances is nothing short of fortuitous. Nevertheless, now that it has come under his care, Shen Qing is resolute in ensuring its safety. Rest assured, you three, he reassured them, as long as I am here, I will not allow you to come to harm. Just refrain from biting anyone indiscriminately. Of course, he would also ensure that they would not have the opportunity to bite anyone at all. Bringing the enclosure closer, he gazed intently at the 3 distinct spiders within the transparent box. You know, a youthful voice, once tinged with despondency, now brimmed with vitality. This human who purchased us seems rather pleasant. At last, I've been given a cooler abode. As long as you can remedy my afflictions, it continued, and perhaps find me a few mates, then I might just heed your words. The transformation in tone was evident, laced with an almost imperceptible hint of delight. Yet, the desire for companionship seemed an unshakable trait, eliciting a bemused expression from Shen Qing. What does it matter how sweetly you speak now? The final outcome remains unchanged, grumbled another voice, gruff and wearied, yet unperturbed, as if any master would do. I actually quite enjoy having this human as my master. At least he possesses good looks and a commendable character. I like him, chimed yet another voice, gentle and soothing, as if it had never encountered any harm. However, despite its soothing words, it had long since concealed itself, revealing its inherent timidity. Upon hearing this, Shen Qing felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. He refrained from saying much, instead enveloping the 3 little creatures in his aura of animal affinity, allowing them to experience a unique warmth and closeness. The aura emanating from my master is so warm, it feels as though every hair on my body has been smoothed. The timid little Xiao Yuan, upon sensing the aura, suddenly brightened in tone. He peered cautiously from his burrow, casting a glance towards Shen Qing, his reddish-brown body emanating an endearing yet awkward charm. It truly seems that this comforting aura originates from this human. I feel as if my pain has significantly diminished. How wondrous, human! Why not just kick me into your pocket? Rest assured, I promise I won't bite you. What do you say? Just agree, and I will serve you well, dear master. Let me stick around. Initially filled with astonishment, the youthful voice quickly hatched a scheme after experiencing the warmth. He exaggerated his tone, playfully whining, which was quite a sight to behold. Ahem, little brother, there's no need to exert yourself so much in feigning strangeness. With your toxicity, no one would dare to tuck you away, unless they are courting death. Actually, if you're truly seeking a toxic pet, master, you might consider me. My toxicity is not as potent, yet I possess a certain charm. Surprisingly, the once dour voice resembling a stagnant pool of water now exhibited a hint of liveliness. It even engaged playfully with the youthful voice. Although its interaction was rather derogatory, it was a far cry from its previous lifeless demeanor. Hey, look at my fiery temper. Uncle, don't you think trying to belittle me is rather unethical? If you have the guts, let us settle this in a duel. The winner gets to be tucked into the master's pocket. How about it? Do you dare to wager? The youthful voice indeed flared up, its tone rising a few notches, akin to an enraged lion in dire need of a duel. However, the essence of his words directly overshadowed Shen Qing's intentions. Shen Qing couldn't help but twitch his lips in rare amusement. He promptly withdrew his animal affinity skill, restoring tranquility. He then rapped gently on the lid of the breeding box. Enough. Behave yourselves. Don't you still have injuries? Just hold on until we get home for your treatment. Subsequently, he disabled the mind communication function to spare himself from their quarrels. Meanwhile, the other three individuals had long been assigned by Shen Qing to procure toxic pets. He was determined to expand his pet shop with more companions. As time passed slowly, the gathering soon approached its final segment, the competition. Individual and team events commenced simultaneously, with each participant allowed to enter only one. Shen Qing had previously made arrangements with Uncle Yuan and the others, and he would not go back on his word. After releasing the toxic pets he had purchased into the hotel room, he made his way over, carrying his breeding box and accompanied by Yuan Zimo and the other two. They have arrived, and in just 10 minutes, the event will commence. Since everyone is present, let us proceed to register. Uncle Yuan glanced at Shen Qing and the others, nodding in agreement. He too was carrying a rearing box, similarly covered with a black cloth, leaving the nature of its contents a mystery. In addition to the venomous pets, each of the three uncles was accompanied by an assistant, each holding a folder, presumably for the registration process. Let's go. For this time, we shall conquer with great prowess once again. The group laughed heartily as they approached the registration area, where several lines had already completed their registrations. Although Uncle Yuan was the one orchestrating this gathering, he had entrusted all the arrangements to the appropriate personnel, sparing him any worries. Moreover, the head of the registration desk was the same individual who initiated the previous gathering. Mr. Yuan, will you be participating this time as well? You know 3 individuals are hardly sufficient, inquired Mr. Jiang, the head of the registration desk, with a jovial smile directed at Uncle Yuan and his companions. Noticing the absence of a familiar figure, he posed the question. Qianro has prior commitments and is unable to attend. However, we have recruited a young ally to assist us. Rest assured, we shall prevail just the same. Upon seeing an old acquaintance, Uncle Yuan readily spoke up. Introducing Shen Qing. Allow me to introduce you. This is my son's friend, Shen Qing, an enthusiast of venomous pets. He has also brought along his own. The daily portion of my writing has been completed. Hooray! I am quite weary and yearning for slumber. Thus, I shall conclude here for today. Good night, everyone. Wishing you sweet dreams and sending my heartfelt regards. Chapter 54. After all, the poisonous pets are not human. How could one possibly treat them as such? Uncle Yuan appeared to trust Shen Qing implicitly, indicating that he was not jesting in the least. The 2 individuals accompanying Uncle Yuan nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Shen Qing's perspective. This was rather unexpected. Indeed, upon hearing this, President Jiang regarded Shen Qing with a curious gaze, intrigued by how this young man had captured the attention of these 3 individuals. In his view, the so-called principles regarding poisonous pets espoused by Uncle Yuan and his companions were somewhat trivial. After all, poisonous pets are not human. How could they be treated with the same regard as humans? If one perished during the competition, one could simply acquire another. After all, they were not lacking in wealth. Yet, Uncle Yuan and his associates maintained that victories in the competitions were solely due to the merits of these poisonous pets, and thus, they could not neglect their conscience. Consequently, they had several occasions where victory was within reach, but opted to forfeit due to the injuries sustained by their pets. However, the morality of such choices could not be easily assessed. From a humanitarian perspective, these poisonous pets indeed fought valiantly for their masters. Nevertheless, the majority did not share this viewpoint, rendering Uncle Yuan and his group as anomalies among the masses. Now, with Shen Qing garnering their attention, it was likely related to this peculiar stance. All right, your registrations have been successfully submitted. The competition will commence in 10 minutes. You are all familiar with the procedures, President Jiang announced, handing a numbered tag to Uncle Yuan with a smile. He was responsible for the registration and officiating, thus not participating in the poisonous pet competition himself. His role allowed for a leisurely experience. Yet, his gaze lingered on Shen Qing, curious to observe how they would collaborate during the competition. Shen Qing, perceptive to the attention, nodded in acknowledgement and offered a polite, yet dignified smile. Subsequently, he followed Uncle Yuan and the others away from the registration area. The competition venue was centrally located within the hall, featuring 2 platforms resembling arenas, enclosed by transparent glass. One side was designated for individual competitions, while the other was for team contests. At that moment, the area for individual matches was already teeming with spectators, their spirits remarkably high. Most participants were from the younger generation, while the slightly older attendees were accompanied by assistants, much like Uncle Yuan, all clutching folders filled with documents, presumably containing equity information. Shen Qing initially assumed that fewer individuals would participate in the team competition, but upon closer inspection, he realized that the attendees were predominantly affluent business moguls, who were certainly not short on funds. Despite the alluring facade of the poisonous pet competition, it was at its core a gamble. Who would desire victory? It was evident that the greater the number of participants, the more substantial the rewards for the eventual victor. Contemplating the potential benefits, it was no wonder that everyone was so eagerly engaged. Thus, the atmosphere was vibrant, with a distinct contrast between the youthful participants and the older competitors. As time swiftly passed, all eager participants had completed their registrations, and at that moment, President Jiang approached from the registration desk, clutching a microphone in one hand. He was accompanied by an assistant. At that moment, the assistant held a document bag containing the share transfer agreements utilized during their participation in the competition. The weight of the bag was substantial, seemingly containing at least 100 or 200 copies. According to the minimum requirement of 4 individuals per team, this amounted to approximately 50 teams. However, the initial round of the team competition was a free-for-all, necessitating the participation of all venomous pet contestants. Shen Qing had already spotted another prominent duo nearby. Their breeding boxes had been opened, and they were releasing their venomous creatures into the vast breeding enclosure designated for the fray. Indeed, the central arena was nothing less than a breeding enclosure, lavishly filled with coconut fiber, with dry branches, leaves, and shards of stone scattered throughout. Even model trees were meticulously arranged, creating an uncanny resemblance to a genuine outdoor forest. The chaos of the battle was intended to eliminate the excess venomous pets, leaving only the final 30 teams standing. Here, both forfeiture and demise were permissible. Thus, the tumultuous skirmish was about to commence. It is noteworthy that Shen Qing overheard a conversation emanating from the adjacent venomous pet team, comprised of 4 individuals. They also bred the same type of venomous creature, the golden scorpion, specifically the highly toxic Israeli golden scorpion, known for its lethal nature, often referred to as the murderous scorpion or Middle Eastern golden scorpion. The instant they made their appearance, the system in his mind began to announce, alerting him that he could breed them. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly astonished him was the fact that these individuals had starved their Israeli golden scorpions for over half a month. Although the creatures could endure hunger, the lack of substantial nourishment had rendered these 4 Israeli golden scorpions exceedingly ferocious. Damn humans, depriving us of food for over half a month, feeding us only every few days. This is utterly despicable, came the irate voice of the smallest scorpion, filled with indignation and fury. Yet despite its wrath, the voice possessed a soft and delicate quality, reminiscent of a petulant child, lacking any semblance of menace. Shen Qing involuntarily conjured an image of an adorably pouting face, cheeks swollen from anger, a sight both charming and amusing. Little girl, you're not the only one who is hungry. Look around. Who among us isn't entering with an empty stomach? A youthful voice followed, imbued with a hint of melancholy. The chilling laughter that accompanied it bore an unsettling resemblance to a lurking predator. Though the tone was monotonous, it conveyed an eerie sense of derangement. unmistakably characterizing a psychopathic youth. Their words clearly indicated a shared hunger, as they anticipated a forthcoming hunt to sate their appetites. Shen Qing observed the tail of the creature thrashing about with eager anticipation, seemingly prepared to launch an attack. The sight caused his lips to twitch. Among the other two, one remained silent, merely waving its pincers while gazing ahead. The other, however, appeared as if it had ignited with explosive energy, moving its pincers back and forth with fervor. "Where's the prey? Come and let me catch you with my claw. I assure you, it will elevate you to the heavens." "Ha ha ha, come on, hurry up. I feel immensely powerful right now." Upon hearing this voice, Shen Qing's mouth twitched even more violently. The boisterous tone, laced with a northeastern accent, could easily rattle one's very core, exuding an air of ferocity. It was evident that this was a robust male, yet the incongruity with its physique was simply beyond description. Chapter 55. The Master of Disguise, Bark Scorpion. Shen Qing silently rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, the adversaries before him appeared formidable, and to avoid being the first to confront these ravenous scorpions, it was imperative to confer with the poisonous companions. "Uncle Yuan, may I speak with them for a moment?" Shen Qing earnestly addressed Uncle Yuan and the others beside him. He had yet to communicate with their poisonous companions and was uncertain of their temperaments. He would undoubtedly need to collaborate with his own venomous spider shortly, so it was prudent to establish a rapport in advance. Additionally, he planned to arrange these poisonous companions strategically, ensuring his own protection while launching an assault on other adversaries. This was the layout he envisioned. While others might jest about orchestrating the movements of poisonous creatures, for Shen Qing, it was a literal interpretation, thanks to his innate ability to eavesdrop on the thoughts of animals. Upon hearing Shen Qing's request, Uncle Yuan immediately recalled the interactions Shen Qing had during his live stream with the poisonous companions and nodded in agreement with a smile. Thus, the three uncles lifted the black cloths draped over their respective scorpion enclosures. Uncle Yuan's companion was a bark scorpion, its appearance remarkably akin to the texture of tree bark, rendering it nearly indistinguishable upon casual observation. A true master of camouflage. Yet, its voice was that of an endearing young girl, reminiscent of the one who had previously boasted about devouring a cricket feast. "Human, are you the helper that Master has summoned? You seem acceptable, but do ensure your poisonous companion isn't too feeble. Otherwise, if it gets devoured, we certainly won't come to its rescue." The little girl spoke candidly, making her stance clear, her voice naturally evoking a sense of gentleness. The dissonance between her voice and her appearance was disarming, easily shattering defenses. "If you're afraid of death, perhaps you should refrain from entering the arena, lest you waste energy." The detached, icy tone emanated from the enclosure of a Galapagos giant centipede held by Uncle Li. Its venom was potent enough to be fatal in severe cases, a true reflection of its venomous nature. "Oh dear, how can you say such things? That might frighten our new friend." Lu Uncle's companion, a yellow, fat-tailed scorpion, boasted one of the most potent venoms among all scorpions. Yet, paired with its delicate, feminine voice, it resembled a pure white flower, impossible to resist such an alluring sound, evoking a protective instinct. However, this was all part of its disguise. Fret not, my dear younger siblings, I am not to be underestimated. When a moment is critical, who saves whom remains uncertain." The Black Widow slowly emerged from Shen Qing's enclosure, making her way to a spot near the others, calmly raising her front legs. Her voice was languid and nonchalant, particularly the concluding notes, which seemed to cast an enticing allure, tempting the audience's curiosity. One could observe that even the previously sharp-tongued, aristocratic voice had fallen silent. The formidable allure of the mature voice is unmistakable. In the presence of such a figure, the allure of lowly and youthful voices pales in comparison. Ahem, the battlefield awaits. So I shall be succinct. Prioritize your safety and that of your comrades. If defeat is inevitable, simply concede. I shall remain an ever-watchful presence from the sidelines. Shen Qing spoke earnestly to the four creatures contained within their enclosures, his tone betraying a genuine concern for their well-being. Others, however, did not truly believe that the creatures could comprehend his words, They assumed he was merely expressing his own anxiety. Do not fret, Xiao Shun. Even in loss, it matters not. We shall reclaim victory next time. Do not bear too heavy a burden, Yuan Shu reassured him, patting Shen Qing's shoulder. After all, the stakes of Shen Qing's participation were funded by the three of them, leading Yuan Shu to believe Shen Qing was merely apprehensive about losing. The little lowly S voice brimmed with confusion. Why do I feel like this human can understand our conversation? I wish to know as well. A little inquiry will reveal the truth, replied the cold, ethereal voice, as detached as the moon's first light. Of course, the fewer words spoken, the less the chance of revealing a sharp tongue. Human, should we triumph in this contest, will you acquiesce to our demands? How Navi you are. How could a human possibly understand our speech? If that were true, then what would we call monsters? The young girl's voice, melodious yet laced with disbelief, contrasted with the teasing laughter of the mature voice, which chose to remain silent. All of this reached Shen Qing's ears, and a mischievous smile crept upon his lips as he regarded the creatures. Very well, should you emerge victorious, any request within my power shall be granted. Wait, this human truly understands us, the little lowly exclaimed, recoiling several steps in shock, her astonishment palpable. Cough, cough, you really comprehend us. The cold voice, too, was startled, nearly choking on its own words. If it possessed a human visage, one could only imagine its wide-eyed disbelief. Human, you made this promise. Do not renege on it later. I have many desires, the gentle voice, surprisingly the most adaptable, bubbled with excitement and anticipation. Indeed, my words are a pledge. Shen Qing observed the creatures with a cheerful demeanor, his gaze not one of superiority, but of equality, as if they were comrades rather than lesser beings. Allow me to elucidate our forthcoming actions. He began, bending down once more to exude an aura of affinity towards the three other creatures, elevating their rapport to its zenith before quietly outlining their strategy. Seeing Yuan Shu and the others, their expressions were a portrait of bewilderment. Besides them, there were also four prominent figures who bred Israeli golden scorpions, casting disdainful glances at Shen Qing, although they did not catch his words. The gentle tone he employed seemed disingenuous to them, particularly given that Shen Qing was a teammate of Yuan Shu and the others. It was worth noting that they had previously lost to Yuan Shu's team, narrowly missing the championship title. This time, they were determined to redeem themselves. Thus, upon learning of Yuan Shu's banquet, they purposely starved their venomous golden scorpions in anticipation. Look at those venomous creatures over there. If you manage to slay them, your rations will be doubled for the next 6 months. Otherwise, your usefulness will be called into question. One of the prominent figures, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, cast a sinister glare at Shen Qing and his venomous pets, his smile twisted and cruel. Alas, I have contracted the flu and have been feeling unwell all day, suffering terribly. I lack any strength. Upon finally opening the webpage, I discovered that the chapter was under review, and to my surprise, images of centipedes were prohibited. A learning experience indeed. I apologize for the delay and wish everyone good health and peace. Love you all. Sending hearts. Chapter 56. Despite some minor inconveniences, it proves resilient against hunger. His speech was devoid of intentional modulation, almost as if he aimed to make his words heard by them. His gaze was laden with unmistakable provocation. Upon lifting his head, Shen Qing immediately caught sight of the other's gaze, yet he refrained from uttering a word. On the contrary, Uncle Yuan, although a smile adorned his face, exhibited a notable decrease in warmth in his eyes as he pointedly remarked, "Some individuals simply cannot bear defeat. No matter how many times they face it, their poor character remains unchanged, and I dare say this time shall be no exception." "What are you saying, Yuan Jia?" "Enough. Third brother, the competition is about to commence." As soon as Uncle Yuan concluded his statement, one of the four men next door glared at him with palpable fury, his demeanor menacing. Yet another more composed man restrained him. It was intriguing to note that amidst their discourse, one exhibited rage while the other maintained calmness, and unexpectedly, it was the angry one who was swiftly subdued. This provoked Shen Qing to raise an eyebrow, instilling within him a greater sense of vigilance. As the saying goes, the barking dog does not bite. It is the silent dog that poses a threat. Regardless of the circumstances, one must always be wary of those who speak little. One can never ascertain what schemes they might be orchestrating behind the scenes. Uncle Yuan remained unfazed, quietly explaining to Shen Qing. Originally, our team had another member. Last time, she was injured by a toxic creature raised by one of these individuals, rendering her unable to compete. After prolonged treatment with no improvement, I heard you possess the ability to heal toxic creatures. After the competition concludes, would you accompany me to check on her? As Uncle Yuan spoke, he suddenly recalled that Shen Qing had mentioned his veterinary skills during a live stream. It seemed that treating the toxic creature would not pose a challenge. It was fortuitous that they could visit Qianro and her toxic pet after the competition. Of course, Shen Qing did not hesitate to acquiesce. At that moment, all competitors released their toxic creatures into the chaotic arena, including Shen Qing and his team. The expansive platform was teeming with a variety of toxic creatures. This round of the competition featured insect species. Thus, the toxic creatures included scorpions, centipedes, and spiders, with no larger serpents in sight. The arena was perfectly suited for the event. Come on, teammates, hold on until the end and victory will be ours. Shen Qing calmly observed the 4 toxic creatures that had just entered the arena, offering them a gentle smile. Following suit, the 3 young men, Yuan Zimo and his companions, began to rally their own toxic creatures with spirited encouragement. Go, Black Widow, you are the mightiest. Little tree, you are the best. I have faith in you. Flabby, you are exceptional. Flabby, you are the absolute best. Keep it up. Giants, you are unstoppable. As Shen Qing listened to Yuan Zimo and his friends exuberantly shout, he could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth, particularly at the names they had chosen for the creatures, which were utterly mismatched with their true natures. He could almost hear the suppressed indignation of the 4 toxic creatures. Damn humans, when did this graceful maiden become a widow? Believe me, I shall poison you. The languid lady, known as the Black Widow, instantly lost her composure, her relaxed demeanor giving way to a fierce glare directed at Jiangmin. Oh, what an unpleasant name. I've told you not to call me Little Tree. I am a beautiful and adorable little princess, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation. Are you perhaps envious of my favored status, oh master's son? I know you are. I must inform you, once the competition concludes, if you do not prepare a delightful cricket feast for me, I shall never forgive you. Barked the scorpion known as Little Tree, equally incensed. The fury in her high-pitched voice reflected her dissatisfaction with the name, which starkly contradicted her princess persona. She was so enraged that she nearly spun in place. Chubby? Huh, no one has dared to call me that. It is utterly outrageous, she declared. With a figure as magnificent as mine, to be saddled with such a pedestrian name is truly a travesty. Human boy, it seems you're courting death. I could easily poison you right now, she continued. It was evident that the humanless creatures remained the most obedient. Equally furious was the other voice, belonging to a girl-like scorpion, whose originally delicate persona had completely shattered, revealing a more sinister undertone. The words she spoke carried an eerie quality. Finally, there was the voice of a cold, aristocratic young man, seemingly taken aback by the sudden appellation. After a prolonged silence, he turned his head, which was nearly the same size as his body, and coldly remarked, Human, your friend appears to be mentally unwell. I suggest they seek medical attention, as their intellect pales in comparison to mine. Let me clarify once more, I am not called giant, nor am I human. Despite the icy monotone of his voice, his anger was palpable to Shen Qing. It was clear he was genuinely upset. Shen Qing had not anticipated that these venomous companions would be so easily provoked by a few words from his friends. With a resigned smile, he reassured them, Everyone, please don't be angry. I will make sure to introduce you to their names properly. Now, focus, the opponents are approaching. Indeed, as the last of the poisonous pets was deployed, the competition whistle sounded. The adversaries were the Israeli golden scorpions. The 4 golden scorpions positioned closest to them naturally targeted them first. Moreover, they understood their master's words quite well. The thought of eliminating these poisonous creatures for a chance at a bountiful feast and 6 months free from hunger was a tempting prospect. Brothers, let's take down one at a time. Let the battle commence. Haha, that is precisely right. Just look at these delectable morsels, though they may be a bit cumbersome. They will stave off hunger. Let us begin. In an instant, Shen Qing was surrounded by the voices of the golden scorpions. If he wished, he could hear the thoughts of all the poisonous pets present. However, the cacophony would be overwhelming, so he typically focused on reading the minds of specific creatures, allowing him to hear their voices when he directed his gaze at them, enabling limited range communication. For instance, within half a meter or 10 meters. The current strategy revolves around their quartet of venomous creatures, where all beings within a half-meter radius can hear their thoughts. This precisely encompasses the golden scorpions. Haha, quite the bold assertion. Since my mood is rather foul, I shall make you my target. To my surprise, the first to speak was the black widow spider, its tone exuding a languid yet commanding presence. Clearly, its ire remains unabated, and encountering such an inviting opportunity for vengeance is not to be overlooked. You too, with lesser toxicity, step back and prepare for the finishing blow. We shall lead the charge. Next to voice its intent was a young, aristocratic gentleman, his voice equally frigid. Following this proclamation, he darted out alongside the Black Widow. It is worth noting that he is a Galapagos giant centipede, far more formidable than the Israeli golden scorpion, and thus unperturbed by them. Among the venomous creatures, only the bark scorpion possesses the least toxicity, naturally due to its tender age. Consequently, when faced with more powerful adversaries, it remains sheltered in the rear, serving as a supportive ally. Previously, there was a similar contender who suffered an injury. This time, with the addition of the black widow spider, equally potent in venom. The yellow fat-tailed scorpion naturally stays back with the bark scorpion. Ah, splendid. It has indeed been quite some time since I last engaged in combat. My hands and tail are itching for action. Please, sister, let us hasten to join, silencing those fellows directly. They are quite the eyesore. Chapter 57. Alas, how can I rid myself of that hideous spider's silk? My sister is right. I cannot endure my temper any longer. Let them serve as today's hors d'oeuvres. The voice of the bark scorpion, resembling that of a young girl, soared to great heights after hearing the voice of the yellow fat-tailed scorpion. Even when faced with formidable opponents, there was not a hint of fear. It seemed discordant with its tone. Thus, a grand battle unfolded before Shen Qing and the others. With two path-clearing participants ahead, one of whom could spit silk, their prowess was undeniable. The golden scorpions found their attacks thwarted in an instant. Meanwhile, the two in the rear seized the opportunity, revealing their venomous tails and pincers upon spotting enemies ensnared in the web. Alas, how can I rid myself of that hideous spider's silk? Damn it, that foul centipede is indeed swift with its many legs. That weak girl in the back was my last prey. Had she not escaped, I would have devoured her long ago. This time, I shall feast upon you first. My leg is broken. It hurts. My tail, it hurts so much. The two factions clashed, unleashing their attacks, and Shen Qing could hear their voices. The advantage was clearly with them. At the very least, after a brief encounter, two golden scorpions had already been injured. The first to confront the Black Widow and the giant centipede were the two unfortunate ones. Speaking of the Black Widow, her venom is a potent neurotoxin, 14 times more lethal than that of a rattlesnake. Furthermore, being a female, she is an aggressive predator, known to consume the male after mating, exemplifying her ruthlessness. In the face of such an adversary, succumbing would surely be a matter of moments. Indeed, within less than a minute, the two poisoned and injured golden scorpions lay motionless, their fates uncertain. The loss of two golden scorpions in a single encounter revealed the fury of their master, who glared menacingly at Shen Qing and the others before bellowing into the arena. Number 1. Number 4. Eliminate them quickly. If they remain alive, you shall not live either. Although uncertain if the venomous creatures understood, the master of the golden scorpions continued to shout with a darkened expression. Originally, they had intended to employ the same strategy to dispose of Yuan Shu and his team of venomous beasts. After all, they had succeeded previously, albeit only injuring one. Hence, they sought revenge by deliberately positioning themselves near them. However, in the very first chaotic clash, they had already lost 2 venomous creatures. It was all the fault of that accursed black widow spider. Had she not initially obstructed their advance with her silk, such an outcome would have been inconceivable. They hoped to eliminate a bark scorpion in this round. With one less venomous creature, their advantage would grow, allowing them to dispatch the others one by one. Who would dare claim that victory would not ultimately be theirs? Currently, the most toxic participant among them was the giant centipede. Yet, even the most potent toxin cannot withstand a collective assault. Moreover, they now faced an additional black widow spider. Regrettably, their intentions were noble, yet they remained unrealized. The languid voice of the elegant lady finally released the pent-up frustration she had been harboring. Her tone, now restored to its original form, was lazy yet graceful, with a melodious inflection that was utterly captivating, suggesting her splendid mood. It evoked an impulse to offer her a post-event indulgence. "My dear lady, I kindly implore you not to generalize all males. At the very least, I am not among the unworthy." The aristocratic voice of the nobleman regained its coolness, devoid of the earlier ire. Yet, he could not help but admire the fierce combat and offense exhibited by the black widow spider. A true warrior, regardless of their identity, deserves respect. In that moment, he finally regarded his opponent as an equal. Well, how rare it is for the cold-hearted and sharp-tongued to utter something complimentary. What an eye-opener. The delicate laughter of a young maiden seemed to mock the giant centipede for its past caustic remarks. It was akin to relishing a theatrical performance, with even the petite girl joining in the revelry. Naturally, their light-hearted demeanor provoked the remaining 2 golden scorpions. "You all shall perish. I demand that you accompany my brethren to the grave. Ah, behold the might of my formidable pincers." Oomph. The response was succinct, an utterance that dripped with disdain. This time, however, the 2 scorpions, pushed to their limits, fought valiantly for 5 minutes before succumbing, their fates uncertain. Cursed! How utterly useless! Had I known, I would not have let them take the stage. The Mediterranean lord wore a scowl of frustration and anger, and his companions were not faring much better. Ultimately, it was the more composed gentleman in a suit who turned to Uncle Yuan, revealing a chilling smile. "Congratulations, Mr. Yuan. Surely your team of venomous beasts is destined for victory this time. I must take my leave." With a wave of his hand, he strode away with several disgruntled comrades. His voice, however, had carried, and everyone overheard. They cast their gazes toward the arena of venomous creatures, their thoughts suddenly awash with intrigue. The faces of Yuan Zimo and his companions darkened with indignation. What do they mean by that? Clearly, they seek to incite animosity. Look at the thoughts swirling in the minds of others. Yuan Zimo couldn't suppress his dissatisfaction any longer, glaring at the retreating figures, then scanning the surroundings. His expression darkening further. Enough of this. Focus on the match. Yet, Uncle Yuan remained unfazed, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, patting his son's shoulder and playfully issuing a warning. In contrast, Shen Qing's gaze lingered on the 4 incapacitated scorpions. Furrowing his brow, he inquired of Uncle Yuan, "What shall we do with these injured or deceased venomous creatures?" The 4 gentlemen had evidently departed, showing no concern for the aftermath of the venomous creature's demise. "Oh, you need not worry about that. The death and injury of venomous creatures are inevitable. A conscientious owner will handle matters appropriately. For those left unattended, the staff will take care of it shortly. Deceased venomous creatures will be uniformly buried, while the injured will receive treatment from a veterinarian. It is the responsibility of the individual who initiates the gathering. After the competition concludes, you may accompany me to take a look." Uncle Yuan recalled that Shen Qing operated a shop for venomous pets. Should there be any injured creatures without owners, his establishment would serve as a suitable refuge. After all, based on his interactions thus far, Shen Qing appears to be a commendable young man, treating venomous pets with a level of respect that is often lacking elsewhere. Thus, it would be a favor to Uncle Yuan. Naturally, Shen Qing would not decline, as he had been contemplating the possibility of taking in these abandoned, injured creatures should their owners neglect them. This would undoubtedly save him considerable effort. Uncle Yuan's words fortuitously aligned with his thoughts. As their conversation unfolded, the first round of the competition swiftly drew to a close, with 30 teams of venomous pets emerging. Others had succumbed, forfeited, or sustained injuries. As Shen Qing had anticipated, the majority of their owners showed little concern for their well-being. After all, having lost, they had no outlet for their frustrations, leading them to view these pets as mere vessels for their discontent. Such neglect was arguably the most pragmatic solution. Those who survived would remain at the venue, where staff would seek veterinary assistance. However, those taken by their owners, who might have otherwise lived, were now on a path to demise. One should not underestimate the actions of individuals in moments of anger. Instances of animal cruelty are not unheard of, and these small, injured venomous pets possess little means of resistance. Mr. Jiang, the host of the competition, stepped forward with a microphone in hand. Addressing the audience with a smile, "The first match has concluded. We will take a 10-minute intermission, and the second match will commence in 10 minutes. Chapter 58, Sister. You have taken both the elder and the younger. Are to be left out? This moment serves as a respite for the beloved creatures." As soon as Mr. Zhang's words fell, staff members promptly began to clear the area, taking care of the unmonitored wounded and deceased creatures. Naturally, several veterinarians accompanied them. Seated a short distance behind Shen Qing and his companions, poised to tend to the injured creatures still in the competition. Those prominent figures who had brought their own veterinarians had no need for additional assistance, and neither did Shen Qing and his group. Initially, there was a veterinarian assigned to them, but with Shen Qing present, Uncle Yuan decided to send another to assist others. Everyone has worked hard. Let us take a moment to rest. Shen Qing immediately took out the beloved creatures. With their favorability ratings an all-time high, they showed no inclination to attack him, instead finding his aura quite pleasant. Moreover, Shen Qing possessed the unique ability to understand their thoughts, further enhancing their bond. As he extended his hand, inviting the creatures to crawl onto it, Uncle Yuan and the others grew anxious. "Wait, little Shun, be careful of bites," they cautioned. Indeed, having just engaged in battle, the creatures were at their most aggressive and alert, making contact with them perilous. You haven't taken any precautions. Isn't extending your empty hand inviting them to bite? The three uncles rushed forward to intervene, their apprehension palpable. They felt that while Shen Qing had many admirable qualities, he was overly affectionate in his approach to the creatures. Just as this thought crossed their minds, they were swiftly proven wrong. Their expressions turned rigid, their breaths becoming shallow, for in that moment, Shen Qing had already raised his hand before them, for beloved creatures resided comfortably in his palm, and remarkably, Shen Qing seemed unfazed, calmly addressing his uncles. "Not at all. They are quite well behaved. Look, aren't they gentle?" His demeanor was so composed that it was as if he held mere ordinary animals, devoid of any venom. Meanwhile, the creatures within his hand squirmed playfully, exuding a harmonious energy. "I feel so good to be close to the master. This aroma is truly delightful. I wish to remain nestled in the palm of my master forever," a languid, alluring voice sighed, as though it had consumed a tonic of vitality, exuding contentment. Where was the ferocity and vigilance from their recent skirmish? Not even a trace of fatigue lingered. Instead, they reveled in the moment. "Wow, this is utterly delightful. Inhaling this scent dispels all weariness. Human, why aren't you my master? Perhaps I shall follow you from now on. Human, would that be all right?" A sweet, childlike voice echoed the sentiments, as its form rolled playfully in Shen Qing's palm, akin to a pampered puppy. "Why not take me in as well? Dear human, I am easy to care for. All I require is your company, and sustenance is merely secondary. You've already taken in sisters and brothers, so why not me? Just bring me along. I have grown quite fond of you, dear human." With the initial voices set, a youthful tone joined in, its soft and endearing timbre pleadingly chimed in. The three distinct voices created a delightful auditory experience. Yet only Shen Qing could perceive them. He found himself utterly defenseless against such charming tones. Who could resist that delicate, coaxing lilt? Fortunately, the cool, aristocratic voice roused him from his reverie. "Why is it that such a pleasant essence emanates solely from you? I suspect you are attempting to entice us." Instead of merely teasing us with your aura, why not embrace us all directly, dear human? The audacity of the words was surprising. How could one so ethereal utter such notions of seduction? It was incongruous with the refined nature of the voice. Naturally, there was little semblance of a coherent image to begin with. Discussions of appearances varied widely. The body presents one image, while the voice conveys another. With no direct correlation between the two, Shen Qing, bemused, could not afford to dwell on it. After all, the speaker was a creature of poison, not a human. Engaging in a debate over the proper use of seduction with it would be truly ludicrous. The others were oblivious to Shen Qing's thoughts, only aware that he was cradling 4 venomous creatures. Any one of them could be lethal with a mere touch. Though they too were poison pet keepers, they harbored a healthy fear of toxicity. One could see the cold sweat beading on their brows. Everyone stood frozen, eyes wide, directed towards Shen Qing's palm. Not a soul dared to move. Even the trio of young individuals behind him mirrored their rigidity, utterly in awe of Shen Qing's composure. Thankfully, he did not let the tension linger. He bestowed healing abilities upon the poisonous creatures and returned them to their enclosures for rest. Then, he calmly addressed the group. I wish to explore yonder. If those injured creatures require refuge, my shop would be a suitable haven. Upon hearing this, the others glanced at the veterinarians tending to the injured, quickly grasping Shen Qing's intent. You go on ahead. We'll keep an eye on the match. With your team, the upcoming round should pose little challenge. Yuan Shu waved his hand, his words ringing true. Based on the first match, their combination of poison creatures was indeed the most formidable. Others had brought capable creatures as well, yet none matched the obedience and synergy of Shen Qing's team. It felt as if they had rehearsed their performance, making the previous competitions seem effortless by comparison. This was an outcome he had never anticipated. Understanding Shen Qing's purpose for being here, he would naturally not obstruct him, but rather assist. He gestured to his assistant to lead Shen Qing onward. Please, this way. Young Master Shen. We followed closely behind. Yuan Zimo and the others, captivated by Shen Qing, trailed him eagerly. The recent spectacle had left them utterly in awe. For a creature so venomous to exhibit such trust was unprecedented. Witnessing it in person was far more astonishing than viewing it via livestream. The trio, initially mere admirers of Shen Qing, had now become fervent devotees. As they walked, they inquired animatedly, Brother Shen, how did you manage to earn their trust? They seemed so docile and obedient in your presence. Indeed, if I did not know they were toxic beasts, I would have thought them harmless after witnessing that scene. Jiang Min and Su Lu echoed similar sentiments, buzzing around Shen Qing with enthusiasm. Even the assistant leading the way perked up, intrigued by the unfolding mystery. Shen Qing chuckled helplessly and shrugged. Perhaps it is my charisma? He certainly could not divulge that it was merely his affinity for animals at play. Chapter 59. It would be nice to poison one to accompany me in burial personal charm? Huh. Are the venomous pets truly interested in such trivialities? They expressed their disbelief. However, the conversation did not linger on this topic, for they had arrived at the veterinary area. This was a secluded corner at the back of the hall, partitioned off to provide treatment for the venomous creatures. Inside, 5 veterinarians attended to the injured pets. 2 were seasoned practitioners, while the other 3 appeared to be apprentices or newly minted veterinarians. Before them lay a series of tables adorned with medical kits and several large enclosures. Within these enclosures rested the recently brought-in injured venomous pets. Those that could still move were kept in separate compartments to prevent further conflict with one another. The severely injured and those suffering from intense poisoning, rendered immobile, were grouped together. The veterinarians, clad in masks and specialized gloves, diligently administered care to the afflicted creatures. Aside from the staff, the area was devoid of any other presence, signifying that regardless of whether these pets would survive, their previous owners had forsaken them. Without the backing of Uncle Yuan, the event's organizer, they would have been utterly abandoned. What greeted Shen Qing and his companions was this somber scene. At that moment, 2 familiar voices reached their ears, albeit tinged with weakness. Are we really at death's door? What a pity. We haven't even had the chance to die full of ourselves. We can't even seek retribution against those who starved us. Cough, cough. This was the voice of the previously heard frail young man, whose demeanor had once been threatening and deranged, eager to consume other venomous pets. Now, however, his tone was frail, devoid of its former vigor, resembling that of a creature on the brink of death. Following the sound, Shen Qing indeed spotted the 4 Israeli golden scorpions, lying side by side, unable to move, the state of which was uncertain. Damn it! I truly wish to eliminate those old fools who make us toil without sustenance. Now, having been poisoned, we are cast aside. It's infuriating. The voice of a burly man from the northeast had lost its previous boisterousness, yet the venom in his words remained palpable, revealing his deep indignation. Big brother, I'm so hungry and so cold. Am I about to die? Finally, the soft, delicate voice of a young girl emerged, now feeble and devoid of its former fiery spirit. Notably absent was the voice of the 4th scorpion, suggesting that one of the 4 had already perished. The venom within these 3 creatures remained untreated, and without prompt medical attention, their lives were in jeopardy. Contemplating his next course of action, Shen Qing hesitated no longer. He turned to his assistant and stated, I shall attend to the treatment of these venomous pets. Furthermore, I will take any that have been prepared for handling, provided their owners have not claimed them. Uncle Yuan is aware of my intentions. He gestured calmly towards the golden scorpions that had yet to receive care. Brother Shun, allow me to move the stool for you. Let us sit here and attend to the treatment. As for what you mentioned, it is of no consequence. After all, their owners never want them back. It is indeed an honor for them to be sheltered by you. Otherwise, we would have to send them to smaller, less reputable pet shops. Yuan Zimo approached with a cheerful smile and offered an explanation. The others began to shift the breeding boxes, preparing to position them against the wall for the treatment of the poisonous pets. Is this young man also a veterinarian? At that moment, an elderly veterinarian, having finished attending to a poisonous creature, looked up at Shen Qing and then paused for a moment on the assistant, quickly understanding the situation. However, he still politely inquired, Greetings, young man. I have indeed studied veterinary medicine. A few extra hands will hasten the process. Shen Qing nodded courteously, and then, under the gaze of the onlookers, he reached toward the Israeli gold scorpion in the breeding box. Young man, wait. You haven't put on gloves. Be cautious, or you may be stung and poisoned. The old veterinarian, having noticed the situation, quickly interjected, his eyes filled with concern. His outstretched hand trembled slightly, for he had already seen that Shen Qing's hand was nearing the scorpion, less than a centimeter away. Even though the scorpion appeared near death, its venom remained potent. If it were to sense danger at the moment of contact and strike, he would surely be envenomed. Ah, the impulsiveness of youth. It seems he is not truly trained in medicine, lacking even the most basic precautions. Aside from Yuan Zimo and a few others who had developed a basic immunity, the rest were filled with apprehension, already contemplating how to administer aid should the need arise. Do not worry. Animals have an innate affinity for me and will not attack. Trust me, you shall see. Shen Qing grasped the scorpion at the edge of the box and waved it in front of everyone, demonstrating that he had not been harmed. Seeing that he was unharmed, the others finally relaxed. However, the notion of animals having a predisposed fondness for humans lacked scientific backing and could not be relied upon. It was wiser to maintain a safe distance from danger. After imparting a few words of caution, they resumed their tasks. Only Shen Qing was aware of the true nature of the encounter. The old veterinarian had indeed been correct. The scorpion he held had indeed intended to strike him. Its venomous stinger was poised, yet due to its own injuries and weakened state, it was rendered ineffective. Moreover, the moment he made contact, the creature sensed his aura of affinity, which led it to lower its defenses. This human, surely he has come to witness our misfortune? I tell you, give up. We are merely pawns in this game. Yet, since you have come to me, I shall not hold back. I still possess a bit of strength, which I shall use against you. Poisoning one to accompany me to the grave would not be so bad. The scent, how delightful it is. Ah, it is the aroma of you, a human. Upon your approach, the pain within my body begins to diminish. The sickly voice of the youth was laced with caution, ready to strike at the sight of Shen Qing. Alas, it lay there immobilized, only able to regard Shen Qing with an icy stare. Yet, in a sudden turn of events, upon contact with Shen Qing, Not only did he employ his affinity skill, but he also wielded a healing ability. A wave of energy coursed through his fingertips and into the creature's body, gradually alleviating the toxins within. How could it not feel discomfort? Before Shen Qing appeared a small virtual window, hovering above the head of the golden scorpion. Ding! Poisoned entity detected. Israeli golden scorpion. Type of toxin: neurotoxin from the black widow spider. Toxicity level: high. Degree of poisoning: moderate. Note: timely intervention poses no mortal danger. However, prolonged exposure to the toxin may lead to fatality. Subsequently, a method of interpretation flooded his mind. However, this information was merely extraneous. In truth, Shen Qing's healing ability was entirely sufficient for the task at hand. Fear not, I shall restore you, and in return, accompany me henceforth. Rest assured, your needs for sustenance and shelter shall be met. Peace. Some may feel that the competition has been overly detailed. Allow me to clarify that this narrative is nearing its conclusion, and the protagonist's purpose for coming here has been fulfilled. That is to acquire poisonous companions in preparation for the opening of his toxic pet shop. A slight spoiler: the next plot will involve assisting Uncle Yuan's teammate, Aunt Hua, in healing poisonous pets. If you wish to see certain toxic companions make their appearance sooner, feel free to express your desires here, so arrangements can be made. Of course, suggestions regarding their voices and personalities are also welcome. Let's collaboratively create the personas of these toxic companions, shall we? Chapter 60. Sustenance from Venomous Creatures. Shen Qing spoke with utmost seriousness, as if the golden scorpion in his grasp could comprehend his words, leaving those who did not understand utterly speechless. It felt as though he was playing a lute to a cow. Puffed. Ha ha, this brother is truly amusing. Conversing with a mere scorpion. What a waste of breath. Can it actually understand? If it could, wouldn't this world transform into a fantastical realm? The voices belonged to several young veterinarians, clearly entertained by Shen Qing's remarks. Though their words were uttered softly, Shen Qing and his companions still caught snippets of their conversation, given the confined space they occupied. But could it be that the golden scorpion truly lacked understanding? Perhaps not. Upon hearing Shen Qing's words, the scorpion visibly paused, soon captivated by the essence of his speech. Most alluring of all was the aura that emanated from Shen Qing himself. Since you have spoken thus, would it not be unreasonable for me to refuse your request? In light of your commendable approach, I shall reluctantly accompany you henceforth. Do remember to bring along my elder brother and younger sister. They still draw breath. The youthful voice twisted and turned, ultimately content to flick its tail and repose comfortably in Shen Qing's palm. At first glance, it appeared quite normal, bearing no resemblance to a delicate creature prone to devouring other animals. Indeed, Shen Qing proceeded to treat these venomous companions one by one, neglecting to attend the two matches taking place, instead sending a few friends to spectate. After surveying the scene, he discerned no team stronger than theirs. Furthermore, he had already instructed his venomous creatures on how to confront adversaries. With their formidable strength and strategic thinking, they were well equipped to dominate any foe. It was little wonder that victory awaited them. As Shen Qing's healing of the venomous creatures neared completion, he had acquired all but the deceased. The remaining living creatures were successfully purchased. The numbers were substantial, rendering any immediate need for small venomous creatures unnecessary. Moreover, he had gathered a diverse array of types, ideal for constructing several thematic rooms. Now, he merely needed to procure larger venomous creatures to take back, particularly the quintessential snake. In the outskirts of the city, several cars halted before a villa. An elderly gentleman, resembling a butler, promptly opened the grand entrance. Upon recognizing familiar faces, he greeted them warmly. "Mr. Yuan, please come in. The young lady awaits you in the living room." Indeed, it was Shen Qing and his entourage who disembarked. Uncle Li and Uncle Lu had matters to attend to. Following the conclusion of the venomous creature competition, they had accompanied Uncle Yuan to this location. "Uncle Wu, please do not stand on ceremony. I shall lead these youngsters to summon the others," Uncle Yuan cheerfully declared, guiding Shen Qing and his companions into the villa. Inside, a woman of intellect and grace sat beside a tea table by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, quietly preparing tea. Draped in a cerulean qipao, she exuded an alluring charm that accentuated her flawless figure. Her demeanor radiated an ethereal elegance. As she brewed tea, the steam rose gently, coalescing into a delicate mist. On the tea table, amidst the tea set, stood a vase adorned with blooming pink camellias. A gentle breeze stirred the creamy curtains, dispersing the ethereal vapor. The tea, the camellias, and the enchanting lady formed a picturesque tableau. When Shen Qing and the others entered, this was the enchanting scene that greeted them, each moment akin to a painted scroll. "Chinro, I brought a few little ones to meet you," Yuan Shu noted, his gaze softening at the sight, his voice dropping to a whisper, as if reluctant to disturb this gentle woman, akin to flowing water. "Aunt Hua, I've come to see you. You look even more beautiful today," Yuan Zimo exclaimed, darting to the woman's side, cheerfully offering his greetings, showering her with compliments as if they were free. This scene, in the eyes of Shen Qing and the others, indeed evoked a sense of a familial trio. "Come in. Everyone, take a seat and enjoy some tea first." The woman gracefully set down the teapot and rose to invite Shen Qing and the others to sit, her soothing voice a delight to the ears, as if the clamor outside had faded into silence. "This is Hua Qianro. You may call her Aunt Hua. Please, have a seat," Yuan Shu explained to Shen Qing and the others, his expression reminiscent of a proud host. Aunt Hua smiled quietly, not uttering a word. "Hello, Aunt Hua," the trio replied in unison, settling down beside the tea table. However, just as Shen Qing took his seat, another voice echoed in his mind. "Oh, that old man is here again, clearly fixated on my little Ro. How can he not give up? Little Ro, you mustn't be deceived by this old man. Just look at him. His son is already so grown up. How could he possibly be worthy of you? If anyone is truly suited for little Ro, it is undoubtedly me. He only sticks to little Ro, unlike others who already have sons." This voice was a languid, magnetic baritone, laced with disdain, especially evident in the deliberately raised intonation when addressing her by her nickname, reminiscent of a dashing scion who could easily cause any noble lady to blush. To Shen Qing, this voice unmistakably belonged to a rogue. Yet, it was evident that he was also a cunning schemer. Shen Qing turned in the direction of the voice, coincidentally spotting a white snake coiled beside Aunt Hua. It had just slithered up from her leg. Ahem, perhaps he shouldn't have had such keen eyesight, catching a glimpse of the serpent entwined around her porcelain-like skin. Had it not been for its owner's quick reflexes to grasp it, who knows what might have happened. "Oh dear, little Ro, I'm merely trying to get close to you. Why must you always be so reluctant? Am I not better than that old man? Ah, how you adore sleeping in my embrace." Ahem. Shen Qing nearly choked upon hearing these words. He truly did not expect that this serpent possessed such a lewd disposition. Just listen to what it uttered. It claimed to relish being held close during slumber. Although this serpent was quite sizable, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length, its tail was presently entwined around that fair, jade-like leg. Ding! Ghostly white-banded Brooks King snake detected. Recommended for the host arrays. Note: non-venomous, primarily preys on rattlesnakes and copperheads. Subsequently, Shen Qing's mind was filled with the fundamental information regarding this serpent. Particularly astonishing was the revelation that it fed on rattlesnakes and copperheads, leaving him utterly astonished. Who would have thought that this seemingly ostentatious creature, while visually appealing and highly ornamental, harbored such capabilities within? It was indeed non-venomous, yet it preyed upon venomous snakes, a testament to its remarkable immunity to their toxins. Quite impressive. Little White, be good, do not cause a stir, we have guests. The gentle voice of the elegant lady was as soothing as a spring breeze, yet her actions were undeniably assertive. With deftness, she swiftly disentangled the serpent's tail from her jade-like leg. P.S. Many readers have remarked that my updates are akin to those from the underworld. So let us adjust the timing and return to the realm of the living. Starting tomorrow, updates will occur every morning at 6 a.m. Chapter 61, to everyone's amusement. He discerned a certain allure in the serpent. Allow me to introduce you to Xiao Bai, a rather affectionate creature. Fear not, for Xiao Bai is a king snake, entirely non-venomous. Aunt Hua, maintaining a firm grip on the white snake, wore her gentle expression, unwavering as she turned to explain to Shen Qing and the others. Rest assured, we possess ample courage. Moreover, my brother Shen is the proprietor of a venomous pet shop and a veterinarian. He harbors no fear, even if Xiao Bai were a venomous snake. In Yuan Zimo's mind, Shen Qing, with his veterinary training, epitomized the essence of a true veterinarian. Had he not adeptly treated venomous creatures of the gathering? How could he possibly fear a venomous snake? If fear were an issue, what then of the trunk full of venomous pets in his vehicle? Haha, quite right. Let's enjoy our tea. Shortly, we shall trouble Xiao Shun to tend to Aunt Hua's venomous pet. Uncle Yuan, after speaking, lifted his teacup with a gesture, savoring a delicate sip, relishing the sweet taste of the tea. At this moment, his heart was entirely captivated by the enchanting figure across from him. Please, enjoy your drinks. I shall fetch Bei. Aunt Hua chuckled, setting down the white snake and ascending the stairs to the second floor. The graceful figure moving with poise captivated both man and snake alike. This man was none other than Uncle Yuan, who had harbored feelings for Hua Qianrou for quite some time, yet their relationship lingered in a state of unfulfilled romance. He yearned to bridge the distance, but feared startling the beauty, opting for a gradual approach. As for the snake, it was the ethereal white-banded brook king snake, Xiao Bai. How delightful Xiaorou's presence is. I longed to remain close to her. When Xiaorou's hand gripped my neck earlier, it felt utterly exquisite, the pressure just right. Even her hands exude a delightful fragrance. Shen Qing observed the white snake slithering gracefully across the bench, accompanied by the sound of waves. Utterly shameless in its display, he found himself entranced, perceiving a certain allure in the serpent. The twitch of his lips intensified. Had it not been for the teacup shielding him, the others would have surely noticed. Moments later, Aunt Hua approached, carrying a small breeding box. She placed it before Shen Qing, revealing the venomous creature within, which captured the attention of all present. Beep. Detected Astygobromus hei. Recommend nurturing the specimen. Beep. Detected an obstruction in the Astygobromus hei's excretory port, resulting in bodily disarray. A pair of notifications flashed in Shen Qing's mind, one presenting an unusually peculiar dilemma. How could he possibly remedy the blockage of a bug's excretory port? It was truly a convoluted situation. Xiao Qing, may I address you thus? A gentle, refined voice broke through his thoughts. It was Aunt Hua. Of course. This is Bei. It has been inactive since returning from the last competition. Aunt Hua gestured towards the Stygobromus hei in the breeding box, expressing her concern over the observations and abnormal behaviors she had noted. Originally, I sought the assistance of veterinarian, but the creature would not allow anyone near, not even myself. Alas, it is precisely due to this unwillingness to approach that the situation remains unclear. She is reluctant to relinquish this companion, for a significant portion of her benefits stems from the presence of this little creature. If possible, she would certainly wish to ensure its recovery. Ahem, Aunt Hua. Allow me a moment to assess the situation. Shen Qing already comprehended the cause, but was unable to articulate it. He could not possibly say, Aunt Hua, your beloved Bei's rear is obstructed by a foreign object, causing discomfort. Just envisioning that scenario was enough to induce an awkwardness that could elicit a wince. Furthermore, the name Bei seemed rather effeminate. Was it possible this creature was female? Without hearing a response, he was unable to ascertain. Thus, he opened the lid and retrieved a small stick, preparing to gently prod the lethargic insect. Just as Shen Qing's stick was about to make contact, a sharp voice erupted in his ear. Stop! Human! What do you intend to do? I warn you, should you dare to touch me, I will ensure your demise without a trace. The voice was unmistakably feminine, exuding a commanding presence reminiscent of a queen. The tone carried an inherent sharpness, as if it belonged to a sovereign brimming with authority. Yet, this was merely a small insect, notorious for its flatulence. The fact that the voice belonged to a female was already surprising, but the regal intonation evoked imagery of Empress Wu Zetian. Fierce and commanding, this scene was so incongruous that it left him frozen in place. What transpired? The onlookers gazed at Shen Qing in confusion, clearly sensing his sudden rigidity. Oh, it's nothing, I was merely pondering whether Beibei's prolonged inactivity might be due to an upset stomach. In truth, he wished to inquire if it had not passed gas for an extended period. Surely that could not be the case. Its diet had remained consistent. Aunt Hua also appeared puzzled, her eyes filled with concern. Ultimately, Shen Qing posed the earlier question. Might Aunt Hua have any knowledge of Beibei's flatulence patterns? Had they not been dealing with a venomous pet, his inquiry could easily have been mistaken for that of a doctor in a hospital. Well, I have not truly observed. As Beibei refrains from passing gas when it is not in distress, she replied, remaining composed and gentle even when faced with such a peculiar question, alleviating Shen Qing's embarrassment. Consequently, Shen Qing turned his gaze toward Beibei in the box, softening his tone. Ahem, Beibei, you are unwell and require treatment. Allow me to examine you. He could hardly express that he intended to inspect its rear. Besides, without parting the exoskeleton, he would be unable to see anything. After speaking, Shen Qing gently prepared to flip the lethargic insect with his small stick. Wait, did you not hear me command you to stop, you insolent human? Are you truly unafraid of death? Do you not believe I will poison you? Listen to the menacing words that seem to suggest that at any moment, Shen Qing might strike with a blade. Yet, despite the commanding tone, a subtle tension lurks beneath the surface, one that Shen Qing has astutely detected. Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I'm here to heal you. In an effort to quell the rising agitation, Shen Qing unexpectedly discards his wooden stick and approaches directly. His sudden movement startled the others, who widened their eyes in shock before expressing their concern. Wait, be careful. Beibei might fart. Its gas is toxic and scalding. Human, what are you trying to do? Don't touch me. Among the chaos, a slightly panicked voice of a queen interjects. Chapter 62. A matter of a single slice. Gone in the blink of an eye, however, in the next moment, everyone was struck with fear. Shen Qing remained unscathed, and Beibei did not unleash any flatulence towards him. The only difference was that Beibei had been firmly grasped in Shen Qing's hand. Do not worry, I am unharmed. Human, your aura is quite comforting. It alleviates the pain in my abdomen. The previously agitated tone of the queen transformed abruptly, shedding its fierce demeanor for a hint of innocent curiosity. Why is your pleasant scent so effective? Can you truly heal me? With defenses lowered, her voice softened, though it still brimmed with authority. Yet, when it came to a certain sensitive topic, she hesitated to voice it. Rest assured, I shall cure you. Shen Qing emanated a portion of his affinity and healing energy, and it was evident that Beibei felt more at ease. However, the underlying issue still needed to be resolved. Just moments ago, upon touching Beibei's body, a clearer understanding of the problem dawned upon him, along with a potential solution. The obstruction within was none other than the toxins crystallized within her body, which, for reasons unknown, had blocked the exit. This unfortunate condition had led to her current state. Moreover, the liquid Beibei expelled would eventually cool and congeal over time, likely contributing to the blockage. The most evident sign was her distended abdomen, which explained her reluctance to move or turn. Aunt Hua, please fetch me a small scalpel and a pair of surgical scissors. I must perform a minor operation on Beibei. Shen Qing glanced at the creature in his grasp, already knowing what needed to be done. While others may be incapable, he was not, for his veterinary skills were at their pinnacle, allowing him to pinpoint the precise location of the crystals within Beibei's body. They were even smaller than grains of millet, and all that was required was to extract them. All right, I will retrieve them at once. Aunt Hua asked no further questions and approached with a medical kit. After locating the necessary instruments, she sterilized them with a lighter and handed the scalpel to Shen Qing. Here is the knife. Thank you. Shen Qing accepted the small scalpel, its blade sharp and glinting coldly. Wait, human, what do you intend to do? Do not presume that because I am now close to you, you can stab me with that knife. I assure you, should you dare to harm me, I will ensure your demise. Once again, that familiar threat echoed in the air. Having been heard twice already, Shen Qing couldn't help but smirk, his lips curling into a chilling grin as he regarded the now well-pleased Beibei. Fear not, Beibei. This matter of a single slice will soon be over, gone in the blink of an eye. As he spoke, he gently placed her upon the table, propping her up with a tissue underneath. With her belly facing upwards and unable to move, she appeared resigned to her fate, a picture of surrender. A few slender legs swayed in agitation, almost frantic, yet remained stationary. They watched as Shen Qing brandished the glimmering surgical knife, inching closer to its abdomen. At this moment, Bei found itself as the fish on the chopping block. Stop! No! You human! If you dare to touch me, I will end you. It seems to not hurt. Why does my stomach feel so pleasant? I really want to pass gas. Bei's regal voice shifted dramatically, transitioning from a scream to an unexpected comfort, followed by a sudden release of toxic gas. It was a twist upon a twist. Goodness! Luckily, I dodged quickly. Otherwise, Bei's noxious gas would have hit my face, and what would become of my handsome visage? Yuan Zimo had been closely following Shen Qing, having handed him the tweezers just moments ago. His position was directly aligned with the gaseous release. When the gas was contained, all was well, but once it escaped, it would undoubtedly reach him. Of course, Shen Qing would never admit that even if he hadn't evaded, he would have pulled Yuan Zimo out of harm's way. All right, it's just that this creature is obstructing the exit of its toxic pouch, which is why it is behaving this way. Shen Qing pointed to the small black dot on the tissue, speaking with calm assurance. He then retrieved an anti-inflammatory powder from the medical kit and sprinkled a bit on a Bei's tiny wound. In truth, he had already utilized his healing powers to mend the internal injuries. Most of the damage had nearly healed. Didn't T1 notice that after releasing gas, Bei had effortlessly flipped over, moving with ease? Human, it seems you were actually saving me just now. Given that you saved me, I shall forgive your earlier impolite actions. After all, one must take responsibility for touching a girl's belly. Speak. How do you intend to take responsibility? What? Responsibility? Him, responsible for Bei? Was there a mistake? Why did these toxic pets, once saved, all seek to hold him accountable? In the past, before the arrival of these toxic creatures, Bei was not Aunt Hua's toxic pet, and he would have gladly taken responsibility for bringing her back to the shop. But today he had gained immensely. Aside from the shares he declined, Uncle Yuan and the others had also gifted him some. That included the toxic pets. He certainly did not lack for small, crawling toxic creatures. Responsibility? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Thus, he chose to disregard Bei's words, calmly placing her back into the breeding box and securing the lid. Oh my, what a splendid performance we just witnessed. Just a moment ago, you were disparaging this human, wishing to dismantle him, though you lacked the capability. Now that he has saved you, you cling to him. How shameless. Xiaobai suddenly leaned forward, extending its head towards the breeding box, flicking its tongue at Bei within. The tone dripped with sarcasm, a stark contrast to the attitude it had shown toward Aunt Hua. Shen Qing stared, momentarily stunned. This snake truly was a dramatic actor. Both colorful and sharp-tongued, it knew how to seize an opportunity. As everyone's attention was captivated by Shen Qing and Bei, the shameless serpent had, unbeknownst to anyone, coiled itself around Aunt Hua's arm. Eventually, due to its weight, she found herself cradling it in her embrace, relishing the closeness. Shen Qing seemed to perceive a look of intoxication in its eyes, particularly at this moment. The serpent's head, having retreated, nuzzled against Aunt Hua once more, occasionally brushing against her mountainous figure. Ah, how blissful it is to be nestled within Xiao Rou's embrace. Fragrant and soft, this is my exclusive sanctuary. You and that old man certainly do not enjoy such privileges. How delightful it is. Listen to this creature, once again indulging in its flirtations. Its brazen remarks are particularly provocative. Shen Qing could hardly bear to look, diverting his gaze from the white serpent in that unmentionable area. Aunt Hua, Bei is fine now. Its behavior stems from overeating. In the future, please ensure its portions are moderated. After briefly outlining preventive measures, Shen Qing addressed Uncle Yuan and the others. The hour is late, and I must return home, so I shall not linger. He had not forgotten the venomous pets awaiting him at the shop, nor the viewers eager for his evening broadcast. Please wait a moment. Noticing Shen Qing's urgency to depart, Aunt Hua swiftly retrieved a pen and paper from her drawer, jotting down a phone number to hand to him. Xiao Qing, I heard from Uncle Yuan that you wish to purchase a venomous snake. Coincidentally, I have a friend who is acquainted with the seller. You may call this number. I have already spoken to him. P.S. For the update schedule, dear readers, it seems a tad early. Here are several time slots to consider. Morning, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. Noon, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Evening, 2000 hours, 2100 hours. Please take a look, make your selections, and let us agree on a time that suits everyone. Additionally, I would like to express my gratitude for your support of this book. Love you all. Sending hearts. Chapter 63. The appearance of the bamboo leaf green young lady before Yuan Shu arrived. He had spoken to Aunt Hua regarding Shen Qing's situation. He mentioned Shen Qing's interest in acquiring larger poisonous snakes, as he had already collected numerous smaller venomous pets for the competition venue. Coincidentally, he was aware that Hua Qianrou possessed the necessary connections and thus brought it to her attention. Grateful to Aunt Hua, Shen Qing was pleasantly surprised by her response. He had been troubled by the lack of leads for procuring venomous snakes, and this opportunity was indeed fortuitous. Currently, the pet shop only housed a single bamboo leaf green snake, which was insufficient. He required several more serpents. After all, the theme he envisioned for his poisonous pet room necessitated the presence of venomous snakes. Having secured a buyer, he planned to further explore his options. Once the shop was adequately prepared, he could finally open for business. After bidding farewell to Aunt Hua and Yuan Shu, Shen Qing, along with Su Lu and Jiang Min, departed the city. By the time Shen Qing returned home, it was already 7:30 in the evening. The night had fallen, and a myriad of neon lights illuminated the entire city. The flow of traffic was bustling, all heading in the direction of home. Despite the continuing warmth of the evening, the desire to return home could not be quelled, much like Shen Qing's feelings at that moment. "I'm back," he announced as he pushed open the door to the second-floor room temporarily housing the venomous pets, his tone casual, akin to a family member greeting those at home. "Master, you finally returned. Welcome back, Master. Master, we missed you so much." With his voice echoing in the room, he was immediately met with enthusiastic responses from the three sisters of the moon jellyfish. Naturally, besides them, other venomous pets whose affection levels have been maxed out also reacted, filling the once-cold house with a lively atmosphere. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. I'll feed you all as soon as I put my things away." Shen Qing was still holding several breeding boxes, treasures from today's endeavors. Before leaving, he had ensured there was enough food for the pets, yet the larger ones, like the bamboo leaf green, would surely require additional sustenance. With little time remaining before the live stream, he quickly fed the pets and took a refreshing shower to wash away the fatigue of the day. After a simple meal of noodles, at precisely 8 o'clock, Shen Qing's live stream began. "Good evening, everyone. I am your venomous pet host, Qing Kong." Fans who received the live stream notification flocked in to watch. "Oh, the young man is finally online. We've waited all day for you." "Indeed. What venomous pet will the host showcase tonight?" "Please, not another insect. We want to see something larger like a poisonous snake." Forgot to mention, the young man's pet shop hasn't opened yet, so his collection of venomous pets must not be complete. In just a minute, the number of viewers surged to over 10,000, illustrating the immense popularity of Shen Qing's live stream. The barrage of comments showed that these were indeed dedicated fans. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their unwavering support. Today, I would like to introduce a companion who is somewhat different from the previous ones. Shen Qing's deep, magnetic voice, imbued with a subtle hint of mirth, resonates soothingly, akin to the tender whispers exchanged between lovers. It is truly delightful. Please follow me as I present another intriguing creature tonight. Currently, he resides in the study, and our destination is, of course, the room where the exotic pets are kept. Shen Qing, holding his phone aloft, slowly exited the study and turned a corner into the adjacent room. The viewer's attention shifted seamlessly to follow the lens of Shen Qing's camera. How exhilarating! I wonder what exotic pet the host will showcase tonight. I hope the exotic pets change each night, so it never becomes monotonous. When will the host's pet shop open? I must show my support. I live in the same city. I happened to stroll by the host's pet shop while shopping during the day. It is indeed still under renovation, but the space is quite large, encompassing 3 connected shops. During this period, The number of viewers entering the live stream gradually increased, and the chat in the comment section was bustling with activity. The audience was primarily concerned with 2 points: what exotic pet would be unveiled tonight, and the status of Shen Qing as pet shop. Shen Qing pushed open the door and switched on the lights, making his way directly to a wall. The room had been completely cleared, now filled solely with various exotic pets. However, due to the live broadcast, Shen Qing had draped a black cloth over them. Without unveiling it, the viewers could not glimpse the creatures within. We have arrived. The star of tonight, concealed beneath this black cloth, is about to be revealed. Are you all ready? Shen Qing aimed the camera toward the wall, and the frame revealed nothing but darkness. Yet upon hearing his words, the audience erupted in a flurry of excitement in the chat. As anticipated, Shen Qing lifted the black cloth, unveiling the scene beneath. Before our eyes was a sizable glass enclosure, artfully arranged along the wall, resembling a display case. The overhead spotlight cascaded down, illuminating the contents within with crystal clarity. Ornate faux rocks and trees were meticulously arranged, adorned with fallen leaves, soil, and small pebbles, creating a miniature natural habitat. And our protagonist of the evening was entwined around a slightly larger branch, its head cautiously peeking through the foliage, alertly observing the camera. Oh my goodness! That is a snake, a green snake, a bamboo viper. Heavens! It startled me. The moment it raised its head, it was perfectly aligned with the lens, sending a shiver down my spine. Finally, we have a large exotic pet. Oh, how exhilarating! Who would have thought the young man kept a venomous snake? Most people are terrified of such cold-blooded creatures, let alone caring for them. Wait, what is the host doing? His hand is reaching inside, no? He could be bitten by the bamboo viper. At that moment, Shen Qing's elegantly structured hand opened a small window on the glass enclosure and extended inside. As he reached in, it was one thing, but with a deliberate intent, he grasped at the emerging bamboo leaf amidst the foliage. Was he not courting danger? The hissing sound resonated. Human, you have kept me cooped up for several days without allowing me to make an appearance. Do you hold me in contempt? Those other fellows merely boast daily. You double their rations and even provide them with better quarters. Am I not deserving of change as well? Gritting teeth. Let me make it clear, I desire not only a better accommodation, but a more spacious one. If you fail to meet my demands, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Furiously huffing, the voice of the young lady, embodying the temper of a spoiled heiress, echoed in Shen Qing's ears. One could hear the veiled grievance in her words. It was as if she were ready to wage war. Such arrogance. Come now, little bamboo. Join me for a live broadcast today, and tomorrow all your wishes shall be fulfilled. Without a second thought, Shen Qing's hand reached toward the bamboo leaf's neck. His tone devoid of fear. Instead, he chuckled lightly, exuding a sense of ease. Chapter 64. Retracting the venomous fangs, startling the young ones. Oh no, stop it. I can't bear to watch this cruel scene. What a splendid hand, about to fall into the trap. I've already set up my stool, waiting for the moment when the green tree viper opens its mouth wide. It's happening. The host's hand has touched the green tree viper, but it seems it hasn't bitten. Wait, no one was bitten. The entire event unfolded before the eyes of the online audience, who initially believed that Shen Qing's hand was destined to meet the viper's gaping maw and venomous fangs. However, the twist came unexpectedly. Just like every previous occasion, when everyone anticipated that Shen Qing would certainly be bitten, the opposite occurred. The creature acted like a docile pet, allowing the host to grasp its neck obediently, seemingly eager for the interaction. Just look at that snake's head. It was nuzzling against Shen Qing's hand. Oh, this feels nice. Now I understand why those creatures obey you. Human, if you keep me close, I might begrudgingly heed your commands. How about that? The voice of the girl suddenly softened, though her words remained haughty. Yet her body betrayed her as she eagerly rubbed against him, even licking Shen Qing's hand with her tongue. The entire serpent radiated an aura of contentment, its tail coiling around Shen Qing's arm, the tip swaying gently in the air, suggesting a delightful mood. Tonight's live stream was acceptable. At other times, however, I still prefer to sleep alone. Shen Qing calmly withdrew his left hand from the enclosure, also retrieving the green tree viper. He then adjusted the camera with his right hand, allowing the viewers in the live stream to witness the connection between man and serpent. He settled down, initiating the broadcast with a green tree viper. Even in this tense atmosphere, how can I not laugh at what the host just said? Wow, the host is truly unafraid of the venomous snake, casually playing with it in his hands. Impressive. Unlike me, who can only sneak peeks from the live stream. A handsome man with a venomous pet. How can that combination not seem a tad bizarre? But I must say, it's quite captivating. Ladies, I've taken screenshots. If you need them, and I guarantee high definition. In an instant, the atmosphere in the live stream transformed from tense to a vibrant array of reactions. It was as if the memories of past interactions with other venomous pets struck them, evoking a sense of harmony. Of course, as the audience and popularity of Shen Qing's live stream soared, critics began to emerge. Upon seeing the green tree viper, they unleashed a barrage of comments. Wow, I can't believe I'm seeing a green tree viper. It's a venomous snake. How could anyone keep such a creature? If it escapes, won't it endanger others? Indeed, this host seems to disregard the lives of others. Neighbors should be cautious. Young individuals should earnestly seek employment in factories and refrain from attempting to find shortcuts online. Such behavior is misguided. It is evident that the bamboo leaf green streamer, who is seemingly indulging in the cruelty of animal abuse, must have extracted the fangs of the bamboo leaf green, for how else could he remain unafraid? These remarks appear to be orchestrated, flashing furiously across the screen, effectively dominating the barrage section of the live stream. However, this incited no response from Shen Qing, instead causing viewers to perceive him in an increasingly unfavorable light. While a few unwelcome comments among the multitude might seem ordinary, the sheer volume of disparagement, sent in rapid succession, was unmistakably orchestrated by hired trolls. It seems that someone, envious of Shen Qing's rising fame, has resorted to employing such tactics to tarnish his reputation. Yet the quality of these trolls is lacking, as any discerning observer can detect the dissonance. Wow, has the streamer become so popular that someone would hire trolls to malign him? There is no need for doubt. The streamer is indeed famous, as he is the only one hosting a toxic pet stream. Jealousy breeds contempt. The young man has garnered haters, which signifies that he is destined for greater fame. Please embrace this wave of attention. The audience began to flood the screen with messages, simultaneously engaging with Shen Qing. In a matter of moments, the disparaging comments vanished without a trace, as if they had never stirred the waters of the live stream. Nonetheless, Shen Qing likely noticed the situation, yet chose to remain unaffected. As his fans remarked, only those who achieve prominence attract envy, thereby drawing the ire of critics. There is no need to pay heed to such individuals. However, it is essential for me to clarify that I take full responsibility for the care of the toxic pets in my store. Should my negligence cause distress or harm to neighbors or nearby citizens, I shall be held accountable. This is a matter I must articulate clearly. Nevertheless, my little bamboo is quite adorable. Even if she possesses a fiery temperament, she poses no threat to others. As Shen Qing spoke, he drew the bamboo leaf green closer to the camera, declaring, "Little bamboo, show everyone your teeth. I have not extracted them. You must testify on my behalf." His tone remained consistently gentle, showing no signs of being affected by the earlier criticisms. Where's my temperament so fiery? Just because you flatter me does not give you the right to speak carelessly. Also, could you refrain from calling me little bamboo? I'm a snake, not that cold. Unfeeling bamboo, you are my master now. At the very least, you should bestow upon me a lovely name. Though her voice was somewhat loud, it carried no hint of aggression. She was clearly a proud little creature, seeking affection. Nevertheless, she obediently opened her mouth wide for the camera, revealing her two sharp fangs, glistening ominously under the lights, exuding a chilling aura that suggested they were poised to pierce flesh at any moment. Even through the screen, one could sense the impending pain. Some timid young ladies have been fervently sending messages in the bullet screen, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. Ahem, now, little Juju, let us retract our sharp fangs. We wouldn't want to frighten our dear fans. Humans are truly peculiar. It is you who prompts me to speak, yet it is also you who silences me. Moreover, I had requested a name change, I do not wish to be called little Zhu. Angry face. Although Shen Qing expressed such sentiments, the tenderness in his gaze towards the bamboo leaf green in his hand remained unwavering, imbued with a hint of affection, as if he were observing a child. Particularly striking was the moment when Shen Qing brought the bamboo leaf green close to his face, playfully pressing his handsome visage against the snake's head. The interaction between man and serpent was remarkably heartwarming, eliciting exuberant cheers from the multitude of fans watching the live broadcast. Chapter 65. The astonishing use of the pet store upgrade card. The interaction between the host and the audience was electrifying, sending fans into a frenzy of excitement. It was impossible to ignore the sheer adorableness of the scene, enhanced by the enchanting ambience. The lighting was dim, with only the beam from the spotlight above the glass enclosure illuminating Shen Qing's head, casting a gentle halo around his hair. The atmosphere was so perfect that any snapshot could easily serve as a stunning wallpaper. With Shen Qing's striking good looks and the charming bamboo viper, the combination was both harmonious and heartwarming. The number of viewers in the live stream surged dramatically, maintaining an impressive level of engagement, much to the envy of rival streamers who glared at Shen Qing with resentment. In a desperate attempt to suppress his rising popularity, they hastily contacted hired hands, offering money to undermine his live stream's momentum. The prime time of 8 o'clock was crucial for broadcasts, generating the highest traffic, which Shen Qing had effectively monopolized, leading to a significant drop in their earnings. It was evident that Shen Qing's swift ascent had alarmed the established streamers. Unfortunately for them, their hired hands proved ineffective against the fervent support from Shen Qing's fans. However, if one wished to tarnish another's reputation, there were other avenues to explore, such as popular forums. That night, a surge of disparaging posts targeting Shen Qing emerged, filled with misleading assertions and devoid of truth. Once Shen Qing finished his stream, his fans promptly dismantled the disparaging narratives. Local netizens, aware of Shen Qing's background, shared snippets of his challenging circumstances, garnering empathy from the community. The backlash against the negative posts only intensified, with fans rallying to defend him. Consequently, video editors began compiling highlights from Shen Qing's live stream, showcasing his interactions with the bamboo viper. The released content attracted widespread attention and admiration, solidifying Shen Qing's presence on the platform. Those who once envied him now hesitated to act out of fear of backlash. Meanwhile, the system chimed, indicating the end of the broadcast. Attention! The live stream has concluded. Compiling viewer emotional engagement. Compilation complete. Tonight's broadcast generated a total emotional value of 250 points. Total emotional value points. 1, 363, 250. With an emotional value reaching 200,000, rewards included 200,000 in cash, a villa in the suburbs, 10 with spirit pills, and an increase of 2 in physical attribute points. Furthermore, upon achieving 50 types of toxic pets in the pet shop, he received a pet shop upgrade card. Shen Qing gazed at the virtual screen before him, his eyes gleaming with delight. He had not anticipated that the live broadcast would yield such remarkable results. Not only was the emotional value impressively high, but the system's rewards were also notably abundant. What surprised him the most were the physical attribute points and the pet shop upgrade card, both of which were unprecedented. The physical attribute points were self-explanatory, naturally enhancing his own physique. On his personal panel, his physical attribute displayed a mere 20 points, which fell within the ordinary range. It was only by exceeding 24 points that one could surpass the average human capacity, underscoring the rarity of obtaining such points. Earning 2 points from a single live broadcast was indeed commendable. As for the pet shop upgrade card, its significance was immediately apparent. System: could you elaborate on the purpose of the pet shop upgrade card? Response to the host: the pet shop upgrade card is a reward based on the current renovation progress of the host's establishment. The card encompasses the design of exclusive pet-themed rooms, customer lounges, dining areas, and more. In essence, it enables the host to effortlessly oversee renovations according to their desires. Additionally, an array of templates is available for the host to choose from, allowing for personalized DIY options. Upon hearing the system's comprehensive explanation, Shen Qing quickly grasped the situation. In essence, possessing this pet shop upgrade card allowed him to directly envision and design his pet shop within his mind. He could convey his desired style to the system, and by utilizing the upgrade card, he could manifest everything he envisioned. It was environmentally friendly, non-toxic, time-efficient, and user-friendly. However, there was one caveat. Once the upgrade card was activated, the established style would be irrevocably applied to the physical shop. Any alterations thereafter would necessitate the repurchase of an upgrade card or a design card. This was precisely what he needed at this moment. According to his original plan, renovating the shop and connecting various sections would require time, at least a week. While he had only just begun breaking through a few walls between the shops, other tasks remained uninitiated. Now, with the system's reward, the situation was simply ideal, and others in reality would not perceive any discrepancies. Subsequently, Shen Qing relayed his specifications to the system and selected his preferred themes from the options provided. In less than a few minutes, the system presented him with several templates, each aligning perfectly with his imagination. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose the very first design that had captured his attention. System, this one will suffice. Understood, host. Notification, the pet shop upgrade card is now in use. Notification, the pet shop renovation style package is currently being implemented. Countdown, 11:59, before long. Shen Qing noticed a delicate mist enveloping his surroundings. This ethereal haze blanketed the entirety of the room, or rather, his three shops, both the first and second floors. Moreover, he seemed to perceive the faint sound of tinkling and indistinct conversations, all enveloped within the gray mist. This peculiarity caused Shen Qing to involuntarily raise an eyebrow. Above the mist, a colossal countdown was suspended, and it was evident that it indicated the time required for upgrading the pet store. Now, at just past 9 in the evening, it was reasonable to anticipate its completion by 9 the following morning. Shen Qing then glanced at his personal panel and indeed noticed an increase of 2 points in his physique, along with a newly added pet store level bar. Name, Shen Qing, age, 23, system, Poisonous Pet Live Broadcast System LV1, pet store level, LV1, marketplace level, LV1 intelligence, 110-0-200, physique, 22-0-100, mental strength, 120-0-1000, cash, 408, 410 yuan, total emotional value points, 363, 250 skills, eavesdrop on animal thoughts, toxic care manual, animal affinity skill, level 10 veterinary skill healing skill, items, sedan X1, hair growth pill X1, 3 pills bottle, luxury breeding box package X1, with spirit pill X13, 10 pills bottle, suburban villa X1. Upon seeing the cash amount, he recalled the debt owed to relatives that he had yet to repay, and tonight would be the perfect opportunity to settle it. As for the villa awarded by the system, he decided to inspect it when time permitted. For now, he was preoccupied with opening the store, and all else would be addressed once it was operational. Chapter 66. Preparations for the grand opening of the pet shop the following day dawned bright and cheerful, awakening the city from its slumber. A new day had commenced, and the hustle and bustle of daily life resumed. The roads, teeming with vehicles, became increasingly congested as people hurriedly made their way to work. Although the gentle morning breeze of summer offered little respite from the heat, it was a welcome relief compared to the sweltering afternoon sun. Everything felt just right, alleviating the irritability of the passing pedestrians. However, at the end of the street, foot traffic remained sparse, partially obscured by a few towering trees that delayed the sun's arrival. Thus, few noticed the remarkable transformation of the pet shop at the street's end. The shop retained its name, yet its decor had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The sky-blue walls resembled the vast expanse above, instantly uplifting one's spirits upon sight. Numerous charming, vividly painted cartoon characters sprang to life upon the walls. The delightful expressions and accompanying whimsical phrases seemed to animate the very scene. Given that the building at the street's end comprised 2 stories and was positioned at a corner, 3 shops had now coalesced into one harmonious entity, their colors complementing each other beautifully, resembling a castle nestled in a forest. The second floor offered only a tantalizing glimpse of its interior. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows were veiled by sheer curtains in various hues, igniting curiosity about what lay within. At that moment, a large, bony hand gently lifted a curtain, pulling it aside to allow a flood of radiant sunlight to pour into the room, dispelling the dimness and revealing the surroundings. The individual behind this action was none other than Shen Qing, who had just risen from slumber. The clock read 9:10, marking the conclusion of the countdown for the pet shop's upgrade. Upon opening his eyes, he could hardly recognize his own room. The previous decor had been replaced by the style he had chosen the night before. Although his living quarters on the second floor had changed, it remained within the bounds of his acceptance. The most significant alterations had occurred on the first floor and in the neighboring shops. After flinging open the windows, Shen Qing approached the door connecting to the adjacent second floor, eager to survey the effects of the pet shop's upgrade, particularly the themed pet rooms he had anticipated most. Upon beholding the various themed pet accommodations, he was genuinely astonished by the vivid reality before him. Anyone who had visited would surely wish to return, as the visual appeal and experiential quality were utterly captivating. In addition to the themed rooms, the lobby featured numerous comfortable seating areas, creating a delightful atmosphere that even a man could appreciate, let alone the women. Besides these appealing features, a bar area had been added against the wall, where delightful beverages like sweet coffee could be crafted. The first floor also boasted a resting area, albeit with a distinct style from that of the second floor, and included a kitchen, allowing for the preparation of meals. The first floor has been transformed into 3 interconnected storefronts, creating a spacious and expansive environment. Naturally, there are themed rooms, and in essence, everything one desires can be experienced here. The decor surpasses that of typical cat CAFS by several magnitudes. There are designated areas for activities, photo opportunities, interactions, relaxation, and dining. Of course, a medical room is also included. This place has completely shed the old pet shop aesthetic, offering an entirely different ambience. After meticulously inspecting the establishment, Shen Qing nodded in satisfaction. He then categorized the existing exotic pets and placed them in their respective luxurious enclosures, a reward from the system. Subsequently, he contacted Aunt Hua, and after a fruitful conversation, arranged for several renowned venomous snakes to be delivered. His goal was to fully utilize the themed rooms in the shop. Although not completely filled, it was more than sufficient for the grand opening. A section for pet boarding had also been designated, spacious enough to accommodate both non-venomous and venomous pets. Every detail had been meticulously considered. Now, he merely needed to recruit a few front desk staff, chefs, and confectionery artisans. The essentials were in place. All that remained was to bring in personnel. This task was entrusted to his recently acquainted friend, Yuan Zimo, whose connections in the hotel and catering industry would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Upon sending the information, he quickly received a response. Coincidentally, there was a chef at Yuan's establishment planning to resign and return home, which just so happened to be in Shen Qing City. After a discussion, the chef was eager to join, especially since Shen Qing offered a competitive salary. Now, all that was left was to hire a few young ladies for the front desk and his waitstaff. With this in mind, Shen Qing promptly prepared himself and headed to a printing shop, where he printed a stack of flyers. Sporting a baseball cap, he strolled from one end of the street to the other, distributing flyers while providing information about the location of the shop. Pet shop hiring staff. Young ladies, take a look. Pet shop seeking front desk personnel. Interested individuals are welcome to inquire, with generous compensation. Perhaps it was Shen Qing's striking appearance, but every passerby, regardless of interest, accepted the flyers he handed out. Some even began to read the recruitment information with genuine curiosity. Upon realizing it was indeed a pet shop, their intrigue piqued. The posted positions included 4 front desk roles and 10 waitstaff positions, which sparked even more curiosity. In their minds, a pet shop attendant merely cared for cats and dogs and assisted with bathing and feeding. Simple tasks, albeit with modest pay. However, the salary advertised was astonishingly high. Typical wages ranged from $2,000 to $3,000, with the upper limit rarely exceeding $5,000. Yet, this flyer stated a salary of $8,000. In a local context, a waitstaff member earning $8,000 was almost unheard of, surpassing even construction wages. The astonishment was palpable, as if money were being handed out freely. Excuse me, is the salary really this high? Indeed, it feels utterly surreal, akin to receiving money effortlessly. If the salary is indeed that high, I would certainly consider applying. In a moment, several young girls surrounded Shen Qing, chattering excitedly with inquiries. Essentially, they were captivated yet skeptical. Shen Qing understood that he had already succeeded halfway. The pet shop is owned by my family, located at the end of the street, in that pale blue-walled building. Due to the uniqueness of the pets and the recent renovation for reopening, there is a significant need for staff. The salary is indeed genuine, and if you're interested, you may accompany me to take a look. Shen Qing calmly explained to everyone, and the proximity of his shop undoubtedly added to its credibility. Moreover, the local community is well aware of the pet shop at the end of the street and knows of the unfortunate incident that befell its owner. It seems this young gentleman has taken over the establishment. Just then, an excited voice suddenly exclaimed, "Qing Kong brother! I can hardly believe I'm seeing you in person. How thrilling!" Qing Kong, is not that the username of Shen Qing's live streaming account? It appears the newcomer is indeed a fan of his streaming sessions. Chapter 67. What is the shadow that suddenly darted past? Before long, the group of young girls approached Shen Qing, their eyes sparkling with curiosity as they caught sight of the recruitment notice in his hands. "Dear streamer, is your pet shop about to open? Are you hiring? Do you think we could be considered?" The three girls, unabashed and confident, inquired eagerly, revealing their genuine interest in the opportunity. This scene swiftly ignited a sense of urgency among the other girls who had initially expressed skepticism. It is important to note that earning money nowadays is no easy feat. 8,000 yuan for a job at a pet shop located nearby is an enticing offer that few would turn down. Thus, they promptly declared, "Handsome, may we come to your shop for a more detailed discussion about the job?" Indeed, if everything is satisfactory, when can we start working? It is evident that some opportunities are simply irresistible, much like the allure of a desirable job. We can discuss the details at the shop, and if you're willing, we can sign the contract immediately and commence work tomorrow, Shen Qing replied as he led the girls toward the pet store. The pet shop, now transformed, captivated the girls even from the outside. Particularly enchanted were the three girls who had frequently watched Shen Qing's live streams. "Boss, is that character the proud young lady from last night? The little bamboo?" One of them remarked, referring to a green-haired, skirt-clad manga girl who exuded an air of aristocratic charm. "And is this the adorable little lowly Xiaohong with her red hair and black princess dress? How cute!" They pointed to a mural of a red-haired little girl sitting on the ground, her large, innocent eyes gazing ahead, evoking a sense of tenderness. The trio chattered excitedly, hardly pausing for breath. "You are absolutely correct. Come in and take a seat." Shen Qing welcomed them, but once inside, they were met with yet another round of awestruck gasps. "Wow, what a beautiful pet shop. Is this really a pet shop? It's more stunning than my own home." "Boss, there's no need to deliberate. When shall we sign the contract?" they implored. Shen Qing couldn't help but twitch his lips at their impulsive enthusiasm. Are today's girls truly so naive? Do they not pause to consider the implications of such an attractive offer? Surely, there must be a reason behind the generous salary. Clearing his throat, Shen Qing addressed them. "Allow me to explain. The pets at my shop are rather unique. We do not deal in conventional cats and dogs, but rather in venomous reptiles, including, but not limited to, snakes." He continued, "As long as you are not fearful, you may sign the contract. Rest assured, the corresponding benefits will exceed what is outlined." After thoroughly explaining the shop specifics, he encouraged them to make their own choices. He also mentioned that he was hiring both males and females, not exclusively females. Ultimately, the conclusion was clear. They all chose to stay. Under the assurance of medical care, the notion of a toxic pet store becomes rather more palatable. Following the signing of the contract and bidding farewell to Shen Qing, three fans promptly took to the internet to voice their excitement. Consequently, news regarding the imminent opening of Shen Qing's toxic pet store, alongside recruitment announcements, rapidly gained traction in the comment section of his livestream replay. Particularly, one female fan accompanied her comment with a vibrant cartoon illustration of the shop's exterior, which sent the comment section into a frenzy. "Oh my gosh, is this really a pet store? Where is it located? Please tell me." I want to apply too. Heavens, I think I spotted the images of the sea moon jellyfish trio, just as described by the host. A combination of mature, youthful, and adorable. That green-haired character must be the young lady, bamboo leaf green. The depiction is so vivid. If the outside is this stunning, I can only imagine how beautiful the interior must be. Please share the address. I will definitely be there to support you tomorrow. Such remarks flowed incessantly, further solidifying Shen Qing's name in public consciousness. There were even challenges initiated in the comments, daring fans to see who could check in at the pet store first the following day. Astute locals wasted no time, without even glancing at the salary. They signed contracts and secured their positions, eagerly awaiting the store's opening at 9 o'clock the next morning. After their departure, a vehicle delivering snakes arrived, with Shen Qing having arranged their accommodation in the themed room. The chef and a few apprentices also joined before darkness fell, with everything set for the grand opening. At 8 o'clock that evening, Shen Qing, equipped with his newly acquired devices, commenced his live stream for the night, choosing a snake-themed room. Good evening, everyone. I am your toxic pet host, Shen Qing. With a smile directed at the camera, Shen Qing showcased the decorative corridor of the pet store behind him. Fans entering the live stream could distinctly sense a difference. Ah, has the pet store been decorated already? I'm going to check in there tomorrow. What a bright corridor. It seems the pet store has ample space. What time does it open tomorrow? I want to go. I am eager to see the hand-painted wall outside the shop. Such beautiful cartoon characters. Quick question. Were these characters designed based on the personalities of the toxic pets in the store? Is the host going to introduce us to new toxic pets tonight? Fans flocked to the live stream at an unprecedented pace. Within a mere 5 minutes of its commencement, the viewer count surged past 100,000, all actively engaged. This surge in popularity is a testament to Shen Qing's considerable influence, undoubtedly bolstered by the eager applicants who shared images of the store's exterior online, igniting curiosity among the public. Those residing nearby, whether with time to spare or not, were keenly preparing to visit the store on its opening day. It is evident that everyone is eager to witness how this toxic pet store will unfold and whether it will prove to be as daunting as anticipated. Will the experience live up to the excitement generated during the live stream? With these various factors combined, the conversation surrounding Shen Qing has naturally blossomed. Today, the store has completed its comprehensive renovation, and I am thrilled to present our first live broadcast. As for the outcome, let us all take a closer look together. To our new friends, there are indeed many surprises in store, so do not let them escape your notice. With a playful smile, Shen Qing teased the audience before gently pushing open the door before her. She pressed a switch on the wall, allowing the entire interior to come into view before her eyes. The recessed lights cast a perfectly soft and gentle illumination, neither harsh nor blinding. Shen Qing adjusted the camera angle, enabling everyone to witness the enchanting scene within the room. A delicate mist lingered in the air, illuminated by the lights, creating an ethereal ambience reminiscent of fairyland. Against the walls, lush greenery, artificial trees, and decorative rocks were artfully arranged. Further inside, clusters of trees and patches of earth adorned with flowers and grasses conjured an idyllic forest environment, albeit separated by transparent glass. Beyond it lay a scattering of stones and a stone wall, with several distinct grooves, as if water had once flowed over them. Yet, gazing at it all, one might easily believe they were immersed in the heart of nature itself, a strikingly vivid illusion. Wow, my goodness, is this truly not a forest, but a room? How incredibly lifelike. Goodness gracious, I feel as if I've stepped into a scene from The Wizard of Oz. The lighting and mist are absolutely harmonious. The effort put in by the young gentleman is evident. I wonder what hidden dangers might lurk within. Wait, what was that shadow that just darted past? Chapter 68. The Scale Tree Viper and the noble young master the viewers in the live stream were thoroughly engrossed when, suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly across the frame. Its identity elusive. Clearly, the establishment operated by Shen Qing had just undergone renovation, boasting a fresh and captivating decor that ensnared their attention. However, a pressing question lingered. Where was the toxic pet Shen Qing had mentioned? The lush foliage that surrounded them resembled a vast forest, evoking a sense of being in the wild. Yet, A transparent glass barrier stood prominently, severing the connection between Shen Qing and the verdant surroundings. The shadow had vanished on the other side of this glass, perhaps lost among the thickets. There was no cause for alarm. The little creature that had just scurried past was destined to meet the audience shortly. Shen Qing, unfazed by the fleeting figure, calmly elucidated to his fans in the live stream. However, as he spoke, a dispassionate voice echoed in his ears. Is this human to be my benefactor in the future? They appear quite feeble. Are they truly unafraid upon seeing me? My venom can indeed claim lives. The voice was cool and aloof, devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if merely stating a fact. Accompanied by a low, ethereal timbre, it conjured the image of a refined young master, standing in serene detachment, garbed in white, untouched by mortal affairs. Coincidentally, the walls of Shen Qing's themed room depicted an ancient nobleman in white, poised on the edge of a cliff. This was no mere coincidence. It was a deliberate design choice made when placing the toxic pets in their respective themed enclosures. Each pet in the shop had been thoughtfully assigned a cartoonish persona that resonated with their unique characteristics, enhancing the diversity of the thematic rooms. As Shen Qing subtly adjusted the camera, a breathtaking scene unfolded within the frame. Whoa, what is that? Are there murals here too? That celestial young master is stunning. Which artist created such a masterpiece? I was just pondering the identity of that shadow, and in the blink of an eye, I am greeted by this exquisite painting. Any screenshot could serve as wallpaper. The ancient nobleman on the cliff, clad in white, exudes such an ethereal aura. I am utterly enchanted. Wait a moment. Do you see something beneath the nobleman's feet at the cliff's edge? Whoa, that's a snake. Indeed, the design was remarkably ingenious, visually portraying the nobleman standing atop a rugged precipice. In truth, the cliff was a tangible projection. A pronounced ravine lay between two foam mountains. At that moment, a scaled, greenish-blue serpent cautiously emerged from the crevices of the stones, creating the illusion of plummeting from the heavens above. With his head firmly positioned before the camera, utterly still, the scene exuded an unparalleled harmony. Above him loomed a figure clad in white, while a magnificent serpent writhed within the crevices of stone. The lighting, perfectly orchestrated, cascaded downwards, illuminating both the man and the serpent. The surrounding darkness served to accentuate their presence, which is precisely why the viewers in the live stream were so astonished. Surely, you have discerned by now that this evening's featured venomous creature is none other than the Atheris squamigera, commonly known as the leaf viper. Shen Qing calmly drew the camera closer, allowing the audience to observe the serpent's features with greater clarity. Allow me to introduce you to the leaf viper, a venomous snake inhabiting the tropical rainforest climates of West and Central Africa. These serpents typically dwell in remote areas, far removed from human habitation, residing within the lush jungles south of the Sahara. Their predatory behavior is fascinating. In the wild, the leaf viper primarily preys upon amphibians, lizards, rodents, birds, and even other snakes. They employ an ambush technique from the trees, striking their prey and injecting venom, consuming their quarry only after it succumbs to death. When kept in captivity, the leaf viper requires merely an environment conducive to climbing, with no specific demands regarding temperature or habitat details. They thrive on a diet of rodents and small birds. Shen Qing elaborated on the origins and habits of the leaf viper with an air of tranquility. After a brief pause, he continued with a smile. However, it is crucial to note that reports have indicated the possibility of cannibalism among these snakes. To prevent such occurrences, it is inadvisable to house two of them together. Moreover, they exhibit a strong territorial instinct and typical ambush predation behavior. The information he shared was readily available online. Yet, reflecting on the earlier statements and the serpent's cool demeanor, a stark contrast emerged. Shen Qing's smile deepened as he elaborated. However, my leaf viper is quite exceptional. Do you see that painting on the wall? He gestured toward an ancient portrait of a nobleman. In truth, its essence mirrors that of the painting, embodying a noble spirit akin to a refined gentleman, isolated from the world. The audience, initially captivated by the host's introduction and the striking appearance of the leaf viper, found his comparison to the painting rather exaggerated. Ha! This is the first time I've heard a host describe a snake as resembling a painting. One viewer remarked, "I actually find the resemblance striking. Look at the leaf viper's composed gaze. It displays no fear at all. Such a cool demeanor." Another added, "I know about the leaf viper. Its scales are said to be the most dragon-like among snakes." The fans in the live stream began to voice their opinions. A myriad of comments flooding in. In essence, they were left bewildered by Shen Qing's earlier description. However, they recalled that during a previous live stream, he had mentioned that his venomous pet harbored the heart of a little princess, a spirited young lady, among other character traits. Thus, a vivid image had taken shape in their minds, and now this imagined persona had been vividly illustrated. As they endeavored to place themselves within this narrative, they found it to be quite intriguing. In the hearts of the onlookers, an irresistible thought emerged. If the scaled tree viper could truly transform into a human, it would undoubtedly resemble the figure upon the wall, ethereal and otherworldly. Remarkably, this cohort of netizens exhibited an astonishing propensity for imaginative speculation, concocting narratives with an effortless ease. Unbeknownst to Shen Qing, who remained oblivious to the elaborate fictions woven by the online community. He pressed his phone against the glass and continued his discourse. The venom of the scaled tree viper harbors potent neurotoxins, capable of inducing pain, swelling, and coagulation disorders at the site of injury. Aside from a specialized antivenom designed to counteract the venom of mountain vipers, which offers some marginal efficacy against the toxins of the scaled tree viper, other types of antidotes and serums prove to be largely ineffective. Thus, prospective caretakers must exercise caution. At this juncture, Shen Qing smoothly shifted his tone, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Of course, you are welcome to visit our establishment to take photos and engage with us, and you can also partake in the live-stream cloud nurturing experience, reaping multiple benefits." With a beaming expression, Shen Qing gestured toward the stone rockery where the scaled tree viper resided. "Little Lin, come here and greet everyone. Who knows? Perhaps we shall meet again in the future." Just when the crowd assumed that the scaled tree viper was incapable of comprehension or movement, it astonishingly stirred. "Human, shall you assign me a task?" Its voice, cool and refined, resonated like a crystal-clear spring, seemingly capable of dispelling the sweltering heat of a summer's night. Truly a tonic for the spirit. Chapter 69. Have you ever heard of a snake having to work? The scaleless tree viper indeed slithered towards Shen Qing. In order to observe the viper more closely, Shen Qing had approached the vicinity of the artificial hill. Although separated by a glass display, the proximity was quite striking. Thus, as the viper navigated over the rocky surface, the camera captured its movements with remarkable clarity. Wow, it really is coming. It can actually comprehend the host's words. Is this the ferocious, scaleless tree viper? The host possesses something intriguing. It never ceases to astonish us. Even the venomous creatures here seem to have transformed into docile pets. Goodness, the scales on that snake are stunning. I'm utterly captivated. I just want to pet it. Wake up, girl. That's a venomous snake, not a kitten or puppy. You still want to pet it? Are you courting danger? But perhaps the host should give it a try. After all, he has something special about him and hasn't been bitten by his own venomous pets yet. Exactly. The young man is also a veterinarian. He must be fearless. Didn't he handle the bamboo leaf viper just last night? As the fans in the live stream witnessed the true form of the scaleless tree viper, they fervently urged Shen Qing to interact with the snake. Although this viper was considerably larger than the bamboo leaf viper from the previous night and appeared even more formidable, the allure only intensified their desire to watch. Shen Qing, noticing the barrage of comment from his fans, felt no trepidation. Since everyone was eager to witness a close encounter between him and the venomous creature, he was more than willing to oblige. After glancing at the viper that had reached the glass, he cheerfully pressed a small button on the pane. A smaller automated window opened, just large enough to accommodate 2 hands. Without hesitation, Shen Qing extended his hand through the opening, finding himself less than 10 centimeters away from the viper. "Come on out. Your task tonight is to join me for the live stream. Don't worry, attendance will be noted," he remarked, astonishingly addressing a snake and even mentioning attendance. The viewers in the live stream were utterly flabbergasted. Wow, I've heard of jobs and attendance, but never of a snake having to work and being counted for attendance. The issue isn't about working and attendance, but rather how a snake would comprehend such matters. Is the host merely trying to attract attention? Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. A snake needing to clock in. Should we record its fingerprint as well? Don't forget, snakes have no hands. Where would the fingerprints come from? The chat in a live stream quickly transformed into a whirlwind of bizarre humor and various jokes, resonating with laughter. The popularity of the live stream was undoubtedly the highest among similar broadcasts, an undeniable fact. Other hosts, unable to compete with Shen Qing, opted to avoid his time slot. Despite their attempts to undermine him, the online community remained loyal to Shen Qing, continuing to flock to his livestream. Moreover, the impending opening of Shen Qing's shop added to the excitement. This particular time slot was destined to be his realm, especially since he was the only host specializing in venomous pets. Due to this, there are those who wish to take an unconventional approach, as if they have caught the scent of profit, secretly acquiring venomous pets. They intend to nurture them for a few days before embarking on a path reminiscent of Shen Qing's. Of course, Shen Qing remains entirely unaware of this and, naturally, does not care. Make sure to register. Do not forget, the cool, unyielding voice of the gentleman states, as if merely declaring a fact. He then ascends along Shen Qing's arm, being effortlessly let out. The creature exudes an air of docility, displaying not a hint of temper, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Rest assured, the forms will be affixed to the door of your room, and once attendance is completed, your desires shall be fulfilled. Shen Qing secures his phone stand to the ground and sits comfortably. He begins to stroke the back of the scale, tree viper, moving with a natural grace akin to petting a cat. The viper appears to relish the attention, half closing its eyes in compliance. It seems this human master speaks with some authority. Perhaps I shall trust him this once. However, his touch is just right, quite pleasant. I wonder how many snakes he has stroked to acquire such experience. If he intends to pet another snake in the future, he must wash his hands first. Otherwise, it will be quite unsettling. The voice in Shen Qing's ear momentarily pauses before resuming, maintaining its calm, unwavering tone. Even as the viper enjoys the caress and displays an expression of bliss. This stark contrast is truly amusing. Fear not. I shall certainly wash my hands before I touch you, Shen Qing quipped, a smirk creeping onto his lips without a second thought. The viper remained unperturbed. Yet the audience in Lei's livestream was taken aback. Wow, the host always manages to interject such a jarring comment during these tender moments. It shocks me every year. Haha, this is hilarious. Who would have thought the host is also a comedic talent, saying such things to a venomous snake? Washing hands before petting? Is the scale tree viper truly turning its nose up at him? What does the host see? It seems quite content to me. Indeed, the scales of the scale tree viper are smoothed down, obedient as a little kitten. Can I pet it when I visit the shop tomorrow? What dangerous talk are you uttering? But, dear host, I shall visit the shop tomorrow. Can I also pet it? Now, the scale tree viper has truly become a sensation. Originally beautiful in appearance, it now appears even more charming as it rests in Shen Qing's hands, more obedient than a kitten. There is not a trace of ferocity to be found. Who would believe it is venomous? Thus, alongside the bamboo leaf green from last night, tonight's scale tree viper has also been warmly embraced by the audience. Viewers in the comments urge those nearby to visit the shop and check out the other exotic creatures on display. I will be at the shop tomorrow, ready to engage with anyone wishing to pet a snake or take photos. Shen Qing gently placed the scale tree viper back inside its enclosure and then picked up his phone, retreating a few steps further. This room is originally themed around serpents. In addition to the exquisite Trimeresurus stegenegeri, there exist other species of snakes. Aside from the green bamboo viper observed last night, all others were acquired from the friend mentioned by Anhua. After little Lin has taken a look, we shall visit another neighbor. As she spoke, Shen Qing had already approached the adjacent enclosure housing the Trimeresurus stegenegeri. It too was encased in a glass display, albeit with a different decorative environment. The massive rocks suitable for climbing were absent, replaced instead by an abundance of trees. The master has arrived. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. A sultry and enchanting voice wafted through the air, its tone imbued with an alluring charm, reminiscent of a captivating sprite, leaving an intoxicating sensation in its wake. Chapter 70. The succubus of the serpent realm. The voice belonged to an entity possessing a distinctive allure, rendering anyone who heard it utterly enraptured. One could not help but conjure images of the enchanting Daji, for indeed, this singular voice evoked the image of a beguiling seductress. Such was the mesmerizing quality of this sound. Ahem, the next companion is remarkably beautiful. I trust you shall be captivated upon meeting her. And she's indeed a delicate maiden. In truth, the speaker wished to articulate that she resembled a fox spirit. What kind of toxic pet is this? So beautiful, yet how beautiful? Indeed, the previous sleek viper was quite striking. Could this one possibly compare? Could the host zoom in a bit? We cannot see well, but judging by the surroundings, could it possibly be another snake? It certainly cannot be a small toxic creature. Only a larger one would necessitate such an expansive habitat, which appears indistinguishable from a real forest. The discussions among the fans in the live stream surged once more. Their curiosity piqued regarding the toxic pet that Shen Qing was about to reveal. After all, with the earlier handsome tree viper for comparison, the next creature would inevitably be scrutinized. If they were not of the same species, all would be well. However, should they both belong to the realm of venomous snakes, the latter would certainly need to exhibit superior qualities. Fear not, for the protagonist had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Upon concluding his words, Shen Qing shifted the lens of his phone towards the large branches of a tree behind the glass. A striking peacock blue hue emerged in the frame. The brilliance of that blue was utterly captivating. Merely gazing upon it was a delight, especially when illuminated by the overhead lights. The reflections cast a gentle luminescence across the vibrant color. A few droplets of water clung to the blue, poised to fall, enhancing its crystalline allure. However, this stunning hue was not merely an object. It was a snake. A blue serpent, as thick as an infant's arm. Master, what would you have me do? Please, command me. I shall heed your every wish. All I seek is your affection. At that moment, the azure creature began to move, slithering down the trunk toward Shen Qing, who stood behind the glass. Its elegantly raised head flicked its forked tongue in Shen Qing's direction, exuding an endearing charm. The fans in the live stream finally beheld the serpent's true form, and excitement erupted in a flurry of comments. Wow, the color of this snake is stunning. I long to touch it. Ah, so adorable and beautiful. No wonder the host referred to it as a maiden, especially with that cute, inquisitive expression. It is simply irresistible. I know what this is. It is undoubtedly a bamboo viper from the islands, a confirmed venomous snake. Shen Qing, naturally aware of the comments flooding in, recognized that the audience had identified the creature. Moreover, the words spoken by the bamboo viper earlier left him somewhat speechless. The voice was so melodious, combined with the tone, that as an audiophile, he found himself utterly entranced. The delicate timbre was simply irresistible. Thus, under the watchful gaze of many, Shen Qing opened a small window in the glass and reached his hand inside once more. With utmost gentleness, he spoke. Indeed, it is the island bamboo leaf green. Come forth. You need not do anything. Merely join me for the live broadcast. The tone was indulgent, akin to that of a lover, almost absurdly so. Particularly striking were Shen Qing's eyes, brimming with affection. The viewers in the live stream erupted with exclamations. Wow, host, you are incredible. I know you are unafraid of venom, but is it truly wise to be this bold? Heavens! The young man is treating a venomous snake with such tenderness. Surely he lacks this much patience, even with a girlfriend. The host is single, so it seems likely that his companions are these venomous pets. I must ask, aren't snakes poisonous? Why do they not attack the host? This one and that one, both behave this way? While the audience buzzed with speculation, Shen Qing had already coaxed the island bamboo leaf green out. It appeared entirely unscathed. In their eyes, the venomous serpent seemed like an affectionate, clingy darling, entwining itself around Shen Qing. Indeed, it was quite the embrace. Master, your scent is simply delightful. I adore you. What to do? I cannot bear to be apart from my master while I'm master. Please take me with you in the future. Without your company, I shall be unable to eat or sleep the soft. enchanting voice of the alluring lady floated into Shen Qing's ears, sending tingles down to his very core, softening his heart. He felt as though, should this continue, he might very well acquiesce to its wishes. Clearing his throat, he said, "Ahem, let us refrain from such displays for a moment. Allow me to introduce your identity to everyone." Shen Qing coughed lightly, yet did not deter the actions of the island bamboo leaf green. He allowed it to nuzzle closer, its tongue occasionally brushing against his cheek. Such an endearing scene bore no resemblance to a venomous serpent. Wow, why do I suddenly feel a pang of envy? I too wish to raise such an obedient island bamboo leaf green. I have been considering acquiring one as well. May I inquire if the one you have is for sale? Ah, the scene is overwhelmingly affectionate. Beside the handsome face lies a docile, well-behaved snake. One gazing adoringly while the other cuddles. Simply too heartwarming. I must visit the shop tomorrow. I want to take pictures with the charming, clingy island bamboo leaf green. The chatter in the live stream intensified, all captivated by the rapport between the master and his pet. At this moment, the concept of venom seemed to dissipate entirely. Despite the fact that most people harbor a fear of snakes, especially those that are poisonous, within Shen Qing's live stream, 3 venomous snakes had appeared, each with its own distinct personality. Yet, none exuded an air of danger. The current island bamboo leaf green was particularly affectionate, a true embodiment of a pet seeking constant closeness. The fans were exhilarated, their hearts racing. They could not hear the serpent's voice, but had they done so, it would have left them utterly enraptured. Who doesn't adore a pet that is both obedient and soft, while also delicately seeking affection? Indeed, Shen Qing is quite fond of such companions. Thus, while enlightening his fans about the origins of the island green tree viper, he did not neglect to engage with his beloved pet, occasionally caressing its body and even affectionately nudging its head with his nose, showing no fear that the viper might bite him. This little creature is akin to the legendary Sudaji among the venomous pets in our shop, and it delights in seeking closeness. Shen Qing concluded by introducing the island green tree viper perched on his shoulder, expressing his hope that everyone would visit the shop to see it. As he finished speaking, he directed the camera to an animated depiction of the viper. The image, sourced from the internet, featured strikingly light blue hair and mesmerizing, twinkling eyes that perfectly complemented its earlier affectionate display. In an instant, the fans in the live stream began to fervently discuss the topic anew. Their interest in the island green tree viper was palpable, further fueled by the charming interactions between it and Shen Qing, which stirred their emotions. Many resolved to visit the shop the following day. Oh my, the illustration is quite fitting. With the image in mind, seeing the island green tree viper act coyly and seek affection becomes even more vivid. I finally comprehend the uniqueness of this live-streaming shop. I must inquire if every venomous pet has a corresponding illustrated character. I shall discover the answer tomorrow at the shop. As I have a day off, I can stop by. Haha, I too have time tomorrow. I must ensure to visit every venomous pet in the shop. I won't be the first. Chapter 71. The inability to move in darkness. The atmosphere in the live streaming room was exceedingly vibrant, characterized by an exceptionally high level of engagement from the fans. There was hardly a trace of inactive viewers. The previous detractors, it seemed, had become rather dismissive, merely uttering a few disparaging remarks. However, in the face of the hundreds of thousands of enthusiastic fans exchanging lively banter, their numbers were woefully insufficient. The comments they posted bore no significant impact, leading them to question their professional endeavors. Consequently, when others sought their assistance in disparaging Shen Qing, they were reluctant to accept such tasks. This left the envious streamers gnashing their teeth in frustration, forced to retreat from the spotlight. Unbeknownst to Shen Qing, he proceeded to introduce 2 types of toxic pets before engaging with the fans about the store's affairs. He informed everyone of the grand opening scheduled for the following day, inviting those interested to visit for a tour. He would be present at the store throughout the day. As for any promotional activities at the pet shop, he refrained from elaborating, preferring to unveil everything once the store opened. Ding. Live stream concluded, summarizing audience emotional engagement. Ding. Summary complete. Tonight's live stream generated a total of 271 50 emotional points. Total emotional points integral. 1, 634, 300 ding. Earned 200, emotional points. Awarded 200, cash, 10 with spirit pills, and 3 free attribute points. Upon witnessing the rewards, Shen Qing initially displayed little reaction. Yet he was taken aback upon seeing the free attribute points. These points, as one might expect, could be freely allocated to enhance his personal attributes. For instance, he could invest them in intelligence, mental prowess, or physical constitution, unlike fixed attribute points, which could only be assigned to corresponding traits. In comparison, the free attribute points were undoubtedly the most advantageous, permitting him to allocate them at will. As for the wood spirit pills, they would undoubtedly prove useful post-opening. Anyone wishing to interact with the toxic pets could utilize this elixir. Naturally, it wouldn't be available for everyone. It would be limited in quantity, presenting a fine business opportunity. Moreover, he could claim the pills as his own creation, fostering a deeper bond between animals and humans, which offered a realm of possibilities without straying too far from reason. After allocating the attribute points, his personal panel was updated once more. Name: Shen Qing, age 23, system: Toxic Pet Live Streaming System, LV1, Pet Shop Level, LV1, Mall Level, LV1 Intelligence, 110, 200, Constitution, 25, 100, Mental Power, 120 to 1000, Cash, 1, 598, 410 yuan, Total Emotional Points Integral, 1, 634, 300, Skills, Animal Heart Whispering, Toxic Creature Care Manual, Animal Affinity Skill. Level 10 Veterinary Skills, Healing Skills. Items: Sedan X1, Hair Growth Pill X1, 3 pills bottle, Luxury Breeding Box Package X1, with Spirit Pills X13, 10 pills bottle. Country Villa X1 on the other side. After Shen Qing's live stream concluded, the details of his broadcast were swiftly edited and disseminated online. Currently, there is no shortage of content creators in Shen Qing's live stream room eager to compile and share videos. The name Shen Qing has gained considerable notoriety, bringing with it a torrent of traffic, which in turn translates to monetary gain. Astute individuals certainly would not let such an opportunity slip by. In the brief span since Shen Qing's rise to fame, each of his live streams and interactions with exotic pets has garnered millions of likes, with comments numbering in the hundreds of thousands. This clearly indicates a significant public intrigue towards the novelty of exotic pets. Rarity enhances value, and with Shen Qing as the sole exotic pet streamer, his popularity is assured as long as there are viewers to appreciate his content. The situation would only change with the emergence of a second or third exotic pet streamer, yet it remains to be seen if they can replicate Shen Qing's success. One would not want to become a laughingstock by attempting to raise exotic pets only to be harmed in the process. Shen Qing's initial assertion of possessing veterinary skills was an excellent prerequisite, and now, with the opening of his pet shop, he is poised to attract even more viewers. Thus, Shen Qing's popularity is now beyond containment. To partake in the spoils, one must either join his venture or siphon off his traffic. In a rented room, a disheveled young man of considerable girth is engrossed in watching edited clips of Shen Qing's live stream online. He casually browses the comments section, which is filled predominantly with inquiries about interacting with exotic pets, requests for the location of Shen Qing's shop, and arrangements to visit and check in. The reviews are overwhelmingly positive. There are also stunning screenshots of Shen Qing's interactions with the exotic pets, showcasing a breathtaking aesthetic that has garnered widespread acclaim. These praises act as irresistible bait, igniting a fervent desire within him. Shen Qing, I never expected you to truly become a sensation, with so many people adoring you and your interactions with the exotic pets. Could it be that another individual could also achieve fame? It's just exotic pets. I could do it too, he chuckles. Indeed, with you leading the charge in this domain, surely the audience would welcome another. The young man, a former live streamer known for food broadcasts, once enjoyed significant popularity. Initially, he thrived, but after being exposed for faking his eating feats, his appeal waned, and his audience dwindled. The earnings he had previously amassed were long spent, and his team had long since departed. Now, he finds himself alone, yearning for a resurgence. Despite changing niches multiple times, he has yet to make a splash. However, upon observing Shen Qing's ascent, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Perhaps he could emulate Shen Qing's path. Even if he did not achieve monumental success, a modest following could suffice. After all, Shen Qing was the pioneer in the realm of exotic pets, and he was determined to become the second. With a plan forming in his mind, he decided to start small, opting to care for just the 2 snakes that would appear tonight. Subsequently, a phone call was made. "Hello, brother. Could you procure a strip of island green bamboo leaf and a scaleless tree viper of the same type, ensuring the colors match? I have already sent you the image." The following day, the city was awakened early by the rising sun. The streets were bustling with the incessant flow of vehicles and the cacophony of horns. The morning breeze carried a hint of coolness, perhaps due to the impending autumn, which slightly alleviated the stifling heat. Yet, the determination of those striving for a better life remained undiminished. The pet shop at the end of the street, unlike its usual quiet demeanor, was abuzz with activity today. Several individuals had already gathered at its entrance. These individuals were the newly hired employees of the pet store. Shen Qing pushed open the door with a smile. "Greeting everyone. Good morning. Have you all had breakfast? It's still early. Come on in." "Good morning, boss." Chapter 72. The anime pet shop today marks the inaugural day of operations, and all newly arrived employees exhibit an admirable enthusiasm. Even the chef, whom he personally recruited, has brought along his small team. In a moment, the entrance of Shen Qing's pet shop is teeming with people. However, given the early hour and its location at the end of the street, it has not yet attracted the attention of passers-by. Shen Qing opens the door, inviting them inside. Although the scheduled opening time is 9 o'clock, it is not yet 8, granting them ample time. For those who have yet to eat, a feast of buns and dumplings awaits in the refrigerator, ready to be prepared for when Uncle Deng and the others arrive at work. As Shen Qing strolls through the shop, he engages in casual conversation, sharing insights about the establishment. Uncle Deng is indeed the chef he has hired, and since he has already disbursed some funds, the responsibility for kitchen supplies will rest with him. Should additional funds be required, he can simply request them. Rest assured, I will take these few individuals for procurement shortly, ensuring that we can commence lunch preparations, declares Uncle Deng, who is well acquainted with the operations of the kitchen and has no qualms about the arrangement. Given that he now enjoys such a relaxed job at home with a commendable salary, he is certainly content, especially with a young and amicable boss. "Do not worry. We have already had breakfast. However, we are curious about our specific duties." The other employees chime in eagerly, their excitement palpable as they inquire about the day's tasks. After all, the pet shop is set to open soon, and customers may arrive at any moment. They must be adequately prepared. Moreover, the majority of the employees are young, with many being ardent fans of Shen Qing's live stream, where numerous viewers expressed their intention to visit the shop last night. They are determined to meet expectations. Observing their spirited demeanor, Shen Qing outlines the tasks for the day. In truth, there is little to accomplish. Primarily, they will be feeding the exotic pets. A few employees will be responsible for procuring the necessary supplies for these creatures, for which Shen Qing provides Uncle Sue's contact information and address. Aside from the staff in the kitchen and bar area, the remaining employees will focus on customer reception and introducing the basic characteristics of the exotic pets. Additionally, they must acquire some knowledge of first aid, as interactions with these creatures could pose risks, and precautions must be implemented to ensure safety. Shen Qing had already anticipated this need. He procured specialized disposable gloves from the system marketplace. Each pair costs a mere point, and he invested 300 points to acquire 3,000 pairs. These gloves are designed to be resistant to bites from most exotic pets, serving as a fundamental protective measure. After familiarizing the team with the operational procedures and distributing a booklet containing essential information about the exotic pets, they will be well equipped to handle customer interactions. Today serves as a trial run, allowing them to gauge the situation. As time passes, the clock strikes 9. The entrance of the pet shop is adorned with several celebratory flower arrangements, some ordered by Shen Qing himself, alongside others from Yuan Zimo and their associates. The entrance is nearly overflowing with floral displays. Were it not for the spaciousness of the area, they would struggle to accommodate them all. Due to the presence of pets in the store, which we were concerned might be disturbed, no firecrackers were set off for the grand opening. Nevertheless, the rows of flower baskets made it unmistakably clear that a new establishment had arrived. At that moment, a group of excited young women approached. "Oh my goodness, over there! Look, it's really open," one exclaimed. "I finally see the paintings on the walls. They are so beautiful. The pet shop owned by the charming young man is simply too whimsical. I adore it. I wonder what it's like inside." They hurriedly urged one another to take a look. The four girls appeared to be in their early 20s, their faces glowing with palpable excitement as they linked arms and made their way forward. "Welcome," two female staff members greeted at the entrance, instantly smiling upon seeing the newcomers. "Please come in." Wow, the interior decor is stunning. The space is so vast. "I absolutely love it," one of them exclaimed. Indeed, the abundance of comic characters is delightful. Could this be the enchanting image of the beloved pet shared by the streamer? The girls entered, whispering to one another rather than speaking loudly, their eyes surveying every detail of the store. At that moment, Shen Qing descended from the upper floor and approached them with a smile. "Hello. Would you like me to introduce you to the pets in the store?" he asked, eager to promote the shop to its very first visitors of the day. "Streamer Qing Kong, we are your fans. We came especially for this," one girl said excitedly. Yes, yes. You look even more handsome in person than on camera. Your store's decor is magnificent. It hardly resembles a pet shop. Could you tell us more about it?" Upon seeing Shen Qing, the girls were instantly animated, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, as any previous nervousness evaporated in an instant. "Of course, it would be my pleasure," Shen Qing replied, leading the four young women further inside. The first floor was spacious, featuring a lounge area where custom shelving units were intentionally placed against the walls. These transparent shelves housed a variety of glass aquariums, each containing different species of jellyfish. Indeed, jellyfish. There were 8 types in total: the moon jellyfish, box jellyfish, lion's mane jellyfish, sailor's jellyfish, sea nettle jellyfish, Australian light jellyfish, lighthouse jellyfish, and the mauve stinger jellyfish. Each species occupied its own aquarium, complete with a small label detailing the jellyfish's name, toxicity, and basic care instructions, essentially serving as miniature business cards. This arrangement allowed customers to gain a clearer understanding of the essential information regarding these fascinating creatures. In the center, a larger table displayed several pots of fresh flowers alongside some snacks, harmonizing beautifully with the lounge area's sofas and creating a relaxing atmosphere. Within the confines of the glass aquarium reside the 3 sisters of the jellyfish species, known as the moon jellyfish. They are among the first batch of venomous pets to grace the establishment. Observe, the one at the bottom is the youngest sister, a mischievous little creature. The one in the center is the eldest sister, who embodies gentleness in all her actions, and the one to the side is the second sister, who possesses a rather timid disposition. Shen Qing gestured towards the aquarium, introducing the moon jellyfish to the group of young women. Anyone who has watched Shen Qing's live broadcasts or their recorded replays would undoubtedly recognize the identity of the 3 sisters he speaks of. The aquarium is adorned with LED lights, and at this moment, the pink illumination casts a delicate glow upon the transparent jellyfish, as if they have donned ethereal pink gowns, gracefully dancing through the water. The most exuberant of the trio is undoubtedly the youngest jellyfish, the very one Shen Qing described as the playful little sister. "Oomph! I am not a mischievous creature. My master is speaking ill of me again." How vexing a youthful, lowly-like voice echoed in Shen Qing's ears, the tone accompanied by the rapid fluttering of its gown in the water, signaling its current displeasure. The youngest sister indeed exhibits a lively spirit, observing its excitement. One might wonder if it has taken a liking to us. The group of girls leaned in closer, captivated by the youngest moon jellyfish, which darted about in the water with palpable enthusiasm, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Chapter 73. Who says I would maliciously attack? I simply cannot control my legs. Are these humans truly praising me? You possess a discerning eye, recognizing my undeniable charm. The initially sulky third sister instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. Her entire floating form leaned closer to the glass, and even her swaying tentacles danced with newfound exuberance. Third sister, do not forget that today marks our master's grand opening. With so many spectators, we must not be remiss in our duty to perform. A gentle and soothing voice interjected, akin to a calming breeze that quiets all tumult. It brought a sense of tranquility to her restless heart, reminiscent of the serene winds that whisper through secluded valleys, leaving a lasting impression. This was the eldest of the jellyfish, yet the dance she referred to encompassed a different endeavor altogether. It was, in fact, a task assigned by Shen Qing for the day. Not only for her, but indeed all the venomous pets had been given various assignments, each distinct in nature. Should they fulfill their obligations, rewards awaited them, delicious little candies from the system's shop, specifically designed for the venomous creatures, beneficial for their health, and exquisitely fragrant. These treats had been well received by all the venomous pets after a brief trial the previous evening. In Shen Qing's words, it was a matter of earning one's desires through honest labor. There was nothing amiss in that. Meeting the task requirements would grant them the liberty to obtain whatever they wished. The jellyfish's mission was to dance gracefully in the water, captivating the gaze of potential customers. Both the water and the glass were transparent, enhanced by the play of lights, creating an enchanting visual illusion. From a distance, it appeared as though variously colored clouds floated in mid-air, a sight most delightful, crafting an atmosphere that was utterly dreamlike. The eldest speaks true. However, given a multitude of onlookers, I feel a bit intimidated. I shall dance from here, as it is closer to our master, a timid, delicate voice chimed in, keeping a slight distance from the other two jellyfish. Nestled in a corner, she quietly fluttered her skirt, yet as she mentioned, her position was indeed nearer to Shen Qing, which provided her some comfort. Shen Qing, accustomed to such remarks, offered a resigned smile. But noticing the curiosity of the young ladies, he began to elucidate. The moon jellyfish are toxic and should not be touched. Their tentacles bear stinging cells that inject venom into adversaries upon attack. He had previously discussed the moon jellyfish during his live stream, and the girls were somewhat aware of this. Moreover, since he had not removed the top glass cover, there was no need to worry about inquisitive customers reaching in to interact with the venomous pets. Observing was permissible, and touching could be allowed, but only under the supervision of staff. Yet, only those pets with mild toxicity could be interacted with closely. The truly lethal ones were best avoided. Even with the system's healing capabilities, it was prudent not to tempt fate. What type of jellyfish was this one? One might wonder, as it appeared quite similar to the others. One of the charming young ladies has approached the next tank, gazing curiously at the jellyfish within. It is noteworthy that the live broadcast by Shen Qing had featured jellyfish only once before, specifically the moon jellyfish. Today, however, the shop boasts more than one variety, naturally piquing their interest. This happens to be a box jellyfish. Shen Qing calmly pointed to the dancing jellyfish in the tank, explaining, "Do not be deceived by its apparent lack of aggression. Its venom is exceedingly potent. One box jellyfish possesses enough toxin to claim the lives of 60 adults. This particular specimen is an Australian box jellyfish, measuring approximately 16 inches in length, with 4 concentrated areas housing a total of 24 eyes. The tentacles of the box jellyfish are adorned with thousands of stinging cells that store venom, which can be triggered not only by malicious attacks, but also by mere incidental contact with shells or skin. These seemingly small, with a diameter of less than 20 centimeters, and translucent creatures are perilous to encounter. They swim at a remarkable speed, exceeding 4 kilometers per hour, are highly venomous, and are difficult to detect in the water. Along the coast of Queensland, Australia, approximately 60 individuals have succumbed to box jellyfish stings over the past 25 years. Shen Qing, as if possessing an encyclopedia in his mind, provided an exceedingly detailed account. He emphasized the extreme toxicity of the box jellyfish, warning that poisoning can occur quite easily. Therefore, if you find them appealing, simply observe them here. Do not entertain thoughts of keeping one as a pet. The implication was clear. While one may consider keeping venomous creatures, the box jellyfish is not a suitable choice. Indeed, who could have imagined that such a small and exquisite jellyfish could harbor toxins capable of killing 60 people? It is truly terrifying. The young ladies were momentarily taken aback, by Shen Qing's words. "Oof. The potency of the toxins within me is renowned. As long as you do not touch me. How could you be poisoned? And who claims that I would maliciously attack anyone? I merely struggle to control my legs with so many legs. It possesses its own thoughts. How can you blame me?" Suddenly, a voice of a complaining young girl echoed, sounding quite dissatisfied. By the end of her statement, there was a hint of petulance. However, her remark regarding her many legs and their independent thoughts left Shen Qing momentarily speechless, almost causing him to laugh out loud. Had been rather busy lately. He had not chosen jellyfish during his broadcasts, resulting in limited interaction with them. It was only last night, when he was boosting the favorability of the venomous pets in the shop, that he had any contact at all. He did not truly understand the temperament of the box jellyfish. Yet now, it seemed to possess the airs of a tsundere young lady. "All right, I misspoke. It is not your fault, but rather that your legs have their own ideas." Shen Qing tenderly reassured the aggrieved voice, his tone exceedingly gentle. The nearby young ladies were instantly captivated, as they were all fans of melodious voices. Hearing it live was, of course, a far different experience than listening through a broadcast. Moreover, Shen Qing was right there beside them, making it seem as though his words were directed at them. A surge of excitement coursed through him, causing his ears to flush with warmth. Was the young man conversing with this little creature? Could he truly comprehend its expressions? In truth, she had merely chosen a casual topic to engage Shen Qing in conversation. After all, who could genuinely believe that Shen Qing possessed the ability to understand the language of animals? Suddenly, a thought emerged in the minds of several individuals. Could it be that the boss truly had a talent for taming beasts? Even if I claimed to understand their speech, you would not believe me, would you? Shen Qing shrugged his shoulders, offering a wry smile. Yet within his mind, he contemplated the opportune moment to introduce the spirit wood elixir. Surely, the patrons who frequented his establishment yearned for an intimate interaction with the venomous pets. However, due to their toxic nature, few dared to approach. Yet, he possessed the spirit wood elixir. Anyone who consumed it would automatically elevate their affinity with all creatures to 50%. This single aspect was sufficient for meaningful interactions with the venomous pets. Once the threshold of 50 was reached, the creatures in his shop would typically refrain from aggressive behavior. After all, every employee in his establishment had ingested one that very morning. Chapter 74. A jellyfish that speaks trumped Shen Qing's words were delivered in a jesting manner, and the group of girls did not take them seriously, perceiving them merely as playful banter. At that moment, a voice echoed in Shen Qing's ear once more. "This human speaks the truth. Why does no one believe it?" It is truly perplexing. However, it is quite remarkable that there exists a human capable of understanding us. If more were to join, this world might very well descend into madness. Yet, this human promised to procure candy for me last night. I hope my performance today is satisfactory enough to warrant a little extra. The tranquil voice of the girl began to wander into fanciful thoughts, while her true form diligently danced in the water. Much like the previous jellyfish, it floated gracefully, resembling an ethereal underwater sprite, captivatingly illuminated by the ambient light. "This way, please." This jellyfish is also a signature attraction of our establishment. Feel free to come and observe. Shen Qing guided the group forward to the section housing the jellyfish, where several tanks of varying sizes were filled with these creatures, each displaying distinct shapes. "Wow, this jellyfish is enormous. What species is it? Is it venomous? What's its name?" exclaimed a delightful, slightly plump girl named Shaoling, as she leaned eagerly against the glass tank, her eyes glued to the jellyfish, embodying the essence of a curious child. Indeed, it is quite large. This is the first time I've seen such a massive jellyfish. Is it poisonous as well? The others echoed her curiosity, surrounding Shen Qing with inquiries. This is the lion's mane jellyfish, one of the largest jellyfish species in the world. Its bell-shaped body can reach up to 2 meters, with 8 groups of tentacles, totaling up to 150, extending over 35 meters in length. It primarily inhabits colder waters, including the Arctic Ocean, the North Atlantic, and the North Pacific, and is rarely found south of latitude 42 degrees north. Similar species can also be found in the waters of Australia and New Zealand. Moreover, The lion's mane jellyfish is known to be lethal. Shen Qing calmly introduced the largest jellyfish in the establishment to her companions. It is noteworthy that this jellyfish occupied the largest rearing tank. Without the luxurious tank package rewarded by the system, which included a specially designated tank, it would have been nearly impossible to find a suitable container for it. It was not merely a matter of availability, but ensuring the creature's well-being. The luxurious rearing tank provided by the system adeptly resolved this issue, as it could automatically generate an environment and water conditions conducive to the survival of toxic creatures based on their habits. This alone alleviated many of the challenges Shen Qing faced. The lion's mane jellyfish predominantly thrives in colder waters, residing at depths between 20 to 40 meters beneath the surface, where the water temperature remains stable. It primarily feeds on plankton, small fish, and other jellyfish. Although beautiful in appearance, they possess a fierce temperament, classifying them as carnivorous beings. Moreover, their colors are ever-changing, and they exhibit a luminous quality in water. When gliding through the sea, they transform into resplendent orbs, enticing numerous prey to unwittingly surrender themselves. As the prey draws near, the stinging cells of the lion's mane jellyfish swiftly release venom, often resulting in paralysis or death for the unfortunate victim. Shen Qing elaborated on the habits of this jellyfish, enlightening her companions that, despite their striking appearance, they possess a formidable nature. Suddenly, a voice laced with a strong Sichuan accent broke through, leaving everyone astounded. The significance of this dialect was overshadowed by the fact that the speaker was none other than a jellyfish that could speak in Sichuan dialect. Can you believe it? Yet it was indeed the truth. Even Shen Qing was taken aback, as this creature articulated Sichuan dialect with an impressively authentic accent. Cough, cough. I wasn't implying you were ferocious. I was merely praising your prowess, so they could better understand you. Shen Qing coughed lightly, tapping on a glass to soothe the creature. He genuinely feared that a surge of excitement might prompt it to perform an amusing display by colliding with the glass. Oof. Don't make such baseless accusations. How could a sophisticated jellyfish like me be a mere fool? It retorted, and I'm still single. So don't go about finding me a partner. The Sichuan dialect was overwhelming yet oddly endearing, a testament to its local flavor. However, why did everyone seem intent on asking for a partner? Did I resemble a matchmaker? Shen Qing found himself speechless. His peculiar pets either sought to draw him into their warmth or clung to him, or perhaps even wanted to share their warmth. Now, yet another one was inquiring about a partner. Could it be that they had all been single for too long and were in need of companionship? Yet, he himself was still single. Not wishing to engage further with this creature, he instructed Coco to take them to another area to explore, while also introducing some of the other pets available in the shop. He summoned a staff member to guide the young ladies elsewhere, allowing her to begin her own introductions. Meanwhile, he directed the bar staff to serve tea and snacks to the customers. The first floor was designed like a grand hall, capable of accommodating a large number of visitors, complete with resting areas. Guests could enjoy refreshments while browsing, as all offerings on the first floor were complimentary. The second floor also had refreshments, but with a broader selection, including paid options for lunch and dinner, focusing on leisurely companionship. In addition to the pets, there were various other attractions, including several photo spots located in a designated area with jellyfish. Numerous animated characters adorned the space, both male and female, all striking in appearance. Furthermore, there were cartoon representations of the venomous pets. Wherever a venomous pet could be found on the first floor, its character illustration would be present as well. Moreover, it is accompanied by a text version of the dialogue, vividly animated, reminiscent of watching an animated film, with the appropriate scenic lighting and soft illumination. The ambience is utterly captivating. It serves as an excellent location for commemorative photographs. Not far off, Shen Qing happened to overhear 4 girls arriving at the photo spot. Upon seeing the animals and cartoon figures, they were instantly filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, this place is stunning. It's truly perfect for taking pictures. Hurry, take my photo. I want to share it online." Me too. We were the first to enter the store. Let us post it online and make those netizens envious. Ha ha. Chapter 75. The Kivu Viper, give me a chance, handsome? Shen Qing listened to these words and smiled faintly. At that moment, however, new customers entered the shop. Welcome. Hello. I'm Izhou, a fan of yours. I brought some friends today and would like to see the two snakes you showcased during your live stream last night. Would that be possible? The first to speak was a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years of age. Following closely behind him were two other young men, one slightly plump and the other tall and slender. They too were fans of Shen Qing, albeit from a different city. Coincidentally, they were visiting a friend in this city, and upon learning that Shen Qing was here, they decided to come and chat about the venomous snakes from last night's broadcast. Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised to see another fan. Evidently, his pet shop had garnered quite the interest. Of course, the two venomous snakes from yesterday are on the second floor. Please follow me, he said, leading the trio to the left staircase. As they ascended the winding stairs, they noticed that the white walls were adorned with murals, depicting cartoonish and comic-style animals, complete with dialogues that enriched the atmosphere. The background resembled nature, creating an immersive visual experience that made each step feel as though they were wandering through the wilderness. Oldie, this place feels fantastic. It's so vibrant. Nothing like other pet shops, one friend remarked. Absolutely. Sacrificing sleep to come here was truly worth it, the other chimed in, their smiles unwavering. Initially, they had only accompanied their friend to the pet shop to see the so-called venomous snakes, skeptical of the hype, concerned that their friend might be misled. Indeed, their apprehension stemmed from a desire to protect Izhou, who had long harbored a wish to own a venomous snake, but had been thwarted by family opposition. After witnessing Shen Qing's live stream featuring the snakes, his interest was rekindled. Now that he found himself in this city, he eagerly brought his friends along to seek their counsel. Before long, Shen Qing guided them around a corner, traversing the second-floor hall, and halted before a door. A sign hung on the door, boldly inscribed with a single word, snake. A diligent staff member stood by, indicating that the venomous creatures were indeed housed behind this door. Izhou exchanged glances with his friends, excitement palpable. Here we are. This room is the thematic chamber for all our venomous snakes. Rest assured, they are all contained within their enclosures and cannot escape, Shen Qing explained with a reassuring smile, aiming to alleviate any fears. He then opened the door and stepped inside first. Upon entering, Izhou and his friends finally comprehended the essence of a snake-themed room. The visual impact was far beyond what had been captured during the live stream. The room was astonishingly breathtaking, primarily due to the lifelike murals painted on the walls, which were predominantly illustrations of various snakes. Particularly at the entrance, the cold, vertical eye above resembled a bronze bell, glaring down at the doorway with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The serpent's head spanned at least 2 meters in width, its scales distinctly defined, akin to a chilling armor that glimmered with an icy sheen. Having chosen the serpent that most resembled a dragon, the aura it exuded was undeniably formidable, effortlessly commanding attention and leaving the 3 young individuals who entered utterly astonished. Yet there was more than merely this. Perched atop the serpent's head stood a general clad in armor. The dark iron armor shimmered under the light, and the general, wielding a spear, radiated a fierce aura reminiscent of a deity of war. The sensation of disdain for all was palpable, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The synergy between the serpent and the warrior was striking. Before they could even glimpse the other venomous serpent companions, they were already captivated by this breathtaking tableau. It was truly a pity that they had missed witnessing such a scene the previous night. Izhou, filled with excitement, slapped his thigh, his eyes sparkling, his fists tightening in exhilaration. The other two were similarly awestruck, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. Finally, they managed to express their astonishment with a classic exclamation. Wow, incredible. He refrained from capturing the full panorama on his phone, believing that being present in the moment offered a far more vivid experience. Shen Qing maintained a calm demeanor, smiling lightly as he began to walk forward, saying, "Let us move on. The venomous creatures you wish to see are over there." The serpents on this side belonged to a different species of tree viper. No sooner had Shen Qing's words left his lips than a voice rang out beside him. "Oh, master, you actually brought guests here. Why not introduce me?" The voice belonged to a youthful boy, though his tone was that of a flamboyant dandy. His playful inflection seemed to tease like a flirtatious suitor. "I've been waiting for guests to arrive. I could use some treats. Just give me a chance, handsome gentleman." As he spoke, a pale yellow figure suddenly sprang from the branches behind the glass, its head hovering just a centimeter from the transparent barrier. As Zhou and his companions happened to pass by the clear glass, they were instantly startled. "Wow, what the ah!" A cacophony of exclamations erupted from them. It was hardly their fault. The transparent glass, combined with the dimly lit environment mimicking a natural setting filled with trees, had caught them off guard. They had been mesmerized by the grand mural overhead and had not taken the time to observe their surroundings. With their hearts still racing, it was only natural to be startled by the sudden appearance of the serpent. "Whoa, are you all frightened?" "I haven't done anything." The youthful voice chimed in again, dripping with mischief. The serpent's head deliberately shrank back, as if it were the one that had been startled. Shen Qing could only roll his eyes at the display. Had he not known the serpent's true nature, he might have been deceived by its tone. "Fear not. There is glass between us. It cannot reach you." Shen Qing calmly began to elucidate, subsequently adding, "This is the kivu tree viper, an adept climber that predominantly resides among the branches, often coiling amidst reeds, the stems of shrubs, and even at the tips of various flowers or tree limbs. Its venom is primarily neurotoxic, capable of inducing pain, swelling, and even hemorrhaging at the bite site. In the absence of appropriate first aid and antivenom treatment, its bites can be fatal to humans. However, in contrast to last night's spiny tree viper, while it possesses a potent venom, instances of aggression towards humans are relatively rare." Observing that the group appeared largely unscathed, Shen Qing took a moment to clarify the fundamental characteristics of the kivu tree viper. "Today, they were to meet another of your brethren. Therefore, I regret to inform you that your achievements cannot be acknowledged." With a gentle tap on the glass, Shen Qing smiled at the kivu tree viper, engaging in a dialogue that felt as though the two parties were genuinely capable of communicating. "TCH, what does that fellow possess that is commendable? Aren't they just like me? These individuals truly lack discernment. I shall take my leave." Chapter 76. Was it merely the touch of a human male? I can endure. As the voice faded, the recently appeared Gabon viper swiftly turned and began to crawl back in the direction from whence it came. In less than a moment, it vanished amidst the foliage, as though the preceding scene had never occurred. Were it not for the gently swaying branches as a reminder, one might truly believe it all to be a mere illusion. However, once they regained their composure, the three individuals were once again taken aback. Goodness, was that snake a Gabon viper? How striking it was! Its scales appeared as formidable as armor, exuding an imposing aura, distinct from the sensation offered by the scales of a tree viper. Alas, now I too wish to keep one. "Sir, how might one acquire a venomous companion from your establishment?" The trio immediately gathered around Shen Qing, chattering animatedly. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly enamored rather than frightened by the encounter. Quite peculiar indeed. Shen Qing had not anticipated that the trio would be so captivated by the Gabon viper after initially being startled. However, he had no intention of selling venomous pets at this juncture. He had transformed his pet shop into a thematic experience, diverging from the traditional pet stores. What he offered was an emotional connection. Customers could interact with various venomous creatures according to their membership cards, allowing them to relish the joy of nurturing a venomous pet. Those with time could visit the shop to engage with the creatures, while those pressed for time need not worry about the responsibilities of proper care. This approach provided a unique experience, making it all the more appealing. Moreover, he was confident that the shop was well equipped with all necessary amenities, including food, drink, and resting areas, along with opportunities for interaction with the creatures. What better place to unwind than here? Nonetheless, he had yet to disclose this information, as the establishment was still in its trial phase, subject to adjustments. "I apologize, but our pets are not for sale at this time. However, during our initial 3 days of operation, aside from any charges for food and beverages, interactions with the venomous creatures are complimentary," Shen Qing explained with a smile. The two staff members greeting customers at the entrance had likely already conveyed this information. He merely reiterated it. At that moment, Zhou and his companions recalled what the two welcoming attendants had mentioned upon their arrival. Indeed, They had spoken of a trial period for 3 days and noted that the pets were not available for sale. Yet, upon encountering Shen Qing and the venomous snakes they admired, they had momentarily forgotten. If they're not for sale, what do you mean by interaction? Is it merely viewing from behind glass, or are we permitted to engage directly? Hizhou inquired, his expression filled with curiosity as he gazed at Shen Qing, his eyes lighting up at the latter possibility. Although they could not purchase the venomous companions they desired, the chance to touch and interact with them was a worthy alternative. It was worth noting that Shen Qing had studied veterinary medicine, possessing skills in healing and antidote preparation. These attributes alone were enough to put their minds at ease. It would be delightful to have the opportunity to touch them up close. With the owner present, we should be safe from any bites, right? Boss, your pets must be quite obedient. They wouldn't attack us, would they? The other two friends also displayed a hint of eagerness, their hands itching to engage. Their eyes wandered around, curious to discover the various venomous snakes lurking behind the glass. If it weren't for Shen Qing's presence, they certainly wouldn't dare to request intimate contact with the venomous creatures. Who knows how potent their toxins could be? It would be unwise to provoke them carelessly. Having a professional along is undoubtedly more reassuring. Of course, you need not worry. As long as I am here, they will not harm anyone, Shen Qing assured. He was indeed correct. With him around, there was no fear of the venomous pets attacking. He could negotiate directly with them, as they had already discussed last night. As long as the creatures behaved well, they would be rewarded. With such bait in place, it was unlikely any of the venomous pets would misbehave. Let us hurry. I want to get close to the tree viper we saw last night. After receiving Shen Qing's affirmative response, Hizhou eagerly pulled Shen Qing forward, his excitement evident. The impatient demeanor elicited amused reactions from his two friends. Wait for us. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the location where Shen Qing had conducted his live stream the previous night. Human, you've arrived. Upon their arrival, a familiar voice resonated in their ears, and a shadow slithered down from the stone wall, inching towards the glass through the branches. Oh wow, the tree viper I've been longing to see. It looks even more majestic in person than on screen. Boss, may I touch it? Hizhou could no longer contain his excitement, undeterred by fear, as he pressed his face against the glass, fixated on the viper coiled upon the branch. It was indeed impressive, even more so than the previous snake. His friends shared his sentiment, and they all turned their gazes toward Shen Qing. Their intentions clear, they all wished to touch it. What are these humans staring at me for? Do they wish to touch me? The viper's calm, yet somewhat incredulous voice echoed in their minds, as it scanned Hizhou and his friends with a look of utter bewilderment. Surely, they must be a bit deranged. Do they not realize I am a venomous snake? When I lose my temper, even I fear myself. These humans. With a death wish, truly. Though the viper's tone remained serene, its eyes continued to dart back and forth among the three friends, as if regarding them as fools. Shen Qing couldn't help but smirk at the scene. Ahem, little scale, these are our first guests of the day. We must treat them well. Since they wish to touch you, you should oblige. Just endure it, and our performance will improve. Shen Qing cleared his throat and, transforming into a persuasive advocate, addressed the viper with a friendly smile. His familiarity and the manner in which he spoke to the creature left Hizhou's friends utterly astonished. They gaped at Shen Qing and whispered to Hizhou, Old he, why is this boss talking to the animals? The other party cannot comprehend. Is there any utility in that? Indeed, he even mentioned to a venomous snake that it should be well treated. Does he imply that this hospitality entails scaring us or perhaps biting us? Both individuals struggled to maintain their composure, as this was precisely the sentiment they experienced. Rest assured, the boss enjoys conversing with his venomous pets during live broadcasts. This may simply be his habitual manner of speaking, so there is no need for concern. Hizhou, however, felt no qualms and harbored no doubts. For Shen Qing often behaved in such a manner during live streams. He had grown accustomed to it. Amidst their discussion, Shen Qing had already opened a small aperture beside the glass and directly extracted the scaly tree viper from within. Come now, entertain our guests, he declared, lifting his hand towards Hizhou and the others. The serpent's head was precisely aligned with Hizhou. Hiss, human, how do you wish to touch me? For rewards and metrics, is it not merely to be touched by a human male? I shall endure. The voice of the nobleman remained melodious. Yet the words spoken carried an unmistakable undertone of barely suppressed ire. Chapter 77. I shall attend to this guest with care. Shen Qing had not anticipated that the creature in his grasp would prove to be so entertaining. It was reminiscent of a reward for enduring discomfort with grace. His gaze softened, and with a gentle touch, he caressed the creature from its head down its back. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. It will be detrimental to your health. He mused that if they could be viewed as attendants, providing a soothing massage, perhaps it would be easier to accept. His words, coupled with his actions, formed a harmonious blend, as if he too were a caretaker. This is indeed quite pleasant. The creature seemed to respond. Human, could you apply a bit more pressure? My back itches. Scratch it for me. Yes, that is precisely the spot. Ah, delightful. The once grating voice transformed into a melodious tone, exuding an air of languor, a stark contrast to its previous demeanor. The ethereal quality of its voice became tender, revealing an unexpectedly charming and endearing innocence. Dong and his companions perceived this transformation acutely, despite their inability to hear the serpent's words. The palpable danger that had once surrounded the creature had diminished significantly within a mere meter of their proximity. Here, take it, and scratch it just as I did, particularly along its back. It will surely enjoy that, Shen Qing instructed, presenting the serpent to Zhou while deftly extending its tail, allowing him to grasp the venomous creature. Oh, all right, I understand. Zhou instinctively reached out, allowing Shen Qing to place the serpent upon his arm. Upon the cold contact with his skin, clarity rushed back to him. His gaze fell, locking with the serpent's vertical pupils, sending a shiver down his spine. It dawned on him that this snake possessed venom, potent and formidable. While he was indeed fond of it, this marked his first encounter with the slender tree viper at such close range. The sensation of being scrutinized by a venomous serpent was undeniably perilous. His hair stood on end. The slender tree viper lifted its head slightly, flicking its tongue towards Zhou's cheek. Hiss, why is this human so foolish? Wasn't he supposed to scratch my itch? Why is he not making a move? Must I remind him? The creature, though somewhat disgruntled at being passed to a stranger, refrained from attacking, likely sensing no immediate threat, as it recalled Shen Qing's reassurances. Boss, what should I do? Zhou's forehead had, unbeknownst to him, begun to glisten with a fine sheen of perspiration. His limbs felt rigid with trepidation. He could hardly move, let alone raise a hand to scratch the serpent's back. Do not worry, it will not harm you. Simply lift your hand and scratch its back, Shen Qing calmly explained. The head of the tree viper turned to glance at Shen Qing, a question mark hovering above its mind. Boss, I never expected that aside from you. Other humans could be so timid. Seeing him as rigid as a stone, it was evident that he was terrified of me. If he is so afraid, why does he still wish to approach me? The perplexity and confusion weighed heavily on Gong Ziyin. As for why it referred to Shen Qing as boss, that was merely a recent acquisition of knowledge. Well, let me give it a try. Zhou took a deep breath, his courage triumphing over fear, and stiffly reached out to touch the snake's body. The moment his fingers made contact with its cold skin, his heart involuntarily constricted for a brief instant. After a moment's pause, the anticipated scene did not materialize. Letting out a slight sigh of relief, his movements became considerably more natural. How does it feel? Should I apply a bit more pressure here? A little to the left. A bit harder at the back. Splendid, right here. Though it pales in comparison to the boss's skill, it is better than nothing. Considering how diligently this human is attending to my needs, I shall grant him the courtesy of not biting. The interaction between man and snake unfolded in a surprisingly harmonious manner, astonishing the two friends behind them. They had already taken out their phones and begun recording the encounter between Zhou and the tree viper. One of them, filled with envy, turned to Shen Qing and said, I heard you have a bamboo viper from the island here. May I touch it as well? Just like he did. Here, he naturally referred to Zhou. Of course, just wait a moment. Shen Qing took a few steps to a nearby enclosure and opened a small window in the glass, calling out, Lon, come out to entertain the guests. Oh, it's the boss who has arrived, but how can this be called entertaining guests? One might mistakenly think I am a courtesan from a flower house. A sultry voice tinged with a hint of annoyance, resonated, yet the alluring tone remained undiminished. The air was instantly filled with a delightful thrill. As the voice echoed, a blue figure came into view. A blue snake head lifted from the slightly bent branch, and upon noticing Shen Qing's arm extending towards it, it swiftly darted over. In an instant, it coiled around Shen Qing's arm. The occurrence was so rapid that it felt as if a flash of blue had passed before his eyes, and suddenly, Shen Qing was holding a blue snake. One of Izhou's friends, trailing behind, nearly shouted a warning, "Be careful!" Yet before he could utter a word, Shen Qing had already raised the blue venomous snake to the forefront. "This is the bamboo viper from the island you mentioned. Here for you." After saying this, he extended the snake towards the other man. The casualness of his gesture was almost audacious, as if it were an ordinary snake and not a venomous one. However, the reality was that it was indeed a venomous snake. "Go on, don't frighten him. This is your first customer of the day, so treat him well. I have high hopes for you." This sentence was spoken by Shen Qing to the blue island green snake in her hand, her tone remarkably gentle. "Do you wish for a scratch? Allow me to grant you that pleasure." Izhou's friend echoed Shen Qing's words, addressing the blue island green snake. And as for the scratching, it was, of course, an imitation of Izhou. Their eyes sparkled with a mix of tension and excitement, shining brightly. "Rest assured, I shall attend to this esteemed guest with utmost care. Human, do you harbor affection for me? Do you wish to scratch my back? Yet I am a girl. It is not appropriate for males to touch me, even if you are human." A sultry, alluring voice resonated slowly. As its body swiftly darted along, Shen Qing's outstretched hand, leaping onto her. This unexpected movement left him momentarily paralyzed, rooted to the spot, too stunned to move. He feared the blue island green snake was preparing to attack. "Boss, help me. P.S. I received a suggestion from a reader, proposing the inclusion of a pet translator that would only function within the shop, marketed as AI intelligence, which could enhance the story's appeal and add layers to the plot. What does everyone think? If there are no objections, we shall proceed with this arrangement. As for the elixir issue, I shall refrain from elaborating on it further. I'm always open to guidance, dear readers." Chapter 78. Humanity, are you treating me like a dog? Originally, he intended to plead for help from his boss, but the words died in his throat. The blue island bamboo viper was utterly unruly, moving with alarming speed. In the fleeting moment, it landed in his grasp. He had yet to register its frigid touch before it slithered up his arm and onto his shoulder. That was not the worst part. The most perilous was when the blue serpent's head pressed against his cheek, hissing as it flicked its forked tongue. The icy, damp sensation against his skin sent a shiver down his spine, rendering him rigid with fear. He was unaware of the fine beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead, a clear indication of his fright. "Human, are you feeling tense? Why are you so stiff?" The sultry voice of the alluring vixen reached Shen Qing's ears, laced with a hint of confusion and a touch of grievance. It simply could not fathom why the human, who had appeared so excited moments ago, was now frozen in trepidation. This was not how it had envisioned the encounter. The serpent's head tilted curiously towards Shen Qing, as if seeking an explanation, its vertical pupils reflecting a semblance of hurt. "Relax, do not be so tense. This is merely a sign of my affection for you. Just as dogs express their fondness by nuzzling, I do the same." Seeing the creature's evident fear, which rendered it speechless and far more anxious than the previous individual, Shen Qing smiled and attempted to clarify. However, before he could finish, the island bamboo viper grew irate. It flicked its tongue in Shen Qing's direction, threateningly baring its fangs, which glinted ominously in the light. "Human, are you treating me like a dog?" it hissed. "How could I, a paragon of beauty and grace, be compared to those foolish canines? You are belittling me. Do you dare to challenge my bite?" Witness the shift in tone. It had gone from referring to itself as this one tie. Clearing his throat, Shen Qing suggested, "Boss, you might want to take this. I believe it is rather upset." The previously stiff figure was startled by the sudden fury of the island bamboo viper. Reacting instinctively, he cast the serpent into Shen Qing's embrace. This movement left both Shen Qing and the viper momentarily bewildered. "Boss, does this human truly disdain me?" The once sultry voice now carried a serious tone, as if a multitude of questions had erupted in its mind. Of course not. You are truly stunning. A serpent of unparalleled beauty. Who could resist your allure? Be confident, fearing that the creature might genuinely take offense. Shen Qing promptly began to soothe it with gentle words and caresses along its back. Hee, I have a reasonable suspicion that you are performing for me. No, you are truly beautiful. Believe me, no one can resist you, and he is no exception. Is that so? If you let him kiss me, I will believe it. Let him kiss you. That seems a bit unreasonable. Did you not see how shocked that gentleman was to find himself conversing with a venomous serpent? He instinctively took several steps back. Don't think he didn't notice. When you mentioned a kiss, the other party vanished in an instant, hastily fleeing the scene. This clearly indicates his desire to avoid the situation. Look, everything you said is a fabrication. The soft, alluring tone of the mature woman suddenly transformed into an icy demeanor, catching one off guard with the abrupt change. If you wish for me to believe you, it is possible. How about you kiss me instead, boss? Boss, you're far more handsome than that previous human. I might reluctantly allow you a kiss. What do you say? Isn't that a bargain? Her tone returned to its previous seductive charm, though the focus had shifted to him. The blue serpent's head began to sway playfully before Shen Qing, as if in a good mood, eagerly awaiting his next move. Shen Qing. I suspect you are attempting to take advantage of me. As for a kiss, that is out of the question, since the guests have been frightened away. It is time for them to return whence they came. Shen Qing swiftly grasped the island bamboo viper that had crawled onto his shoulder and placed it through the glass window before quickly closing it and departing. Hey, boss. Human. You haven't kissed me yet. Human. You heartless scoundrel. How could you treat me this way, woo-woo? Ignoring the cries, Shen Qing walked away without looking back, leading He Zhou and the others along with the viper to the designated resting area where they could relax and interact with the venomous pets. With Shen Qing present, the atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. This can be attributed to the viper's naturally calm demeanor and the attentive care it received from He Zhou, leading to a mutual enjoyment of each other's company. Shen Qing observed the situation, deemed it satisfactory, offered a few reminders, and called for the staff at the entrance to keep an eye on things should any issues arise. He then stepped outside. Over half an hour had passed since the opening, and the number of customers steadily increased. The newly appointed staff were warmly welcoming guests. Despite a few minor incidents, operations remained stable, and no significant issues arose, especially since requests for intimate interactions with the venomous pets were relatively scarce. Shen Qing explored the premises from the second floor to the first, noting that most female patrons gravitated towards the jellyfish area. They listened to the staff's introductions, took photos for social media, and some even shared their experiences online, inviting the viewers from last night's livestream to witness. This naturally drew a plethora of comments from netizens, clamoring to visit the pet store themselves. At that moment, a young male customer entered the doorway, holding a smartphone aloft. As he walked in, he conversed animatedly, clearly engaged in a live broadcast. It was evident that his purpose for arriving at the store to stream was quite obvious. Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, refraining from any overt reaction, and calmly approached the newcomer, courteously stating, "Welcome, gentlemen. Please step inside. Dear friends, who understands? This is the renowned Qing streamer. Indeed, he appears far more handsome in reality than in his streaming sessions." Upon encountering Shen Qing, the young man nearly thrust his phone into Shen Qing's face out of sheer excitement. However, beneath his exhilaration lay a scheme meticulously calculated. Chapter 79. Has the toxic pet moved into a villa? Shen Qing keenly observed the glint in his eyes, fully aware of the pretense at play. Meanwhile, the live streaming room of that young man erupted into a frenzy. Oh my goodness, I truly see the Qing streamer. Is this his offline pet store? Why doesn't the charming Qing open his own live stream? We, the unfortunate ones unable to attend in person, can only watch through others' broadcasts. Indeed, the store's decor is stunning, entirely different from any pet shop I've seen before, and it appears to be bustling with visitors. Streamer, please have Qing introduce us to the toxic pets. What other creatures might we discover that we've never seen? The barrage of comments flooded the screen at an astonishing speed, rendering their words nearly indecipherable. The viewer count continued to soar, and the young man's smile deepened as he observed the rising numbers. He was also a streamer on Douyin, albeit not particularly well known. Recently, Shen Qing's online presence had skyrocketed, leaving few unfamiliar with him. Coincidentally, this young man was local and had long been contemplating how to capitalize on Shen Qing's popularity. With the reopening of the pet store today, he saw it as the perfect opportunity. Having watched for some time, he noted that Shen Qing was not the one hosting the opening live stream, which presented him with an exquisite chance. He had seen countless comments under Shen Qing's previous live broadcasts, with many fans lamenting their inability to visit the store in person. Now, the opportunity had presented itself to him. "Boss, I really admire you. May I live stream from your store?" Many friends online are eager to explore this place through the live broadcast. "Is that permissible?" Su Fenghu wore a beaming smile as he looked at Shen Qing, his demeanor exuding charm and approachability. However, his eyes belied a calculating intent. "Of course, I will be delighted to show you around," Shen Qing replied, not only accepting the request, but also smiling as he led the streamer inside. He politely introduced, "Over there is the jellyfish area, home to various poisonous jellyfish, among which the largest is the lion's mane jellyfish. To the right are smaller toxic creatures, including centipedes and scorpions. Where would you like to explore?" Shen Qing inquired with a cheerful smile directed at the camera. Since the other party intended to live stream under the guise of a tour, he aimed to make it worthwhile, promoting the store in the process. However, there was a matter he wished to confirm with the system. "System, in this scenario, while it's not my own live stream, I'm appearing on camera and interacting with the toxic pets. Does this count towards my emotional value?" Indeed, he pondered whether the interactions during another live stream in his store would contribute to his emotional value, or if it only counted when he streamed himself. Returning to the host, post-system upgrade, any live streaming occurring within the pet store, where there is interaction with the toxic pets, will contribute to the host's emotional value, albeit at half the usual rate. The system's message was sufficiently clear with any upgrade. Anyone entering the live stream after interacting with the pets would yield half of the emotional value generated to Shen Qing. It was simply splendid. "How many points would the next upgrade require?" Replying to the host, "There remains a deficit of over 300,000 points until the next upgrade. Please persevere, host." "Very well. This implies that this time it is unachievable." However, at that moment, the system's notification chimed once more. "Ding! The pet shop has welcomed 20 customers, rewarding you with an opening gift package." An opening gift package? I never anticipated such a reward. This is truly unexpected. System, could you elucidate? As the host pet shop is now linked to the system, its performance will be bound to the system, and welcoming a certain number of customers will yield corresponding rewards. Most of these rewards are closely related to the maintenance of the pet shop. Goodness, it can indeed function in this manner. However, upon further inquiry, I discovered that the reason lay within the renovations. The system's assertion that the pet shop was linked to it was accurate, considering that all aspects of decoration and design were derived from the system's plans. Now, what I most desired to know was the content of the system's rewarded opening package. Upon opening the package, ding, a pet translator gift package has been obtained. A pet translator gift package. What does this signify? Please explain. Replying to the host, the pet translator is capable of automatically translating what pets say. Once equipped with the pet translator, one can comprehend the pet speech, thereby enhancing interaction between customers and their pets. However, the pet translator consists of a main device connected to multiple auxiliary devices, but it can only be utilized within the store. The system then elaborated on the functions and purposes of the pet translator. In essence, the pet translator is governed by a main unit controlling several auxiliary units. The main unit acts akin to a signal receiving device, while the auxiliary units function as signal receivers akin to mobile phones. By adhering to specific signal patterns, the auxiliary units decode the brainwaves emitted by the pets, displaying their messages in Chinese characters and converting them to speech automatically, thus facilitating communication. This technology falls within the realm of AI research, and its acceptance is considerably straightforward. There is no need for Shen Qing to elucidate this. The items rewarded by the system are inherently automated and logical, and people would merely perceive this as an impressive team that Shen Qing sourced, having developed an AI product. The effectiveness remains to be seen. Yet Shen Qing has already noticed the additional items in the system's inventory. Tomorrow's trial would reveal their efficacy. Boss, let's explore over there. Everyone wishes to see if any new pets have arrived, Su Fenghu remarked, pointing toward the thematic room on the first floor. He was captivated by the large, beautiful butterflies painted outside the door and found the aesthetic appealing. Thus, he desired to witness the reptiles within. Let us proceed then. Over there reside various species of venomous creatures, all rather diminutive in size. Naturally, Shen Qing did not decline, and as they walked, he explained that it was not long before they arrived at the entrance. Upon seeing them, the staff immediately opened the door. The environment within was as captivating as a live broadcast. The room behind the door was entirely different from the exterior, embodying a distinct style. It showcased a verdant landscape reminiscent of a vast prairie, with a vividly painted blue sky, white clouds, and lush green grass that appeared remarkably lifelike. Along the wall, several transparent display boxes resembling grand villas were positioned, varying in size, each resembling an independent mansion. If one were to crouch down and observe from a micro perspective, it would seem like a completely different world. Aside from the fact that the venomous creatures within the larger and smaller villas could not emerge, everything else mirrored the expansive prairie. Indeed, this place possesses a unique charm. Even the venomous creatures reside in villas. Chapter 80. The proportionately reduced house. Su Fenghu stood in astonishment, gazing at the environment within. He could scarcely fathom that the room appeared in such a manner. In his imagination, the venomous pets should have been confined to small boxes, neatly arranged upon shelves. However, while there were indeed shelves present, each one was distinctively adorned, closely resembling the structure of a house. Had he not known that the inhabitants were venomous creatures, he might have mistakenly believed that these miniature communities were designed for human habitation. It was a strikingly accurate miniature replica of human dwellings, featuring both community and villa styles. He was not the only one taken aback. Even the viewers in the live stream were left speechless. What on earth is this? Am I truly witnessing proportionally reduced houses? Ah, are these all for the venomous pets? I never imagined they could reside in villas. My goodness, the longer one lives, the more one sees. Who would have thought that venomous creatures could enjoy such luxuries? I wonder which genius conceived this idea. Streamer, hurry and take a look inside. With so many transparent houses, I am curious to know what venomous pets are inside. Evidently, Su Fenghu had noticed the viewers' comments. He too was intrigued. Boss, the viewers are eagerly requesting that you introduce the venomous pets here. Surely you would not decline? After all, he was also assisting in promoting your establishment, was he not? Su Fenghu's words were laced with a hint of calculation, his eyes gleaming with intent. It was evident that he sought to garner traffic, leveraging Shen Qing as a gimmick. Nevertheless, his assertion held merit. His live stream had amassed a considerable following, albeit a significant portion consisted of Shen Qing's pre-existing fans. Regardless, it served a promotional purpose, and Shen Qing would certainly not overlook such an opportunity. After all, with Su Fenghu's intentions laid bare, how could he not take advantage? Coincidentally, his shop had just opened and required some buzz. Thus, he agreed, let us commence with an introduction from this side. Shen Qing maintained a polite smile, seemingly oblivious to the scheming in Su Fenghu's eyes, as he calmly approached one of the furthest breeding boxes. In the face of the audience's bewilderment, he composedly crouched down and opened a door-like section, retrieving a venomous pet from within. Allow me to introduce, this is the desert hairy scorpion from our shop. Its venom is neither too potent nor too weak, categorizing it as moderate. Let greet everyone, Shen Qing proclaimed, raising his hand to wave at the live stream camera. He appeared entirely unperturbed, as if the creature in his grasp were merely an ordinary pet rather than a venomous animal. Who is this? Do you have no sense of public decency? Can't you see I'm trying to sleep? Do you dare to provoke me? A youthful voice suddenly boomed, infused with irritation and resonating like thunder. It was evident that the creature's temperament was far from amiable at that moment, as its pincers waved menacingly, poised to strike, with its tail already raised. However, after Shen Qing grasped the scorpion by its back, he exhibited no fear of its potential attack. Moreover, with his innate charm, it was not long before the creature settled down. Wow! To catch a scorpion barehanded is truly unexpected. The boss is indeed extraordinary. Impressive. As the proprietor of the venomous pet shop, he boldly seized the creature without hesitation. One must wonder, are the pets in his shop all this obedient? Oh my! The boss's demeanor was incredibly cool just now. He seemed entirely unafraid. Does he know that the scorpion in his hand wouldn't sting him? 666. Though I'm curious whether the host dares to touch the scorpion, perhaps they should give it a try. With the boss present, safety is assured, for he is skilled in medicine. Fear not, dear host, just go for it. If you dare to catch the scorpion barehanded, I shall shower you with gifts. Indeed, host, hurry. The gifts are already flowing in. The viewers in Su Fenghu's live stream were abuzz with excitement, clearly startled by Shen Qing's earlier display. Initially, they praised Shen Qing, but soon, some viewers began to cheer for the host to catch a scorpion barehanded. They even commenced sending gifts, many of which were quite valuable, placing Su Fenghu in an uncomfortable position. Although his purpose for being there was to garner viewership and encourage gifts from the audience, he had never contemplated actually capturing a venomous pet. After all, these were toxic creatures, and who would willingly invite a bite upon themselves? He had never owned or even touched such creatures. To recklessly attempt to catch one would surely result in an attack. He was not like Shen Qing, who showed no fear whatsoever. However, the enthusiasm of the viewers was overwhelming. Just moments ago, he noticed that the gifts received had surpassed his earnings from the previous month. The viewers felt like benevolent patrons to him, showering him with monetary gifts. How could he refuse their requests? After all, it was merely catching a scorpion. He would dare to touch even a venomous snake. Boss, your venomous pets don't bite, do they? May I touch one? Su Fenghu inquit evilly. His gaze inadvertently lingering on the scorpion in Shen Qing's hand, particularly on its formidable pincers and its tail, which were indeed the venomous parts. His fleeting courage waned slightly. Yet, with the fire already ignited, he knew he had to act. Otherwise, he would struggle to justify his inaction in the live stream. Of course, don't worry. It typically does not attack humans, and its venom is mild. Even if you were to accidentally get stung, it's not a problem. I have antidotes here, Shen Qing replied, raising an eyebrow, not revealing Su Fenghu's hesitance, but rather providing a reassuring explanation. Then, addressing the scorpion in his hand, he said, "Wake up now. It's time to work. Go play with the guests, and remember, don't bite." Surprisingly, after a brief moment of tranquility, the scorpion began to snore softly, a sound only audible to Shen Qing. However, it was soon roused again by Shen Qing's gentle shake. Ah, how wretched is my fate, to think that I must endure the tyranny of labor even during the solace of sleep. Do you not perceive that it is daylight? Work ought to be reserved for the night. Is this not an ethical concern? Look closely, for dark circles have manifested beneath my eyes. If you desire my labor, the price must be doubled. The boisterous young man, though still irritable, has begun to articulate his thoughts more freely, clearly negotiating terms. Even the pliers are now brandished with renewed vigor. Double the price, you say? I must first witness the fruits of your labor, replied Shen Qing, maintaining her composure. She then extended her hand towards Su Fenghu, smiling as she spoke. Please do show me. Chapter 81. Upon encountering the entrance, he naturally dives in Shen Qing's calm demeanor. Juxtaposed with the sight of the venomous scorpion before him, caused Su Fenghu to swallow hard. There was no escaping the threat posed by those formidable pincers and the icy glint of the stinger on its tail, each element signaling peril in his eyes. However, having made a promise, he could not deny the viewers in the live stream. Though his heart quaked with trepidation, he endeavored to maintain a composed expression. With a somewhat stiff smile, he slowly extended his hand, murmuring, please, place it in my palm. I trust that the boss's venomous pet won't bite. His words were slightly stammered, and the subtle tremor of his hand belied the facade of calmness he sought to project, revealing the fear that lurked within. Shen Qing chose not to expose his anxiety, simply nodding in acknowledgement before placing the scorpion into Su Fanghu's palm without uttering a word. Freed from Shen Qing's restraint, the desert hairy scorpion sprang to life, immediately stretching its limbs in exuberance. Ah, finally free to move. Though still a bit drowsy, the thought of doubling my rewards ignites my fervor, it exclaimed with youthful enthusiasm, darting about in Su Fanghu's palm. Rest assured, boss. I shall ensure this human feels utterly at ease, it declared, brimming with ambition to become the champion of performance. The scorpion's lively antics startled Su Fanghu, who felt a palpable stiffness in his body, even from the distance where Shen Qing stood. The sight of those pincers and the swaying tail before him made it seem as if they might strike him at any moment. Boss. Why is it so lively? Su Fanghu's tutte. Though the viewers in the live stream could not see Su Fanghu's physical form, they could perceive the scorpion on his left hand through the lens of his phone. Wow, the host is truly brave. Just don't let your hand shake. Be cautious not to provoke it, or a pincer's grip could spell trouble. Indeed, I just consulted the data on this species of scorpion, and its venom is not particularly potent, nor does it typically attack humans. However, it will defend itself if it feels threatened. I didn't expect the host to be so bold, daring to hold a scorpion. Why not handle all the venomous pets here while you're at it? Just as Su Fanghu caught sight of this comment on his phone, he grew even more rigid. What do they mean by handling all the venomous creatures? One was already daunting enough. Did they truly expect him to touch them all? That would surely be courting disaster. If he were to touch them, it would demand a different price altogether. Even a carnival would not suffice. Fear not, it will not attack unless provoked. If you're truly afraid, just let me know, and I shall take it back, Shen Qing reassured him, maintaining his calm demeanor while making his position clear, that if fear overtook him, he had the option to speak up. Nonetheless, for the sake of the audience in the live stream, Su Fanghu resolved to persevere a while longer, for he noticed that the longer he held on, the more gifts the viewers showered upon him. But it is but a trifling amount. How could one not be tempted? For the sake of money, he shall persevere. Indeed, as the boss remarked, the desert scorpion does not initiate aggression towards humans, and it appears rather endearing, almost comically cute. Visitors to the store are encouraged to engage with it. Su Fanghu gradually regained his voice, initiating a conversation with the viewers in the live stream, while the desert scorpion nestled in the palm of his left hand began to venture towards his arm. At that moment, he remained oblivious to this movement, engrossed in dialogue with his audience. However, the viewers were acutely aware. Host, the scorpion is crawling up your arm. Have you not noticed? What the heck? What does the scorpion intend to do? Is it truly going to bite? Surely it wouldn't crawl into his sleeve, would it? That would be. Shen Qing also observed the scorpion's ascent and quietly inquired, "Do you require assistance?" Yet, what he heard was a boisterous voice resonating nearby. "Hello, Iklim, Ishalklim. It has been ages since I last had a workout. My legs are weary from the effort. I wonder if I reach the top of this human's head. Will that count as meeting my work quota? It should, for such an endeavor qualifies as interaction. The boss cannot possibly overlook my toil. I must be rewarded handsomely. If I am not compensated generously, it would be an affront to the time I sacrifice from my sleep to amuse this human. Indeed, that is correct. I shall continue to ascend, onward and upward." Good heavens, the previously indignant voice had transformed into one of zealous ambition, leaving Shen Qing both amused and perplexed by its interpretation of meeting work standards. What does it mean to reach the top of one's head as a measure of success? Is there a misunderstanding regarding the concept of job fulfillment? This is hardly interaction. It is an evident torment for Su Fanghu. Observing his rigid neck, nearly incapable of turning, Shen Qing found himself feeling a pang of sympathy. To win the favor of the live stream audience, Su Fanghu was truly exhausting himself. Such is the plight of the working class. To love one's profession is to invest something in it, and in truth, it seems quite fair. Su Fanghu had not anticipated that a mere moment of engaging in conversation with his online viewers, without keeping a vigilant eye on the scorpion in his palm, would lead to this predicament. Unbeknownst to him, the scorpion had traversed his hand and was now ascending his arm, just as he turned to witness its pincers slipping into his sleeve. A shiver ran down his spine. "Boss, please save me." His voice quivered, as if he could hear the scorpion's movements echoing in his ears. The sensation upon his skin was enough to send chills throughout his body. Most distressingly, the scorpion had already burrowed into his sleeve, leaving him only with the sight of a bulge slowly shifting beneath the fabric. The less he could see, the greater his fear became. Words eluded him entirely. At the very moment he spoke, Shen Qing had already begun to extend his hand, lifting his sleeve to capture the venomous scorpion. In truth, all of this transpired within mere seconds. After all, Shen Qing would never permit the poisonous creature to sting anyone, especially not in his presence. Upon witnessing the scorpion burrowing into his sleeve, he immediately perceived Su Fenghu's rigidity, likely understanding the reason behind it. Without hesitation, he took action. "I sincerely apologize for startling you," Shen Qing began, addressing Su Fenghu, before turning to the venomous scorpion in his grasp. "Look at the mischief you've caused, frightening someone for no reason. What possessed you to burrow into someone's sleeve in the first place? You cannot blame me. You know well that we typically operate under the cover of night. Who relishes being active during the day? Upon encountering a hole, it is only natural to venture inside. You cannot hold me accountable for that. Ah, so you dare to feign innocence?" Chapter 82. The infamous poisonous pet shop. The young man spoke with an air of innocence, as if his actions were merely instinctive and not at all intentional, which was rather amusing. Nevertheless, Shen Qing placed him into the breeding box, while also acknowledging Su Fenghu and the viewers in his live stream. There were other exotic pets present, and he decided it would be prudent to provide a brief introduction to these unique creatures. He believed that for newcomers to the shop, it was best to observe and familiarize themselves with the poisonous pets rather than engage with them immediately. Consequently, Su Fenghu appeared somewhat intimidated and refrained from suggesting any interaction with the pets thereafter, much to Shen Qing's relief. He succinctly described each type of poisonous pet to the audience in the live stream, allowing them to become acquainted with the offerings of the shop, so they could visit and explore on their next opportunity. On the very first day of opening, the shop attracted a considerable number of customers, primarily local fans who had previously watched Shen Qing's broadcasts, alongside some passersby. The curiosity surrounding Shen Qing's pet shop was palpable, especially since it was the only establishment of its kind in the area, boasting a large-scale and creative decor. Unlike traditional pet shops, his establishment did not sell any pets. Instead, it facilitated observation and interaction. However, the culinary offerings and desserts were exceptional. Furthermore, for the first 3 days, everything in the shop, apart from food, was complimentary, with membership fees being introduced thereafter. Shen Qing had instructed his staff to print a poster detailing this offer, prominently displayed on the glass door for all to see. Regardless of the circumstances, foot traffic at Shen Qing's shop was incessant that day. The pet shop had undeniably become a sensation, not only locally, but also online. With the backing of Shen Qing's live streaming account, alongside the promotional efforts of those who had visited the shop, the buzz was palpable. It was noteworthy that most customers documented their visits through photographs and videos shared on social media. Additionally, with Su Fenghu's live broadcasts, the timing and circumstances were undeniably fortuitous. The names of Boss Shen and the Qingkong streamer had become synonymous with prominence. A dedicated forum had emerged for Shen Qing's poisonous pet shop, filled with images and videos related to the establishment. "Ah, this is Boss Shen's pet shop. Look at all the exotic pets inside. Oh my, I had no idea jellyfish could grow so large, and the other jellyfish are equally stunning. My favorite is definitely the snake-themed room. Encountering venomous snakes is simply exhilarating. There are both majestic and beautiful ones, and as someone who fears snakes, I found myself surprisingly unafraid. That blue snake must be the island's green pit viper. Its color is truly exquisite, but the green pit viper is also quite magnificent, blending almost seamlessly with the foliage." The tarantula was the first venomous pet that Boss Shen showcased during a live broadcast, and it appeared to be thriving under his care. "I must visit the store tomorrow to experience it for myself," someone remarked, having heard that the culinary offerings and desserts were equally delightful, making it a splendid place to unwind. Discussion surrounding Shen Qing proliferated across various online platforms, and as night fell, the pet shop shuttered its doors, leaving only Shen Qing, who resided on the second floor, still present. The other employees had long since departed for home. After dining and refreshing himself, Shen Qing commenced his live stream for the evening, mindful of the anticipation surrounding today's impromptu broadcast and the steady influx of customers at the shop. As expected, the moment the clock struck 8 and the stream began, fans who received notification texts eagerly tuned in. "Good evening, everyone." Shen Qing's handsome visage and commanding voice soon illuminated the live stream. This prime time for broadcasting attracted significant viewership. Within a mere 5 minutes, the number of viewers surged from 4 to 5,000, swiftly surpassing 10,000 and continuing to climb. "Ah, the handsome host is finally live. I've been waiting for so long. I wonder how the pet shop fared today," one viewer exclaimed. "Indeed, we've been waiting for ages. The buzz about the host pet shop is all over the internet, but we would love to hear the host explain," another chimed in. "Oh my, the shop has so many venomous pets now that we haven't seen yet. Will the host show us tonight?" Another inquired eagerly. "Yes, I heard there's a massive jellyfish in the shop. I can't wait to see it." Such fervent remarks flooded the comments section. While attendees couldn't visit the physical store, their eagerness to witness the pets online was palpable. It was well known that Shen Qing typically showcased 2 types of venomous pets during his broadcasts, and viewers were eager for a comprehensive introduction to all the creatures in his shop. "Thank you all for your affection towards our store. Most of you here are loyal fans, and I'm truly touched by this," Shen Qing expressed, addressing the comments. He selected a few questions from the barrage and smiled as he explained, "Indeed, we have a large jellyfish. Since you all are so interested, let me take you to see it. I'll also introduce you to a few other jellyfish tonight." Rather than climbing upstairs, Shen Qing opted to hold his phone aloft and made his way to the right side of the first floor, where the jellyfish area was located. Many lights in the shop had already been turned off, and in the jellyfish section, only a faint glow illuminated the space, not from artificial lights, but from the bioluminescence of the jellyfish themselves. Their vibrant, radiant hues resembled colorful orbs, standing out against the surrounding darkness. This enchanting scene unfolded before the viewers in Shen Qing's live stream. "Wow, look at that. What is glowing over there? It looks like a colorful ball." Indeed, it is quite large. Although the details are somewhat obscured, one can sense its movement. It appears to be floating in mid-air, does it not? My goodness, it truly does evoke a sense of the supernatural. "Host, please turn on lights. Do not frighten us, for I am rather timid." I too have observed that colorful orb in motion, yet this should not be the case, should it? The viewers in the live stream began to express their astonishment through the barrage of comments, perhaps due to the visual effects. What they beheld indeed seemed to be suspended in the air. In the darkness, it was understandably quite frightening. Thus, many implored Shen Qing to illuminate the space, urging him to alleviate their fears. Shen Qing, noticing these remarks, felt quite helpless. He could only hasten his steps to switch on the lights in the jellyfish area. For tonight's main attraction was indeed the jellyfish. As he approached, a deep, accented voice broke the silence. "Ah, so late, and you are still here? Are we expected to work the night shift?" Chapter 83. The timid and tearful young boy, Shen Qing, recognized the voice emanating from the illuminated giant jellyfish, the lion's main jellyfish. At that moment, he completely activated the lights, illuminating the entire area. The viewers in the live broadcast were finally able to see the surroundings clearly. "Wow, I never expected the decor of the shop to be so exquisite, and the jellyfish in the tank look absolutely stunning. The glowing creature must be that massive jellyfish. No wonder it requires such a large tank. Without the lighting earlier, it truly startled me. Now I understand why it floats. It's swimming in the water. Could the host rotate the camera a bit more? We wish to see the layout of the shop and learn about the other jellyfish species." The number of viewers in the live stream effortlessly surged to 200,000 and continued to rise. The barrage of comments was relentless, with each viewer contributing to the flood of messages, making it nearly impossible to keep up. Nevertheless, Shen Qing managed to grasp the general reactions and inquiries from the audience. He then rotated his wrist to provide a clearer view of the shop's environment. This section is the jellyfish area. Our establishment currently houses 8 species of jellyfish. each possessing varying degrees of toxicity, yet all exhibiting remarkable aesthetic appeal. Whenever one feels fatigued, they can visit the shop to admire the jellyfish and unwind. There's also a relaxation area for tea, conversation, and leisure. As Shen Qing walked and introduced the viewers to the jellyfish, he ensured the camera captured the shop's ambience. His footsteps eventually halted beside the lion's mane jellyfish, as it was the creature most frequently mentioned in the live chat. This is the lion's mane jellyfish, one of the largest jellyfish species in the world, with a bell-shaped body that can reach up to 2 meters. It has 8 groups of tentacles, with a maximum of 150, which can extend over 35 meters. It is also a creature capable of causing death due to its potent venom. Shen Qing succinctly explained the general characteristics of the lion's mane jellyfish, allowing the viewers to gain some understanding. Hey, you rascally boy. You previously claimed I was quite fierce, and now you're tarnishing my image. How can you be so wicked? A gruff voice reminiscent of a certain former president interrupted Shen Qing's explanation, clearly expressing its displeasure. Do you not realize that you disturb my slumber? At this, Shen Qing could only twitch his lips in exasperation. Did a jellyfish really need to sleep? Or did they maintain a regular sleeping schedule? Coughing discreetly, he observed the jellyfish's animated movements, which surely indicated its delight at the presence of the audience. As Shen Qing approached the lion's mane jellyfish, its body became increasingly agitated, with its tentacles striking the glass as if to express its vexation. Of course, aside from Shen Qing's understanding, how could anyone else possibly grasp the nuances? After all, the jellyfish would only say whatever it wished. How am I being excited? It's clearly angered. You make me work overtime, and yet I am expected to remain silent? The unmistakable, Trump-like voice of the chubby elder resonated with unwavering insistence, exuding a sense of urgency, as if the moment Shen Qing dared to suggest a lack of financial compensation, it would burst forth in a torrent of emotion. Had it not been for the reinforced glass tank, designed by the system, it would have surely succumbed to the impacts of its fervor long ago. How could things remain so tranquil otherwise? The viewers in the live stream were equally captivated by the exuberant lion's mane jellyfish, genuinely believing Shen Qing's assertions. Wow, is this the lion's mane jellyfish? It's enormous and highly venomous. It must be formidable in capturing prey. Ah, the lion's mane jellyfish seems so animated. Could it truly be enamored with us? Get a grip? It has no awareness of our presence. How could a mindless jellyfish comprehend anything? I've noticed the comic drawings on the wall behind the jellyfish. Could this represent the inner persona of the lion's mane jellyfish? It appears to be an elder. Shen Qing. Does this lion's mane jellyfish indeed possess the temperament of a chubby elder? The comic illustrations related to Shen Qing's shop had gone viral online. Nowadays, it is widely acknowledged that each venomous creature has been anthropomorphized under Shen Qing's meticulous design. While the specifics may vary, the venomous creatures Shen Qing has showcased have all articulated their personalities, enhanced by the engaging comic representations, which contribute to a compelling sense of immersion, thus garnering greater affection from the audience. Indeed, it is a portly elder, perhaps a result of its indulgent diet, characterized by a somewhat avaricious nature, always demanding financial compensation for even an additional minute of labor. Upon noticing the inquiries in the chat, Shen Qing responded with a cheerful demeanor, articulating the image he perceived within his mind. Especially regarding the request for extra hours, the depiction was vividly amusing. Following Shen Qing's introduction, the voice of the lion's mane jellyfish echoed once more. While your words are commendable, I remain unconvinced. You speak hurtfully. I was born this way. Where's the excess weight? That is a personal attack. There will be no compensation. I absolutely refuse to comply. You can handle it as you see fit. The Trump-like elder voice remained disgruntled, though it ceased its assaults on the glass barrier, continuing to swim gracefully in the water. Its large form, in motion, appeared rather captivating. Were it not for the substantial size of the glass tank, it might have struggled to navigate. Ahem. Let me introduce you to another jellyfish. Shen Qing disregarded the large jellyfish and moved to a neighboring tank, where another creature came into view through his mobile lens. This was the blue bottle jellyfish, another venomous species belonging to the family of the Portuguese man-o'-war. typically found in the warm waters of the Pacific and Indian Oceans. These jellyfish inhabit the ocean's surface, favoring communal drifting with the winds and currents. In contrast to the Portuguese man-o'-war, which boasts dozens of tentacles extending up to 10 meters. The blue bottle jellyfish is relatively diminutive, featuring a singular long tentacle for capturing prey. Its venom is less potent, while a sting may induce pain and swelling. There have been no reports of fatalities resulting from encounters with the blue bottle jellyfish. Shen Qing, while speaking, drew his phone closer, allowing everyone to observe the jellyfish within more clearly. It was a resplendent jellyfish, adorned with a mesmerizing gradient of blue and purple hues, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Its aesthetic appeal was undeniable, particularly the exquisite tentacles beneath the water, boasting a vibrant array of colors, reminiscent of a cerulean gown or blooming petals, gracefully drifting in the currents. Will this human become our master in the future? A timid, childlike voice suddenly chimed in, tinged with apprehension. Uncle Lion seemed quite displeased with the master earlier. Will he take his anger out on me? It pondered nervously. He wouldn't abandon me, would he? I have only just begun to acclimate to this place, and I dread the thought of being forsaken. The voice conveyed a sense of fragility, marked by a hint of fear and a propensity for tears. Chapter 84. The frustration of being unable to overindulge. Shen Qing listened to the voices around him with a sense of helplessness, not anticipating that the little creature within was, in fact, quite timid and prone to overthinking. Nevertheless, the little boy was undeniably adorable, rivaling even the charm of the little girl. His soft, sweet voice conjured images in Shen Qing's mind of a child around 3 or 4 years old, dressed in a lovely sky blue outfit. Fear not, little one. You are now the star of this establishment. Rest assured, no one will abandon you here, Shen Qing gently remarked, tapping on the glass of the water tank with a hint of resignation. Hey, master, have you noticed me? You truly wouldn't cast me aside? The little boy implored. I wouldn't abandon you. Being smaller than the other siblings, I'm certain no one would want me, he replied, his voice tinged with a sense of injustice. On the brink of tears. Meanwhile, the creature's true form joyfully swam towards Shen Qing, appearing as if it were dancing upon the water's surface. The blue tentacles glimmered like a flowing skirt, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Rest easy, trust me, my dear, Shen Qing cooed soothingly, his voice softening as he opened the lid of the tank and reached out to touch the surface of the jellyfish. This moment was unprecedented for the evening, and the viewers in the live stream were instantly captivated. What on earth is Shen Qing attempting? Although he treats the poisonous creature like a friend, it is still toxic. He shouldn't reach out to touch it. Be careful, young man. Its tentacles are venomous, while the toxin isn't particularly potent. It is still a poison. This streamer is incredibly reckless. Knowing it's poisonous, he still chooses to touch it. Does he wish to experience the effects of the toxin firsthand? I believe Shen Qing is no fool. Being aware of the danger, he must have a means to avoid poisoning or a solution in mind. Viewers fervently debated in the comments. The excitement in the live stream surged, and the number of viewers climbed at an unprecedented rate. Various online forums had already begun circulating edited images and videos, with Shen Qing and his toxic companions taking center stage. I'm so thrilled. I'm so happy. My master patted my head. So delightful. Master, please stroke me more. I promised to be very obedient. The little boy was indeed charming. And as Shen Qing patted his head a few times, the creature's voice resonated with joy as if celebrating a festival. His excitement was palpable, a testament to his inherent charm. Moreover, the blue bottle jellyfish, having been touched, swam swiftly across the surface, its tentacles dancing more energetically beneath the water. The colors shone brilliantly, particularly when illuminated by the lights, creating a breathtaking sight. Little brother, don't get overly excited. I've assured you that Master will always cherish you. You can finally relax now. The nearby Cassiopeia jellyfish chimed in at that moment. It was a sweet, melodious voice, extraordinarily delightful, evoking the sensation of having consumed 10 pounds of sugar simply by listening. The sweetness was off the charts, causing Shen Qing's ears to tingle. He could easily envision the excitement of customers when the device was unveiled in the store tomorrow. Who could resist the allure of a sweet girl with a sweet voice? Certainly, he could not. Allow me to introduce the shop sea nettle, which bears a striking resemblance to the evening glow. Shen Qing adjusted the angle of his smartphone camera slightly, allowing the viewers in the live stream to gain a clearer view of the jellyfish within. This was the sea nettle, second only to the lion's mane jellyfish in size. The sea nettle exists in 4 varieties: the white sea nettle, the brown sea nettle, the purple sea nettle, and the golden sea nettle. The one featured here is the brown sea nettle, resembling a splendid evening glow. Moreover, all 4 species share common characteristics: 8 sensory organs and 8 clusters of vertical tentacles. Each cluster consists of several rows, with the inner bell housing radial muscle bundles and circular muscles, while the mesoglea is relatively thin. When distinguishing between the varieties, one can identify them based on whether the sensory and tentacle sacs are connected, the arrangement of the marginal canal, the presence of stinging cells at the center of the outer bell, and the individual bell diameter and color. The largest of the sea nettles is the Arctic sea nettle found in the Atlantic, boasting a bell diameter that can reach 5 meters. The lower edge of its bell features 8 groups of tentacles, each comprising approximately 150 strands. Each tentacle can extend to over 40 meters in length and can contract to a mere tenth of its original length within a second. The tentacles are equipped with stinging cells capable of discharging toxins. When all the tentacles unfurl, they create a deadly net, covering an area of up to 500 square meters. Any fierce creature ensnared within this web will find itself utterly trapped. At this point, Shen Qing paused momentarily, allowing the viewers in the live stream to absorb the information before continuing. Despite the formidable nature of the sea nettle's net, it poses no threat to the diminutive shepherd fish. The shepherd fish, measuring no more than 7 centimeters in length, can navigate effortlessly beneath the jellyfish's tentacles, treating it as an excellent refuge. The shepherd fish often lures smaller predatory fish into the master's intricate web, skillfully evading the poisonous threads and seeking shelter beneath the giant bell, thus escaping their attackers. The viewers in the live stream chimed in with their observations. Wow, the host is impressive. This is an informative session. I've learned so much. Indeed, the sea nettle does resemble an evening glow. It is quite beautiful. I also researched it, and the sea nettle possesses potent venom. Its tentacles, laden with stinging cells, release toxins that rapidly paralyze and kill prey. This is no mere sweet delight. It's a formidable predator. The participants in the live stream engaged in lively discussions, their analyses both insightful and animated. Meanwhile, the subject of their conversation, the sea nettle, seemed to respond, its movements in the water becoming noticeably more subdued, as if it were attentively absorbing the lengthy discourse. Indeed, this master possesses quite a wealth of knowledge. His insights resonate closely with our personalities. It is no wonder that Uncle Lion and Little Blue have both been captivated by him, and even the 3 sisters of the sea moon have fallen under his charm. He truly possesses something remarkable. Perhaps I should also indulge in a bit of coquetry and display a semblance of vulnerability, hoping he might double my portion of food. Every meal leaves me merely 8/10 full, and the desire to indulge remains unfulfilled. It is rather vexing. The sweet, youthful voice echoed once more, albeit this time as an inner monologue. The words spoken were undeniably amusing. What does it mean to be only 8/10 full and still yearn for more? Furthermore, the notion that a little playful charm could lead to a doubling of sustenance is a curious theory indeed. Chapter 85. A pair of icy vertical pupils. Shen Qing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, a strong urge to cradle his forehead. It seemed that the creatures in his shop were insatiable gluttons, always yearning for a doubling of their rations. He hardly believed they were actually starving. Nonetheless, since the little one had voiced its desires, he felt compelled to indulge it. The sweet, girlish voice of coaxing was something he had yet to experience, and he found himself intrigued. Perhaps if you feign a little vulnerability, I might just be persuaded to grant your request. Peering at the glass, Shen Qing leaned in and softly spoke, his voice as gentle as it could be, though it bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a child snatcher. In the next instant, the jellyfish seemed to take action. Master, you are the best. I adore you. You're so handsome. Could you possibly increase my food rations? Please, master, I'm begging you, master. The sugary, high-pitched voice erupted, deliberately affected as if to enhance its sweetness, an almost unbearable saccharine quality. Indeed, the overwhelming sweetness was excessive. At that moment, the jellyfish in the container seemed to sense Shen Qing's discomfort and awkwardness, preparing to unleash a potent tactic. Its tentacles reached out from the water's surface towards Shen Qing's arm. Earlier, in an effort to communicate more easily, he had cracked open the lid of the tank, inadvertently facilitating the jellyfish's maneuver. As the tentacles inched toward his arm, the viewers in the live stream erupted in panic. "Whoa, Boss Shen, be careful. That jellyfish is coming for you. Its tentacles are almost there. It's poisonous. Ah, young man, step back. Don't let it touch you. It's toxic. It could be lethal. Oh no, I can't watch anymore. I fear becoming a witness. Should I call 120 or 110 first?" The excitement in the live stream was palpable, characterized by sudden shocks and unexpected developments. Yet, something felt amiss. The protagonist, seemingly in danger, remained unharmed. Shen Qing was well aware of the jellyfish's actions, but he trusted that it would neither attack nor harm him. After all, a perfect affinity of 100 assured him of his safety. Thus, when the tentacles wrapped around his arm, he felt no discomfort, as no venom was directed toward him. Instead, the cooing tone became even more pronounced. "Master, just say yes. You're the best as long as you ensure I am well fed. I would be devoted to you. Willingly a servant, even if it means warming your bed. I could, perhaps not that. Let us change that, master." The overly sweet voice resumed its relentless assault, the cloying tone becoming intolerable. Once was bearable, but repeated indulgence left Shen Qing feeling quite uneasy. "Cough, enough of this. Cease tormenting my ears. However, seeing as you appear so pitiful, I shall grant your request." Shen Qing gently grasped the creature's tentacle and submerged it in water, calmly sealing the container without further ado. However, the sounds emanating from it persisted. Upon hearing its words, it began to dance exuberantly within the tank, even breaking into song, revealing the sheer delight within its heart. Subsequently, Shen Qing provided an introduction to the jellyfish section for the viewers in the live stream, enhancing their understanding of the jellyfish area in the shop. Many expressed their intention to visit the store the following day, eagerly making reservations, showcasing their remarkable enthusiasm. After concluding the broadcast, Shen Qing settled on the sofa in the lounge, awaiting the final tally. Ding! Live broadcast concluded. Summarizing audience emotional points. Ding! Summary complete. Tonight's broadcast amassed a total of 356,900 emotional points. Total emotional points integral. 1, 990, 900 ding. Emotional points reached 300,000. Rewarded with 300,000 cash, 10 detox potions, 3 free attribute points, 3 mental power. The store welcomed a total of 150 guests today, rewarded with 150 pet shop experience points and a gift package. Ding! Upgrade points have been met. The system is upgrading automatically. Please wait patiently for 24 hours. A countdown timer materialized in the void, while the system transformed to a gray hue, indicating that an upgrade was in progress. Shen Qing's personal panel subsequently appeared. Name: Shen Qing. Age: 23. System: Toxic Pet Live Broadcast System. LV1. Pet Shop Level: LV1. Experience: 150. Shopping Mall Level: LV1. Intelligence: 113, 0, 200. Physique: 25, 0, 100. Mental Power: 123, 0 to 1000. Cash: 1, 898, 410 yuan. Total emotional points integral: 1, 990, 900. Skills: Eavesdrop on Animal Thoughts, Toxic Creature Care Manual, Animal Affinity Skill. Level 10 Veterinary Skill, Healing Skill. Items: Sedan X1, Hair Growth Potion X1, 3 tablets bottle. Luxury Breeding Box Package X1, with Spirit Pill X13, 10 tablets bottle. Country Villa X1, Detox Potion X10, 10 tablets, Gift Package X1. Having allocated his attribute points, Shen Qing gazed at the unopened gift package, choosing not to rush its unveiling, contemplating the possibility of discovering something exceptional post-upgrade. Meanwhile, Online, discussions and posts regarding Shen Qing continued to proliferate after his broadcast. His fame as a streamer had burgeoned to the point of being widely recognized, while not every individual may know him. A significant portion of netizens were familiar with his name and content. His name had become synonymous with popularity, illustrating his prominence in the industry, where fame often attracts controversy. Unsurprisingly, not all opinions were favorable. Numerous disparaging remarks circulated, frequently asserting that he was merely the first to venture into the realm of toxic pets, suggesting that once more streamers emerged, his uniqueness would diminish. Some have already begun to take action. Qing Tian, let your laughter linger a bit longer. After tomorrow, we shall see if you can still muster a smile. Your sweet dreams are but for tonight. For tomorrow, I shall transform into your nightmare. A young man sat in a chair, gazing at the computer screen. His laughter in the stillness of the night possessed an eerie quality. Beside him rested an acrylic breeding box, partially covered by a small black cloth, barely concealing its contents. Yet, glimpses of what lay within could still be discerned. The objects inside, not insignificant in size, shifted and revealed subtle characteristics. Something resembling scales rolled within the confines of the box, and soon, a pair of cold, vertical pupils emerged. Chapter 86. The utility of the pet translator. The individual in question is a once prominent streamer intent on replicating Shen Qing's illustrious path to fame. In the breeding tanks beside him resides a collection of toxic pets, and not merely one tank, as he eagerly anticipates the commencement of his streaming journey the following day. The next day dawned bright and clear, with the sun shining fiercely in a cloudless sky, signifying yet another sweltering day. However, a gentle breeze offered a hint of coolness, heralding the approaching end of summer. Shen Qing's pet shop opened its doors at 9 in the morning and closed at 6 in the evening. As an employee, one merely needed to arrive before these hours. As for the proprietor, Shen Qing, he resided above the shop, a convenient arrangement indeed. Yet, due to his need to utilize the pet translator in the store, he was up early. "Watch me demonstrate," he instructed, opening the device and pressing a button to activate the voice switch. Simply approach the pets in the store, and you will hear their voices. This is a wireless headset, capable of receiving sounds. Shen Qing held up a palm-sized gadget, resembling a smartphone, while explaining its purpose. He concluded by presenting a device similar to a Bluetooth earpiece for everyone to see. The shop's employees appeared utterly astonished by his words, their expressions one of bewilderment. They exchanged incredulous glances, mouths agape, as if to say, "Did you hear what the boss just claimed?" He asserted that this phone-like device could allow us to understand animals. Is this truly not a fantastical notion? Animals can converse. Are we not in a world of fantasy? Or has technology advanced to such an extraordinary degree that a mere gadget can decipher animal language? Instinctively, everyone glanced towards the sky, noting its clarity, pondering how they could have already begun to dream. Nevertheless, one individual, driven by curiosity, reached for the device in Shen Qing's hand, eager to test its capabilities. "Ahem, boss. Is this truly as miraculous as you say? Let me give it a try. You'll soon discover its effectiveness. Go seek out the moon jellyfish. And please remember to be polite," Shen Qing advised, handing the device to the employee in front of him. The moon jellyfish was situated close by, allowing the girl to hear the sounds easily. Early that morning, he had already positioned the main receiver, akin to a light brain, on the central wall of the first floor, ensuring it covered both levels of the pet shop. Anyone wearing the device within the store would be able to hear the sounds. Although the employees were skeptical, their curiosity was piqued, and they longed to witness the outcome. Thus, the first brave soul stepped forward, clutching the device and donning a pair of headphones. Following Shen Qing's instructions, she powered it on and, with utmost politeness, gently tapped on the glass of the moon jellyfish tank. "Good morning. Have you had your breakfast?" Her voice was soft, yet her eyes betrayed a mixture of tension and curiosity, fixated on the trio of moon jellyfish, eager not to miss a single detail. The other employees held their breath, peering intently in this direction, while Shen Qing remained remarkably composed. "Good morning, young lady." A soft, endearing voice suddenly emanated from her headphones, startling her greatly. The voice unmistakably belonged to a young child, around 3 or 4 years old, yet there were no children in the store. Where then could this voice have originated? Her eyes widened in astonishment, and she opened her mouth, struggling to produce a sound. Finally, regaining her voice, she leaped up in excitement. Ah, I heard it. I truly heard the voice, and it's a little girl. The young lady rushed over to Shen Qing, her face flushed with exhilaration. Did you really hear it? A little girl's voice? How remarkable. I want to hear it too. Other employees, witnessing her enthusiasm, felt a stir of curiosity and immediately contemplated trying it for themselves. Eager to discover whether the little girl's voice truly existed, they all gazed intently at Shen Qing, fixated on a box resting on the table. This box contained the extension used by the previous young lady. Feel free to take them, Shen Qing said. In addition to the devices you'll wear during your shifts, there are 50 more available. This means only 50 customers can use these devices each day. The first 3 days are complimentary, but thereafter, a fee will apply. You can refer to the details provided to explain it to customers. After speaking, Shen Qing retrieved a stack of papers from another box. Rather than mere documents, these were promotional flyers intended for the employees to distribute to customers. The primary aim, of course, was to encourage spending. Operating a pet store necessitates profit, albeit not through traditional means centered solely on the sale of pets. Instead, he aimed to establish a membership system with different tiers. The 50 pet translation devices would be accessible exclusively to the highest tier VIP members. The specifics were clearly outlined on the flyers. After reviewing the materials, the employees were swept up in excitement, each taking a device and a flyer to test with the pets. As only 10 minutes remained until the store's opening at 9 o'clock. Consequently, the enthusiasm among the staff was palpable. Armed with the experience from the previous day's soft opening, they were noticeably more prepared today. Meanwhile, Shen Qing remained calmly seated at the front desk, ready to intervene when necessary. As the clock struck 9, the pet store doors swung open and a stream of customers entered, more than one in fact. Upon spotting Shen Qing seated at the front, they greeted him with enthusiasm. Good morning, Boss Shen. We came here, following recommendations. Indeed, I even took a day off just to experience all the unique pets in your store. Yes, I'm here to take photos too. My girlfriend couldn't get the day off, so I'm here on her behalf. 3 young men, all seemingly in their early 20s, entered, adorned in designer attire that bespoke their affluence. Their faces radiated excitement as they stepped inside. Welcome. Please come in. Today, our establishment has unveiled a delightful new feature, and you are in luck. Only the first 50 patrons will be able to partake in this experience. Otherwise, you'll have to wait until the initial 50 customers depart before you can continue to enjoy it. Shen Qing stood up, greeting the trio with a warm smile, and handed them the promotional flyers laid out on the table. Indeed, upon hearing his words, curiosity sparked within them, and they lowered their gazes to the flyers in their hands. The more they read, the deeper their intrigue grew, particularly regarding the exclusive features available only to VIP members. Mr. Shen, is it true that this flyer mentions a pet translator capable of interpreting what our pets wish to convey? Is such advanced technology real? Or can we try it out? One of them inquired eagerly. If it truly possesses such remarkable capabilities, we would certainly be inclined to acquire the highest tier membership. Chapter 87. How dare you call me brother, you jellyfish? The 3 young men grew increasingly curious, their gazes shifting towards Shen Qing. Coincidentally, the translation devices were situated at the front desk. Indeed, they are real. These are our newly introduced auxiliary tools, and your timing is impeccable, Shen Qing remarked with a calm smile. She then retrieved a pet translator from a box at the counter, handing one to each of them. Here you go, one for each of you. Kindly register here, and you may experience it for yourselves. They will explain how to use it. Shen Qing summoned a staff member to guide the trio. This way, gentlemen, allow me to explain the usage. The staff member diligently instructed them on how to operate the device, and soon after, the 3 donned their headphones and made their way to the jellyfish exhibit. There, they encountered the Aurelia Orida, a trio of jellyfish that shared a close bond, with the largest being the lion's mane jellyfish. Rumored to speak in a dialect reminiscent of Sichuan, the staff member provided a brief introduction. Yet those few sentences left them utterly astonished. It is essential to note that they had not visited the store the previous day. Instead, they had been engrossed in Shen Qing's livestream. Thus, they had not encountered many of the creatures in the store, apart from the jellyfish they had seen the night before. However, today presented a novel experience. The prospect of hearing the venomous creatures speak was unprecedented. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Naturally, amidst their excitement, skepticism lingered, especially when the staff mentioned that the largest jellyfish supposedly spoke in Sichuan dialect. The absurdity heightened. Let us go see if that colossal jellyfish truly speaks Sichuan. The three young men, equipped with their headphones and devices, hurried over to the lion's main jellyfish. They tapped on the glass and addressed the creature inside. "Hey there, big brother. We've heard you can speak Sichuan dialect. Is that true?" The lion's main jellyfish, intrigued by their tapping, turned its body towards them and, to their astonishment, a Sichuan dialect echoed through their headphones. "Which one of you is my brother?" "You, a mere human. How dare you call me brother? Are you perhaps my fellow townsman?" The thick accent of Sichuan dialect left the three young men utterly bewildered, their pupils dilating as they stared at the approaching jellyfish, their minds swirling with questions. What on earth was happening? Had the jellyfish gained sentience? Or were their ears deceiving them? It seemed they had genuinely heard a rich Sichuan dialect emanating from the imposing jellyfish before them, a revelation that shattered their preconceived notions. "Did you hear that? The jellyfish really spoke. Holy cow, that scared me to death. But this is incredible. How can we hear the voices of animals? It truly is Sichuan dialect." After the initial shock, the three young men found themselves surprisingly receptive to this extraordinary phenomenon. While many questions remained, they were undeterred from engaging with the venomous creatures. In fact, with the translator in hand, their interactions with the creatures became all the more harmonious. Just like now. "Little lion, how have you grown so plump? Is it because Boss Shen has been feeding you too well?" One of the boys leaned against the glass tank, curiously gazing at the lion's main jellyfish. His tone was excessively innocent, yet the implications of his words were enough to infuriate the creature. "Silence. How dare you call me the invincible overlord little lion? That title does not align with my majestic physique. Change it at once." The uncle's voice, reminiscent of Trump, was equally unyielding, responding to the boy's inquiries with fervor. The jellyfish's tentacles occasionally struck the glass, precisely where the boy rested, as if admonishing a disobedient child. The scene was entirely different from yesterday, yet it undeniably offered patrons a more vibrant and lively experience. Of course, the other jellyfish in the vicinity mirrored this vivacity, particularly when the sultry voice of a certain jellyfish resonated, captivating the entire audience. This was an Australian box jellyfish, modest in size, yet exuding a commanding presence. "Hee, little one, you appear remarkably dashing. I admire you. Would you care to come closer?" Despite the laughter, a note of authority lingered in her tone, evoking the quintessential image of a domineering female executive. The boy at the glass, embodying the essence of an adorable puppy, especially with his soulful eyes, softened the hearts of those who met his gaze. "Wow, you possess a sultry voice. It's utterly enchanting. My voice control obsession has struck again. I long to take you home. Taking me home is unnecessary. I fear you may not be able to handle me. Remember, I can be quite ruthless, dear boy." The enchanting voice elevated the atmosphere to an exhilarating level. The three boys were thoroughly entertained, spending nearly half an hour in the jellyfish zone, still yearning for more. They engaged every jellyfish in friendly dialogue, inquiring about each one. At last, they comprehended the meaning behind Shen Qing's earlier remarks. They encountered not merely toxic jellyfish, but beings whose thought processes closely resembled those of humans. Brimming with excitement, they approached Shen Qing, eagerly asking, "Boss Shen, your pet translator is absolutely remarkable. It truly allows us to hear their voices, each with its unique character. It's simply delightful. Is it for sale?" They referred, of course, to the translator in their hands. In their minds, possessing a pet translator would enable them to communicate with any animal. It felt like a cheat code for life. Who wouldn't want that? Especially since they had the means to afford it. "How much for one?" "I'll take 10. I want 20, so I can share with my family. I have several pets at home." Seeing the boy's fervent enthusiasm, Shen Qing's lips twitched slightly. He had not anticipated this reaction. However, disappointment awaited them. "I'm sorry, but this device is not for sale. It can only be used within the store and is ineffective outside." Upon hearing this, the three boys were momentarily stunned. Upon further contemplation, he promptly exclaimed, "Then grant me a VIP membership, so that this device will remain exclusively mine." They were well aware that only 50 of these devices existed. 3 days later, these machines would be reserved solely for VIPs, operating on a first-come, first-served basis. Only VIP members could secure a translation device. Regardless of when one visited the establishment, this delightful experience would be available. However, to attain such a status, a one-time deposit of 100,000 was required. Fortunately, the three of them were not financially constrained. Thus, they proceeded to acquire the highest membership on the spot. At that moment, a group of young women entered the premises. Chapter 88. A pregnant woman? Where did that come from? There were 4 young ladies in their early 20s, radiating youth and vitality. The moment they laid eyes on Shen Qing, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and they rushed towards her with beaming smiles. "Boss Shen, we come to support you," exclaimed he Xiao, a junior who had long been a devoted fan of Shen Qing. It just so happened that yesterday was Saturday, and with no plans, she decided to visit Shen Qing's newly opened store. To her delight, she ended up spending the entire day there, not leaving until the pet shop closed. This clearly demonstrated her satisfaction with the place. Today, she had brought along a few close friends from her dormitory to show their support, spurred on by the photos she had posted on her social media. One must note that the walls of Shen Qing's shop were adorned with numerous unique and beautifully crafted illustrations of anime characters. Each piece was distinct, with exceptional artistry and impeccable color coordination. The visual effect was akin to experiencing an anime in real life, except for the lack of movement. This was another highlight of the shop, making it irresistible for the girls who adored anime. They eagerly sought out He Xiao, leading to the current scene. "Welcome to our store, and thank you for bringing your friends to support me." Shen Qing greeted them warmly, her smile gentle. She then picked up 4 translation devices and presented them to the young women, saying, "These are our new products that just arrived today. You can take them for a test run. Since they are new, there might be some glitches. Would you be willing to help me test them?" Shen Qing refrained from immediately revealing that these were pet translation devices, high-tech gadgets capable of translating the innermost thoughts of pets. Instead, she preferred that they experience it firsthand. After all, seeing was believing. The 3 young men who had tested them earlier had swiftly come back to purchase cards, indicating the devices worked impressively well. "All right, we will definitely complete the task." He Xiao, not fully grasping Shen Qing's words, eagerly accepted the request for assistance. However, when they were handed the device, resembling a smartphone, along with a pair of Bluetooth headphones, she was bewildered. "How do we use this? It doesn't look like a phone." "Boss Shen, what do you want us to do with this?" With a puzzled expression, she examined the device in her hands, automatically putting on the headphones. Despite her confusion, her curiosity remained piqued. What exactly was this? It looked somewhat like a phone. Did Boss Shen's request for help pertain to this? Yet, as a finance major, she had no expertise in electronics and couldn't fix a phone. He Xiao scrutinized the device for a long time, unable to decipher its purpose, silently lamenting her predicament. Her friends, who had accompanied her, shared her confusion. Eventually, the same 3 young men took the initiative to teach them how to use the devices. Yet they tactfully avoided explaining what the gadgets were. Instead, they enthusiastically invited the girls to join them in exploring another themed room. Just as we were about to head to the themed room, bustling with a lively crowd, let us embark on this journey together. Yu Guang, the leader among the trio of brothers, wore an expression brimming with anticipation, mirrored by his 2 companions who eagerly invited the 4 young ladies. Shen Qing observed without revealing the truth, maintaining a calm demeanor as he registered the membership details for the 3 brothers. After all, these gentlemen were among the inaugural users of the translation device, and their enthusiasm was palpable. Moments ago, each had transferred a membership fee of 100,000. This premium price granted them a substantial amount in their accounts. Furthermore, within a month, the translation device would be registered under his name, ensuring exclusive access for that duration. The following month would allow for priority usage, albeit with an associated fee. Despite this, the trio willingly became members, indicating their financial comfort. As for the young ladies, judging by their attire, they too seemed well off. Perhaps after experiencing the translation device, they would consider membership as well, a notion Shen Qing felt confident about. Thus, Shen Qing led He Xiao Xiao and the others to the small reptile-themed room on the first floor, a space adorned with miniature villas for the exotic pets. He Xiao Xiao had visited the previous day, familiar with most of the surroundings, while the other 6 were first-time visitors, eagerly inquiring about everything. Xiao Xiao, did you really say these exotic pets reside in villas? Is that true? Indeed, it's my first time hearing that exotic pets reside in villas. It's absolutely hilarious. The girls chattered animatedly, creating a delightful atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Yu Guang and his friends joined in the laughter, finding the statement quite amusing. Huh, is that for real? Although I've seen discussions online, I wouldn't believe it without witnessing it myself. I refuse to accept that an exotic pet lives so lavishly. A villa for these little creatures? I wonder which genius thought of this. It's quite the spectacle. The sole staff member, Shen Qing, merely smiled serenely before opening the door, inviting everyone inside. Here we are, come on in. At this moment, the translation devices in their hands were activated, and upon entering, they would immediately hear the voices of the animals, surely leaving them in awe. Shen Qing glanced at the last girl entering, offering a gentle smile. Upon stepping inside, the soft lighting illuminated the surroundings, revealing the villas they had just discussed, each one nestled within the room. The tallest was scarcely over a meter high, yet dozens of these diminutive houses lined the walls. Wow, they truly are little villas, Yu Guang exclaimed first, astonished by the sight before him. Indeed, they were small villas, albeit rather miniature, resembling accommodations designed for kittens and puppies. However, this house is entirely transparent, allowing an unobstructed view of its interior decor. For instance, the nearby villa features an artificial mountain, branches, tiles, coconut soil, and lush greenery, evoking the ambience of a secluded corner of a forest. At last, I comprehend why the internet claims that Boss Shun has prepared a villa for his beloved pets. It is indeed the case. Another friend of Yu Guang nodded in agreement. Although he found it difficult to fathom, he accepted it and even deemed it quite amusing. Just as the group began to discuss the villa, a faint sound emanated from within. Subsequently, a cool, authoritative female voice pierced the air. Ah, so many visitors, how noisy. Don't you realize that I, a pregnant woman, need to rest? He Xiao Xiao and the others were left in stunned silence. What was that? Am I imagining things? Yu Guang and his companions shared the same astonishment. What the heck? A pregnant woman? Where did she come from? Chapter 89. Is this prince so easily coveted by others? The only one remaining calm was Shen Qing. He did not need headphones to hear the voice. Thus he was fully aware of its owner. The cool and serene pregnant woman. Who could it be but the red fire ant queen? Indeed, the sound just now had emanated from her. Shen Qing possessed exceptional eyesight and had already spotted, in the distance, a red ant emerging from beneath a tile on the ground of the small villa. He could also discern that her abdomen was slightly swollen, indicating that she would soon give birth to ant offspring. Xiao Xiao, did you just hear that sound? A tall, slender girl tugged at He Xiao Xiao, her voice tinged with nervousness. With her other hand, she adjusted her headphones, as if seeking confirmation. After all, this device had been given to them by Shen Qing, and with so many people around, it was improbable that only she had heard it. I heard it. It sounded like a pregnant woman speaking. But where could a pregnant woman be found here? A cool and elegant young lady, perhaps? He Xiao Xiao replied, her face filled with confusion. After speaking, she turned to glance at Shen Qing, who was a short distance away, and without a moment's hesitation, she inquired, Boss Shun, do you have pregnant women working at your establishment? She assumed the voice must have come from a broadcasting room in some chamber. While the girl was puzzled, Yu Guang and the others, after a moment of surprise, fixed their gazes on the small villa before them. Just in time to witness the moment the red fire ant queen emerged. Was it you speaking just now? Your voice is quite melodious, albeit a bit chilly. You're actually pregnant? The trio chimed in, each taking turns to speak, though the queen had yet to respond. He Xiao Xiao was the first to break the silence. What are you three talking about? Speaking to an ant and saying such peculiar things. Indeed, it was peculiar. Three humans conversing with an ant, asking if she was pregnant and complimenting her voice. Thus, all 7 individuals found themselves crouched beside the small villa, their eyes fixated on the queen within. This amusing scene elicited a chuckle from Shen Qing. However, before he could speak, the queen voiced her impatience. What is the matter with these individuals? Each one staring at me. Do they covet me? Humph. They are far too naive. Is this prince so easily coveted? Unless it's that scoundrel Shen. Perhaps I could reluctantly accept that. Her voice, cool and regal, despite the abundance of words, remained devoid of any discernible emotion, like a snow-capped mountain, exuding an air of ethereal detachment. The mere resonance of her chilling voice conjured an image of a lofty figure in their minds, particularly when she referred to herself as this prince, which inexplicably imbued her with an aura of superiority. Just who had produced that voice moments ago. He Xiao Xiao swallowed hard, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the Ant Queen. The echoes of the earlier conversation reverberated in her mind, mingling with the words spoken by Yu Guang and the others. The voices of several individuals intertwined, a question followed by an answer, leaving no room for doubt. It was precisely due to their anticipation of the answer that they found it utterly astonishing. Is this true, Boss Shen? He Xiao Xiao inquired, casting a bewildered glance at Shen Qing, who had been trailing behind them. The response came in the form of a calm smile from Shen Qing. Upon receiving a nod from him, her eyes widened even further. A mere 3 seconds of silence was shattered by an explosive outburst of national pride. Wow! Shen Qing. He Xiao Xiao. What's going on? You scare me to death. Yu Guang and the others. Why the excitement? Don't you know that scaring people can be deadly? The atmosphere fell into an abrupt hush, soon followed by a cacophony of voices. It was not Shen Qing and his companions, but rather the other toxic pets present, awakened by his Xiao Xiao's shout. Human, very well. I shall remember you. If my offspring are frightened away by you, I will poison you. This was the first time the usually aloof Ant Queen exhibited a discernible emotion, and it appeared she was quite irate. The sharp-tongued, aristocratic voice chimed in. Oh dear, why is this woman so uncouth? With such manners, TSK, can she even hope to marry? The voice of a young man from the northeast boomed. This woman is quite the loud voice. She'd make a perfect bride. Human, how about you become my wife? I cherish my wife dearly. The fiery lowly voice piped up. Why are you so loud? Don't you know it's immoral to disturb someone's peaceful dreams? I'd love to give you a tail and sting you to death. These voices, each distinct and independent, converged, transforming the room into a lively gathering reminiscent of a bustling market. Aside from Shen Qing and Yu Guang, the 4 girls, He Xiao Xiao included, were utterly astonished. Their gazes instinctively roamed over the myriad of small villas before them, and it didn't take long for the 4 to acclimate to this remarkable change. They could hear the thoughts of the toxic pets, deciphering their meanings. This was nothing short of miraculous. Gazing down at the device in her hand, reminiscent of a phone, she noted the indicator light pulsing with a gentle glow. The display screen had also illuminated, scrolling with lines of text akin to comments. Surprisingly, the prefixes indicated the owners of the voices. For instance, the previously cool and composed voice belonged to the fiery red ant queen before her. The sharp-tongued aristocrat was identified as the giant centipede, while the young man from the northeast was the elder brother of the Israeli golden scorpion, and the fiery lowly was its younger sister. Indeed, it was not just these few. Nearly half of the toxic pets were startled by her declaration of national pride. All right, don't be nervous. This is what I mentioned earlier. This product was specially developed for the store, capable of receiving the thoughts of toxic pets within a certain range. However, it can only be used inside the store. Outside, it's merely a piece of scrap metal. Shen Qing stepped forward, calmly elucidating the purpose. After listening to his explanation, the 4 girls felt a mix of excitement and numbness. Such a remarkable scene has unfolded before them. How could they not feel exhilarated? Soon, He Xiao Xiao recalled that upon entering, Yu Guang and the others were busy scanning codes, seemingly discussing the matter of membership. After a moment of contemplation, She understood the implications and promptly approached Shen Qing, her smile radiant. Boss Shen, I too wish to become a member. Pray tell, what are the necessary conditions for me to enjoy this privilege indefinitely? Such a splendid opportunity. I certainly do not wish to relinquish it to others. From her understanding, the fans in Shen Qing's livestream would undoubtedly trickle in over the next few days, whether to check in or interact with the beloved pets. The numbers would surely be significant. Once they witnessed the utility of this wondrous item, those with means would not let the chance slip by. Having arrived early today, she was determined to seize the moment. There were several themed rooms dedicated to the beloved pets that she had yet to explore, particularly the one themed around snakes. She wondered if their voices would also possess that chilling quality. Chapter 90. The emergence of the second toxic pet streamer, He Xiao, found herself lost in thought. Her imagination running wild as she conjured up a narrative that exceeded 100,000 words. She envisioned an array of character voices, from the cool and aristocratic tones to the commanding CEO voice and the youthful exuberance. The mere thought was exhilarating, causing her expression to shift from shock to excitement. Immediately, she turned to her friends, engaging in hushed whispers. Although I couldn't discern their specific words, the glimmer in their eyes suggested they were discussing something extraordinary. As for He Xiao's membership acquisition, it was an opportunity she would certainly embrace. After all, this was a lucrative business proposition. However, she felt it prudent to clarify the terms with them to avoid any future misunderstandings. It appeared that these individuals were affluent second-generation heirs, eager to join the membership without hesitation. The first month of access was complimentary, but charges would apply thereafter, a condition they seemed agreeable to. In just a short span, Shen Qing had managed to augment the shop's accounts by hundreds of thousands, marking a promising start. The pet shop would resume normal operations the day after tomorrow. And aside from the translation devices, other pricing structures needed to be established. Fortunately, Shen Qing had already prepared for this. All that remained was to display the pricing list the following day. With newfound revenue, it was only fitting to enhance the shop's offerings with additional companions. They could procure toxic pets from aquatic, terrestrial, and aerial domains. Currently, the thematic rooms were limited to a venomous snake exhibit, a jellyfish zone, a small reptile section, and an underwater habitat. However, 2 species of stonefish and sea hares had yet to be unveiled to the public. This occasion presented an opportunity to acquire more toxic pets, including popular snake species, butterfly varieties, and marine creatures. Naturally, purchasing these specimens would require coordination with relevant personnel, particularly those skilled in capturing marine life. Additionally, certain snake species not available domestically could be sourced from abroad. This endeavor would necessitate some logistical maneuvering. Yuan Zimo's father, Uncle Yuan, might serve as a valuable collaborator in this regard. At that moment, another streaming channel abruptly emerged, directly competing with the toxic pet stream. The term toxic pet had only been associated with Shen Qing's channel, which had gained significant traction recently, consequently popularizing the term. As soon as the new channel went live, it attracted a viewership exceeding 10,000 in less than 10 minutes, with many mistakenly believing it to be Shen Qing's own stream. What's going on? Is this channel also run by Boss Shen? Is it another toxic pet stream? What the heck? I've seen this streamer before. Weren't they an eating broadcaster? How did they become a pet streamer? I thought it was Shen Qing streaming. Turns out it's not. This streamer is quite bold to interact with toxic pets. Aren't they afraid? Don't assume that only Shen Qing raises toxic pets. This is an experienced streamer who has merely switched lanes. Indeed, dear host, we stand by you. Let us swiftly glimpse the exotic creatures you nurture within the live stream, amidst a mix of Shen Qing's loyal followers and a few newcomers. The seasoned fans engaged in animated discussions. Cheng Yuanhua, the master of the streaming room, gazed at the rapidly scrolling comments, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. The popularity of the stream was steadily rising, and the increasing number of viewers eased the anxiety that had once lingered in his heart. Good morning, everyone. It's been a while. Cheng Yuanhua, am back. He greeted his fans with a beaming smile, his spirits lifted. The joy was evident on his face, which radiated warmth. And despite having lost some followers, there remained a loyal base. This time, With the buzz surrounding Shen Qing's exotic creatures, his return exceeded his expectations. He noticed the comments flashing across the screen and chose a few to respond to. Indeed, today's live stream features exotic creatures. Of course, I may not possess the extraordinary talents of the Shen Qing host, so I only have one type of exotic creature, though there are two of them. Please wait a moment while I fetch them for you. Cheng Yuanhua chuckled, subtly undermining Shen Qing while affirming his own intent to showcase exotic creatures, albeit with fewer varieties. Ah, there really are exotic creatures. It seems I have not come to the wrong place. I wonder what kind of exotic creatures the host has. I am so looking forward to it. Hee. I am curious to see how this host intends to replicate Shen's path to fame. Who says only Shen Qing can showcase exotic creatures? Are they the sole proprietors of this term? I know not about proprietary terms, but the realm of exotic creatures was indeed pioneered by Shen. Otherwise, why would your host switch to this path? The comments continued to buzz with excitement, and at that moment, Cheng Yuanhua brought over a sizable terrarium from the other side of the table. It occupied a significant portion of the tabletop, yet he draped a black cloth over it, obscuring its contents from view, remarkably reminiscent of Shen Qing's earlier streams. It would be an exaggeration to say it was a complete replica. Rather, it was indistinguishable. I believe you have all been waiting long enough. Let's unveil it. Cheng Yinhua's smile was nearly ear to ear as he focused on the live comments, his hand gripping the black cloth atop the terrarium. As he spoke, he swiftly lifted the cloth, revealing what lay within. A striking blue snake lay coiled upon the coconut substrate. The moment the black cloth was removed, its head shot up, fiercely flicking its tongue at the glass, emitting a hissing sound that suggested an impending strike. What on earth? This is a bamboo viper from the islands. The host surprisingly raises a green tree viper from the island and claims it's not akin to Boschins. I wondered why it seemed so familiar. It turns out to be the island's green tree viper. Yet, this particular specimen appears rather ferocious, unlike the one at Boschin's residence. Indeed, Boschin's blue looks quite docile, never displaying aggression, and has never posed a threat to anyone, even enjoying affectionate moments with Boschin. How endearing. Why is it that only Boschin can care for the island's green tree viper? Is it not permissible for others? You truly exhibit double standards. Indeed, Xinggu merely keeps a venomous snake. How does that affect you? To speak fairly, the host is raising a venomous snake, and it would be wise to exercise caution to avoid being bitten. After all, Boschin has veterinary training, so there is at least some assurance regarding safety. Chapter 91. The poisonous pet is popular, but life is paramount. Cheng Yuanhua gazed at the scrolling comments in the live stream, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, his mood exceptionally buoyant. He certainly noticed the skeptical voices directed at him, yet he remained indifferent. In an era where attention reigned supreme, having both traffic and topics of discussion meant that his live broadcasts would garner popularity and, consequently, financial gain. Indeed, we now dwell in a time where traffic is king. Once one has that, acquiring wealth becomes a trivial matter, not to mention the gifts showered upon him by the fans in the live stream. The rising popularity alone could facilitate earnings through merchandise sales, which would undoubtedly surpass the meager existence of gnawing on tree bark. Indeed, if his live stream failed to gain traction, he might well resort to such desperate measures. The last remnants of his funds have been spent on procuring venomous snakes. This was his singular opportunity, and he approached it with a resolve that bordered on recklessness. Fortunately, the fans in the live stream did not disappoint him. At that moment, one devoted admirer unleashed a staggering 10,000 gifts, unmistakably a patron of considerable means, instantly claiming the top spot in the rankings. Their request was for Cheng Yuanhua to interact with the poisonous pet, mirroring the actions of Shen Qing by handling the venomous snake. Upon hearing this demand, the remaining fans in the live stream erupted with fervent reactions. Wow, the top supporter is incredible, showering 10,000 gifts. But is this request a bit excessive? Excessive? What? This individual clearly spent 10,000 to witness the host interact with the venomous pet. Are they hoping to see him bitten? The venom of the island's bamboo leaf green snake is not lethal. A single bite for 10,000 is like a windfall from the heavens. Who would give me 10,000? I would gladly extend my hand for a bite. Is the top supporter perhaps a fan of the Qing host? Is this a deliberate provocation? This is outrageous. How can one demean another with money? Qingge, fear not, we support you. Do not heed his words. Your safety is paramount. The emergence of this top supporter ignited a fresh wave of commentary within the chat. Other fans, entertained by the unfolding drama, were more concerned for his safety, advising him to return the money and refrain from actually handling the snake. Cheng Yuanhua found it increasingly difficult to maintain his persona amid such fervor. 10,000 yuan was no trifling sum. It was not merely 10. Being destitute, the allure of that amount was undeniable. As for handling the snake, like Shen Qing, for 10,000, that was not out of the question. After all, the toxicity of the island bamboo leaf green snake was relatively low. Even if bitten, he could seek treatment at the nearby hospital. Moreover, there was no guarantee he would be bitten. Had one not observed how docile the snakes appeared in a Shen Qing stream? Perhaps the island bamboo leaf green snake was not as ferocious as it seemed. Whether it was the intoxicating allure of the 10,000 yuan gift or the warmth of Shen Qing's previous interactions with the snake, a sudden surge of misplaced confidence enveloped him. Gratitude is extended to the esteemed benefactor for their generous gift. Since it is the request of the elder brother, it is only fitting to comply. Rest assured, I possess some familiarity with the island bamboo leaf green, and its toxicity is not particularly severe. It is not lethal. Even in the unfortunate event of a bite, I can swiftly make my way to the hospital, which is conveniently located just minutes from my residence. Cheng Yuanhua spoke with such ease, exhibiting no semblance of being coerced. He even reassured himself that should he indeed be bitten, there would be no cause for alarm. Given the proximity of the hospital, how amusing, he has effectively cut off his own escape route. Despite the kind warnings from netizens, he remained obstinate, rendering their counsel futile. After all, it is difficult to persuade someone who is determined to court disaster. As a result, the viewers in the live stream widened their eyes in anticipation, eager to witness his interaction with the venomous creature. With the emergence of this incident, it was evident that the number of viewers and the overall excitement in the live stream were soaring. Cheng Yuanhua was visibly thrilled, and without a moment's hesitation, he lifted the lid of the enclosure, reaching in to grasp the 7-inch island bamboo leaf green. Be obedient, my dear, for we shall broadcast this together. He spoke gently to the serpent within the habitat, though his expression rendered his words rather incongruous. This manner of speaking was, of course, learned from Shen Qing, for he had meticulously watched all of Shen Qing's live stream replays and the edited videos by various content creators online. He aspired to replicate Shen Qing's path to fame. So how could he remain ignorant of such nuances? It is well known that Shen Qing always engaged in conversation with the creature before interacting during his live streams, employing a calm and equitable tone, infused with a rare gentleness. Thus, Cheng Yuanhua attempted to emulate this approach. However, he lacked Shen Qing's strikingly handsome visage, his distinctive aura, and the commanding voice reminiscent of a domineering CEO. The result was a rather awkward imitation. Most importantly, while his serpent shared the same name and species, it bore no other resemblance to Shen Qing's creature. Thus, when Cheng Yuanhua extended his hand, the island bamboo leaf green struck swiftly, sinking its fangs into his fingertip. The speed was astonishing. It occurred in the blink of an eye, captured on the live stream's camera. What the heck? In the mere blink of an eye, the host was bitten? Oh my gosh, that startled me. I just saw a flash of blue. And then the host recoiled with a flailing motion. It turns out he was bitten by the venomous snake. Ouch, host, you must hurry to the hospital. Although this snake's venom is not lethal, medical attention is still advisable. Oh no, look at the wound on the host's hand. It is already noticeably red and swollen. Quickly, go to the hospital. The viewers, who had initially tuned in for entertainment, were taken aback to witness the bite. This was indeed a venomous snake. While its venom might not be fatal, the implications of being envenomed should not be underestimated. Seeking medical attention was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action at this moment. Cheng Yuanhua firmly grasped the area above the wound, striving to prevent the spread of venom, while beads of sweat streamed from his forehead due to the excruciating pain. 2 distinct bite marks marred his fingers, their surroundings inflamed and reddened, accompanied by severe agony and a stinging, burning sensation. An unbearable itchiness compelled him to resist the urge to scratch. Additionally, red spots emerged around the wound, reminiscent of bruising, and upon closer inspection, tiny blisters were discernible. Cheng Yuanhua could hardly fathom that he had truly been bitten, and the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. The visceral pain rendered him devoid of rational thought. His complexion paling as the last vestige of clarity prompted him to terminate the live stream. "I apologize, but today's broadcast must conclude here. I must seek medical attention. Please do not worry," he declared before the screen abruptly darkened. Grabbing his phone and keys, he hastened towards the nearest hospital. However, during his medical ordeal, his live stream and name gained unprecedented attention. The name Shen Qing also surged in popularity, perhaps due to the dramatic nature of the incident and its association with the terms venomous pet. In less than half a day, the entire internet was abuzz with the latest sensational news. Shocking. The former mukbang host returns to a new arena, only to be bitten by a venomous snake and hospitalized. Explosive. The second person to venture into the venomous pet arena is none other than him. Explosive. Though the venomous pet trend is thriving, life takes precedence. Explosive. Boss Shun versus Cheng Yuanhua. Explosive. Chapter 92. For the sake of fame, he ended up in the hospital at this moment. The online discourse surrounding Shen Qing and his venomous pets reached an explosive crescendo. The fervor escalated, largely due to the overwhelming support from netizens, who propelled Shen Qing, his venomous pets, and Cheng Yuanhua into the trending searches. Consequently, an increasing number of curious onlookers ventured to watch. Upon viewing the cleverly edited videos crafted by a particular content creator, they could not help but burst into laughter. The reason was quite simple. This creator juxtaposed the interactions between Shen Qing and the island's green pit viper with those of Cheng Yuanhua in the same species, creating a stark contrast. Observed in isolation, the footage appeared innocuous. However, when viewed side by side, the disparity was glaring. Although the snakes belonged to the same species, their behaviors varied dramatically under different handlers. The comment section became inundated with remarks from netizens. "Whoa." I clicked out of curiosity, and after watching the video, I can't help but ask that chubby host, "Does it hurt?" Goodness, how is it that the snake is so obedient in the handsome man's hands, yet turns ferocious in another's? Is it perhaps discerning beauty? Is this truly the island's green pit viper? It looks stunning. The snake on the left, in that handsome gentleman's care, appears remarkably docile. Oh, isn't that our boss Shun and the lovely Lon Lon? Is this a case of being set up? The outcome is rather unsatisfactory. Ha. I am a devoted fan of boss Shun's livestream. I especially adore him and his venomous pets. Does this chubby host raise venomous animals too? Clearly inexperienced. No wonder he got bitten. Hee. This portly fellow seems intent on replicating boss Shun's rise to fame, but ended up in the hospital instead. Exactly. If you wish to emulate boss Shun's path to fame, you cannot simply dive into raising venomous snakes. Small animals will be a more prudent choice. There is no need to handle them directly, as it's just inviting trouble. While many commenters were casual observers, there were also fans from Shen Qing's livestream. Thus, numerous uninformed individuals were enlightened by their explanations. With both perspectives laid bare, it was evident to all that the motive was clear. The pursuit of fame led him to the hospital. Moreover, the sentiments expressed by netizens were quite valid. Some aspiring streamers, sensing an opportunity to pivot, began to entertain similar thoughts. With someone having already blazed the trail, they too sought to seize the potential rewards. As one commenter noted, while the perilous nature of venomous snakes might be daunting, smaller, less toxic creatures could still be considered for companionship. For instance, less toxic jellyfish, visually captivating marine animals, and various terrestrial creatures that appear attractive yet possess minimal toxicity could all be viable options. Perhaps, with Shen Qing having pioneered the realm of venomous pets, other netizens would be inclined to explore their live streams as well. As long as there were viewers, there would be profit. Little did Shen Qing know that due to another streamer, his name had ascended to trending status, consequently attracting millions of new followers. The newly arrived netizens, after excavating the archives of his previous live streams, have all become ardent fans. Just like in the edited video, his interactions with the venomous pets are filled with affection and warmth, as if these creatures were merely ordinary animals devoid of any toxicity. The stark contrast with Cheng Yuanhua's live streams further accentuates the irreplaceable nature of his platform. It has also come to light that Shen Qing has opened a unique pet store offline, brimming with an array of venomous pets. A significant number of people have begun to schedule visits to Shen Qing's pet shop. Unbeknownst to Shen Qing, he is presently engaged in registering members of the pet store. By the end of the day, all 50 translation devices were completely booked by fan customers, each being a premium member who pre-deposited 100,000, resulting in a staggering 5 million in direct income. The translation devices are free to use for the first month, with options for monthly subscriptions thereafter, a detail he clarified at the outset. However, he did not anticipate the influx of wealthy patrons. 50 arrived in a single day. He certainly did not foresee that this was the outcome of Cheng Yuanhua's livestream mishap, which directly attracted local fans to the store. They were met with an astonishing surprise: the ability to hear the voices of venomous pets, an unprecedented experience. Although the devices are exclusively for in-store use, they represent cutting-edge technology. The wealthy clientele who visited the store that day left thoroughly satisfied. Even those who arrived later, though excited, felt a tinge of disappointment as there were only 50 devices available. Wealth alone could not secure access. Consequently, the online buzz reignited, with trending topics still linked to Shen Qing, predominantly revolving around the pet translator. Although many were skeptical, there were still netizens urging those who had experienced it to come forward. Some of the 50 customers indeed shared their experiences on social media. Today was incredibly fortunate. I became good friends with Little Lin. Without this translator, I would have never known that Little Lin is a male and adorably quirky. Accompanied by a photo of themselves with the snake, showcasing a delightful interaction devoid of any incidents involving snake bites. It is worth noting that the snake had even climbed onto his shoulder perilously close to his neck, a decidedly dangerous proximity should a venomous snake choose to strike. The consequences could be dire, resulting in severe hemorrhaging. Moreover, aside from the specific antivenin for mountain viper venom, other antidotes and serums have minimal efficacy against the toxins of the lin tree viper. Hence, it is evident how perilous the situation in the photograph truly was. Yet, the individual in the photo appeared unscathed, his smile unwavering. In contrast to Cheng Yuanhua's live streams, this was a world apart. However, at that moment, an even more astonishing revelation emerged, capturing everyone's attention, all fixated on what they referred to as the translation device. Almost every friend who encounters this message inevitably inquires, what sort of translation device is this? And what connection does it have with the beloved pets? Subsequently, 50 individuals who have experienced the wonders of the translation device boast about it in front of their friends. You have no idea. This translation device is incredibly useful. With it, one can comprehend what the pets are truly thinking. Indeed, this is absolutely true. Would I deceive you? If you doubt my word, I shall take you to try it tomorrow. Yes, that's precisely what I mean. I am not jesting. If you choose not to believe, that is your prerogative. They have repeated such assertions countless times, explaining and boasting to nearly every friend who inquires. As for how many actually believe, that remains uncertain. Nevertheless, Boss Shen and his pet shop have once again risen to fame. Chapter 93. He did not say he would not bite, merely that he would not bite him regardless of the tempestuous waves stirred online. Shen Qing remained remarkably composed, seemingly untouched by the uproar. As night descended, after a modest dinner, he placed a call to Uncle Yuan. "Hello, Uncle Yuan. I would like to trouble you with a matter." Shen Qing, having grown more familiar with him after their previous encounter, spoke directly, without preamble. He inquired about procuring large exotic pets, specifically venomous snakes, and asked if Uncle Yuan had any reliable channels. After all, Uncle Yuan had been involved with such creatures for an extensive period and was well acquainted with the avenues available. "You come to the right person," Uncle Yuan replied. "I actually have a lead. Tomorrow, a shipment of large venomous pets is arriving. I was just about to call you, but now that you've reached out, you can come over tomorrow, and I'll take you with me." On the other end of the line, Uncle Yuan spoke with a familiar ease, briefly outlining the information he possessed and inviting Shen Qing to join him the following day. This effectively resolved Shen Qing's current dilemma. Yet, the specifics would only become clear upon visiting. "All right, I will come by early tomorrow," Shen Qing concluded before hanging up. He subsequently reached out to Uncle Sue and a few others to see if they had any resources regarding venomous pets. Before long, Uncle Sue and the others responded, revealing that only Uncle Sue and Aunt Lien had leads, one concerning aquatic venomous pets and the other regarding reptiles. Fortuitously, both aligned with Shen Qing's needs, and their timelines coincided with the day after tomorrow, thus avoiding overlap with Uncle Yuan's schedule. This arrangement would undoubtedly work to his advantage. Indeed, the pet shop was spacious, and he intended to stock it thoroughly with a diverse array of exotic pets. His current mission was to ensure that every viable species of venomous pet that could be acquired and cared for was represented in the shop. Although it was merely the tip of the iceberg at present, he harbored an unwavering belief that this vision would come to fruition. Moreover, beyond the care of these creatures, he aspired to embark on another endeavor: the extraction of toxins. Many hospitals lacked serums for the venoms of certain creatures and did not possess specific antidotes. This was precisely why venomous pets had always been a subject of contention, due to their inherent dangers. Should an antidote be developed, it would be a boon for the entire nation. His initial plan was to gather the toxins from the venomous pets in his shop and subsequently produce corresponding antidotes. This was not merely idle talk. He had acquired veterinary skills and healing abilities, complemented by a supportive system. The formulation for the antidote need not be painstakingly researched, as he could simply purchase it from the marketplace. All he needed to do was source the necessary herbs and successfully concoct the remedy. Nevertheless, while the idea was promising, it required a gradual approach. Haste would not serve him well. As he noted the time, realizing it was nearly 5 minutes until his nightly live stream, Shen Qing picked up his phone, opened Douyin, and prepared for the evening's broadcast. Upon glancing at his account, he was astounded to discover that he had surpassed 3 million followers. This result took him completely by surprise. His private messages remained at a constant 99, which he had never opened due to the sheer volume. Unless there was crucial information, the system would extract it separately. Otherwise, he never bothered to look. This, in turn, saved him a great deal of trouble. After swiftly browsing the internet, Shen Qing realized what had transpired online coincidentally related to him. The influx of millions of followers stemmed from the enthusiastic internet users